Yes, karibuni, karibuni. Habari ya siku. Today we have a very hot day. Not hot in terms of hata nifunge hii kioo so that niache kupata reflection. I think yeah, that one is better. Today we have a very hot day. One of the biggest day of our life. One time movement. Karibuni sana. Wacha kwanza ni share link hapa. Kiongozi anaweza kuja hapa by the way. So let me just Kiongozi anaweza kuja hapa. So Bwana SKM Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka is in Maryland right now, Baltimore. So kuna mtu anazunguka na yeye. So we hope he will accept to come here hata kama ni dakika 10. So we are just waiting. So tukipewa tu signal tu mutaona tu ameingia. So we are just waiting. So kiongozi yetu ya Azimio. So and our people are doing a lot of inroads. Wale watu wanajua Comfort has just given a very dynamic speech. Saa hii hapo na Kalonzo.
Business here in the US, a master's in teaching. I've business here in the US, a master's in teaching. I've attended MIT too for 6 semesters. I ran, now listen carefully, Azimio leader. I was in Azimio, I ran for Senate. Muranga, the toughest county. I ran for Senate. And being a diaspora leader, I can tell you, Your Excellency, I have a solution for you. I know you'll be fighting a man with a lot of money. We have money here in the diaspora, but it's just that we need to structure it. So I wrote down a few notes here. Your Excellency, the Kenyan diaspora doesn't lack money. We lack 3 things: trust, structure, and transparency. Thank you. And that's, if we fix those 3 things, Your Excellency, I'm telling you, we can finance you $2.5 million a month. Amen. And I'll tell you how. So right now, diaspora giving is fragmented. We do it through WhatsApp groups, envelopes, and there's no accountability. We cannot give money to a dark hole or to individuals. So what am I proposing? A one united, audited diaspora war chest for you, Your Excellency, and your team, which is US compliant, professionally managed, published monthly in terms of inflows and outflows, and no secrecy. We don't like secrets, and no parallel funds. Second, we move from begging for donations to monthly subscription. That's a killer, that's a game changer. Monthly subscription. If we, 50,000 Kenyans in the diaspora, just 50,000, we commit to $50 a month subscription to that, what I've described, that war chest that is transparent, we would be able to give your campaign $2.5 million, not shiriki, per month. We have to think out of the box if we are going to fight Kasongo based on all the money. Then, third, the diaspora support isn't just dollars. We have skills, Your Excellency. We can help you with digital strategy, polling.
Yeah, that is Madam Comfort today, speaking to SKM, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Yeah, so those are some of the people who come to our show here, and they are showing some tentacles. Right now, we hope that we are going to have a more broadened campaign, which is more inclusive, and so that we can be able to fight Kasongo. Roswanja Karibu, Kasongo. Kasongo has to be fought. So we are hoping that the meetings which they are having here in the US, I think is going around, and you can see for the first time viongozi wanakuja hapa, and it's not that hiyo tribe yake ati ndio wanatokezea, like from the accounts of Comfort alikuwa ananiambia Kalonzo Musyoka is being surrounded by everybody, like it's no longer like the way like we were expecting Kalonzo to be here. Wale watu wengi watakuwa hapo ni Wakamba. Comfort was telling me that it's everybody. Kenyans are just there, like history ya tribe ni kama sasa it is ballooning, like people are no longer there again. It's like the balloon has busted. That is what is happening, and it's something which we need to be proud and happy of. It's no longer there. Hii mkutano hakuna ati story ya Wakamba ati Kalonzo anakutana. So I think it's a signal that now Kalonzo has matured up. The Kalonzo of Ukambani is no longer there, by the way. So the Kalonzo of Ukambani is not there. So we are now dealing with a very, very matured Kalonzo. Okay? Kidogo tu. So I like Comfort there was just giving a formula of how like a formula of financing Kalonzo, and I don't know how they are going to streamline that idea of financing, and where there is a lot of accountability of the money which will be raised here in diaspora. Because for people to commit like $50, because that is what Comfort is proposing. Comfort is proposing everybody in diaspora who has capability, we just commit like $50 a month, which is money, by the way, we can afford, with the proper structures that na tujue ya kwamba hii pesa itatumika kung'oa kasongo. People can give it. So she is like saying 50,000 of us, we commit $50, that's already $2.5 million. $2.5 million in 1 year, we are talking tunes of billions. So, and I think and then from there now, other well-wishers who come in it. So we are now talking of how we can build one of the toughest machinery ever built in human history, politically, fueled by people and people anger. Even as we try to fight this guy who will be using a lot of taxpayers' money. Mumeona leo ameshinda kuringa huko Talanta. Now Talanta is one of his mega project whereby hiyo ndiyo anaringa nayo kila siku. There must be something bigger than a stadium as a legacy for the country. An old mother down there, the stadium will not help her. In Kwadanje, an old mother in Kwadanje, a man, a cripple somewhere, in the coast will not be in Talanta. Yeah, that's okay. Keep real. These ideas which are coming from diaspora people, not even from SKM himself. So this is one of our own Comfort. So Comfort is one who has come. These are some of the people who are coming with these formulas. Maybe unless uniambia they have been briefed, but I think it is some of the things which some of our diaspora people feel they can help. Actually, we are waiting for Kalonzo Musyoka. Anytime he might be with us here. So they are bringing him. So that's why I'm just here on a standby. So anytime he might be here. So he is coming. So we are waiting for him. So that's why I'm just on standby here. So yule atapitwa asiseme sikumwambia. Yeah, so I'm already being alerted. Yeah, in around 1 hour, in around 1 hour's time, we will be having them here. Yeah. So we will be streaming. We will be hearing Kalonzo live from Baltimore. So I'm just waiting for him here, and sasa ndio nimekuja nikafungua show haraka because where they were, they also wanted to stream him here, but I had not opened the show. So sasa ndio tu nimekuja sasa tukapitwa, but sasa they wanted the show to be on so that once amekuja aingie. So yeah, Kalonzo will speak for us hapa, atuambie briefly what his idea. So even as he speak to the other people, yeah, we are supportive of anyone opposition. Yeah, fundraising is one thing. So you can hear what Comfort has just told them.
Business here in the US, a master's in teaching. I've attended MIT too for 6 semesters. I ran, now listen carefully, Azimio leader. I was in Azimio, I ran for Senate. Muranga, the toughest county. I ran for Senate. And being a diaspora leader, I can tell you, Your Excellency, I have a solution for you. I know you'll be fighting a man with a lot of money. We have money here in the diaspora, but it's just that we need to structure it. So I wrote down a few notes here. Your Excellency, the Kenyan diaspora doesn't lack money. We lack 3 things: trust, structure, and transparency. Thank you. And that's, if we fix those 3 things, Your Excellency, I'm telling you, we can finance you $2.5 million a month. Amen. And I'll tell you how. So right now, diaspora giving is fragmented. We do it through WhatsApp groups, envelopes, and there's no accountability. We cannot give money to a dark hole or to individuals. So what am I proposing? A one united, audited diaspora war chest for you, Your Excellency, and your team, which is US compliant, professionally managed, published monthly in terms of inflows and outflows, and no secrecy. We don't like secrets, and no parallel funds. Mm-hmm. Second, we move from begging for donations to monthly subscription. That's the killer, that's a game changer. Monthly subscription. If we, 50,000 Kenyans in the diaspora, just 50,000, we commit to $50 a month subscription to that, what I've described, that war chest that is transparent, we would be able to give your campaign $2.5 million, not shilingi, per month. We have to think out of the box if we are going to fight Kasongo for all the money. Then, third, the diaspora support isn't just dollars, we have skills, Your Excellency. We can help you with digital strategy, polling.
Yeah, Comfort is just giving strategies hapo. Sasa ni sisi tuchangamkie. Yeah, so Comfort hapo amecharaza kucharaza. Right? Yes. So Kipriru unasema now I believe you. So unataka niamini nini? Kuja uingie kwa kituo then we talk. I don't like when you guys, you are just talking at the periphery. So what happened today? So we will be waiting for this guys here. Oh, wacha nicheze video moja as I need to send the link. I'm trying to look for something which is trying to. Maybe I can go to his wall. That one was better. I think it's better to go to his Facebook wall. There we can get. SKM. There's a guy. Mhm. Here in the US. Hawa ni wa Kenya. This is Mbai, the MP. This is the MP. Mhm. I don't know huyo ni nani. That is the MP. Serious Kenyans here. Okay, this one is Danzo Manzo. Hawa ni wale watu wamemchangamkia. Let's get out of there. Hapa. Hizi ni picha za jana. Hapa anapeana business card. Some of them could just be lobbyists. There is some form of embrace anyway. Yeah, here he posted jana. I'm just checking from his wall. That's why you can easily. Then also, he met. Know you Chris Coons. This is a guy for Delaware. Yeah, this Chris Coon. Ni senator huko. Chris Coon again. Yeah. Oh, we also have our huyu jamaa wa Nyeri. Oh, so we have the Nyeri guy. So the Nyeri. Oh, so kumbe hapa Gachagua ni kama alidonate mtu. Gachagua donated somebody hapa. Huyu ni yule jamaa wa Nyeri huyu. So kuna huyu anaitwa ni Gashukia huyu na Chris Coon. So and again pia Kalonzo Musyoka had us. Maybe we will be. So please also look for in because I know like Chris Coons is a Democrat. Pia mutafutane na the guys who are in the regime right now as well. Yeah, it's also important. So they should also balance out that equation. Pia watafutane na some Republicans who, because even in 2027, 2028, yeah, Republicans will still be the guys who will be manning the US. So watafutane na Republicans pia. So wasitafute tu Democrats peke yake. There are so many Republicans who you can see as well. So, and I also believe there are also some Republicans who want to help. And we also need to appreciate this issue of Venezuela, especially the arresting of Maduro. Maduro and election rigging everywhere. Maduro, he was smartmatic. It was connected with Akina Maduro and Venezuela. So with the removal of Maduro from power, it's also some help in kind. So to square very partisan, let's not be very partisan. Where we can get help, let's go there. So let's also Kalonzo Musyoka look for Republicans as well. Some Republicans who can just form a coalition. It doesn't hurt. So I know Chris Kuhn. The reason why many people want to identify with Chris Kuhn, it is because Chris Kuhn eh, is one of the main senators who is used by the U.S. government when there are problems. He was used like a negotiator during Raila Odinga time, so he's like he is well versed with the Kenyan dichotomy. So when Raila Odinga is having issues with the government, and so to trigger what happened for Raila Odinga to gravitate to the government, actually Chris Coons is the guy who motivated it. So people need to understand that. So Chris Coons was used by the U.S. government to actually uh, help in that bloodbath, to stop that bloodbath which was happening in Kenya. So that is what makes Chris Coons all the time watu wanataka yani kukua the yani he looks like he understands Kenyan issues. So that is why. But I would also appreciate if Kalonzo Musyoka gravitates also towards Republicans as well. We also have some good Republicans who can help. And he should make these people understand if they are genuine. He should also seek for help when it comes to manning the election. For instance, here in America, there is this guy who is called the owner of Starlink, Elon Musk. Elon Musk was very instrumental in guarding the American election 24. That election had the capacity of getting stolen. You know, because these days, stealing of election digitally is happening everywhere. It's not a Kenyan issue alone. Even in America, there are people who are attempting to steal elections if you don't look at that election well. So we have people who have this technology. We have these people who can actually help us monitor these elections. So if there's a way in which somebody like Kalonzo Musyoka can be able to form a coalition with some of these people, Elon Musk himself, he has capacity to help actually guard the election technology. If I were him, I would look for ways to seek for that help. Some of these people will actually not change; they actually want to do it. So those are some of the things those are some of the assignments he has to do while here in America. So they have to look for ways to look for those people. Those people can guard this election. Yeah, Kagiri, when it comes to racism is subjective. Sometimes we say this one is racist, this one is what. So, but it doesn't matter those issues. There must be a form of. So I don't think like Elon Musk doesn't associate with black people. I don't know, but we have to look for ways of guarding our election. We have to look for a concept. So any person who can help, but you have to research, not trial. Si ati mtu akukuja kujaribu. People who have already technologically guarded the election in the past. The only person who I know he guarded the 2024 election in America was Elon Musk. He is a white nationalist. He and Trump would not want anything to do with Africa. But they still meddle in our elections. So I don't understand. So how do these people meddle in our elections and they also white nationalists? Those are some of the things that we would also want somebody to help me. Na msimamo unaweza rudi. I'll give you a chance. Sitaongea sana. As we wait for SKM, because I need somebody to speak so that I can be able to share the link with these people. So let me just share. Let me just share the link now with Anyway, if you have come to the US, they have to form those coalitions. There's no two ways about that. Otherwise, if we don't form those coalitions, it will be very difficult on us. Those coalitions are must, because already Kasongo, kuna watu wanamsaidia kuiba. So yeah, so I've shared the link. So who else can I share the link with? Yeah. We are waiting. So let's see what is happening in the cycles of democracy. In the cycles of democracy. Okay, good. I think Citizen has posted something. Kalonzo engages diaspora. Let's hear what Citizen had to say about that. Citizen shared something.
Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka met Kenyans in the diaspora in what was described as an attempt to understand the needs of Kenyans across the board. At a dinner held in Washington, Kalonzo commended Kenyans in the diaspora for their resilience and continued contribution to Kenya's economy. Musyoka also reaffirmed his commitment to fighting for policies that recognize and protect Kenyans in the diaspora, whom he described as key partners in building Kenya's future. The Wiper leader is accompanied on his U.S. visit by, among others, Makueni Senator Dan Manzo and the Kaviani Member of Parliament Robert Mbui.
And as the government in waiting, what do you demand from your leaders? Your voices will guide how we shape real reforms under the Ukombozi movement. Many of you want to invest back home, and you had something to share in real estate, building bridges, in real estate, in health and education, in agribusiness and entrepreneurship. But often you face complicated processes, unreliable information, corruption and broken trust, fear of scams or land disputes. You buy one land, a piece of land, and you go home and find it subject to dispute. You want your hard-earned money to build lasting impact, not disappear into consumption in a failed system. Under our leadership, or shall I say my leadership, no Kenyan should keep on seeking opportunity and end up unprotected in a foreign land, or worse, in a foreign war. Every Kenyan abroad must know that their country stands behind them. Their dignity matters. Their lives are not expendable. Protection of people must be real and fair, not theoretical.
Let me hear what Kagiri is saying. They have gone with the Democrats because that is the only option. They have. Are you for sure? Do you want to tell me that, there are no Kenyans who can give them an entry point to the Republicans? They have gone with the Democrats because that is the only option. The current Republican wing is extreme right, but dealing with both sides would have been ideal. Now, what you do, there are some Kenyans who have proximity to this Republican Party, the way it looks like. They are there, brother. There are Kenyans who have proximity, and I know if you want to access Republicans, you can access them. So I don't think, Democrats are naturally accessible because, I'm saying it in a kind way, it's my opinion. Democrats are usually accessible because, not because sometimes they want to help, but they also want to see how they can take advantage of situations quickly. So nile tu nakuwa tu mlangoni tu, and sometimes you want to use the desperation of this person. Sometimes not that because you care about them. So at times Republicans might seem as if they are unconcerned and willing, but if you approach them well and you show them reasons why they need to help, I think they can. Republicans will need reasons to. Why do you want our help? Why? They have that why. So anyway, that is something which we can debate and talk about. So you can always access Republicans. I always I always meet them personally. So those extremists you are saying, nakutananga na wao all the time. Yeah. So I understand those people who, that's just a prism of thinking. So don't be worried about it. Even those right wingers, you can speak with them. Those extreme right wing, you can speak with them now, and you can always. Some of the places where I go to work, those are the guys who are there, very extreme, but we discuss and agree on issues. Others we disagree kabisa. So human beings will not entirely agree. So I understand those right wingers, as you speak, those extreme right wingers, as you want to call them, but they are okay. Some of them is about the preservation of their country and their culture. So, and at times I don't see it wrong when somebody wants the law to be followed, when they want things to be done the way they are supposed to be done. Yeah. So kuna story ya the board hapa ati anasema, hebu niwaekee historia ya board hapa munielezee kabla niwaekee sala. Yeah, can you listen to the board and you help me understand what he's saying? Like an opinion poll has been done and people don't want that marriage. Just listen in.
Takes played without the real impact on the lives of the people. When it fizzles, it is the biggest threat to stability of any regime. And in this podcast, we are going to reveal the panic as Ruto's path to power increasingly becomes narrow. This is a danger, a ticking time bomb that unless we speak about, because nobody will. And before we get deep into these details, I am reminding you and asking you with humility, ladies and gentlemen, that kindly let us coalesce and support, rescue the life of this gentleman, Dan. We rushed to Ahero to support this gentleman. He was epileptic, but was working in one of these gold mines around these areas. But he had an epileptic attack, fell on the hole, kwa hiyo shimo, and broke this part of the leg and also had a spinal injury. He was rushed to Jaramogi Hospital where MRI was done. Yesterday, I was even able to visit the place. This is hiyo ndio shimo aliangukia. So after MRI was done, they established that he had a problem, broke the spine, and also some hand tibia here. 2 surgeries are supposed to be done. But apparently after some of his people were supporting realized what the extent of what was needed, he was left stranded in that hospital. So one of the doctors mwenye alitusaidia to support Steve, the boy he supported last year, brought his case to me, and I rushed here. We were able to move him to a private hospital on this other side of Ahero, where we ourselves managed to pay for him full share. Now, 2 surgeries are supposed to be done urgently, ya mkono na the spine. And after what we have assessed is, apart from what she is paying, there is the cash that is needed that is supposed to be paid in cash, which for the 2 surgeries totals to around 188,000. I'm reaching out to you that these surgeries needs to be done urgently because vile amelala, ukiona kwa hiyo picha, he's been lying that way for more than 1 week. Hiyo mgongo yake, I'm told, is reddish, is developing sores because ya kulala sana. So if this can be done, if hii surgery ya mkono atakeza fanyika hata kesho, at least he can get nafuu so that aende kulala na side. 7,000. Now, Ruto is in panic. And the panic is not a secret. Haven't you seen head of state? After I shared a video of him in a flight, instead of relaxing, his social media team are recording him talking about them. He was in Talanta Stadium and has become chief influencer. And while parading to the country the progress of Talanta Stadium, it is still the messaging of what they said. He's more worried about what they said than what exactly is happening.
Wangwana, mambo, they were busy treating doubts. We trusted the process. Now look, see for yourselves. Talanta Stadium is right here.
I think the messaging should be praising the progress of the work and how that is going to impact sports. But while showing the country what has been done, we are simply having an ask what they said about it. Yeah? Shayona ile ndoa imeharibika, then mtu anasema bibi yangu alisema. That's the analogy that becomes this. If the opulence, the spectacle, the money fizzles, the people will come for those in power. This is Ayub Savula. In this video, Ayub Savula is donating money to people donning UDA and merchandise. And I want to say Ayub Savula announced his bid for gubernatorial seat in Kakamega. And I understand it was just one of the strategies to steal, because ODM is supposed to get into a contract with the UDA. So Ayub Savula has announced his bid. And it is part of the strategy to make sure that they have a ticket of both ODM and UDA. These are people that were to attend, and actually it is in a church. They're walking out and they're giving 1,000 shilling note. Do you know why? Are you wondering why these videos are captured? It is not just by incident. You cannot video record. You cannot record the deputy governor without his consent and the security team and his team all there. They're doing it deliberately because they want to show the masses that in UDA ndio mahali kuna pesa. So you guys need to go to UDA. And so you guys need to attend UDA events because you're going to be paid. It's about the money. We are parading it. And this is to indoctrinate the voters. That is why it is being recorded, it is being shared, and they're doing it blatantly in front of the cameras, and they don't care. Even if the mainstream media is going to shout about it, because it is the only tool that has been made available after things don't work. Kenyan Kwanza politics is not built on ideology. It is built on affection, and it is transactional, and this is very perishable. This is very weak grounding. This is why they don't want to talk about values, because they have eroded the values. They've eroded the principles. It is just based on the money. When people are paid to attend events so that they can shout totem, it is not about the plan. In fact, many are going for the money because the money is available and it's been made available to them. The population is impoverished, and that is the language they understand, something in their pocket. Students milled in KICC to attend an event that was organized by Okech Sala. And they want to, let us just do this example. The moment they realized they had stayed there for more than 7 hours and no one was giving them the money, they changed the tune and started Ruto Must Go and supporting Babu.
Christian men, don't struggle building a business alone. Let us build one with you, and we guarantee.
Munataka babu, munataka nani? Tunataka babu. 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 Babu, 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 babu,
Sisi kama comrades tunataka kusema tumekasirika, hawezi katuleta hapa alafu maji jameni. Hapana, hiyo hapana. Hata tuna fare ya kurudi leo, tunalala ditao. Tunalala
Today is seriously ungood. As comrade, we have arrived here at 2 today, waiting for something that we hope was listed in the group, and they mobilized again about this thing. Now what is happening, it's not what we hoped for.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. What we are feeding the masses is not something permanent, is not something ingrained in them. It is buying the vote is a very weak strategy. And that when you see people buying, it means that is the last option available. Now, Salah paraded even to the country, and just on this event, you know, there was a push and pull between him and Wanga, and he's telling us that he's using his resources to bring the people. How things change very fast, and politicians are now at a place of endearing themselves simply for the optics of the moment. This is Belgut MP Nelson Koech saying, I want to apologize. It is not my character, and I'm totally embarrassed by the statement asking the police to shoot protesters. It came in the heat of the moment, and I should have been more careful with how I made my statement. These are the people. Look at this and what the president said in Kisumu when he was talking about compensation for the protest victims. He said, those are heroes who are fighting for the democracy of the country. You see how things have changed. And the whole hullabaloo about criminality at the moment is being made something else. It is not that they don't believe those were criminals. They believe, but they have to say what you want to hear at the moment.
Yes, guys, we are on standby for Kalonzo Musyoka. Yeah, anytime when Kalonzo Musyoka begins his town hall in Baltimore, we will loop you in. So keep in. So some people on the look. Once Kalonzo Musyoka starts his Baltimore, once it starts his Baltimore town hall, he is having a town hall where people will be asking questions. We will loop him in. So stay tuned. Kalonzo Musyoka is coming shortly. We here to scare ni idea gani ya Kalonzo, because I think this is one of the biggest visibility which Kalonzo Musyoka is trying to do abroad, and that is why we are keenly following it. So stay looped. We will have him shortly. Neither to tunangojea.
And this is the blunder. When money spectacle fizzle, people will go back to the real demands. And that is where reality will catch up with power. Buying votes is thriving on exploiting the poverty status of the people. When notes are used to suppress principle. Look at this. When Odinga once beloved as Chogo means last born, is now being dismissed as Migogo. Migogo in Luo is msichana ambaye hajaoleka. And that is what is being done in the altar of politics. Even Babu Owino and Edwin Sifuna celebrated for the right things they say. People are being branded in party colors to attack them. The difference here, the crowds are being bought and traded for power. So bad.
I've seen you, Sifuna. Today you will be on air. Please, don't undermine the ODM. Don't undermine the fingers that have been feeding you. In Nairobi, you cannot survive without ODM. Just go there and collect money from Wamunyoro, but don't come here and undermine the ODM leadership. ODM has supported you, Bwana Sifuna. We will ensure that you toe the line or you ship out.
But I'm telling you, it is not all that people think it is. And you can buy the crowds. But all signs show that people chant Totem because we paid them. However, the reality, not that people don't know the true thing. It's not like people don't know. It's not like the masses are naive. No. It is just the moment. Listen to this lady.
Kama tulitoka nje, serikali ya William Ruto ambayo saa hii mnafurahia pesa ya William Ruto. Ruto aliua majenzi. Kwa nini hatuangalii mbele? Kwa nini hatuangalii mbele? Hiyo wakati yote Ruto alikuwa anatunyanyasa. Kwa nini hakukuwa anaona kuna kitu fulani anaweza fanya? Saa hii wimbo ni Ruto. Hatujakataa. Sisi tumefika mwisho. Lakini we mkijana bado hujaoa. We msichana mdogo bado hujaoleka. Hata familia ndio hauna. Kwa hii serikali ya UDA unafurahia nyota. Wacha niwaambie, hiyo pesa uende ufungue boutique, uchome samaki, ununue pikipiki, itaharibika. Kufika 2027 hiyo pesa mtaona. Juu hiyo pesa ni pesa mkono imejaa damu. Ruto angetaka kusaidia, angeangalia ati hao ni wazee, hawa sijui nini. Angesaidia Kenya yote. Saa hii ni Gen Z. Ndio kuna kitu ambayo anatafuta hapo. Kura hizi vitambulisho mmechukua majuzi. Hiyo ndio lengo ya William Samuel Ruto. Ole wako wewe. Tunaenda kuichapa na hakuna mali Ruto utatangazwa umelead. Wacha nikwambie, ukitangazwa umelead ndio utajua. Tunataka utangazwe ya ukweli. Na huyo mtu wa IBC atatangaza William Ruto na William Ruto hajashinda. Unatangaza leo, kesho mochari. Na tuko ready kukupeleka kwenyu. Hatutaki Kenya iingie motoni. Tunataka viongozi ambao wanatufanyia kazi. Lakini Rais Ruto afanyi kazi. Saa hii mashule chakula hakuna. Ruto anazunguka na ndege. Kithure amenunuliwa chopa. Nyuma watu wanaangamia. Munaangalia ama nyinyi mnafurahia tu hiyo pesa? Kwa nini muambii mtu ukweli? Hapo unaenda palpabaya. Sana sana hao watumbo kubwa wetu wa Western. Wetangula na timu yake. Wacha niwaambie, nyinyi muanze mapema. Bunge ikivunjwa sijui inavunjwa mwezi wa 6 sijui mwezi wa 8. Mwende muandae nafasi kwenyu maboma zenyu huko.
Planning to publish your book? You could reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written a book and you're thinking about publishing it, you have to watch this video. Hi, I'm Sarah from Spines, the fastest growing publishing platform in the United States. If you want to give your book the best shot at success, there are a few things you need to know. The world.
Yes.
Yeah, naona Budi amekuja. Budi ati unasema ati local women have turned philosophers, elites like Injiru are now becoming paupers. Unatangaza leo, kesho mochari. Lakini Gachagua akisema it's like Christmas, it's security threat. Hao ni raia wanasema so. Na so you have seen all the people who have announced the wrong elections, what has happened, what has turned to them in Kenya. You can't survive another decade once you do. Hata Isaac Hassan ninashangaa vile ama pengine ni Raila alimsamehea. Maybe that is why he has been able to see another. It's not normal, man. Once umefanya hayo mambo, it's done. Okay. It's powerful. So we are on standby for Kalonzo Musyoka. Once Kalonzo Musyoka starts his address in Baltimore, tunakuja. So I was alerted, Comfort had alerted me, but I was not on. Nilikuwa pahali ingine kwa masimu, so they wanted actually him to come, but sikupatikana, so that was the problem which I got. So actually we could have gotten him earlier. So wakaniambia fungua show mkue huko mtungoje. So anytime Kalonzo Musyoka can be here. Thank you.
She's putting the conversation. See, she's putting the debate. You see, that is the discussion. In Kisumu, a day after Nyota Fund, after that Nyota Fund event, there was a public participation for sale of Safaricom shares. And Mbadi has been moving across the country. Who is the cabinet secretary for treasury from Luo Nyanza? They rose against it and rejected it.
Finance and public debt and privatization. Today met a fiery opposition in Kisumu, where residents expressed strong views on the proposed sale of the government-owned 15% stake of telco giant Safaricom. The residents accused the government of living beyond its means, singling out instances of opulence by a section of the executive, which they said should be stifled.
Do you want to say they were, because do you know why? If these people were paid and were having party orange colors or UDA colors, you would not have had them. So when you face people, and that's why I encourage Kina Sifuna, don't clothe people in colors, in party colors. Meet people in their natural state. Let people come voluntarily. You'll understand what exactly they're up for. This is it. Confusion has been planted. I was shocked when I saw TJ Kajwang and some team bringing together people wearing UDA and ODM caps, and in some Nairobi event where they're bringing together. You know, there's been a discussion, there is a discussion of talks between the two, and we're still asking for this, we're still asking for that. But are there talks really? There is no talks, because people are already joining, they're already together. The masses are being pushed, money has been paid. And this is TJ Kajwang campaigning for President Ruto in Nairobi. These are the men that tell you we are negotiating. They're not negotiating anything. There have been questions about indoctrination and the hype. Aspirants who attended the forum in State House, there have been a question on the quality of aspirants they were. Were they aspirants or were they just people who are paid? Number one, if these people are genuine aspirants, why were they paid 5,000 Kenyan shillings? Why? Yeah, I did not go to State House. Overall, merely several of those aspirants, some of them are subscribers on this channel, and they reach out and they tell us, I was told to pay 2,000 for clearance to get State House. And after that, the bahasha was given 5,000. Why do you pay aspirants who are demanding party tickets to seek elective seats? Were they aspirants, or were they people just mobilized to bring the crowds? And Yvonne Okwara puts it clearly. In fact, what I've seen in that clip, that one, even if I was alive, that would not have happened. Yvonne Okwara puts it clearly, questioning the pampering, the colors, the opulence that comes with the launch of Nyota funds.
This money does not belong to any political party. It is not personal largesse. It is a World Bank-funded project extended to the government of Kenya, not to individuals, not to coalitions, and certainly not to campaign teams. Yet the optics tell a different story. A stage, thousands gathered on the ground, leaders on one side, citizens on the other. Political speeches woven into what is meant to be a development intervention. And then there is the so-called business mentorship set to accompany this disbursement. One is tempted to ask, who exactly is conducting this mentorship? Is it the president, the deputy president, cabinet secretaries? And is this really how meaningful business support is delivered in a rally-style format under the sun to thousands all at once? You see, mentorship is deliberate, it is structured, it is sustained. It is not shouted from a podium. What makes this even more troubling is the sheer wastage involved. I mean, the cost of moving this entire machinery across the country must run into millions, perhaps tens of millions. Money spent on transport, security, accommodation, allowances, and logistics, all to deliver amounts that could be disbursed quietly, efficiently, and with dignity. But you see, this is not an isolated case. This very week, we witnessed the launch of a government policy. A policy, not a project, not a building, not an emergency intervention. A policy that has been 2 years in the making. A large venue is hired, decor installed, seats arranged, food and drink, no doubt, provided, all to launch something whose most important element is not spectacle, but implementation. You see, a policy is gazetted. Then the policy lives or dies by its implementation matrix. A policy could be explained through a press conference.
This is what I'm talking about. We are planting something in the masses, but it is not what it is. This is how it will explode. And I want to explain that. First, kindly, I am still reaching out to you guys. We are looking at fundraising 150,000 by Monday. Yes, by Monday. So that we achieve two things. This gentleman, Dan, is supposed to undergo 2 surgeries. Moja kwa mkono, the other one in the spine. He broke spine. So what happened is he had kifafa and alianguka kwa shimo akifanya gold mining. And after that, he suffered that and he was now stranded in hospital. So we are coming through to support his 2 surgeries. That one is supposed to be done in that hospital around Hero, and the other one will be transferred to Eldoret on Monday. Kindly find it in your place to sacrifice what you can sacrifice to support this mission so that we can rescue a life. This is a life I strongly believe we can rescue. It's not cancerous, it is not bacterial. This was an accident and it is a body injury that can be fixed. Kindly, let's support and save this life. And this is a testimony worth sharing. When money fizzles, people demand accountability. Yes. They will demand, after giving them the money, you will get your way. But after that, they will demand. And I'm seeing post 2027, we're going to, the 2027 elections and all the way, it's going to be a different thing because the manipulation tool is just repeated. Let me tell you another thing. The masses are going to demand their flights to Singapore. We are telling, there's things we are feeding them. And just the way we fed them, hustler fund, hustler. They demanded it in 2024. They demanded it in a form that no one really thought until Raila came for the rescue. I don't know whether that is it. Human rights breach. And this is one of the problems here. Human rights breach is still in the works to protect power, for perpetual maintain power. We are still tear-gassing people in churches to suppress opposition voices simply because we want to maintain power. And these things, the public is taking account. The real impact on the people's lives is the biggest gap. When you talk about the airports, we talk about the roads, we talk about You talk about the hospitals, you talk about the stadium. It is good. You talk about the houses that you're building. It is good for the optics. The country looks good. The picture's fine. But deep down, if people cannot still get Dawk hospitali, if you're still having ghost schools and some parents cannot, the university fee has become so expensive that parents cannot take their children there, we still have a problem with the software. And that is why I'm feeling we need to do better. Thank you.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it?
Haya, msimamo ni kukaribishe. We are on standby for Mr. SKM. Anytime Bwana Kalonzo Musyoka anaanzia kuhutubia halaiki. But for now, we are here and we say what we have to say here. So, can you react to what is happening now in our nation? Kama kuna kitu umeona kimetendeka siku ya leo in terms of mobilizing votes to get Ruto out. Na kama umeweza kuona chochote ambacho Kalonzo Musyoka anafanya hapa Marekani. Na ile event Gachagua ameattend leo ya dowry. Leo Gachagua amekuwa kwa dowry na watu wameongea sana. And in that event, Mama Mirandi alikuwa huko. Sijui kama mmesikia Mama Mirandi ameachana na Ruto. Bwana msimamo hiyo wewe that Mama Mirandi ameachana na Ruto ama nikuwekee upate?
Nimeona kwa mbali kidogo naweza iweka, lakini nilifuatilia kiduchu tu.
Wacha nikuwekee. Uko na time ama niachane na wewe kwanza? Wewe ongea.
Weka. Niko na time brother leo.
Anaitangwa nani? Namuita jambo kama Mama Miradi. Unajua watu wanajipea majina. Unasikia kama wewe sasa anajiita Mama Miradi. Yaani anajishikanisha na kazi. Sijui kama unashika hiyo story. Unajua mtu akishajiita Mama Miradi sasa, huyo mtu unaweza munyima kazi yaani. Yaani huyo mtu ni kama yaani ashajipea mtihani na akajiweka tick. Can you imagine that? Anaitwa nani? Hebu nipe jina lake. Mama Miradi jina lake.
Omanga. Millicent Omanga.
Oh yeah. Na siku nyingine hapa alikuwa ameshikanisha taifa mbaya sana.
Najua lisilobudi kutendwa jamaa wangu sasa.
Sasa siamini bwana. Siamini na sifu Millicent Omanga na kuna siku alikuwa ameshikanisha taifa hapa bwana.
Omanga.
Wewe msimamo unakumbuka ile siku alishikanisha taifa ama niachane na hiyo ujinga?
Kabisa, lakini naona ameokoka sasa. Ameokoka.
Niachane na hiyo ujinga, niseme Mama Miradi alishikanisha taifa na anaendelea kushikanisha taifa.
Acha tumsikize.
Wacha niwaekee Mama Miradi alafu tuendelee.
Mheshimiwa Millicent Omanga, msalimieni, mwambie hi cousin. Hi Kuzo. Cousin hi. Kuja hapa Kuzo usalimie au makuzo wako.
Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana tunakaa tumehoreka hivi. Bwana asifiwe. Hebu tusalimiane nione kwa mikono. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Asanteni sana. Kwanza kabisa nataka kuambia Ann na Alois, congratulations. He who finds a wife finds a good thing. Na tutawaombea your marriage iendelee kuwa na amani, mpate watoto wengi ambao watakuja kutupigia kura. Mimi vile His Excellency amesema naitwa Millicent Omanga. Mimi nilisimama kule Nairobi 2022. Na mimi nafurahishwa sana na hii jamii ya Mlima kwa sababu mlinipatia kura 1,600 kule Nairobi. Mlifanya kazi nzuri sana na nawaambia asante. So raundi hii pia, kwa sababu haikutosha, kidogo tu kwa kikapu haikutosha. Sasa raundi hii 2027 bado niko hapo, kwa hiyo kinyang'anyiro. Na raundi hii si tuko cousins wote pamoja. Sasa hamutakuwa nyinyi peke yenu ati wale 1600 cousins hata wetu sasa wa Kisii. Mmeona Matiang'i ametuleta pamoja? Mmeona Matiang'i amemtuleta pamoja? Anakuja kushikana na cousins wa hapa Mount Kenya. Na mmeona pia pule kutoka Eastern, yule cousin Bwana Kalonzo, umeona pia ameleta watu wake pamoja, na yeye anakuja pale Nairobi. Sisi wote tujaze, na women rep pale ni mama Nairobi, ni mama Miradi, ni Millicent Omanga. Sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuambia hivi, kuna mahoteli nyingi zinafunguliwa na zitafunguliwa. Na mimi nawaambia watu wetu, hoteli ikifunguliwa msikatae, muende mkule, kwa sababu ile mnakula ni ile yenu ya ushuru. Tuko pamoja? Hoteli imefunguliwa. Saizi hii ni window ya hoteli. Sisi wote tuende tukule ile hoteli. Si mnasikia wabunge wenu wanashinda State House? Si wanashinda State House? Wanaenda kila mtu kila wiki anapata 2,000,000 anakuja naye, na muhakikishe wao wanakuletea chakula hapa kwa ground, kwa sababu wanatoa State House, na hiyo ni ile pesa yetu ya ushuru. Kwa hivyo hoteli imefunguliwa, tuende tukule. Na mimi nikisema hivyo nasema kama mtu ambaye anajua. Mimi Millicent Omanga ndio nilikuwa diet kule, na sisi kwa jamii yetu tunasema, ukiona samaki imetoka kule kwa maji imekuja juu ikasema kuna mamba inauma pale chini, mnafaa muamini. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Mimi nitamalizia hapo, nitasema ni asante na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you, cousin. Nimekwenda tuete
react. Eli ametoroka. Msimamo, go ahead. Alafu Eli akuje. Eli na kungoja. And by the way, we are on standby for SKM. Anytime SKM can join our show. Go ahead. Msimamo.
Anyway, unajua hawa ndugu zetu nao watandikapo siku lalapo, but kama ameamua kutoka huko, na ninachokimaanisha kwamba basi kenge kuambia mama mamba hapo ndani yaumwa na homa, basi umuamini, kwa sababu hao wote wanakaa sehemu moja. Sawa, wacha tuone kwa vitendo, lakini wanatoka huko alafu wanakuja kuungana huku, sometimes pia tuangalie. Lakini kama atamanisha kweli, tutamuona haswa mipango yake. Sasa hivi ni mapema, siwezi mjadili zaidi, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe haswa amepotelea haswa na katika masuala mazima, yani amenyamaza sana katika masuala mazima haya ya siasa since hiyo wakati. So kwa kweli, wacha tuone effort yake, mipango yake alionayo, alafu hapo tunaweza kumjadili zaidi. But kwa hii kwamba nimemuona for the first time, upande wangu siwezi nikajadili sana siasa yake kwa kina, kwa sababu sitaki kuleta maneno ambayo yatakuwa hayafungamani na haswa na ukweli. But ana nafasi ya kufanya hivyo, kusimama na nafasi ya kuweza kutubaka, bora amanishe, asije tu huku kwetu kama mchunguzi na kucheki mambo gani hapo mezani yatapangwa, kwa sababu hawa wageni sometimes pia tuangalie ikifikia wakati mida kama hii, si wote tu watasema bwana bwana, labda vingine wataweza kuona ufalme mbinguni, so wasiwe miongoni mwa wao. Hilo tunaweza kuzungumza hapo, but kama anamaanisha tutamuona kwa vitendo na tutamchunguza kwa kina kwa kile semi na nyakati, kwa sababu siku zote ukweli haujifichi kaka yangu, kweli haufichiki kabisa, na ukidhihiri basi uongo unajitenga. Asante.
Aya, so mama Miradi unamwambiaje? Karibu ama wewe utaki?
Karibu, kumkaribisha, kumwambia karibu, nitamkaribisha yoyote, kwa sababu lengo liwe moja, na chama ama muungano ama vuguvugu ni watu. So tukusema wewe enda, Hatujajua pengine hakuna nini ambayo anafanyia, but tunamkaribisha, ila tukukaribisha si kumaanisha kwamba ndo kuridhika kabisa. But kukaribisha watu tutakaribisha, kwa sababu muungano wetu ni watu, chama ni watu, vuguvugu letu wa swala United Opposition ni watu. So muungano wa watu hata yeye yumo, so ana nafasi ya kuweza kujoin us, kujumuika nasi, akusongesha hili gurudumu pamoja, lakini tu awe amemaanisha, kwa sababu asije tu akawa kama kioo, unaona. Lakini kama atakuwa amemaanisha, tutamwona kwa vitendo, haswa kwa ile seriousness ya nyamba atakuwa nayo, na kwa sababu tuko hapa kuweza kumjadili kama kiongozi, basi tutajua ukweli wake haswa, either atatufaa ama amekuja kama mgeni wa kudumu, ama amekuja kwa sababu kuja kuangalia kile mnachopanga. Hilo ndo langu, kwa kumkaribisha, na mkaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu kama Mkenya, na pia na azma yake ya kuweza kurudi kuania kiti chake ambacho aliweza kukosa wakati ule. Basi haswa kwa upande wetu tukiona kwamba anatija na msukumo, kwa nini tusiweze kumbaka na kumkaribisha na kusimama na yeye? Kwa hiyo ninamkaribisha kiupande wangu. Asante.
Haya, sawa. Budi ameenda, na nilikuwa nikifikiria amekuja kureact to Mama Miradi joining our show. Okay, ni sawa. Akikuja nitampea. So let's see another person who spoke today. Wacha niweke Karogo wa Dhangwa.
Asante sana Njenje. Your Excellency, the People's Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Alois and Ann, na MCAs ambao wamefika hapa na wakazi wote. Hamjambo? Hamjambo tena. Mimi nimesimama hapa jitako Karogo wa Dhangwa, hihi ni undu wa andu aria ageni, na ndeigua ndikite kuheo kanya kau nigetha njite mutongoria witu wa kirima, nigetha atwariria tugwetera maundu maiganona. No ni urigienda kwamba kuga mbere yo ni gucokeria ngatho andu a Gatundu South na Gatundu North, tondu ni inyui muronaniria ati Rigathi wa Gachagua ndangihutio ni mundu. Riria twari guku on Sunday kuria Kiamuoria, matuma andu guku ni mwarugamire wega na mukirugama uria kwagiriire. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuwashukuru na niwashukuru zaidi. Your Excellency, nino nguhoire uthie na mbere na gutwaririria, na nikio itakumaga ikinya, tondu ni njui hari uri niho wisdom iri, niho rume uri, na niho wendi wa andu akirima uri. Ugatwaragiriria tondu riu guku gwitu Kiambu tunyararitwo, ginya mucere tukireherwo ni aria mararehe marawita thi acucu aitu na mami aitu monganie ta nguku. Kuria niguo mekire kuria Gatundu, na magita ginya mboco kundu gutari gwekika undu tocio, na guku ni kuri irio, ni kuri bothi, na ni kuri andu a kwirutira wira. Kwa hivyo Your Excellency, tutetere na tondu Mugikuyu augire ndithuire mumioni take ta mumianiriri. Your Excellency, thie na mbere na kumanirira, tondu we ni uramenya tuhurubaru twa blue, twa yellow na turia tungi turehetwo thiini wa Mount Kenya, no uramanirira tu wa magweta tu na ritwa mundu aracoka kuria araumite akariganirwo nginya ni kiama giake agathingirite kiama kiria kia mundu uria uramutumite. Your Excellency, kwa hivyo ni vizuri uende ukiwatangazia, na sisi tutaendelea kuwatangazia kutoka mwanzo mpaka mwisho. Ya mwisho, Alois, congratulations and your wife na your children. Anome ni dana korwo MC hede mwe kogwo wana thio hiki no nginya gatara aria mahikanie githe tiguo ithe matikeheagwo ciugo igire ithe tiwaga de matare. Alois ungikera kumenya kira kirakaritie mutumia mwire ahoithie ni uri menyaga niki nigatha maundu mau mugathio bangite narua. Nikimalizia, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, we niwe twathurire, hatire mundu ungi twathurire. Na yangu tu ni kukuomba andu aria othe me thiini wa Mount Kenya aria uranirira amwe makora, ni tukwenda uthie na mbere na kwira mundu ugwitwo William Samoei Ruto atige guthukia ciana citu, tondu mathie mwena wake marahana ta marita mayao, si ndio? Mathie mwena uria makahana ta mafoia, maundu maria tutuire turwagirira ukona andu acio nginya matingirwirira. Riria twaheo mucere na ugaitangwo thi ukona ona matiraria. Riria tukite haha go celebrate brother haha ona matingiuka. Uguo ni kuga ni ta mafoyetwo. Uguo ni kuga tumete na mucie your excellency tumoria atiriri, kainyu mutarona uria turona ukai na guku oi niga tutigakimenane, tutigakimene mucie na tutigakimene nginya family. Ngokinyia hau nie ndiri okuo no ndugamirire Kiambu County na no ndathie na mbere kurugama haria rigiji ari tondu niwe uturugamirire ithuothe thiini wa Kenya. Ta imagine ko tuti
what Karugwa Vangwa is alluding is there was a day when there was a donation which was done for mchele Bwana Musimamo, and sijui kwa nini hiyo mchele ilimwagwa. Hiyo mchele ilimwagwa alafu watu walikuwa naipigania kama ikuwa huko chini. I think it was an event which was there on Sunday ya wale wa mama hawana wazee na wale wazee hawana mabibi because wameaga. So it was a very pathetic time. Sawa ni sawa Mbudi, nimetulia sasa. I was just doing a small printout and I didn't want to leave the show ikuwa peke yake. So ni vile tu nimeenda kwa printer na computer, so nikiwa hapo. So I was just printing something. So don't be worried. I've already finished that task, so we can now continue. So don't say that I'm not focused. I'm very much focused. I didn't want to leave the show alone. Nikukasirisha zaidi. So sijui shida ya Mbudi na kuanga nini. Mbudi akiniona nikitembea kidogo hataki. Nikiachanisha show hataki. So Mbudi sasa ndio hivyo. So I don't want to be leaving show, so I have to be here. So kama kuna kitu imenishika kidogo, I better even move with the computer. So that's what I did because I didn't want to leave the show alone. So I just went to the printer. But once SKM is here, I'll not even move or even blink. So don't be worried about that. So SKM atapata a very serious person. Thank you.
Asante, thank you. Adwa nyoba itu.
Let's listen to Gachagua alafu tuendelee. Thank you.
Adwa nyoba itu. Muri okuwa nyoba. No mweyomereirie. Ona ciathira kara. Ona twatherio nĩ gĩthĩnji, agathukia gĩthomo, agathukia mathibitarĩ, akoraga ciana citũ, mũkeyũmia. Ona ndi ndĩyũmĩtie wa kahĩti wa kairĩtu. Thank you very much, asante sana. Niĩ nĩ ndakena mũno makĩria nĩ gũka gũkũ Kĩganjo Gatũndũ bũrũri wa Uhuru wa Kenyatta muthamaki witu no kware wa Jomo wa Kenyatta muthamaki witu wa mbere tugukite gukungwira unduire witu ta Gikuyu Kinyanjui na Wangari ni mwatwika wega muno ta ruriri tondu wa gwitikira kurumirira makinya ma Mugikuyu kihiko-ini kianyu mitugo itu ya Mugikuyu na unduire witu igakungwirwo na ikambarario. Ni ndakena muno kunyitanira na andu a mucii na arata aku na andu a Gatundu na andu a Juja tugikungwira unduire witu ta Gikuyu tondu mitugo ya Mugikuyu ya haria kabere oko ni uturumagirira bururi uyu witu ngiri muthaka muno muno makiria. Koguo Kinyanjui na Wangari, asanteni sana, mwakinya makija maria mwagiriire, na tondu ni wacaria utongoria, uguo niguo mundu atahaga irathimo kuri aciari ake na andu ao. Koguo makinya macio wakinya, kinyiro hau Muriu, kinyiro hau. Nie njuge unduire witu na mitugo itu ya Gikuyu ni hau niho ndi. Ithue gutire mundu gatwenderia guoya atwete akabira ati to nitwendete andu aitu na nitwendete unduire witu na mitugo ya Mugikuyu. Nie ngutura nugamite hau na magongona mothe ma Ugikuyu ruriri-ini haria rwaruma. Ndetwo ni ndiukaga, ndetwo thoni ni ndiukaga, ndetwo ruracio ni ndiukaga, ndetwo ngurario ni ndiukaga, tondu nie ndi Mugikuyu na nditiagira na ngakenera unduire witu tondu ni wa bata na ni wa goro. Na aria mwerora igongona riuma haha ni muonora ri ithaka. Uguo niguo andu aitu maikaraga tene, na athuri aria matariri haha ni meka wega matuhe ciugo cia goro na cia bata na ni gututeithia muno muturire-ini witu. Itanaingira maundu ma bururi, nie Kinyanjui na Wangari tondu ni ndoka ndaikara haha mathaa macio ndaikara mwendi wira muingi. Ngwenda kumuria munjokerie guoko handu ha ruriri, na niyo kira ndingimwira munjokerie guoko tu ni muongerere twana twangi twiri ruriri rwakwa ruthereme na runenehe. Ni andu aigana maretikania nani? Ni andu aigana maretikania nani? Nie ndirauga atiri na ndiraconoka. Nie ndirauga atiri na ndiraconoka. Nyumba ino itu ithereme. Nyumba ino itu ni guthira irathira ni undu wa njohi ya ibango. Ni mwende obici ni ndanindite njohi ya ibango ni horo ama. Kuma ndaingatwo ni acokire ngandi acokire. Ithue nyumba ino itu irenda guthira na nyumba ino tutingitikira ithire na tutingitikira ruriri ruhuke. Koguo ni ngwenda kuoya mweke uyu kuria airetu atunana kiaitu na athuri na atimia aria mari na megutha, athuri aria matari maracokia macembe thito, mutuongerere twana ruriri ruthereme. Twana ni kirathimo katiguo andu aitu, na nie ndigiconoka ngiuga ngiuria nyumba ino itu ingitikira. Recommendation yakwa kwi ruriri, ndirenda andu othe mebange wega, o mucio wa muthuri na mutimia, ukinyihiria ciana itikanyihire ithathatu tuthiete mbere. Hau ni mwahura rui eni katiguo bote, katiguo bote. Tondu riri no tukorwo tutari andu ogi. Andu a nyumba itu rucio rwitu na hinya witu ni urumwe witu na uingi witu. Urumwe witu na uingi witu. Itikirai mutiri athini ni mukuruta wira. Ni tuongerere ciana, o mucio ndukanyihire ciana ithathatu. Ona aciari aitu mari na 10 na 12 na matiathomete na no matuthomithirie. Ningi mumenye atiriri, mwanengera wira nduike president wa gatandatu ri ni gucokia rinda mama mukaheagwo twana mutakuriha. Ningi ni gucokia githomo kia bure gia primary kira kia Mwai wa Kibaki. Ni gucokia githomo gia secondary kia bure kia Uhuru wa Kenyatta. Mutire na gitumi gia kuima ruriri twana. Ruriri ruru nigetha ruthereme ni tuongerere ciana, na ciana ni kirathimo tuhetwo ni Ngai. Koguo Alois ndakuhe wira thutha wa mwaka tuone Wangari anjia kuhumba kiburana. Athiete oguo no tuthiete nigetha tondu ni ndoka uyu andu a example tondu wi mutongoria katiguo. Ona atongoria angi me ajiji mutiri murakura. Ona inyuĩ muonie andũ a Gatundu turenda kumatongoria umonie uria ruriri rugutherema. Acoka wira tondu tugucoka njohi ya ibango iria irogaga ciana citu cia kahii ngiingira wira uguo mieri 6 mutikameigua guku Gatundu tondu wira ucio ni turarutite no karika na wira ucio no kurutwo tutingitikira mwana wa kahii akomage mitaro. Ni turaconoka muno mwanake witu uhikanitie akahikia muiretu muthaka toyo uretwa Wangari mwanake akamage rungu rwa gitanda nake Wangari ari iguru ria gitanda. Uhoro ucio ni uratuiguithia uru muno ni undu wa njohi ya ibango na ni undu wa ciana citu gukoma mitaro. Koguo ni ngirikia njugi atiriri ni turaigua uru muno ati Ruto ahenirie ciana citu ni agucihe mawira akioya ciana citu agitwara Russia na ndacirite ciathie bara acirite ciathie wira wa gutwarithia ngari wira wa kuruta wira ma factory ciakinya kuwikirwo ithie bara na itia trainetwo kurwa iroragirwo kou ni heho ikoragirwo kou ni bomu na marithathi iracoka guku cie cimba na ingeikaga guka tugathika miramba. Ni tukwenda kuria thirikari ciana iria ciothe Ruto ahenirie mena mutua magithie Ruraya mamacokie mucie moke turi nao na thina guku me muoyo handu ha mokage guku makuite. Ndeto icio ni ndeto itari njega na ni ndeto cia kuhenia andu. Namba 2 ni ngwenda kuga guku Gatundu ni mwenda arutite wira munene muno wa kahua na ni murarira maciaro ma wira ndarutite no wira macani kuma ndauma obici ni wahitanire bonus irera heanirwo ni oithi muno thiini wa miaka mingi. Maundu macio mothe ma guaranteed minimum return ni maundu tukurora mona mwatuhe thirikari nigetha murimi akirima akamenya kiria arionaga. Namba 2 kwi wira muingi muno guku warutitwo ni Uhuru wa Kenyatta na wothe ni warugamire barabara ino ya Kiganjo guthie Mombo-ini bara iyo ni yarugamire na andu maratwira ati kwi wira urarutwo na andu matirawona. Kuri ndemu cianjitio mai manjitio guku ni Uhuru wa Kenyatta mothe ni marugamire. Maundu macio ni mutureciria uhoro wamo na kahinda karia Ngai agutuonekanira tuone thirikari na nitukuona nituguka kurikia maundu macio. Nie njuge ngirikia ndikwenda kwaria muno gwenda kuga andu a nyumba itu mutigetikire tugayukanio ni mundu. Ithuĩ hinya witu ni urumwe witu ni muraiguite Ruto etete andu kuria State House ajumbe yanyu makiuga ati Kiambu yehere kirima. Kirima ti mihaka, kirima ni ruriri na gutiri hindi Kiambu ingihuta kirima. Ithuothe twi kindu kimwe Mugikuyu wa Kiambu wa Murang'a wa Nyeri wa Nyandarua wa Kirinyaga twi kindu kimwe. Ithuĩ na andu a Embu na andu a Meru twi kindu kimwe. Nyungu ya kirima ni ya mahiga 3 na nigethe hie ndigathate ikoragwo na mahiga 3 ihiga ria Mugikuyu ria Embu na Mumeru na gutiri hindi tugatigana na andu a Meru na andu a Embu ni maregete uhoro ucio na makauga matingitikira Ruto atugayukanie. Koguo ndimwire andu aitu tuikare twi kindu kimwe tuikare twendanite nigetha tuhote guteithia nyumba ino itu ndikaninwo ni mundu ucio tondu niguo abangite. Ni ngwenda gucokeria andu a Gatundu ngatho riria twirigite guku ni twabangeirwo bara ni Ruto na andu ake no nie ndamakire ati atimia a Gatundu manoraga mabanga ta arume makimiraga mugerie muone. Ndakenirio ni atimia a Gatundu maroya mathanwa makauga mugerie. Andu acio mokite marihirwo ni anake a Gatundu maumaga guku makiuragia kwao ni naku. Andu a Gatundu ni ndamucokeria ngatho inyue mutiakagwo macuru mwi ciana cia mau na mutingienderio guoya na mutingienda mundu wa kumutanga kana wa guthukia thayo wa muingi na ni ndamucokeria ngatho. Na no tuguikara tugiukaga Gatundu ni mukwenda tukae kaingi na nikio raiguire ria ndirarikirire bengiuga ni ndiraconokire muno ni PS wa guku wetagwo Bianco atumitwo ni Ruto arehe mucere na mboco agaita tiri-ini nigetha andu matharane agacoka koya video agatumira Ruto nigetha we na Karijini matuthekerere makinywa musiki. Ni turaconokire muno na ni uru muno Guthindia andu aitu ugathukia kahua, ugathukia macani, ugathukia iria, ugathukia urimi wa nguku, ugathukia biashara nigetha matuike ahoi makuinamagirire makugocage nawe nduri Ngai. Andu agatundu mutikanetikire ringi guitirwo mucere tiri-ini tondu inyu mutire ngurwe. Mundu ucio ni atunyararite na agatwagithia gitio, na haria tukinyanitie nake erwo tondu ni aratumena muno ona kura citu ariganirwo nicio. Ndungienda ng'ombe no thure kamukwa tondu we arathura Mugikuyu, agathura unduire witu, agathura maundu maitu mothe, kiria na bata kio kuri ithuĩ no kura. Nawe turauga wathura Mugikuyu na maundu make na unduire wake na mabiacara ciake, ona kura ciake origanirwo, kura icio ndukona. Na nie njuge ni njui to ni thiurukite Kenya no haria yaruma. Maundu ma mundu ucio ni marikite, tutigitio gukira kiroko tene twike uria kwagiriire. Na ndamwirire thina uria tuonire twathirio hiki na ngari yene, twakinya rui tukirwo tume. Riu ni turathondekire ngari itu, mwigito witu, ngoi itu, nyumba itu, rucio rwitu, kiama gitu kia rurire kia DC. Hau niho turi na niho tutirauma hau, na tutikwenda kugania kura. Turenda kura citu ciothe ikorwo kiama kimwe kinene nigetha tuhote kugitira nyumba ino itu ndigakorwo na thina. Mundu gwitwo Raila wa Odinga arahurukiria atari atuika president wa Kenya, no gutire thirikari ataraingiraga tondu arari na kiama kinene kina andu aingi, na koguo na ithuĩ ni tukwenda tukorwo na kiama kimwe kinene kina andu a kuigana nigetha tuhote kugitira maundu ma nyumba itu. Ya mwisho mimi niseme nataka kukashifu ile kitu ilifanyika pale kwa biashara ya Governor Kimani wa Matangi. Unajua hao wajumbe wa Kiambu walienda kwa William Ruto wakamtisha ya kwamba watamuacha asipokubali kuharibu mali ya Kimani wa Matangi. Akatuma polisi na mabuldoza wakabomoa mali ya Wamatangi na kuharibu magari. Walipambana na magari ni kama imekosea mtu, wakaharibu hiyo mali. Kimani wa Matangi ni mtoto wetu na hata tukubali aangaishwe kama tuko. Na kama Kimani wa Matangi kuna makosa amefanya, tuambiwe ni makosa gani. Na kama kuna kitu Kimani wa Matangi amekula yako William Ruto, utuambie tuchange pesa tukurudishie. Kati guo. Na mimi nataka nipongeze ma MCA wa Kiambu. Wameitwa wamepatiwa kila mtu 5,000. Atuwa impeach wa Matangi wakasema hiyo ni ujinga wakakataa. Mimi MCA ya Kiambu na watolea nyinyi kofia. Nyinyi hamjafikisha ujinga ile kiwango ya wabunge. Wale walipewa pesa watufukuze. Wabunge wa Kiambu wameonesha ya kwamba ni wa viongozi kamili, wanapenda Kiambu na wanapenda Mlima Kenya, na wamekataa kuchukua pesa kufurusha Kimani wa Matangi. Na mimi niseme sitakubali wa Matangi aangaishwe. Sitakubali mtu yeyote kutoka mlima huu aangaishwe. Lazima tutasimama na heshima na haki ya kila Mkenya na kila mtu wa eneo hili. Katigu adwaito. Katigu adwaito. Koguo ni ndake na muno, ndina maundu maingi. Rucio ni ngathi kina gobu. Andu no majitite kuugire waru cia kuria. Tukiaragia kidogo. Ona guku gatundu no tugucoka, ona Juja ni tuguka, ona Ruto ni tuguka. Muliona William Ruto alikuwa ametuma watu pale Udhaya kuua mimi na wamama na watoto kanisani. Si muliona? Na mpaka wa leo hiyo watu hawajashikwa kwa sababu Ruto ndiye alikuwa ametumana. Hata ile mjumbe ya kwangu ambaye alikuwa amesimamia hiyo kazi, William Ruto alikuwa amemuita huko Kwale jana kumpongeza na kunywa chai na yeye na kuambia yeye vile alifanya kazi nzuri. Kwa hivyo tunajua ile uchunguzi ilikuwa nafanyika haitaendelea na hakuna pahali itaenda kwa sababu mwenye kutumana watu wauawe ni huyu William Ruto. Na hii maneno ni ile tabia yake ya zamani. Tulikuwa tunafikiria amebadilika. Alituambia ameokoka. Unajua yeye aliua watoto na wamama pale Kiambaa 2008. Na inaonekana hiyo tabia ya kuua watu kanisani hajabadilika. Na kwa hivyo niseme hiyo maneno hatutakubali na hiyo maneno tutaendelea kuikachifu. Mimi niko na viongozi wengi sana hapa, nataka tuwatambulishe ndio muwajue. Maybe a few of them can say one or two things. Tuko na viongozi, tuko na Paul Mugo anasimama Gatundu, ndio huyu, pigia makofi. Tuko na mheshimiwa Karicho anasimama Lari, pigia makofi. Tuko na engineer Mkuha anasimama Gatundu North, pigia makofi. Tuko na Jenga wa Mafati anasimama Githunguri, pigia makofi. Tuko na Jude Jomo, shujaa yetu kutoka Kiambu Town, pigia makofi. Haya, naona Mudhoni wa Kirumba ameingia. Bebe Tops mwenyewe, karibu. Tuko na mheshimiwa Mbote anasimama Gatundu North, pigia makofi. Tuko na Wangeshi wa Roe anasimama Mwea, pigia makofi. Tuko na wakili Wangoi anasimama Women Rep, pigia makofi. Tuko na Owen Dongo anasimama Kikuyu, pigia makofi. Tuko na Kigathe anasimama Kikuyu huko kwa Kimani Ichung'wa, pigia makofi. Tuko na Yvonne anasimama Kabete, pigia makofi. Tuko na Mudhemba anasimama huko Roiro, pigia makofi. Tuko na huyu Shaban anasimama Roysambu, pigia makofi. Tuko na Mainawa Chipo anasimama Roiro, pigia makofi. Tuko na Bwana Pemo anasimama Kasarani, pigia makofi. Tuko na Joyce alikuwa deputy governor, pigia makofi. Tuko na huyu kijana Kamau Megwe anafanya kazi na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, pigia makofi. Tuko na Kongo Kifadhi wa Gatundu South, pigia makofi. Tuko na Generali kutoka Lari, pigia makofi. Alafu niko hapa na waheshimiwa. Tuko na Samido wako hapa. Unajua Samido? Wewe kuja hapa Samido. Batie microphone achape moja. Haina rumwe. Haya, endelea Samido.
Iwanali wanana menya ananokionde.
Nếu như hôm nay là ngày cuối cùng con còn nhỏ, bạn sẽ hối tiếc nhất điều gì? Là những lúc con bệnh.
Karibu sana Your Excellency. Na gwira guku wigwe we very safe and secure. Ni urare kuria gwito mucie wake amworia na ni ronire guku ni twikurangira andu aitu. You are very safe na andu akiganjo Ngai aro murathima ni undu wa kurangira muthuri hindi arokite guku. Tondu muonanirie kiganjo ni kuri thayu na no tuhote kurigitira andu aitu. Nie ndi murata wa Mheshimiwa Alois na nikio njokire guku mucie uyu na ongeragio guo no hoya MCAs aria aitu othe twinao a guku gwitu Kiambu na all the MCAs around tafadhali mukuhiririe ongeragio guo ndiraria. Njuga ni ndikwaria miario meingi muthenya wa muthi no ni njoy undu umwe ati ground iroiga atia, ground iroiga atia, niguo iroiga, niguo muroiga. Your Excellency no waigua andu aguku ria maroiga na nie ngoiga atiriri muthuri uyu ni anyaririrwo aki-impeachwo ni horo wama ni anyarirwo aki-impeachwo. Ni mukwenda governor wa Matangi nake a-impeachwo, ni mukwenda governor wa Matangi a-impeachwo. Ithuĩ ta MCAs a Kiambu turaugire mahuthire njira ciothe makwenda kuhuthira no tukurugama na Matangi kina tamu yake thire na athurwo ringi. Niguo muroiga andu a Kiambu, niguo muroiga. Ona kahura ri nĩ ndautaira mwega, nĩ ndautaira mwega. Ona akiathie na mbe Ngai aro murathima. Gwe MCA introduce na karibuni sana guku gwitu kiganjo na tu ni mucio wa thayo na Ngai aro murathima ni undu wa guku gwitu. Asante ni sana.
Mugeni witu wa gitio kana uria tunyitite ugeni, Alois and your family, our deputy president Rigiji, our senator na atongoria othe aria me guku. Ngai ni mwega na hindi ciothe. Na ni njitagwo John Njogu Kamande kana coaches thuritwo itura ria kuria Ruiru ria Gitothua. na Alois nĩ mũrata wakwa mũno mũno mũno, nĩkĩo naniĩ njũkire nĩgetha tũmwĩre congratulations Alois and family nĩ ũndũ wa ihinda rĩrĩ ũtũhete. Thank you mũno. Niĩ ndikwenda kwaria mũno, no wega ingĩũmĩrĩria our deputy president ngwĩre mũnene witũ wa Kĩrĩma twĩ thutha waku piũ igana kwa igana. Niĩ ndĩ coaches wa Gĩtothua nĩ njũĩ atĩ DCP nĩkĩo kĩama kĩrĩa kĩrauga, kana tiguo? Ũguo nĩguo kũrĩ, ngwĩre twĩ thutha waku na tũtirauma hau. Ngai wa moya mũrathime na mwĩke wega. Asante sana.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Bwana Yesu asifiwe tena. Kwanza Bwana Rigiji na timu yote, Bwana Senator, MCS wenzangu, aspirants wote, asanteni sana kufika hapa. Alois ni rafiki yangu, tulikuwa na yeye Jubilee, na mimi Mungu alinisaidia nikapata kiti, na yeye kura yake haikutosa, lakini raundi najua itatosa. Mimi naitwa Kennedy Odhiambo Obudho na nilichaguliwa na chama cha Jubilee kule Kawasukari, niko bunge ya Kiambu. Ile kitu moja ningesema hapa kwa TV, Rigiji watu wanampiga ati yeye ni mkabila. Mimi si ni Mjaluo, si niko na yeye. Huyu ndugu yangu pia ako hapa, si ni Mluya, si ako na yeye. So ile kitu ningemwambia Rigiji, wewe kabila sote wako na wewe, na Wajaluo wanakuita Uncle Rigiji. Sasa Uncle, asante sana, tutakusikilia hadi mwisho.
Bwana asifiwe. Asifiwe tena. Your Excellency Rigiji, familia Alois, ageni arĩa othe megũkũ, hamari twajĩtagwo Rehab Wanjikũ Mwaura, ama nominated MCA gũkũ Kiambu, na mũndũ wa gũthukio ndakĩaragia mũno, ndakĩhota gũita mũtu. Ithuĩ gavana witũ arauga tũtikahũre siasa tũgacihũra January 2027, na nĩngenete mũno nĩ gũkorwo haha. Alois, congratulations nĩ kũgĩa na mũndũ. Karibuni sana wageni, niĩ ndĩ wa gũkũ gwitũ nĩ Gatũndũ South, na gũkũ rũgongo kũndũ gwĩtagwo Ndarugũ, wodi ya Ndarugũ. Koguo ageni gũkũ nĩ mũciĩ, nĩ ndamũkaribisha mũrĩ inyuothe, mũigue mwĩ mũciĩ. Asante.
From the rank and file of our political administration, His Excellency Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, our Senator, members of Parliament, and everyone involved today. Before you is Sine Simiyu Brian, by the grace of God, the current MCA Kahawa Ndani Ward, na nimekuja hapa kushikilia Alois. Alois nimejuana naye kwa muda mrefu, na leo ni siku yake. Wacha tusiseme mingi kuhusu siasa, lakini hapa mahali tuko, hii ndio barabara ambayo tunaenda kuichukua 2027. I'm also here to testify that DCP is not a local and a tribal party. DCP is a party with a national outlook, na wakati tutafika huko mbele tutaiuza. Mungu awabariki na watendee mema. Asanteni.
His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, our Senator Karungo Thang'wa, aspirants wote na andũ arĩa othe mũkĩte igongona-inĩ rĩrĩa mũrata witũ Alois, ndamũgeithia na rĩtwa rĩa Mwathani. mũrĩega? Niona ni ndĩ mwega. Rĩtwa rĩakwa njĩtagwo Njino wa Ndiba, kwa wendi wa Ngai nĩ niĩ MCA mũthure wa itũra rĩa Ndarugũ gũkũ Gatũndũ South. Njuge wa mbere nĩ gũcokeria Alois ngatho nĩ ũndũ wa mũthenya ũyũ wa mũthĩ, tondũ gũtirĩ ũndũ mwega ta gũka gũcokeria aciari ngatho hĩndĩ ĩrĩa marĩ muoyo, nigetha ndũkanare gwethagĩrĩra hihi mĩri ya hĩndĩ ĩrĩa ũngĩokire, hĩndĩ ĩrĩa aciari marĩ ho wanjagie kũria hihi ũhoro ũngĩ. Njuge andũ aitũ a Kĩrĩma nĩ mũĩ atĩ wega kĩrĩma gĩkĩ gitũ gĩtũrĩte kĩnyitanĩte kuma mĩaka ya hĩndĩ ya wĩyathi, kuma hĩndĩ ya mau na arĩa angĩ, na hĩndĩ ĩno tiguo gĩgũtigana. Kĩoguo njĩra iria tũkuonio nĩ atongoria aitũ matongoretio nĩ His Excellency Rigathi na arĩa angĩ akina Uhuru wa Kenyatta nĩtũkũrũmĩrĩra. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Sovinga. Tukĩrĩkĩria atĩ tũiga harambe. Ai ndiramũigua mani. Harambe. Harambe. Hau nĩho tũrĩ nĩguo. Ngai amũrathime na mwĩke wega.
Nĩ mwakĩigua kahũra ũnwe Mheshimiwa.
The worst state to live in right now
is South Carolina, and nobody's talking about it. I've spent 30 years in the insurance industry. What I'm about to tell you will explain why South Carolina pays more for car insurance than any other state in the country, and how you could fix it and save up to 80% on your rate. Let me make this simple. If you're paying over $75 a month, you're being overcharged. Drivers in South Carolina are being charged almost 2 times more for the same coverage compared to the rest of the country. Because you pay the most, the industry sees South Carolina as one giant cash cow, and most people have no clue why. You have the lowest claim frequency, are the safest drivers in the country, and still pay the highest rates. And here's the part no one talks about. Most people don't realize there's a new way to force them to recalculate your rate because no one told you yet. My best friend Alan lives in Charleston, perfect record, had been paying $170 a month for 15 years. I told him to try my website. He found the same coverage for $68. That's a 60% reduction just by going through my website instead of theirs. But they won't call you with a better rate. Why would they? They don't want to lower your rate if they don't have to. You need to be proactive. Go through my service and get what you deserve. When you click below, you'll reach my website where you just fill out an application. It takes about 5 minutes. It will ask for your zip code, about your vehicle, and some other information. Then it will show you what you qualify for. That's why South Carolina...
Okay, so meanwhile, Remy, I'm still waiting. I hope we will be able to get that chance. Wale wanatupangia, wanatuangalilia if it is possible. But it's my prayer that it will happen. So asubuhi Kalonzo alikuwa kwa an SDA church. Yeah, let's hope. We are waiting. So hebu tusikilize historia ya Sala. Sijui kama mmesikia leo ati Sala amekuwa rejected by ODM. Huyu Sara bwana amejionea sana. We Sala. Wacha tusikie historia ya Sala. Maneno kangala.
And for months now, the name Okech Sala has dominated online conversations and stirred unease within ODM circles. He has attracted both fierce critics and enthusiastic supporters. Yet for many Kenyans, Sala remains an unresolved puzzle. Where did he come from? What does he want? And how close was he really to the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga? Well, our reporter David Mudhoka unpacks that mystery surrounding the man who emerged suddenly into the political spotlight in the wake of Raila Odinga's death. That report will come to you in just a moment. Let's take a look.
For much of Raila Odinga's lifetime, few people, if any, had heard of Okech Sala. That changed dramatically in the days leading up to Raila's death in India, when photos and videos of the two began circulating widely on social media, spreading rapidly and raising eyebrows. Speculation quickly followed, with some claiming that Sala was Raila's personal doctor, while others went further, suggesting he had been adopted by Raila. Since then, Sala's identity, a man known to have interests in the mining sector, has remained elusive, complicated further by conflicting reports from within the Odinga family itself. While Raila's children, Winnie Odinga and Raila Odinga Jr., publicly distanced themselves from Sala, Raila's elder brother and current ODM leader Oburu Odinga struck a very different tone.
Na huyu kijana wetu Okech Sala
Yeye ndio rafiki, alikuwa rafiki tena mtoto ya Raila, ya karibu sana. Walikuwa pamoja hapa Kenya, walikuwa pamoja Dubai, walikuwa pamoja India. Sasa vile Raila ameenda, mimi sasa ninachukua yeye kama mtoto yangu.
True to his word, Oburu has repeatedly appeared alongside Salah at political gatherings, including ODM's Linda Ground meetings aimed at shoring up the party's strongholds. He has also openly supported political forums organized by Salah across the country, at times even dispatching his son Jaoko, a former advisor to President William Ruto, to accompany him.
Tunavyokwenda huko mbele, sisi tuko na rais na mambo ni broad based government na ni two term, na yeyote anayefeel ya kwamba katika pati hii inatofautiana na sera alizonazo katika akili yake, nafikiri ako na nguvu na uwezo wa kufungua pati yake na kuendelea, na pia aone vile ile nguvu anaweza kuja naye.
One such forum held on Friday night at the Kenyatta International Convention Center will prove to be a turning point. Salah had invited hundreds of young people, many of them students from public universities in Nairobi and its surroundings. The meeting descended into chaos after the youths accused Salah of failing to deliver promised cash handouts. Angry participants walked out chanting one term, while those left behind shouted the name of Embakasi East MP and Nairobi gubernatorial hopeful Babu Owino, a political rival of Salah, in what appeared to be a protest against the event and its organizer. Within hours, ODM responded and sharply. In a late-night statement signed by National Chairperson Gladys Wanga, the party distanced itself from the meeting and from Salah, clarifying that any activities involving him were personal and did not represent or bind ODM in any way. The party stressed that all official ODM programs must be approved and coordinated through the party secretariat under the leadership of Dr. Oburu Oginga, warning members against organizing events in the party's name without clearance. That position was echoed later Saturday by some youthful ODM members close to the Odinga family.
Salah is not a family member. As you know, my father, Raila Odinga, Oburu, our family is well known. Salah maybe used to be our uncle's friend and is taking advantage of that.
Still, Salah has stood his ground, defending his actions. He said everything he has done has been aimed at strengthening and popularizing ODM, offering an apology to Chairperson Gladys Wanga if his actions caused offense. He insisted that all the resources he has used were his own and not party funds, and in what appeared to be his strongest declaration yet, Salah made it clear he's not backing down, stating, and I quote, "My commitment to ODM is not for show. I promised Baba that I would stand with ODM. I made that promise in India, and it has stayed with me. I stand with ODM out of love, loyalty, and a sense of duty to Baba's legacy." End of quote. Whether Okech Salah is a devoted loyalist, a political disruptor, or a man whose ambitions are still unfolding, it is clear that his presence has reopened deep questions within ODM, and the mystery surrounding him is far from resolved. David Muthoka, NTV, Nairobi.
Yeah, lakini hiyo story ya ODM is becoming a real circus. Yeah, ODM is becoming a real circus. Hiyo maneno ya ODM. Let's hear Manyora.
This is the most anticipated
We are in
smart
standby
security
for
camera of the year. No
Another
internet
year.
connection needed. No wire.
To describe it, Manyora, at the end of 2020.
What awaits People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua in the world of politics and governance, especially with the sort of alignments and realignments within the united opposition? You want to know what's going to be her place in 2027 and beyond. Haman Bonmanyora is here, of course, to make sense of this particular conversation. Good to see you, Prof.
Good.
You're well?
Oh, welcome.
Let's center our conversation on one woman leader in this country whom you hold so much hope and confidence in, Martha Wangari Karua.
Yes.
Well, we're having this conversation at a time where presidential hopeful David Maraga has also hinted at joining the united opposition. And now we're seeing that we're looking at a situation of many people joining the bandwagon and all of them harboring presidential ambitions. Questions remains, what do you think is going to be the place for Martha Karua with this new development?
The young lady is there. The young lady, I have never withdrawn my thinking about her.
Mm-hmm.
If Martha Karua was to become the president of this country, and the day she's sworn in, I'll go to bed happy.
You'll sleep like a baby?
Yeah. Because I know the country will change. I can't say that of any other person now.
Not even Matiang'i?
Even not even Matiang'i. Matiang'i will do a good job. Certainly, much better than most of these people around. He'll do a fantastic job.
But not as close as Karua.
But at the core of the problems of this country is just to let things work without fear or favor. Matiang'i can do it, but not to the extent Mother can do it. I've never changed. I've been consistent about Mother throughout. Yes. I will go to bed a happy man because I know this country will change. And you can't move her. Even if you say you'll kill her. She'll just run this country. She'll let the laws work. You have to do your job. That's all. The laws have to work. And we don't need anything else. If you deal with impunity in this country, and I'm not saying people like Gachagua will not do it. They will. Matiang'i much better, I know. But with the Mother, I am certain. It's just a question of being certain. I don't even need to discuss it with myself. I hold no conversation with myself, and I'm not willing to hold any with anybody else about Mother Karua. I'm convinced that Mother Karua as president, this country will just change.
The other day, she rebranded her party from NA Kenya now to the People's Liberation Party, and even the theme color of the party, all those elements are incorporated in that rebranding. So far, do you feel the rebranding has probably moved her a leap further politically?
I don't believe in names and those things. Those things are just, names are just, Shakespeare told you, a rose by any name smells as. Yes.
Come on, Prof.
Yeah, names are nothing.
Hasn't rejuvenated the party?
No. You see, we are doing flat politics. There are times during the liberation struggle for independence. Names meant a lot. Yeah.
So even white patriotic front,
movement for the blah blah blah, patriotic front, such. Kenya African National Union. You know, it was invoking things. But now a name is just a name.
Changing UDA today to something else.
I was surprised there's even a party in this country, CCM.
And not Chama Cha Mapinduzi.
No, how can you have CCM just silent like this quietly?
It's an insult to the spirit
even
of CCM.
ANC was there. Nobody bothered. There's ANC. African National Congress. So you have a man National Congress. And nobody cares. He's supposed to shake. So names are just names. They are not important.
But within the united opposition political matrix, what do you think is the best place for Martha Karua? Or at least, what should be her bargain in this arrangement? A DP seat similar to that one of Raila Odinga in 2022?
You see, in the year 1992, at the introduction of multi-party, which some people have always said is the first multi-party election, the context allows it. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, the doyen of opposition, having fought and sacrificed and paid for it, being the most qualified person by every stretch of imagination, and of course being the oldest, ought to have been supported because he was the best at that time to midwife the change from Moise Kanu to a new era.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as you can see, everything I'm saying is turning into a transcript as I talk in real time. Because Otter is transcribing everything, I can actually listen to the professor rather than trying to type everything down, or I can zone out for a minute. I know that nothing is going to be missed, and I will be able to refer back to this transcript. If you're attending by Zoom, Otter will even capture any slides that were shared during the lecture. Imagine being able to refer back to perfect notes from all your classes for the whole semester. By the way, everything I'm showing you is free. Here's the best part. So after your class is over, you'll receive an AI-generated summary. It contains a summary of what was discussed and timestamps for the different topics shared. There's also a chatbot where you can ask questions about the lecture. For example, you could say, give me a 10-question multiple choice quiz and hide the answers. This will prompt Otter Chat to create a quiz for you based on the lecture. You could.
We didn't do it. People, everybody, Matiba wanted, Kibaki wanted, everybody wanted. And we lost the game. I'm not looking at the losing part of it. I'm just looking at the common sense part of it. If people really wanted change in this country, because we just pay lip service, we want the change. But if we wanted to move this country to another level, we just give Mother Karua this thing for 5 years.
One term too?
Yeah. And then Kina Matiangi will take over later. And the country will change. You'll do nothing else. Hata hakuna kuongea Singapore, it will just be automatic. This country will just take off.
5 years is enough to meet my...
Oh, Mother Karua presidency, 5 years, the country will take off. She will jail all these thieves. All these people who are blocking progress. Our Kora water conmen around, they will not have room to operate.
Mama?
Oh, see, I know Mother Karua. So let's not pay lip service to the progress of our country. If we really wanted, I've told you 1992, if Kenyans had desired change, which they had been fighting for over the years, they would just have given Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And the old man died 2 years later. Surely, sata hao angechukua, sata Muite ndio angekuwa. Because Muite would have been the vice president. Yeye ndio angechukua. Ama kina Matiba, if they were okay, they were not quite okay, but if they had been okay. Si wangechukua tu. But Moi would have gone home. In the year 2013, common sense would have dictated that we give Raila this thing. Kina Uhuru wangekuwa president sasa.
Yeah.
If Raila did 2013 to 2020, so Uhuru will be the president now.
True.
Si Ruto wangekuwa tu hapa anangoja na kina Mudavadi.
Yeah.
Hii nchi ingekuwa what it is today. No. So, but that's not how politics works. Human raw ambition, stupidity, ignorance, all those things work in politics. But if there was common sense, a desire to move the country forward, love for country, seeing sense, sacrificing ambition in the interest of country and nation, Raila should have been president in 2013. Uhuru would have been president in 2022. Shikama tunaelewana? And it was even quite possible to negotiate one term with Raila in 2013. We mzee midwife the country to a new Kenya. 2017, you go home. You'll be just an advisor to the president. Then people like Uhuru Kenyatta will there to take over. Shikama tunaelewana na wewe? Next year, kina Mudavadi, kina Ruto, and the rest of these people will be taking over from them. And the country will be so far. Today, there's Kalonzo, there's Matiang'i, there's Maraga, there's everybody, there's Mother Karua. You asked me about Mother Karua. There's Owalo. You asked me about Martha Karua. If we were people who use common sense and made her the president, by the time Kina Matiang'i take over in 2032, this country will be, it will have taken off.
In 2032?
Oh, there will be, this will be on, the country will be on another level. Because this country is ready for takeoff. We are just pulling ourselves behind because of impunity, wizi ya ujinga, you know, stupid deals, people in government making stupid deals. Like you are robbing your own home. There used to be a man in my village. I don't know whether to mention him. Sabo or something like that. Mama akitoka tu kidogo, ameenda mto, amepanda juu Itara huko. Kwa ceiling, the traditional ceiling, where things are stored. Ameteremka na debe moja ya mahindi. Ameenda kwa changa.
Na ni kwake.
Na ni kwake. That's what our leaders are doing. You are doing deals with foreigners to rob your country. And that's what Martha Karua will stop. I'm not saying these others cannot. Me, I'm certain about Martha Karua.
And that's what Baba saw.
Yes. Martha Karua will stop that. And this country will never be the same. It will also open doors for capable Kenyans to get jobs. Today, capable people cannot penetrate the wall that has been created. Kwa hivyo wakijaribu kwenda juu wanagonga kichwa wanarudi chini. Martha Karua atatoa hiyo. Let the best man or woman go up. It's part of the reason I would support Matiang'i.
Whether from Gishogo or Bonchari.
Yes. That will be Matiang'i for you also. He will allow meritocracy to work. He will not cut very many corners. So Martha and Matiang'i are... Actually, if we wanted just to change this country, you just give Martha the ticket, deputized by Matiang'i.
Perfect combo.
Oh, this country will just change. And then Matiang'i takes over in 2032 from Martha. After 10 years, you wonder, where are we? Why are we not seeing this thing?
Tunapita Rwanda na kila kitu.
Like, which Rwanda are you talking about? Kenya belongs to the category of Singapore, South Korea, on our way to first world beyond them. They don't have what we have. In my estimation, good leadership will make Kenya bypass Singapore and South Korea in 15 years, 15 years. And in 20, 25 years, Kenya will be sitting on the same table with the UK.
An African tiger.
Yes, yes. South Africa, we shall have bypassed South Africa and Egypt on our way to Singapore. South Africa is not in our league. Egypt is not in our league. Morocco is G. These are small countries.
But that only takes someone of the caliber of Mama.
Mama, Martha Wangari Karua.
The first of her name.
Not because she has any magic, just because she will allow the best to flourish. And the laws will be applied without fear or favor. And there will be no impunity.
Makes me think maybe that's what Ndindi Nyoro and Kangata are doing in Murang'a County. Following from the script of Martha.
Look at what Kangata is doing in Murang'a. Look at what Ndindi Nyoro is doing. You don't have to do anything.
Just let things work.
Let just things work.
How they should.
Yeah. If you have CDF, let it just pour it down there. Let it work. Don't cut corners. I've seen in my place, I've told them, you keep lying to me, I should be an MP. I want to work with you. Because CDF, I will not give you the headmaster of the school. Once kukula na school committee. I'm the one who will implement it with my people. You just say what you want. 2 buildings, yes. And my committee will move down on the ground, Galona Primary School. They will get material from local people. From
local people.
Sand, wood, timber, bricks from local people. To be paid directly on account. Money is going to Galona Primary School, but we are paying the suppliers hapo wale local. Hakuna kitu tunakuja kutoka mbali. Fundi ni wale local tu.
Wapo Jabrok.
Allah naambia hiyo pesa yenyewe ilikuwa 500,000 for the class. Class ndio hiyo. Are you happy people? Wataki hiyo.
Stone PK, how are you? Stone PK, how are you? Yeah, that was Manyora. He has really exemplified what it will take. So I don't know, you can agree with him, you can disagree with him, but I think the way we are going, we are now getting, the path is becoming clear of defeating Mr. William Ruto. And I'm receiving so many news, by the way, from different walks of life. Hata watu wamepata confidence, hata wazee. Na unajua wazee wakoseangi. My late grandfather, who was buried in the year 2013, he always predicted the election for me. And nikashindwa huyu mzee anajua aje. Na inakaa ni kama sasa hiyo nini yake ya so kuna wazee wengi sana nimeongea na wao, wazee wengi nimeongea na wao. Some of them who actually even predicted the Ruto election. And those people are predicting Ruto ouster. Wanasema iwezekani Ruto akae kwa kiti 2020. It might look as if inakaa kama ni ngumu sana, sababu ni kitu ijaitendeka Kenya. Ni kitu ijaitendeka Kenya, lakini Ruto atatolewa kwa kiti. It will happen, but hii ya saa hii inaenda kutoboa. And actually people are prepared for it. Ndio unaona like Ruto amejaribu kila kitu and things are not tying up. Yes, Tony PK, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, you can react to our day as we are waiting somebody to connect us with the room where Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka is. We hope we will get that. Mr. Kalonzo is somewhere in Baltimore. Some of the big news today, Millicent Omanga ametoka kwa Ruto. Is it a positive thing according to you? You can react.
Ametoka akaenda wapi?
Si what ukisikia mtu ametoka kwa Ruto ujue amekuja hii pande ingine.
Hapana.
We have the wind.
Zero. There are three formations. Na watu wanakataa kuongea juu ya the third formation.
There are three formations?
Okay. Yes, in Kenya there are three formations, and I will elaborate to you this much later in our later shows. There are three formations politically, socially, and also economically as of now. And that's why I keep on saying the opposition must have a think tank. This I will say until skule tutashinda. The opposition.
We have to extinguish one. One has to be extinguished.
No. You can't because these things are interdependent, both negatively or positively. Hiyo ni science sasa nakueleza. They are, it's like the stool. The stool inakuanga na miguu tatu. So it depends on who will sit to be supported by those three legs. Ukitoa moja inakuwa shida, and it is important now to know who will sit to be supported by the three-legged stool. Hiyo ni sophistication tutaongea baadaye. Anyway, it's good to hear that anybody has left Ruto's camp. That is point number one. It's celebration. Mtu yoyote ana denounce Kasongo, Njiro and all those who are listening, that's a fantastic. Una celebrate tu kwanza. It doesn't matter ametoka akienda wapi, but sasa nimewaambia lazima tu celebrate tukijua ametoka mbio. Bora tu ametoka kwa Kasongo, lakini ataland in one of those two formations, which by the way through the Mwananchi and through the discourse now, they will have no choice but to support the main cause. Put that aside. Whenever people are moving away from Kasongo, we should not just come and, lazima ujue the background. Yesterday I talked about somebody who has been chinjaring mbuzi vizuri, tunamjua ni the best butcher, and then all of a sudden unaenda unakuta ina leak alichinja mbwa jana. You know, you can imagine what happens. So mtu yeyote amewahi kutuuzia mbwa na tumemtrust, unamchukua with a pinch of salt. You welcome the person, no problem. It's like another extreme example I want to give. It's like a son who slaps a dad. A son who slaps a dad. That happens quite a lot. How will you ever take that son? Hata akilala chini akuje aseme daddy, I'm so sorry, amelala chini, amenene. You know, look, there are some indomitable sins, indomitable actions that people are advised that you better avoid by all means to ever land into that, because once you land into it, it will always be at your itakuandama. All right. So quickly, let me come to the general situation as we move on and the new developments as we wait for His Excellency the former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka. And I really would love us to have kind of a direct engagement, even if it would be for 15-20 minutes, no problem. And I hope those who will have an opportunity to be there can be properly structured and direct to the point. Tusianze kusema kurecognize watu salamu mingi sijui nini na nini na nini. We hit direct, you know, give 1 or 2 points, because this is an opportunity to actually contribute what we feel should be happening. As we wait, I would want to say the development now, there is heavier tension. I don't know whether I'm still audible. Network.
Still, they're hearing you.
Go ahead.
You're on. And the rubber.
Network. My network is challenging me. I don't know.
Network aje na mimi nakusikia ama ni hujisikii?
Nakusikia, hata mimi namsikia bwana.
Niko audible, Njiru?
Yeah, you're audible, but unless you are not audible to yourself, but you are audible to us.
Okay. Ni vile huku imenionyesha it's circulating and such.
No. You are audible and you don't need to listen to yourself. Sisi ndio tunataka kukusikiliza. Kama neta ifanye kwako na inafanya na huku kwetu, it's okay. Go ahead. Yeah. I think ametoka. Okay, Roba. Okay, sorry. Amerudi, wacha nimrudi. So Stone, are you there?
Yeah,
you can see me, yeah? From
yes,
there.
We can see you, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know where I got lost from, but you know, I was trying to say as we wait for SK, there are things that we need to observe, and I would like to use my pet subject of rapture building. Kenya is going to rapture.
Hello.
It was about to do that 2022, but it didn't. Now, imefika, because they happen. It has to happen. The rapture will happen. And it is so important for us to be part of that rapture on the right, on the better side of it. Now, the rapture here is that every pressure has built. You may build pressure from the youth, pressure from the old, pressure from the seniors. That pressure, both socially, economically, and politically, it is now like a pressure cooker. It's about now. It's about to erupt. Unfortunately, there is no valve, because pressure cookers have valve. The pressure cooker that has been boiling over time, the valve was always Raila Amolo Odinga, who we were all rallying behind. And he was very experienced and he knew how to diffuse us. Alikuwa to diffuse. Evil. You know, all of you have that experience of a pressure cooker. And we didn't know that is what he was doing to us. Okay? So he kept on, you know, when it built, and I release, and we are cooked and eaten. And when we are being eaten, he was part of those who were on the table as we were being eaten. I'm talking metamorphically. So this time around, hakuna mtu wa kufungulia ako kavalve, because the pressure now is boiling both from the mwananchi, who is the determinant, who is the force. Mwananchi pressure is so much that now it's mwananchi who is leading the cause and saying, hey guys, because the way the system is, lazima tuwe na mtu. Sisi already we have made up our mind, that is the mwananchi, tumeamua. But because the system is that hata tukiamua lazima we have somebody in the name of a leader ndio tuende hapo. That is the only thing that is delaying this eruption. That is the only thing that is delaying this eruption. That mwananchi is made up, the rest wewe unaongea, somebody has decide. That is the worst case. Yani hiyo ni noma. It's like you walking into your house, your wife has decided anaenda.
Tulipike, relax kidogo. Comfort is here. Kidogo, comfort is here. Yeah.
Sorry?
Comfort is here. Relax kidogo. Comfort anataka kwanza kutuonesha what is happening. Madam Comfort, how are you?
Niko sawa.
Sasa hawa ni Wakenya wako
to cancel one of them.
Okay.
Hold on.
Sawa, so nipike relax kidogo na Roba. Madam Comfort ako in the venue where Kalonzo Musyoka is going, so she wants just to show people who are there the agitation which is happening online, just for people to understand. So Madam Comfort is at the venue. We are waiting for SKM. Anytime he can arrive. So let's see what happens. So Madam Comfort, once you are ready, you can tell us. Okay, ni sawa. Bwana Stone PK, you can continue. Madam Comfort akikuwa ready, we will allow her. And endelea. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to talk about the pressure. Sindio? Now that pressure is a build already. So I'm just saying, when the population for the first time in history, you can go back to history and research. The first time that people, the oppressed, have spoken in one voice. What watasema, 2000 and all that. But this time around is when it has happened. Na inaonekana ni
Was it Stone PK disappear? I hope. Well, I don't know whether people are hearing me. So it looks like Stone BK left the show. I don't know what happened. And I don't know whether people can hear me. Maybe we are out of the show. I don't know. I can see myself and Inchiro, even though Inchiro's not here. So let me say hi to everybody, those who are here. So we are waiting for Carlos Musioka to come to the show from what I'm hearing, because I just came in. I'm not sure what's going on. And Chiro. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. So just tell me anytime. You can stop me anytime you want to, if you want.
Kidogo, let me speak with Madam Comfort kidogo. So Madam Comfort, how are you? Sijui kama unatusikia ama tutulie kidogo. Anyway, you can go ahead. I will get in touch with her privately. Let me just call her so that I can know, because she really wanted to be here na tuoneshe what is happening.
Yeah, so let me comment on from your question. You asked Stone BK about what might happen come 2027 and what's going on, and he talked about Vincent Umanga joining. At this point, I don't know which party is just joined, whatever. Yeah, so it's a good sign, and some of us, we have been saying that this thing is going to be more than what we see. And I think by the end of next year, people are just there to Kasong trying to get this money, but the ground is not good. And because of that, I think what's going to happen is a couple months from now, come 2020, maybe January, time like now, a year from now, people will be just running away from Kasongo. But for me, those people should not be given opportunity, because you can say the same people who are with him right now, so they'll take advantage of the situation. Because of that, they try also to join the opposition, maybe to get some tickets. If that's the case, then what else? Because those are the people we don't want. The real people in Chiro, the real people we can see right now, those are the people. But this thing is boiling on. This thing is just like it's about to pass out. Like I said before, a year from now, I expect to be the worst nightmare for Kasongo. Many people will be running away from him. Some of them may be trying to save their careers, political careers. But for me, those will be the conmanship. And that's where we go wrong. I don't care where Minister Ndomanga runs, whether it be represent Nairobi or whatever she wants, that's fine. That's all right. But this is the right time. Now due to nature, the real people. So Kasongo, I've watched some of his supporters, and those people who almost they touched what's his name? They almost died today, by the way. The helicopter they were just flying when it caught fire. The illiterate person here, they were there with them. What's his name?
Kuna chopa imeanguka leo?
Ilichomeka. Yeah, they almost died.
Nani yao?
Akina huyu nani, the MP from I think where Kachao comes from. There also this guy from Namwitaji, the guy from MP ambaye hajasoma.
Kawanjiko.
The guy from Suti.
Oh.
Yeah. So
of course, you know, choppers in Kenya are very dangerous. So
yeah, they kind of touch dead, but we don't wish to go that way. We don't wish them there. But the other mukutano wow, the way they were saying, and I think from what they are kind of regretting what they impeached Gachagua. That's what they are saying. I mean, from what I'm seeing, this thing cannot. Mambo ya Ruto imekwisha. Kwa hiyo tuseme ukweli, imekwisha. The other thing is the opposition to organize themselves, for the next way how they can govern, how they can take government over. Because the one thing Ruto's doing, Ruto thinks that our Kenyan people are so stupid. They are like, he takes them back in 80s and 90s. Here, the politics here, Ruto. Somebody has told them the world has changed. But yeah, and the way he does things. I mean, just imagine. Just imagine. Why have you ever seen a president anaenda kufungua mambo like kachumba, and anaenda kufungua mambo ya just like to give people some money to help themselves. Yeah, yani yeye amekuwa minister, ndiye amekuwa waziri wa fedha, waziri wa vijana, waziri wa nini. It's just all over because he's losing. He's losing, and they know that they are losing. The only thing, as the Kenyan people want to warn him, this time they cannot think they can steer the election the way they did last time. I thought you wanted me out. Okay. So this time, somebody has to tell them, Wakenya sio wachinga. Mahali mefikia, we want tuchague viongozi from what they promised they do, and those ones who have been in power from what they did. If you never did anything, it's time for you to go home. It's time for you to get out of the picture. What Kenya is going to be like 2022 election. No, 2002, sorry. 2002 election. It will be one-sided. Ruto will go home mapema. Me, I keep on telling people, I'm one person, I might be one in a million. I don't think Ruto is going to run for a second term. I don't think so. Yeah. I think itakuwa ikifika next year time like now, atasema unajua nini? I'm not going to run for a second term. I'm going to be do my own things. So if I was him, I'd do it. Mandela did it. Yeah, because it's a failure. Somebody has to tell him it's a failure and he cannot win come 2027. And my free advice to him, figure time right now, next year, go to the media, go to whatever, tell us you will not seek re-election and our country will go back. Then from there, we know how to move forward. Whether you come in or you don't, we don't care, but you cannot win. But if you want to salvage something for yourself, something you can just tell people, you know what? I did one term, this is what I did, because you have done your best. You are not qualified. You were not even qualified before. You can't just made yourself in. I don't know whether you won or not, I don't know. But at this point, Ruto's presidency is a failure. If you want to give it, I'll give it an F. If there's an F minus, I'll give him F minus. That's the way I feel. Moving forward, that opposition to arrange themselves, get the real people. We don't know. If they break up, it's up to them. I think that's what Ruto is waiting. But if the united opposition goes the way it's going right now, with this kind of momentum, with this powerful and united, I think Ruto is going to give in and just say, I'm not going to run again. And that one now will bring like chaos in the country because now even opposition will break up something. I mean, a lot of things will just go wrong. Because at this point, the uniter of Kenya is Kasongo. It's the ones uniting everybody because of the way he has been doing things. And then Jill, for me, I think, and that's why I came in, this is what I want to say. At this point, I think what's happening in the country is people are being bribed. It's bribery. People are committing crimes. When you go around the country, this thing money, tell money because they want people to hear what, I mean, they want you are kind of buying people. That's not the way you build the economy. So, hata wa Kenya sisi wenyewe, somebody anakuja na kusaidia like 5,000 leo, and the rest of the time is in office, you will never get that money. Then you answer kumuimba because he gave you 5,000. We want people who come in and build an economy which will work for everybody, an economy which will work for people, an economy where you go to work, you earn your living, however small it is, however how much it is, then from there you do what you want. You have your own freedom. At this point, from what you played some video, these young people who are just kind of conned, they went to KICC somewhere there, and whoever we just invited them never showed up, or whatever they were told, I want to be given, they never got it. That's the kind of bribery we don't want to see. That the few powerful who have taken advantage of stealing the resources from the people, now they want to dish it so that they can still keep them in power. For us, I think that one is gone. That's no more that. We should not even allow it. It should be even a crime to start dishing money and telling people that, oh, I'm trying to I want to push them. I want to put somebody unampatia pesa kidogo, and that's where we have reached. So you created a very bad economy, and now you are coming to take advantage. I think that's what he's doing. Yeah, he never performed. He never created the economy. Sasa nafikiri atakuja nunue watu wampigie kura. This is nonsense from part of it. And UDA, I don't know what they're thinking. Yeah? Somebody has to tell us, what have you done since you came in power? What will be it? Yeah? What have they done? They have done nothing. This is the time for us, the time for the opposition to stand what they are doing right now. A few months ago or a few weeks ago, we thought everything was going the other way around. But it looks like they're working together. You put this guy, I think Munyoro, what's his name? Manyora. Yeah, Manyora. Yeah, I kind of agree with him what he says about Martha Karua and maybe Matiangi, whatever. I can't agree because two of them, I don't care who becomes. I think even me, I agree with him. Yeah, you can just be assured that the country will be run the right way. You can be assured of that, both of them. But at this point, we don't know what's going to happen. And that's why I say, and I remain with my point, that come next year, time like now, I think as soon as we want to see that he might not win, then the best thing is to quit. So he might quit, and that one will bring a lot of things. I mean, a lot of things, a lot of functions. And because of that, maybe a non-candidate, at this point, a non-person might come forward and win the election. If Kasongo withdraws his candidacy, we don't know yet, but I have a feeling that that's what might happen after realizing he's going to fail, he's going to be defeated. The best thing, the way out, one ticket is to quit and they just say, you know what, it's time for me to move out of here. It's too hard. That's the way I think we might go. And that one happens, it will be appreciated. And I think our country will take the next step. Yes, at this point, we are just kind of killing ourselves. End time, we will progress. We take five steps forward, then we take 10 steps backwards. And that one has been going on since independence. And probably 2027, we might have history as a country for the first time ever in our lifetime. We might see a president who is not from the two communities who have had the chance, who had the opportunity to produce presidents in the country. Maybe some of us, that's what we have been saying. Maybe that's what we are lacking. Maybe something like that was needed so that the trajectory of the country can change.
I've been to Washington and Baltimore.
Yeah, Robo, you can go ahead. That is just the venue. The venue where Kalonzo Musyoka will be. People are just talking.
And it looks like it doesn't have a lot of people today.
Yeah, but wanakuja. So let's wait and hear how many will come. So that is Kalonzo Musyoka. That is the venue live. So we are waiting.
So, Inchira, are we going to have the opportunity to talk to him, or it's just you are on to telecast? Trying to work from the background to see whether we can to see what he's going to say.
There is somebody there. There is somebody there who is trying to see if we can get an opportunity of him, but I don't know. So I will not push it. If that person will be able to give us Kalonzo Musyoka, well and good. If not, we will have an opportunity to see him from here. But I do not have control about that because there are some organizers who are there. So we are just requesting. Can we get mheshimiwa to like so tunaweza pata time ya kuuliza maswali, so there is somebody inside there atajaribu kutusaidia. So we are just waiting.
I see. So could I remember somebody was saying, this time or maybe might steal, might. Hey, no, we cannot allow this nonsense to go on forever. Yeah. So if abortion, whatever you see, wins the election, is going to be announced. Na hii mambo ya wanafikiri wao, there's nothing here. Hakuna kitu. You know, Ruto hakuna kitu Ruto ako nayo. Ngoja tuseme ukweli, ati yeye alikuwa anatisha watu. The only thing he has right now is money and the power. That's what he owns. And that money is because it's stolen from us and is taken from us. And in fact, kama ulicheza hiyo clip kutoka Kisumu, that was very nice, where they rejected this mambo ya Safaricom and other things. That's what it tells you. In fact, wherever we think that Ruo Nyanza is going to vote for this conman, it's not going to happen. It's the other way around. This is going to be united. This guy has united the country, which is a very good thing because we want results. We want to work for somebody who works for the people. When you get a chance to serve the people, then when you go there, you decide to do things the way you want to do things, because you know after 5 years, I can do this. I can conmanship. I can bribe, I can buy the election and go back for another. We are not Tanzania. We are not Uganda. Somebody has to tell him if that's the way he wants to go, then he's calling for a tough time ahead of him. It's not going to work. I know he has his own people and other people in the military and whatever it is. I may work a front line. But what? We go with the Constitution. You lose, my friend, you have to go home. And if you think now you can kill all the Kenyans, let us see. This time, we mean business. We mean business. It will be like until the right person is shown in, whoever wins. But if he wins like normally, you feel like he won fairly, okay, we just give him the country. Yeah? But not now. If he loses, he has to go home. There's no other option. There's no other option. At this point, I think it's our country. It's just like Michelle Sema. We make progress, then we keep the progress we just made. And we can't keep on doing the same nonsense from the same useless people. I don't know. You know, there's a feeling I have that 2027 might define where we are headed to as a country. 2027 will be, let us make it history. Yeah? Other than the Kikuyu, other than the Karenjin, yes, we might have somebody from a different community to be the president. Maybe that's what was lacking. Maybe. I don't mean that it's not maybe. I'm just saying maybe. But this what we had other than Uhuru Kenyatta. I can just say other than Uhuru Kenyatta. The other presidents has been like conmanship, grabbing, dictatorship, stealing from people. Yeah. Let's just, I mean, other than Uhuru Kenyatta, maybe a little bit of Kibaki, maybe. But Kibaki was the worst because he started the 2007 election. 2007. So that's why I just leave him out. Some of whoever kisses him here, I say Kibaki, Kibaki. Kibaki is the one who started all these problems. Yeah, he forced himself after he got defeated by Raila. If that's the time he could have given power, maybe our country could not be the same. Like he was behind it. So that's why I said, I don't know Uhuru, even though Uhuru was installed there. I don't know whether they won or not, but he did. Uhuru, you can say he worked for the people. You can say, me, I think Uhuru, at this point, he might be the best president we had in Kenya so far. Yeah. But when this idiot came in, he came in the first day, he pretends. That's the problem. He pretends like the way he pretended to be a Christian, then he comes to kill our children. He pretends to do the other things, but the fact remains, he does the opposite. He pretends that he's building, that's on his mind, he thinks he has done a nice job, he has done everything, and that's what he's telling us to. I mean, somebody has to wake him up and just tell him what he has done is destroying the country. He's not building the country, he's destroying it. And it's time for him. I mean, we should also just like, if we had like a situation where we can just say, you know what, this guy should be dormant until the next election, because it's destroying. The more he goes, the more he's destroying the country. But he's through constitution, let him serve. He has a couple of months, but he cannot come here and tell us how much he has built the country when he has destroyed it. He has done destruction. And somebody has to tell him the money has stolen. And whatever is acquired, that money has to be taken back to the treasury if it is recovered. Because where is he getting all this money is used? Where? Somebody has to tell me. All this money, where are they getting all this money? That's something. Where are they getting all this money? Why can this money just be put so that they can build a country? Hakuna mtu ambaye atafanya you bribe. So what's the difference between anyway in Uganda, Tanzania, and other countries? If that's the way we are going, we are bribing people to get power. And guess what? We have institutions, they're so-called who stand for corruption, and they are nowhere to be seen. They are the most corrupt people. Yeah. Our institutions don't work. As simple as that. And that's where, in fact, we go absolutely wrong. Yeah. I can see my friend Alex, and I've got to talk. Alex, you can come in, my friend. Just go ahead.
Yeah, Alex, go ahead.
Asante Roba. Njiru, I hope the people hosting Kalonzo are listening. Let me say something disturbing. I've been way too long in diaspora more than in my country, in my adult life. And there is something that is annoying about us in diaspora. More especially people like you, Njiru, the elitists. Somehow, when a leader of a goodwill comes and the entire diaspora wants to be heard and participate and feel engaged, I don't know if it's with the Kisses and the Jaluos that I've seen. My friend, there are people you will never see the whole year or some years before the election. But when elections are right across the corner, they will pop up, they will resurrect, and they will start organizing meetings and alienate the very population that is agitating for change in our Kenya. And I want to warn the diaspora, one of the reasons why there is empathy in voting, somebody's asking, why should I get from Kansas? Why should I get from Minnesota? Why should I get from South Dakota? Go all the way to Washington, D.C. to vote. When these people come here, they go to somebody's house. We don't have access to them. We don't talk to them. They don't even understand. They just come here, we give them the crowd and they go. It is a high time now. People like Alonso should start emulating what somebody like Gachagua did. I think if there was a leader that totally, even if people will say that his was a vacation, so on and so forth, let it be. I loved how Gachagua interacted with the people. Morning walks, weddings, church, funerals, schools, going to, points of interest to see the development without security, so on and so forth. But you see, all these theatrics that we see on the podium there and the VT, that is nonsense, that is useless, that must stop. A leader comes, you see him on the podium, like it has been choreographed. So you ask yourself, how many meetings am I going to like this? Afadhali even the roadside shows, zile zenye wanaendaga wanapanda mtu nini juu, it's even better. Why am I saying so? The impact and the kind of participation, the people in that room, all the people who have been sidelined, usually want to, across the country, if the political class could understand, for instance, in 2006, it was done differently by a person who later on became the deputy governor for Kisii. That was Maangi. Joash Maangi did something, I don't understand why he changed later on, but at that particular time, he gave access and understood that the perpetual leaders that used to host political leaders here, it was not functional anymore. He changed the aspect of the interaction, of questioning on everything, where they were going to sleep and everything. And what we saw is a huge mobilization that ended up, for the first time, we gave millions of money. And to the credit of the Somalis, I've seen their leaders come here in Minneapolis, whether they have money or not. How the leaders interact with the people, from going to the mosque, ABCD, is different. If we are going to function like OCA meetings that used to happen, let us be honest, let the diaspora know that the very support that the diaspora, deep support, and Stone PK, was it yesterday or today, Stone PK? Oh no, we were in a private meeting. Stone PK told us that if we were to have our own presidential candidate as a diaspora, trust me, with all goodwill, we can bankroll the person only if we change the tactics and know that every vote matters. People needs to be listened. Our leaders cannot be behaving the same way they have been behaving over the years. That they come to hotels, they do what, they come and leave, that somebody coming, the aspect of somebody coming here and always just meeting people in New York and Washington and thinking, according to the Kenya, that, oh, he went. No, my friend, just say you came and met the leaders in Washington, but not the Kenyan diaspora. 99% of Kenyan diaspora do not even live close to New York and Washington, D.C. They are way far from there. And it should be intentional that how you interact with them, so that in this journey whereby you will need money, and these people have influence because they are bankrolling their families back home, they are paying for funeral expenses, they are paying for tuition, they are paying for hospitals, one way or the other, they may have an influence of gearing those people who do not have political alignment with them, but they will be able to say, like, help us get this person out so that in the future you can be independent, do this and this. My 1 or 2 calls for the funerals, school fees, and so on, I help at home, is important. But how do you do it for the people? who, when they come here, we just hear they were somewhere else. Or even when they come, they will never speak to us. They speak to the same audience of people. You know, I wonder, if you look at, you know, I was asking a good friend of mine who was here a couple of months ago, I was like, look at, until Raila died, all the time after 2007, anytime he came to Dallas and Minneapolis, who was at the front? Who was the audience? Was there a new audience? Were they doing anything better, or they were just taking photo apps to show the world that this has happened? And those are the things politicians should stop. Right now is a critical moment. It's no time for photos. It is not time for proximity. It is not time for all these cliches that we have said. It is time for us, what can the diaspora do to deliver to your end? Is there anything apart from money? Yes, apart from money, the diaspora has a huge influence. Your call to the people that right now are depending to you is persuasive. And it may look like it's a dent, but it's not. But if that is how the approach you are going to have, then I think we will not achieve that which my heart tells me that, look, what is diaspora? Diaspora is not us only. It is more than that. And I think it's a high time, if there's anybody listening in that hall, to know that, look, we must also change the tactic if we want to make sure that our influence is felt on the base. No matter what, we cannot continue what I have seen throughout. I may be one of the people who has been doing that. We have been recipient of favors of these leaders. But the question is, what have they achieved in all these years? What are the people? When you leave, what do the people say? Are they willing to vouch and die for you? 2007 was critical. People are ready to die for the guy. And if you remember, the East Side, whereby Kibaki had a great, good influence, especially in not in Baltimore, in Massachusetts, and also in Atlanta. You could see political agitation whereby people are putting money, people are calling home. It was a do and die. So on the other side, it was do and die. On our side, it was do and die. And you could see Kenyans ready to die for their country. And I think we must evoke that compassion and emotion right now. Because in the end of the day, we are feeling it on the pocket as Kenyans. And directly, we did not vote for the guy on the ground. But have we paid financially for the mistakes those people made? Yes. Are they listening? Are they willing to listen to us? Yes. Can we engage them? Yes, we can engage them. But also, we need also to engage with these leaders when they come here. So Kalonzo must know that he must come here on a long tour and meet the people. Set up mobilization centers, leaderships that he can contact directly. And even if he feels that he's too big and larger for life, such kind of shows are critical. If you look at what our friend, and that's why I think I've liked Livein more, and I've said here, people may not like Gachagua, but Gachagua's approach, whether we like him or not, has been very effective. He sits down in his house. He talks to people, even the Somalis. You want to tell me that Kalonzo has not seen all this? If it's too hard for Kalonzo to come to a show like this, he can't sit somewhere on a TikTok and engage all of us in one night. I think the strategy must change, and we must tell them on their face that, look, we are not only agitating for for one term, but if you act the way you are acting, you are agitating for 2 terms, unfortunately, without your knowledge. Engage us, diaspora, the same way people are being engaged at home. Make money come out of our pocket. Make us call people back at home. Let us have a constituency that is so powerful that we can scare Ruto at any time. I think that is my giving in regard to that. But otherwise, we want Like seriously, like, you know, it for me, it will not make any sense that Njiru is live streaming. I can go to YouTube myself. We shouldn't show such desperation that now we want him to win by all necessary means, that now we must stream where something is live. No, they must come to us. Why? We are willing also to be the ambassadors. They must know that. We can't keep on being ambassadors here day and night. But people who sleep day and night, when they come here, they become the recipient of what they are not going to do after Kalonzo leaves here. In that podium, we will see that. We've seen these things over and over. These people are educated, elitist people who know how to speak good English, who have connection to ABCD in terms of position. But these people have made their residence here forever. They are not even thinking of going back to Kenya, a lot of them. So the question is, after such kind of meeting, what is the influence you leave back for the one-time movement to be tangible? That's the question. But most of these meetings, to my own analysis, tell me, what do they leave? Unfortunately. So we must start targeting votes. If it doesn't replicate in votes, we must ask, how can we? And I think that needs smaller units, elaborate talks, and also building trust, because money doesn't just come from your pocket without that trust. And by the way, I will inform our listeners, we are still supporting Mzalendo. Why? When we talk change in Kenya, we must do our own experiment. We must agitate. Lazima hata sisi tukuwe na kakona ketu huko, tutashinda tuseme hii Kenyan democracy, we tried our democracy and we won. We are able, we are capable, as we are asking for a space to participate in. Let us ask for that space while we have also created the path. And I think Msimamo is a good classic experiment. Stone PK has indicated like that. My friend Robert told me very soon he wants to become a governor. I don't know when, but I think he can become a better governor than Simba. So I think we are headed there. But mtu kama Njiru bado angojee kidogo, because anaweza tufungia show anytime.
We have just lost. Maybe Budi to react to what you have said, Kabila, to later on. Frankly speaking, I don't know what is happening with the diaspora. And I don't know why accessing our leaders is so difficult. I don't know, but like...
in Chile, the reason behind is why it's very difficult. It is because it's very difficult when first to vote. If we had a situation where voting was very easy for us, do you know, I mean, like, just say the continent of the United States, Europe. Do you know because remember in the Constitution, we are supposed to be the chesters. I mean, instead of them making things, they have been squandering money where they were supposed to improve the people outside the country, how they can access easy and way of voting. Kama tungekuwa na kura at this point, they could be kissing us. But the only thing is, they know, like Alex said, why should I just take my money, just spend almost like 50,000 just to go to Rochester to vote? Why? Instead of them, they have to find out if we can, if all these people, they have passports. Why can't we come up with a system in the country where it can make it easier for whoever has the ID, whoever has a passport, they can just register and vote? If we do that one, then these guys, you will see them come here campaign, because they know most Kenyans from outside the country, they make up, they can be maybe over 2 million. They all grew up. But because they know that maybe you have a small say. The only thing they want is money, maybe, and just come the time where they can make their vacation. And also, I think I also agree with Alex. The people we have, some of them, instead of doing the right thing, they want some of them. They want to show off. Maybe the most to as if I mean, as if it's just like they want to show off. Why can't we have mechanism wherever we have somebody like Caroso, maybe any kind of, even when Gacha was here, even whoever is the president, just like there's a way you can reach to the locals. But hii mambo ya kuja, someone comes in, like now, so he's going to Maryland. Then from there, na some nilienda huko, whatever, US, the nini. The problem, if we had the power to vote from overseas, they will come and start kissing us. But since we are limited and nobody's even talking about it, because remember, there's only one person who was asking, how comes? Because according to the Constitution, I think there's a clause there about overseas voting, just like they were supposed to reach to everybody. I don't know by when, but they have done nothing. It's just only they can just leave nothing. And because of that, they keep on abusing us and making use of us. Remember what you were told by Kasongo. Right now, the people who have been holding the country, the people from outside the country who have been sending their money. The money from our own people. That's what they've been holding the country. They only see that. Yeah, because when they come in here, sincerely speaking, to get them is very, very difficult. Yeah. The one thing Caronso could have done, or anybody who comes in, let them come here. Maybe, like Alex said, they can just set up like amount to engage every Kenyan, which maybe in the US, in the UK, in Mexico, wherever you are, maybe in Botswana and everything. They don't do it. They just come in to show off. Then from there, they just, I mean, I just feel like if we had the power of like easier voting there and they know, they try to reach us. But who are they? Yeah, another Dr. Kasuta, oh, Kasongo is the one who's been exporting people outside. We don't matter. Why we gonna kasi? Why could you ban? That's what they see. But we do have influence. Some of your people work for you. People have some small companies. You know, so if they don't, I mean, things change. I can see things change. But Prem, the people we have the grant from our own people, because when they are given the opportunity, maybe to start like they want, wanakuwa na mambo mengi, instead of them just being free and fair, just trying to reach different people, different backgrounds, all the citizens of the, instead when they just want to be seen, like Alex said, pictures and everything. They would wake up or whatever. That means they want to store, and so who cares? Yeah, bring them here. Bring Caronso.
But let's be very honest. I mean, this is something that it's difficult for diaspora to talk about. Diaspora as a vote has never been a constituency that politicians really care about. And even me, if I was to be a politician, I wouldn't care so much, because how we manage them when they come here, they laugh at us. And ask anybody who has been part and parcel of the organization that brings this leadership here. Sometimes they look at us, they will not tell us the truth. And when you go back home, they will give you the card, everything, they will be very cordial. But when you get back home, you cannot access them. Not because they are bad people, because when they came, they observed, they saw, they wondered what you guys are doing. And especially for those who are coming for the first time. I remember a good friend of mine who you were hosting. Raila had a big entourage, came here, so we were told, we utabeba huyu utachukua huyu kutoka airport nini. So later on, as we were driving, one of the low-key leaders from the main meetings, I had big regard from diaspora. umejipanga vibaya hivi, all these things we have been hearing, kumbe ni ukweli. They say, how do we help you know that the anticipation we have for you is that you are the ones who will save Kenya? If you're having meetings like this, how will you save Kenya? I think Stone Pike have highlighted this several times, that we in diaspora Sangina too is an ego we have as if that we really know. But when it comes to replicating what we are saying into tangible force, politically, that brings change, it becomes a mirage. It's a conversation we need to have. And like, look at, we have been hoping, we have been political pastoralists from Mutembei, ABCD, mpaka today we are here. And I hope this is the last place we are finding our grazing field before we get the government we want. The question is, who have we taken to parliament? If we bring that topic, unaona vile Stone Pike anatoka chini, anaanguka mara moja. That topic ingia hivi tunatoroka. I'm kidding, Stone Pike. I didn't say metoroka. But that's how it happens. You will see some people vanish, fade. Nobody wants to put money. Kasonga akitoa pesa kwa siasa, then we are so quick to do what? To criticize him. Yet politics is money and money is politics. Look at this country, Njiru. You know very well. Lobbyist is legalized corruption. Why? Because politics is money and money is politics. So if we cannot come to counter Ruto financially, then we are failing. We have that capacity. We do. What makes us not do that? The leadership that we always, for instance, my friend, if Raila was to resurrect and come here today in Minneapolis, there are Luos who have stayed here in 1969. We never see them. But when Raila will come, they will surface. They will be the secretary. They will be the treasurer. So unaambiwa upe mzee mwenye hata hujaiona pesa yako iende wapi campaign. Unashangaa. And you hear the last time they went to Kenya was when Kenyatta was the president. How do you give somebody like that money? Then that's how trust erodes. I'm very honest, and I'm saying this. Our organizational structure is failed from the beginning on how we approach this issue. Do we have the capacity? Do we have the resources? Without a doubt, we do, including the eloquence. But in between there, it has almost become an elusive idea that a diasporan right now, as we are living, can go to Kenya and be able even to campaign with somebody like Sudi. Why? Because right now, wanatuambia enda keep your change. Keep your change. It's a fact. Roba, I know you want to run for governorship, but ile pesa Simbarati atasimamisha watu huko, anapea lecturer 5,000 ya mafuta tu. Unaelewa? We are capable of doing. Mtu mmoja anaweza kukupea hiyo per day hapa na utafanya nini? You can be able to succeed. But are people willing to do that? So we need to ask ourselves, who are the diaspora? All the time these people come here, ni kama wanatucheza. They are playing video apps and photo apps for Kenyans to know that they went abroad. But do they respect us? I swear to you, Kalonzo respects nobody in that room. We are but nothing in their eyes.
It's the same thing we were told by Kasongo, that he has created Minister of what? Foreign, whatever, branch of, I don't know what. There's a young lady there. In an idea, Nini. What has to do with me?
A young boy, my best friend, nani anamjua anatoka Mbere, Sam Nyaga, alitolewa hapa, is in that office doing nothing. Yani tunafunguliwa ofisi zingine hazina meaning to appease us.
The last time, in fact, you know what was so funny? The last time it was, this guy was, I think that minister, the so-called, I don't know. This guy who used Mutua. This guy used to be the governor of, I think, Machakos, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so he comes, he tells us, oh, that office is going to be created. Na sisi tutafanya nini? if you have people mnatuma pesa pengine wamekukula nini na nini tutafuata. I'm just like, really? That's all you can do? Unaona? These guys, they can come, you can contribute money, you do what. But when it comes, pengine, you need support, maybe you want to go to the next level, that would be a no. Or they would just lie to you. And like you said, to access them, when you go back to Nairobi, maybe anywhere in the country, very, very, very difficult. I had a situation where I had my nephew, I think I've told this story before, I had my nephew, he was among the top students in the country, and they just go Mango. The next thing, he gets a letter, or they call him whatever, they just say, to go somewhere school we have never had before. And he was, in fact, the 50th student in the country. So the so-called people, I want to ask them, hey, what happened here? I was on the ground. They will tell you, you know what, see me tomorrow. I'm just like, see you tomorrow. Yeah. Or somebody will tell you, oh, I want to make some connections. I want to find out what happened. And at the end of the day, my friends, there was nothing. They never helped me. The people who came to risk my nephew to go to Mango where he wanted to go anyway, his first choice was the local. Not even an MP, not what. It's people who went and met a forum. They just find out that there was some other chinga they do in Kenya, some of the things, and that's how he missed it. But he was given his letter to go to school. These people cannot help you. I tried my own people we went to school with, and I tried to get access to help me. You will never hear them. They were just like, oh, we get back to you. Now, to me, a message, they respond 2-3 days later, even though you know they read the message. So that's how it is. They don't care. But when they come here, the first thing, before even they start, they won't call you. They just call you, I'll be somewhere, I'll be what are you doing? Now that's when they interact. But when you need them, they don't care. That's how we have come. Let's talk the truth. To say ukweli, we are being mistreated and people don't care about us. It's as if since we don't count. Maybe pengine, like I said, if we had power of voting, is voting. Ambao wanajua mimi nitakuwa na kura. Pengine I have 2 people, maybe my boys or some relatives, or maybe my brothers or some other things. Maybe they will just come and say, you know what? They would listen. But at this point, you have a wrong way to go for us to get the kind of respect we deserve. But they will always come here. They want to fundraise. They want money. They want to what? But we know. Somebody will come here and buy cash. iPhone. What are you want to do? iPhone, maybe yourself, you can't afford cash. They have the money anyway. So, Alex.
So Njiru, I want you to help me here and understand PK. Because we want to be independent as a country. Sindio? We don't want foreign interference, which we believe put Ruto into what? Into power. And we see our leaders interact with the same people or organization that were part and parcel of what we saw in Bomas. Now, then we are told they came to see the diaspora people. In your mind, who is important to our politicians right now? Are they the people that are going to bankroll them, or us who don't have votes, but will sit there and take their pictures with? But are they being honest with both us and Kenyans, or in between there's a negotiation of how power transfer is done? So in the end, does the vote of a Kenyan matter, or it's a deal that is made outside the country and we have normalized that? And baadaye nataka unisaidie kuwa hiyo kitu baadaye before show ishe. Njiru, I don't know vile tunafanya harusi ya Moses Kuria na Moses Kuria yuko. Mi hiyo kitu bado sijaelewa.
Yeah, Stone PK, you can react. Stone, are you there? Bwana Budi, let me begin your story ya Moses. You know very well, there are some families which are very political. Zinatakanga kukua pande mbili. Sababu they know any of the side will be good. You know, ni kama ile the Moses Wetangula family. Moses Wetangula family, most of the time watakangi kukua pande moja. Because in their thinking they know, tukienda pande moja, alafu kiumane. Oh, Stone PK, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, react to what Bundi was asking.
I don't know what he was asking because I was thrown off by my network. Shida.
Bundi, reinforce him ili akujibu vizuri.
Sorry about that anyway. I hate coming back and forth. If it's not very...
Piga, unajua ukiuliza swali mara ya pili ina dilute ile ya kwanza.
Kabisa, you know that. That's why I always make it back. Yes.
So acha nione kama kuna majani mpya nipike chai ndio nikupea hiyo chai. So nasema hivi. I see a situation whereby we are being caught up in a conflict that obviously we are not paying attention to. When our leaders come here, behind they do meet the leadership of the country. And most of the time, they are the ones who provide the security, their itinerary, the everything. And later on, they come to see us a few minutes for photo ops and maybe, you know, strong thing. And we end up giving up our sovereignty before the campaign. So by the time the campaign comes, there is somebody already bankrolling our campaigns with the intention that if we put you in power, this is what we want. Unaelewa? And I think we have normalized that. We've seen Raila go to Charterhouse. We've seen Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta coming to Washington. We saw last time Ruto send his surrogates to Dallas. Later on, they met Soros, so on and so forth. And I think it has become part and parcel that if you want to become a president in Kenya or some African countries, you have to go to Charterhouse in the UK. But I'm feeling that the whole process is skewed because we have normalized, we have agreed to it. So the question is, even the meetings that Kalonzo came here today, is it to meet really me and you? Or we are just taking photos after he has done what he came to do? And what he came to do, what is it? Should we interrogate and come up with the answer, knowing that we have skewed our own electoral process in that we have allowed such happenings to be part and parcel of our political campaign and election process. And when finally they decide to overturn the will of the people, then at that particular time, we want to part ways with them. Whereas we are seeing they are doing it pre-campaign season. What should be our approach towards that?
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. In my opinion, this is, for me, I love being very simplistic in terms of, rather realistic. And if you want to be realistic, you have to be simple. My simple way of looking at, especially this trip, and in Jiro, you can remember in our earlier shows, I talked about Kalonzo's trip, and I said, this is a personal trip, okay? It's a personal mission. And in terms of fundraising, we call it own source raising, own source fundraising. Your own initiative, and that's why it did not have that, ulabalu, itinerary, like elaborating. Oh, he's going here, he's meeting this. It is totally different from what Gachagua came to do. All right, and I tend to think there would be another major mission, Kalonzo, a little bit later. This was almost, and I will be proved right, it was a private visit to some specific, very specific, and very kind of confidential, some of the, dealings. Because when you are going for a political post, and especially the presidential, there is so much that you need to do privately, which includes raising funds. And when it happens that the guys that have all the indicators, when the indicators fall towards you as the probable, because as I was saying earlier in our shows, already in Kenya, it is known who will be the flag bearer. Hii ingine tunafanya mchezo wa town. It is known. And how is it known? They use all the parameters. Huku kwingine tunaweza piga nduru, huyu, hiyo tu ni ile, sugar coating na mchezo ile kalongolongo. But the who is who and the powers that be have already done their own research and all that, because powers that be are people who are interested in diversified sectors. They already know the situation and most probably the outcome. Hence, you have now some, could be private individuals now trying to offer, because it is now offering this beautiful girl. Unakuja naweka CV yako, mwingine anaweka, oh please can you come for a dinner, you need to come and address a few of our partners here and all that. That cannot be put on the board for everyone to see, or on the table for everyone to see. All right, so that's why, and this, by the way, someone can prove me wrong. This is exactly what has happened with Kalonzo's mission here. It is not about meeting Kenyans, meeting sijui nini wapi na wapi na wapi na wapi. No, there is more than meet the eyes, and there is no ill motive here. It is just people, those who see him as a very highly potential president for the Republic of Kenya, beginning to offer themselves, because of course people have to offer themselves. It goes all the way from the lowest seat of an MCA. I can tell you out of experience, even as an MCA, there are those people who start now correlating with you, some for the best interest, others for selfish interest. So it is upon the candidate to start knowing, oh, I can associate with Roba because Roba has offered to bring one factory in my constituency, so long as I'll be able to look and make sure the community can be able to volunteer this amount of land, XYZ. That's an example I'm giving. All right. There is another one who says I should be able to bridge because I'm looking from your manifesto, from what your intents are. It's like you really want to do so much about water sector. For us, we deal with this and this and this. We can have a public partnership, public, private, or whatever, private PPP in your area if we can be part. So people start aligning themselves with you, and based on that, we will be able to do that or give you this kind of support. These are things you cannot deny, you cannot run away from. Okay, so basically, this is what it is for the SK. That is why, the rest now, when it comes to trying to meet Kenyans and all that, then it is squeezed in the itinerary. That is my view. And on the second point is about the disorganization of diaspora. The diaspora is one of the most disorganized group when it comes to matters Kenya. political matters. So disjointed because of, again, replica of what happens in Kenya, selfishness. And Roba, when I came in, Roba was dwelling on that. He's very right, spot on. Mtu ukiwa nyumbani anakuignore, unashindwa, huyu ni ule tuligraduate naye bana, hata huyu ni ule alikuwa desperate because sasa anavaa ile uniform ya Kenya. Number one, kujidai very busy, and I can swear here that civil service, hakuna mtu anakuanga busy doing productive things. This I can put my neck on the chopping board. They are pretenders. There is very little work in civil service. So meaning what? People can have as much time as possible, even to chat, even to laugh, even to have coffee for 1 hour, clapping and remembering what you did, how you chased girls in college and all that. You have that time as a civil servant. Take that to any bank. Whether you are a PS, whether you are whatever it is, kazi ya kufanya kwa ofisi ya civil service, out of 8 hours, if you work like the way people work in these first world countries, 8 hours is just too much for the job they have. Take that to any bank. Okay, so huko nyumbani wana pretend, oh niko busy, oh niko this, niko this, and when they come out there where you are, then now they need you. Likewise, when now these candidates are mission here, when now they say, for example, we are coming to Boston, we want to meet Kenyans in Boston. Utakuta Sontike amehijack, Njiru amehijack na Roba. Then we now own that guy and corner him and block the others, so that we are able, because of personal interest, oh, we are there, we are the only one seen taking photos and talking I. What happens? You disadvantage the candidate. I'm saying this because I saw it when Raila came, I saw it when Wamnyoro came, okay, and we are very weak in that. Number 3, diaspora are just loud mouth, wanaitangwa keyboard warriors. When it comes to even, for example, saying we want to raise funds for a political cause, very difficult. Ngumu sana. And I want to challenge anybody to tell me which candidate diaspora has ever sponsored. That I keep on challenging. Not even an MCA. Individually, yes. Unatumia individual, unamtumia shilingi $1,000. That's nothing. Unamtumia mtu $1,000 na anahitaji 5 million Kenya shillings. I'm putting the very lowest. Yes, umesaidia, but it will have no impact because this guy will not be able to achieve the objective. Why? Because the diaspora is so mean. They want things done in the best way possible, but they don't dive deep into it. That's a challenge. Since I started engaging with the diaspora, I remember the first thing I told them, I started telling people, since 2022, we were cornered and we were lied to and we were duped. I started asking people, can we have people from diaspora volunteer, go down, those who can, take positions. Let's show people how things are done. Like when Uhuru was coming during the 2013 election, he had a very good agenda. He went around appealing to expatriates, Kenyans who are up there making things happen. He said, I want to have as many as of you as possible to try and build Kenya. Only that now when that happened, some of people resigned their jobs in very big positions. But when they arrived, then the politician felt that their opportunities were being taken by this, and it was a disaster. Okay, so I would want somebody to take that copy and make it happen. Appeal to diaspora for those who can contribute directly by being and presenting themselves as leaders, and also mobilizing funds, for example, in terms of how we can have any diversified leaders from all over, that are propagating the issues that diaspora has been going for. Yeah. So for me, that's how I look at the whole issue. Kalonzo more private, and then trying to raise funds. It was structured that way, and of course now diaspora also has a challenge to be able to decide instead of thinking that it's a normal political thing, but sijui democracy sijui nini, diaspora waanguke naye waseme ni Kalonzo na fulani ama ni Matiang'i na fulani. Because we need to have a candidate to start chiming and to start really pushing up there. It is not politics as usual, and that was what I said earlier when I was presenting. This time around is rapture, is do or die for the country called Kenya. We cannot afford to say to go theory what we were taught in classroom about politics. That it's a democracy. People have to do. Democracy is BS in Kenya. That is gone. It can't work. What we need now is to force it what we think. If malaria queen is the one that will cure Kenya, tunapinya mtu mdomo, scoop na kijiko, ama tunamfunga miguu, tunampatia kwa nguvu, tunamwambia you have to swallow this because this is what will cure Kenya. Thank you very much.
Haya, sawa. So that's fine. So, Budi, are you satisfied with his response? Budi, are you satisfied?
Njiru, we have a noise coming from somebody's background. Is it possible? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still trying to. Wale watu nilikuwa naongea nao ni kama wame disappear. I'm no longer getting them. So once I get them, I will.
We just said it. They disappear. Okay. So let me just add up what Alex said on this 20PK. On top of that, the one thing I'll keep on asking, I'm not trying to be just like questioning, but why is it that a friend of yours, you doing 1 year, you know what he's doing, the second year, the next thing you unamwona anaitwa doctor. I'm just like, so Kenya imekuwa hii mambo ya madokta kuanzia Ruto. There's some fake things happen. Me sometimes I just feel like I'm not trying, that's how, we have to clear. There's a lot of mess has to be cleaned in the country. Yeah. Once, a couple of months ago, I think last year, guess what? This the so-called president, the crooked man, the conman. Remember what he was saying, because he is a doctor, no president, we have never had a doctor president in the country. And now, because he's a doctor, he is worse than everybody. Guess what has happened? It's the most reckless, the most conmanship, the most underperforming person you ever get. And yet he called himself Dr. Samoyo Leva. Where he's got his PhD? I don't know. It's something I'm questioning. Even some people, 1 or 2 years, somebody's a doctor. I'm just saying now, PhD in Kenya has just come like that now. Doctor. I give them that. But because of that kind of culture, we have built a culture of lying, a lot of lies. A culture of just don't speak the truth. A culture where you just like me alone. A culture where we have young people just growing up. They know that if you work for the government, that's the way you work for the government. Go on the route, then you will be the hero in the society. That's the kind of culture we have built. Yeah, something has to give. Something has to give. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because some of us, the way we see the country, I want to see a country where we have the private sector being the engine which is running the economy of the country, not the government. But instead, Kenya, And now the government is what's running the economy. Imagine the people who we trusted and we fought to go to parliament, they are telling you that for me to do development, I have to go and kiss William Ruto. For me to do such a thing as to 1 or 2, I have to go kiss William Ruto. And yet, that's not the way the Constitution was set up. But because now we have, all of us, we are in the same, this kind of, like, no people, no person who can come and being wise and just tell us, yeah, why are we like everything we are in denial as a country? Look, we started with Anna Waiguru, whatever her name is. You know what she did? She was not even qualified, even to run for the governor of Kirinyaga. She served 2 terms. Then we have this a member of parliament who was convicted. He's convicted and is in jail, but he gets voted in. And from there, something says, something happens, nobody knows. Tell me, all the kind of investigation you have had in Kenya, let's say the Maasai, the guy who was shot through the GNC movement, he was shot. His case we saw to the end of court, here, police shoot, Emenda Wapi. The sentencing. We are a country we like to incomplete. Even if, remember, the terrorists attacked our country, if you remember, even from the mall or the end part of the country, to Nambiwa, oh, the investigation is going on, we will tell you. When I watch investigation, you will never hear nothing about it. They talk of Livein or whatever it is. Until Matiang'i had to tell us that the files are still open. That's the problem. We were told people were shot at the church. The other day, the other week, or they were investigation. Yeah, investigation of what? The same people who have committed crimes they want to investigate. That comes from Interior Minister. That's how stupid we are. People steal, they are heroes. People commit murder, they get away because they have money. Yeah. Now, you are leaving a conman free of charge, ruining a country, stealing all the money, using that money, trying to keep himself in power. And there's nobody asking it. Not even a politician, not even a opposition, or just like, where are you getting this money, my friend? That's Ruta's ATM is in State House. Every time he's the one who decides at leader ground to do what? All this nonsense were my answers. All this nonsense. We have to do with money. Yet Ruto, he came in, he would never run out of money. And we are allowing it as a country. That's where the difference between developed countries and the so-called wannabe Singapore. Wannabe Singapore. You let a person, one ridiculous person, ruling a country, and nobody asks about it. Where is he getting all this money? When kids are being turned out of school. Where? Somebody has to ask. That's, imagine. Mtu akipata kitu kidogo, somebody somewhere is suddenly, kesho, is a millionaire. It's a billionaire. You get a policeman, they are telling you, oh, the reason we are doing this corruption because our salary is not enough. But my question is, when you applied for the job, you knew how much they were paying. Then why did you apply? Because now you're telling us your salary because your salary is small, you have to do corruption. Nonsense. Our generation have to change. The Gen Z brought something, fresh air. Fresh air. Partyless, tribalist. That's what we want to see. They also questioning the way we were spending and other things. I think the best way to go forward as a country, let us unite and say, if you come as to be our leader, I want to see you how much economy you build at the bottom line. Economy, because economy is economy. Jobs, then that one is how we can run a country. That's to be the trademark of Kenya. You come in, you don't get anything, you mess up the economy, you are out. You should just be that. We should. Mambo ya ujinga, ukabila, then we are supporting corrupt people. Some the members of parliament wameenda huku, wamechukua pesa, wameiba, then that's the man they are using running against other people. We don't even question them. They are taking advantage of it. Then from there until now, we are supporting them, kissing them, and yet they are stealing from us. And we are allowed to happen. That's the problem. Even if you ask some of this, go back. What you have been told, both governments who have been in power. Finally, we investigate. Our police and investigate. Paka saa hii unatokea when? They will never tell you what happened. That's Kenyan we are. We are incomplete. We do things katikati hapo tu. As long as kata corner, grabbing, stealing, kupiga kifua. Sasa hiyo imeenda paka generation after generation. Look at developed countries. Our people are. Imagine in Giro, they come and ask, they come and beg you to join can you come and join the army? We want people, volunteers, to join the force, to join what? But in Kenya, you have to buy a job. Even to be a crack, you have to bribe someone to get a job. And this kind of nonsense has to stop. It's primarily from all the way from whatever up to bottom line. And tunachita inchi ya Kristo. Wenye wanafanya wa Kristo, saa hii register funguliwa kutoka hapo, you will see most of them, they are just conmanship. They lie too much. Yeah, we have reached a country where our divination, the way we need to be divined, is corrupt. Yeah, we are a corrupt country. Corruption is in our DNA as a country, and nobody has ever addressed it. And because of that, we are messing a generation. And because of that corruption, that's why we are having issues of unemployment, and nobody is talking about it. Ndakuja nifanye hivi kila saa. Let us go to the bottom of it. Let us go and demand as Kenyans. Must say, unachukua hii, okay? But what we want is returns. Imagine kama huyu jamaa ameenda kufanya hii mambo ya wheelbarrow. Huyu at wheelbarrow inanunuliwa almost 300,000 wheelbarrow. Then he goes there and he went back. He's Bungoma. He's now the current governor. Kenyans, where are we? I don't know. We have allowed, as a society, we have allowed it to be streamed over, to be rolled off by this nonsense, by this conmanship, by these dictators. Ambao wanaenda huko, they take advantage. After they get money, now you can't touch them. They run you over. And then, you know what, the next thing? We are crabbing for them. We are kissing them. Out the sucha. Time has come. As we approach the next election, time has come. Yeah? Time has come. But hii mambo ya corrupt is the bottom line. If we get rid of corruption in Kenya, if we get rid of it, we can progress as a country. But at this point, my friends, we are kidding ourselves. Kenya would never progress. Just look the way they are steering right now. You don't just go. So you unaambiwa, if you want development, you have to go and see Ruto. kan Ruto ako na ATM ya benki ya taifa. So he has the ATM central bank in the State House. And you have every time you have to go there, everybody has to go and kiss him. Imambo ya here, the old Katiba, the old constitution, that's why we have gone back and we have allowed it to go back. Even old Kenyatta never even treated people the way this monster is doing. He's a monster, he's a conman, he's a killer, and now it's just things that everything has to come from him. We have to stop this nonsense. Let us stick with the constitution, let us end corruption, and our country will progress. Waje ni ajabu Njiru.
Okay, ni sawa. We hope that this time round we are getting it right. Maybe there is a question which I'm asking. When Raila Odinga was exiting, was in politics, especially 2022, we were talking of Rais wa mpito. Raila alikuwa afanye miaka 5, then apitishe baton. So Bwana Stone PK, when we are talking about Kalonzo Musyoka, are we talking of a rais wa mpito ama ni rais ambaye atafanya term zake 2 as a stabilization agent? What do you think? Or ataendelea tu na hiyo clarion call ya kama ilikuwa ya Raila Odinga?
I don't think that is an agenda, whether mpito or 2 term. And we should not have that kind of a thing. That is, putting the cart before the horses. Because why people are talking about Raila being that, it was just political that time and trying to add value to Raila. Sorry, not Ruto, Raila. Because of course Raila was hard to sell in some part of Kenya, okay, especially the mountain. So we had to look for some assurance that we need this guy for that. Maybe I'm revealing some of the very inner strategies, okay. Ile tu watu wanaambia huyu sasa wacha tumpatie angalau atuwekee foundation as to how we gonna progress. Otherwise, you see at ni routine, ama it's a policy that is gonna be there. When we are electing you, we are electing you. If you can perform, and there is nowhere there is a guarantee that once umechaguliwa, you have to do your 2 terms. That's another stupid thing that I find Kenyans talking about. That huyu alifanya yake 2 na huyu akafanya yake 2. The extra 5 or the second term is prerogative of the voters based on what they think of you. But sasa Kenya, haki ya Mungu, Kenya, sometimes when you think of us, ni annoying. Yeah, it's annoying. Who said that lazima ufanye 2 terms? Yeah, it is based on your performance and your voters. They are the ones who will determine whether they will give you 1 term or 2 terms. Same thing with the position here MP. Same thing with your Senate and all that. It's not a big deal. The big deal is umeperform ile watu wanataka kukurudisha term ya 2. It's as simple as that, Njiro. So for me, it should not even be debate. But whether Kalonzo is coming in for 1 term or why would we talk about the second term? For what? How? How? Sincerely speaking. And I found also media houses trying to bring that kind of narrative that so and so did 2 terms. This one did 2 terms. So why would this one not? Nonsensical, man. It is. We have looked so illogical, kabisa, and it is annoying. Yes.
Yes, Tom DK. I just want to add. First of all, I just feel like, you're right. This nonsense of saying somebody comes here is like they are talking about second term or whatever. That's nonsense. On top of that, I'm one person here, and I'll just insist, and I'll keep it consistent. I feel Kalonzo is so soft for 2027. I don't want a president. It's soft. From what is soft. He's soft. That's the way I feel. And even if he comes in here, I'll tell him that. He's so soft. I just feel like we need somebody who just like the Mada Karua, the Matiang, somebody like, I stand my ground. I stand my ground. I don't want this. I think we are making a big mistake here. We need somebody who just say, you know what, I mean what I say what I mean. That's what we need. He's so soft. Carlos is so soft. That's my opinion on that. Sorry for cutting off. He's so soft.
On that one, so Buanaroba, would you go ahead and explain to us when you talk of softness, what do you mean? Like is softness in terms of demeanor, in terms of what? Like make me to understand the softness of how, and is that softness?
Was this guy called Carons? Was he not once time a vice president? When you are a vice president of a country, when the next election, the other guy is sitting, why can't you fight over to take over the country? Yeah, was he not the vice president of the so-called Mwai Kibaki? And yet, how did he fight? How did he try to get in? He never did nothing. All he did, first of all, he ruined the democracy of 2007. Okay, when he got in, what he did, nothing. He did nothing. Because also he talks too much of like, I'm a Christian, you want somebody who comes in. And that's why I think it's time for us also to try somebody who has a record, somebody who has stood some ground and said no. Tell me where Caron, since he has been a politician, where he went extreme. When it came a time when Papa told him he's going to be shown in, it disappeared. He disappeared from the country. I mean, he's so soft, I don't trust him. Even if, he can win. I don't mean he's not going to win. He can win the election, but I don't see any changes he's going to make because of his softness. It's the kind of the old mentality we don't want to see. It's the kind of mentality from I don't know what needs to be wiped away. We want new mentality. We want a new Kenya. I just feel like Kalonzo and some of these people disappear. We want people who want to progress the country. You have been there, Minister of Foreign Affairs. You have been there, Vice President. What else? You did nothing. I do expect you to do something. It's time for you to step down. Let him come here and we tell him that. That's my opinion.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I have a question, Giro. I have a question to Roba and anybody who might be listening. How is a country run?
Stony PK, give me 20 minutes, I will be back. I'm just around.
So we continue talking on our own here. Yeah.
Yeah, hata Mama Nyakairo wako hapa. The agenda is set. You already know what we are talking about. I'll be back.
Still, let me add what I was saying before you asked me a question. When Papa came and he left and he decided he's going to join this conman called Ruto, Kalonzo had the opportunity to take it to the next stage. Kalonzo had the opportunity to take it to the next level and they say, Papa, this is wrong. We'll go the other way around. Just to step his point and just say, you know what? It's time for me to take over. So what happened? When Raila was on the other side, Kalonzo disappeared. Kalonzo is somebody, every time he's just given that opportunity, it disappears. He wants Kajawa and Mpatie Plate. Ukwe Raisi. That's what he wants. He has never fight for himself anywhere. Tell me where you have seen Kalonzo going outside Ukambani even a week or 2 weeks, just trying to do something, trying to understand the people on that the other part of the country, trying to stay there, trying just like to be a serious man as somebody who has a political party. He has never done it. He goes there 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever, one day, then he goes back to Ukambani. Every major announcements Kalonzo has made, like something, he just do it from Machakos or he just do it from other part of the Ukambani, nothing else, or from the headquarters of whatever Wiper. Yeah, he's so soft. I don't trust him.
Then I ask a question. How is a country run? What runs a country? What is the role of a president? To be a bit simpler.
I'll tell you. What runs a country is the constitution.
Okay, thank you. And then what are the characteristics of a good president?
A good president is a person who follows the constitution. A good president is the one who does what he promises. A good president is the one who fights for a country. And for me, a good president is the one who creates jobs for the young people, for the old people, for every generation as the backbone of a country. And a good president is the one who does not allow even zero corruption in a country. But in Kenya, they all are not qualified. If I was to want to choose a president, all of them who have been in power, they are all been corrupt.
Okay. Unfortunately, when it comes a time, you have to get a president. So, yeah, very well said. How about, does it mean for one to achieve all what you have enlisted, you have to talk on top of your voice? Does it matter how loud you speak, or how hard you bang the table, or how high you stand on top of a tree or a car?
You execute it. It's the way you execute things. It's the way you run a country. If you are a president, you can't be like Ruto. Is the other way. He's trying to make money, people to love him. He's kind of bribing. He's bribery. People love Ruto because of his money. They don't love him because of what he's doing. Yeah. A good president is the person who cares about a country. When you have been given the power, or you have been given the opportunity to serve the people, serve them according to the constitution they voted for, according like what the demand of a country. Yeah. Right now, when is Kenya going to be out of like employment? Instead of we are reduce the employment, it's going the other way around. When are we going to end corruption? When? They keep it every 5 years. Now, because of that corruption, is now what's killing the country. When? When are we going to stop it? When? A good president is somebody who just stand up and just say, you steal, you do what? You'll be hanged. Because he can he has to do that. I mean, he can just like if someone's convicted. Ataweza weka kitore kama Uhuru alisema, mimi nitaweka kitore hapo. When Kasonga ever talked about corruption? At this point, what Kenya needs is a president who's going to end corruption. You end corruption, the country will progress. And Carlos Escarpa, all is just like he has seen it all. He thinks he has experience of corruption. That's why I can tell you that. I don't see. I just wanted to try something else. No, I'm tired of this the so-called Caronsos, the so-called. I don't know that I'm tired of this. There's some people who've been in government for a long time. They don't have they have done nothing since they have been there. What have they done? And they will do different from what he was a vice president. What did he do? Give me the record of Kalonzo Musyoka as a vice president. Put it on the table.
So I was still on my trail. I was asking, so based on what you listed, how much volume do you need to have that effected? The list you gave, how big a volume do you need? You say the rule of law. How loud must you shout to have the law followed or the constitution followed? How loud is loud? Because it looks like for you, it should be shouting. You know, you are on top of the table, on top of the trees, and you are saying people will be nyongwa. Wale wataiba watanyongwa. So if I'm soft, and I say softly, the rule of law must be implemented.
No,
and then you come, you shout. Are those two different implementation methods?
When I say something is soft, it doesn't mean it's not soft enough. I mean it's soft from his history. It's soft from what he has done before. is sort of like somebody who might just keep a blind eye when a major thing happens because he wants to impress a group of people.
Might.
Yes,
You are using might.
Yes.
You are using might. You are very judgmental. You're using might, Robert. So you're not sure.
What do you mean?
You're not sure. You're saying he might give a blind eye. He might. You know, whenever you use might, it means you are not sure. You are doubting. So he could.
I'm not
He
sure.
could do
I
that.
don't know that
He might.
individual. I don't know.
Exactly, Robert. That's it. Now you don't know how. Listen. You don't know how this man might behave when he's the president. Let's agree. Ujui na sijui.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
There are
But
some
what we do,
candidates.
let me
There's some
tell
candidates
you.
who have been the first president. Yeah. What did they do? Well, fanyaji. How's their record?
Let me say this. That is a very tired question. What did someone do when he was the vice president? What did you expect them to do? Give me 1, 2, 3 things. When you are a vice president.
Are you now, Stone PK? It looks like you are interviewing me, or you want to whatever. You can
No, it's a dialogue we are having. We are talking.
But I will never.
No.
I want somebody. I'm tired of this crap of the so-called wiper. What wiper? He can only win. So he has been a wiper. What? Give me. I'm an MPC to win from the rest of the country. If you want, if this is a national leader.
Well, I don't want to engage that way because I'm not interviewing you. We are just having a dialogue.
That's what I'm trying to say.
We are having a dialogue, and the dialogue here is based on your argument. You cannot convince. I don't know how many people you can convince by just saying you don't want to, you don't want to, you don't want.
I don't need to convince anybody. Okay, everybody has his own right, and everybody has the way you think things. But I'm telling you from my guts, from the way I feel, it's just like if at all the so-called leaked information that they have settled on Caronso and the Mada Karua. For me, I just feel like if that's the case,
you're frustrated.
We're not going to progress. That's why I'm
sorry.
We are not going to progress because this man has a record. Okay, his record speaks for himself. Even himself, he has said the Peter Katkat. Now Peter Katkat, he ruined the 207. Okay, then after that, he never even fought even himself. People wanakuja wanapita hapo, and yet somebody else took over the presidency. Okay, he's very soft.
Then here, actually, there is no argument here because it's a matter of one wanting, you wanting this and not wanting that. So basically, there is no point of discussion here.
Because he can go there, then it becomes very tough, and he can clean up the house, he can end corruption. Then we can say, yes, he did it. But at this point, we are saying what his record is. We are saying what he has done.
Being realistic is at one given time, and when you look at it, there is what you've been given on the menu. It's like you enter a kiosk, kukula, you find wanauza tu ugali na madondo, ugali na chapati, madondo na ugali, madondo na chapati, madondo na, then you start asking for pilau, which is not there. They will have nothing else. Watakwambia lazima uchuzi tu kati ya hizi tumekupatia. So for Kenyans, we have wishful thinking, but now we cannot think beyond what has been availed to us. Whether we fight, whether we tufanye whatever it is, unachukua what is available on the menu, and what is available on the menu, we may not like it, but you'll have to choose out of that menu.
I'm not saying this man cannot be a president. I just said he can win. He's going to win. But if we want to be talking of making a difference to our people, he has to move from this kind of, like some of us we know as being soft, because it doesn't have a record, or it doesn't have something to show off to say Kalonzo stood for this. Kalonzo, this is what okay. You can say Mada Karua, she has fought before. some of the things she has stood up. She has quit government. She has even quit Kibak Times. Yeah. What can you say about Kalonzo? Here any updates, or we don't get our in progress?
Wacha tuendelee na show yetu. I think we will have to find a way of getting them. I don't seem to get them. So wacha tuongee, wacha wajue tu there are some people who support them somewhere.
Okay, let me just give you a Cairo to something. I'll be back in a few minutes, but I want to text something here real quick.
Yeah, no problem. So Mama Nyakairo, get in. Oh, Mama Nyakairo, get in. So how are you? And najua ulikuwa na kahoma kidogo. I don't know.
Ya, habari zenu ndugu zangu. Ya, homa yangu bado iko, lakini masikio yanasikia. Naendelea tu kupata nafuu. I just had maybe 1 or 2 points I wanted to make. And I heard Sonny PK brought this about how these guys, I think even Roba talked about these guys coming here in diaspora, doing whatever they do, and then they go back home. Sisi hatutakuwa watu ambao tumekuja nchi ya kigeni tukitarajia kurudi manyumbani, iwe ni kama tunasukumiwa tuzidi kuishi hapa kwa sababu ya shida zile ziko kwa nchi yetu. It is very sad and very devastating when you think that those are people who are coming here to talk to us. And I believe they know our grievances when we are here and what our wants are. We always wish that one day, one time, we'll go back home. Nyumbani kuko aje? Ninatoka kwa shida hii naenda kwa shida ingine, ambapo huko ndiko natarajia kuishi maisha ya furaha. At least is my country. Unajiuliza maswali mingi sana, kwa sababu kama mnaweza kumbuka habari ya wakati ule wa Raila na Ruto election time, mkumbuke vile tulisikia saa ile tulikuwa nafikiri candid. Saa ile tulisikia matokeo. You had so many people saying that, oh my gosh, mimi nilikuwa already nimejipanga ninaenda nyumbani, because people expected that Raila will be elected as the president of Kenya. And people are feeling the environment will change, and so we were prepared, me being one, of packing and going back home, a peaceful country whereby we can enjoy our life at least. When things didn't work to our favor, watu walirudi kuongea baadaye vile walipigwa na butwa. They were hit. Some became even sick. Some became so unhappy until today. Why? Because the expectations that they wanted did not happen. We didn't even know how long it will take for us to reach this point. Ati huyu bado ako hapo. Na Stone PK amesema vizuri, it doesn't matter how long the person can rule the country. It can be even one day. It can be a week. It can be a month. It can be even nothing. It depends with all the behavior that the person is showing to Kenyans or to the nation. People have gone through so much, and I would say uongozi wa Ruto ulikuwa umeisha. 2024 uongozi wake uliisha. That means it doesn't matter whether you have been told you rule for 5 years. It can end any time because of your character, because of your behavior. Watoto wetu waliuawa kwa maswali ambayo huyu mtu kama angekuwa ni mtu halali ama mtu ambaye ni raisi mwenye heshima, ni maswali tu angejibu na arekebishe. Watoto walizikwa. We will never ever see them anymore. But the building that was being protected is still, kinyumba hicho kimesimama hapo, akiongea na mtu, kimesimama tu. You can imagine how many parents sees that building and remember their loved one. Hiyo nyumba itawasaidia na nini? And this guy is just running crazy around the country telling these Gen Zs vile atawapea pesa waanze biashara za nini? Go and stay in that building, talk to it, let it elect you. Leave our children alone. Remember, there was one politician, I don't know whether he was from Cameroon or Zimbabwe, who came here in New York, ati anakuja kucelebrate birthday yake. Zimbabweans wako huko New York, wanatembea miguu, they are, tamaking, looking ways and means of how to make their life ends, their life. Na huyu mtu ametoka huko, ndio wamekula pesa ya inchi, anakuja kucelebrate, whereby they have pushed those poor kids to go and suffer in a foreign country. That's the same thing we are going through. That's the same thing children of Kenya are going through. Look at those who are in Russia. Watoto wetu wanachukuliwa, they are lured. Kwa ile kazi yako unaipenda, unakuja unaambiwa utapata kazi mzuri sana pahali fulani. Knowing that these agents are in Kenya, they are not foreigners, they are in Kenya. And this government cannot arrest them because they are getting something through them. Or even they are the one directing them to do that. When you look at all these things, it doesn't give or it doesn't warrant somebody like Ruto to go on ruling a country like Kenya. His ruling is over. It is very, very painful. When you look at such a person, mtu ambaye hata hashughuliki na maisha ya watu, yeye sasa anafikiria ati vile atachaguliwa. Kenyans, how can you elect such an animal? Mtu ambaye hata hana haja na maisha ya mtu yeyote. Hata yeye mwenyewe hajipendi, honestly hajipendi, because if you love yourself, you'll do good to other people so that you'll be treated good. Yeye ni binadamu ambaye sijawahi kuona mtu ambaye hana utu hata kidogo. So what am I saying? They should not be coming here to see us enjoy what we have, we support them, and when they go home, they forget about us. It's not everybody here is enjoying life. Some are homeless, to be honest. People here some are homeless. How many have we seen, our children, our people, our Kenyans who have committed suicide in this country? How many? Mtu anakaa tu hivi anaangalia, anaona mimi sina mbele sina nyuma. Watu wetu wananitegemea. Mambo yangu yameharibika. I cannot go home with this shame. Nyumbani ninaenda kufanya nini? Huko ndiko kumeharibika kabisa. Huyo mtu anaenda anajimaliza. Those are the situations in this country. Na watu wasione kama watu wanaishi maisha mazuri sana ya kuwa ati tunaketi, tunapata tu pesa, tunaenjoy. Ati kwa sababu mnasikia tuko majuu. Hii majuu iko na aina nyingi sana. And how many people are here? There are so many. Wengi sana. Ambao hata wengine hawajui kama wataenda nyumbani. Na sasa ukiona mtu ambaye ameua watu, alafu tena wale wamebaki ndiye hawa na wakimbilia na pesa za nchi, badala afanye kazi ile alitumwa kufanya, ni kutumia hizo pesa kumwaga ndio ati tena arudishwe kwa hiyo kiti ndio aweze kuwaumiza zaidi. He is not planning for anything good for you Kenyans. If he was, it would have shown some signs. Kwa hivyo, tuache kudanganywa. These politicians should tell us the truth. And if they don't tell us the truth, then we have to react. And when we react, the consequences is so great. Watu wanaumizwa. Where do we belong? So for me, politician yeyote ambaye anakuja hapa, awe very careful. You are dealing with people who are wounded, people who are very unhappy, people who feel that they are really lost. They don't belong anywhere. And they want to belong. Those are my pains. And I'm talking this because I have experienced a lot of things with people. Nimeona watu wetu wakiumia hapa nchi hii. Nimeona wakijiua. Wengine wanajitupa kwa mto. But people don't see that. Because it's not happening at their area. Lakini ukiangalia uone hiyo ushindo wote, hizo shinda zote zinatokana na nchi. Tumepata mataarifa mingi sana kutoka all corners of the world about our people, the way they are suffering. Ukisikia ile story inapeanwa, unashindwa what kind of a country did these people come from? Especially foreigners. Wanajiuliza hawa watu wanatoka nchi gani, wanakuja kupotoshwa, kupoteza maisha yao namna hiyo. Where are they coming from? The government is there to stand for the people. Na kiongozi yeyote ambaye huwa anaongoza, haongozi kwa sababu ya vile ako handsome, kwa vile anajua kukimbia, ama kwa vile anajua kusimama. You have to think in your own brain, in your own mind. Why am I going there? Don't think this is a walk in the path. Mambo mingi ambayo imefanyika Kenya wakati huu. Within that very short time, this guy ought not to be on the seat, in that seat at all. Lakini ameamua kwa sababu pesa ako nazo ya kununua watu. Anafikiria polisi ndio hao watumike, uwe watu ndio watu waogope. Is that what means a president to be? Is that the characteristics of a leader? Is that what we meant to ourselves? First of all, sisi ni watu ambao tuko na akili na tunajua mambo mabaya na mazuri. Na mtu asitusukumie mambo ambayo anafanya kwa juhudi ya yake mwenyewe. Hiyo yote tunajua. So Kenyans, this is the right time. It is either in a painful way ama situation mbaya sana wakati huu. Lakini ni wakati wetu tuanze kufikiria ni nani atakuwa kiongozi wetu, ni nani atatufikiria, ni nani anajua uchungu, ni nani anajua binadamu anatakiwa kuishi na hali gani. Those are questions that I ask myself And I always say, mimi hakuna chakula ninataka kutoka kwa huyo rais. Hakuna kitu ninataka anipatie hata moja. Let me have my peace. Let me have my dear life. Yeye afanye ile kazi alitumwa, na mtu akishindwa na kazi huwa anasema nimeshindwa. Don't force yourself to us. Watoto wetu waliuawa, na kwa hivyo hiyo hatutasahau. Na usifikiri there is a way you can buy our life with money to sahau the devastating situation people were in 2024. Kwa hivyo politicians, mjue tunawaangalia tu na macho, kwa sababu mnajitokeza tu mnasema mimi naweza, mimi naweza. I believe and I pray that one day we will have somebody who will be standing with Kenyans, with our country, with our people who are really humble, people who like to do their hard work to earn their living. But now the distortion has come and it is so great. Lakini nawaombea Mungu. Otherwise, nashukuru. Tuendelee tu hivyo. Mungu atuonekanie. We are at a crossroad. Tuko kwa latiri. Hatujui tuanguke pande hii ama pande ingine. Lakini tushikane tu pamoja. Tuone yule atatuvukisha. Tutoke kwa haya majangili. Wameumiza watu wengi, na hata wa leo bado watu wanaumia. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mama Nyakairu, and thank you for what you have done. Yeah, even pushing yourself here with that difficult voice, ni baraka, is love for the nation. Unasema hata hivyo nasikia, there's no way in which I will allow my nation to capsize as I hear, as I reason. And unachipuka. Na that's what naambianga watu kama akina Annie Janet. Itabidi mwanzie kutokezea hapa kwa show sasa. Mnakaa huko, mnaona inabidi hadi somebody who is anasikia akiwa hali mbaya, anatokezea na nyinyi tu mko hapo tu, mnataka tu kuandika. Anyway, Julie, how are you? Julie, how are you? When are you with respond and wake up?
Oh, Saseni.
Hi, how
Pole,
are you?
niko.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Umesikia ni kama Kasongo anaweza toka? From the way
Kasongo
things are.
natoka. Kasongo is going. There is no return. If you see him doing the things he's doing, it's because he's panicking.
Now, can you begin with Mama Miradi?
I didn't watch that. I've been busy today in Jiru sana.
Aya, endelea tu. So, you can comment. Then Kalonzo Musyoka is here in United States of America. He is still trying to build his network. Then can you also comment? Have you maybe ujaona? Then Gachagua leo wametoka kwa dawari ya Moses Kuria.
That is strange. I heard that.
Lakini brother yake yule Moses Kuria mwingine sio huyu. Sio yule Nyang'au. Unajua every family has two mirrors,
Kwani huyo ni brother Moses Kuria?
Kwani hujaijua kila familia, hata ujulia kwenyu utashtuka. Kwenyu kuna majamaa wako sawa na wengine wako sawa. Familia inakuanga imekatika mara mbili hivi all the time. Hamwezi kuwa wazuri nyote. Hata kwenyu utakuta kuna watu wa Kasongo.
Hao watu wa Kasongo hata siwasalimiangi. Nikijua ni wa Kasongo niliwaambianga sisi we are like north and south. So I want to congratulate Comfort. She represented us well. She alienda kuona Kalonzo Musyoka wherever she is. Comfort, we are proud of you. You took the courage after jana tukamwambia aende. So Kalonzo Musyoka is trying to get headway, maybe connections with diaspora. I know that he's trying his level best. So I want to appreciate that. Then Gachagua, he's still delivering as usual. He's not letting us down. So me my takes, leo nimesikia ati kuna ndege ya Sudi sijui na nani it was in smoke or something. Did you come across that?
I don't know kama kuna video in respect to that. I'm trying to look for them now.
Umesikia hiyo kitu?
Yeah, imeletwa hapa so.
So whatever happened. But you see, the sad thing is that people are using the money they were given by World Bank to finance free education. They are using it to move around and bribe people. Why do you think they are bribing people? Is because they are panicking. And siku ya mwisho ya nugu ikifika, miti yote inateleza. Hii siku yake ya mwisho ya hii nugu imefika. So I can tell you, Kasongo is going. And I love the attitude of the opposition. And I love the fact that they are ready even to step down for one another just to kick Kasongo out. I don't see the rivalry that people are trying to plant juicy. Unakumbuka when we were arguing about at Uhuru said at Kalonzo to be president and deputized by Karua. But yesterday Karua said that she's vying for presidency too, which means those rumors were neither here nor there. Ilikuwa story ya Jaba. And I also want to say that I am happy that they did not allow that to divide them. You see, whoever was doing that was expecting now the Akina Gachagua, Akina Kalonzo, Akina Martha Karua, Akina Matiang'i to come out guns blazing, saying, tulikubaliana hiyo wapi? And they wanted them to come out guns blazing, saying, nani ameambia Uhuru that we want him to do it for us. But they didn't do that. So whoever did that, either it was a gameplay or it was from Kasongo. It didn't divide them. So I am very impressed. So we are getting somewhere, but we just need to figure out how to prevent Ruto from stealing the election. I saw that they are putting more pressure on getting rid of Smartmatic. I don't know what it's called, that farm. But I think that is not the only thing. We don't want it to be replaced by another one. In fact, they should fight right now to end the manual. That should my take. So Njiru wacha nifikishie hapo ndio nifike network.
Kidogo Julia, kuna kitu nataka kuonesha hapa. It looks like the Kisii community is extremely solid on Matiang'i. Let me show you something here.
Kwa sababu tunajua shida ya Kenya hii ni watu wapigane ni kati ya Mkikuyu na Mkalenjin. Nyinyi wengine ni watu tunaweza control nyinyi ikienda maneno ya vita my friend.
Aliyekuwa mwandani wa Rais William Ruto na CAS wa muda Millicent Omanga sasa ameruka kambi na kuingia kwenye kambi ya Rigathi Gachagua katika pigo lingine kubwa la kisiasa wa kambi hiyo ya tutam ambayo inazidi kupoteza wafuasi wake kila uchao. Omanga alikuwa pamoja na Rigathi Gachagua katika hafla hii ya kupeleka mahari ya rurashio iliyofanywa na Alois Kinyanjui, ndugu yake Moses Kuria ambaye ndiye anaenda kugombea ubunge kwa kiti cha DCP.
Shika mtu mkono. Shika mtu mkono. Shika mtu mkono.
Uwepo wa Bi Omanga kwenye kambi ya Rigathi Gachagua pamoja na ushirikiano ambao ameonekana kuwa nao na kiongozi huyu wa DCP ukiashiria wazi kwamba Rais William Ruto anapoendelea kupoteza ufuasi wake baina ya watu wa Mlima Kenya, hata viongozi muhimu kutoka jamii ya Wabagusi ambao awali walisimama naye kufa na kupona wataendelea kumtoroka kuingia kwa kambi ya Fred Matiang'i mwenzao ambaye sasa yupo chini ya mwavuli wa Rigathi Gachagua.
Na raundi hii si tuko makazins wote pamoja. Sasa hamutakuwa nyinyi peke yenu ati wale 1600 makazins hata wetu sasa wa Kisii. Mmeona Matiang'i ametuleta pamoja, anakuja kushikana na cousins wa hapa Mount Kenya.
Millicent Omanga ni mmoja wa kina mama waliotia bidii sana kumpigia kampeni Rais William Ruto na ambao leo hii wanamfuata Rigathi Gachagua kwenye upinzani ili kufaidi na umaarufu mkubwa ambao Rigiji amepata tangu alipofanywa impeachment. Rigathi Gachagua akizungumza huko Kiganjo ilikofanyika hafla hii ya rurashio akamkaribisha Millicent Omanga kwa upande huo wa upinzani na akaendelea kutupa vijembe kwa Rais William Ruto kumkumbusha kwamba Mlima Kenya hapati kura hata moja. Sio ajabu pia kwamba katika kipindi ambacho wanasiasa wengi wa Mlima Kenya wanaendelea kugura upande wa Ruto na kuja kwa DCP, Rigathi Gachagua pia ameamua kuzungumzia mzozo uliopo kati ya Rais William Ruto na Gavana Kimani Wamatangi wa Kiambu, kitu ambacho Rigiji hajakizungumzia awali.
Nataka kukashifu ile kitu ilifanyika pale kwa biashara ya Gavana Kimani Wamatangi. Unajua hao wajumbe wa Kiambu walienda kwa William Ruto wakamtisha ya kwamba watamuacha asipokubali kuharibu mali ya Kimani Wamatangi. Akatuma polisi na mabuldoza wakabomoa mali ya Wamatangi na kuharibu magari.
Na uamuzi wake leo hii kumtetea Wamatangi dhidi ya serikali unaashiria kitu kipi ambacho huenda kinafanyika kisiasa kati ya viongozi hao wawili.
Mimi sitakuja ati nimevaa ati mambo ya chama na nini. Chama nitaingia lakini sio sahihi. Mimi kwanza nimesema mambo ya siasa niweke kando mpaka mwezi wa 3 mwaka ujao. Nitoradhie wega. Mimi niliambia watu mwache kuniharakisha tafadhali, wachaneni na mimi. Nilifanya ahadi na wana Kiambu.
Kwa muda Wamatangi pamoja na Ndindi Nyoro na pia Irungu Kang'ata, gavana Murang'a, wamekuwa wakiweka Wakenya na wachambuzi wengi wa siasa katika hali ya guesswork kwa kutotangaza iwapo watarudi kutetea viti vyao kutumia tiketi ya UDA, chama cha William Ruto, ama watagura.
Kimani Wamatangi ni mtoto wetu na hata tukubali aangaishwe kama tuko. Na kama Kimani Wamatangi kuna makosa amefanya, tuambiwe ni makosa gani. Na kama kuna kitu Kimani Wamatangi amekula yako William Ruto, utuambie tuchange pesa tukurudishie.
Lakini sasa wakati ilipofanyika hii shughuli ya majuzi ambapo rais alitaka wote wagombea watakaotumia chama chake cha UDA 2027 wachapishe majina yao hadharani, viongozi wengi hawa wa Mlimani ikiwemo Kimani Wamatangi hawakutoa majina yao, kusema wazi watarudi kutafuta tiketi zao kupitia UDA tena, na ikawa wazi sasa lazima watangaze kule waliko, kwani shatoka siri yao kwamba wanapanga kutocheza na UDA, na haitawezekana tena kwa viongozi hawa kuendelea kujifanya kwamba wapo na siri ama wapo neutral.
Na hata tukubali aangaishwe kama tuko. Na kama Kimani Wamatangi kuna makosa amefanya, tuambiwe ni makosa gani. Na kama kuna kitu Kimani Wamatangi amekula yako William Ruto, utuambie tuchange pesa tukurudishie. Atiguo, Na mimi nataka nipongeze ma MCA wa Kiambu. Wameitwa, wamepatiwa kila mtu 5,000. Atuwaimpichi Wamatangi wakasema hiyo ni ujinga, wakakataa. Mimi MCAs ya Kiambu na watolea nyinyi kofia.
Wamatangi anaonekana atakuwa wa kwanza kuingia kwenye DCP ya Rigathi Gachagua, na ndio maana katika mshike hizi hata gavana Waiguru ambaye ni mtetezi mkuu wa William Ruto Mlima Kenya amesikika akitoa matamshi ambayo bila shaka alilenga yamuonyeshe kama anayejihusisha na Wamatangi ili watu wajijazie eti kwa sababu Wamatangi anasifiwa na Waiguru ni lazima atarudi kuingia UDA.
Nie gavana wanyu ni murata wakwa na nitwaririe nake na nduma na ngeithi ciake cia gavana wa Matangi. Nemwamukira ngeithi cia gavana wa Matangi. Wera wa Matangi ni uraria kana nduraria?
Matamshi ya Waiguru ambaye anaendelea kusema yeye atatetea William Ruto mpaka mwisho, yakionekana kama matamshi ya kumvuta gavana wa Matangi, kumbembeleza, kumwambia tafadhali njoo upande wetu, kwani wanasiasa mara nyingi wanapo negotiate baina yao wenyewe watasemezana hadharani mbele ya wananchi kwa kutumia mafumbo kama haya ya kudai eti mimi na fulani ni marafiki.
Tugaga muthuri nionaga kuraya gukira ki.
Copy trading is costing you money. See why smart traders are using predictive AI instead.
Kehege karete ke. Ai karete de onaga kuraya. Okera kehege ketetea. Mugeigwa giario guo ta gavana wa Kirinyaga. Duthete nenye gavana wa mbere mutumia guthurwo Mount Kenya. Wabere nenie.
Si ajabu kama Rais William Ruto angetarajia eti Wamatangi atarudi kuchukua tiketi ya UDA baada ya kuhangaishwa kwingi ambako gavana huyo amekuwa akipitia mikononi mwa rais na mmoja wa wasaidizi wake wakuu, kiongozi wa wengi bungeni Kimani Ichung'wah. Rigathi Gachagua leo hii anapopaza sauti kutetea Wamatangi, itakuwa yeye pia aidha amezungumza na gavana huyo na anajua gavana yupo barabarani anakuja, ama alishaona ile orodha ya UDA aspirants na akagundua Wamatangi hana nia yoyote ya kufanya siasa na Ruto kiukweli, na hii njia ya kumtetea hadharani ni kwambia hapo una nafasi ya kuja kukaribishwa utetee kiti chako kwa urahisi kwa kutumia DCP, sawa na jinsi gavana Waiguru anaonekana ametumwa kutoka ikulu kumbembeleza huyu gavana. Inawezekana pia kinyume na Wamatangi, gavana Waiguru anaonekana bado anamezea mate kiti cha Profesa Kindiki, na nikana kwamba amepiga hisabati kuona Ruto bado anapanga kutafuta mgombea mwenza kutoka Mount Kenya, na wakati huu Waiguru huenda anaamini kabisa itakuwa ni yeye, ndio basi anajaribu kudeliver Wamatangi kwa Ruto kama njia yake ya kujionyesha bado bado anayo worth ya kisiasa licha ya kuwa second term governor. Hata kama sisi tutaweza kusahau, Rais William Ruto mwenyewe inaonekana hawezi akasahau hata dakika moja kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu kwamba tatizo na kisingiti chake kikubwa zaidi ni Rigathi Gachagua na kura yake ya Mount Kenya. Oscar Sudi ataeleza vyema zaidi maana ya kusema kura ya Mlima Kenya ndiyo tu kura inayoleta tatizo sana kwa Rais William Ruto, na hata mengi ambayo rais angetamani kuyafanya nje ya sheria na kinyume na katiba, kinachomzuia kuyafanya ni kwamba anajua jamii ya Mkikuyu nchini Kenya leo hii wakiongozwa na Rigathi Gachagua na pia rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta ndio moja ya jamii kuu zinazoathiri sana siasa yake.
Nyinyi Wakikuyu ndio walipigia William Ruto kura. Uongo ama kweli? Si kweli Wakikuyu walipiga? Iko Wakisi wengine walimpigia akakuwa president ya Kenya. Ni wakati gani alikuja akuwa president ya wakati jilibeka yao ni mwanzo kuturingia hapa? Hii maringo enda mwache bana. Wakikuyu walimpigia kura. Wakikuyu wote walipigia yeye kura. Sasa mimi naambia President William Ruto ambie wakale yake sisi tunamsaidia kufanya kazi mpaka 2027. Lakini ikifika 2027 kwenda mbele, mimi nitakuwa mstari ya mbele kufanyia mtu anaitwa Fred Okengo Matiang'i. We are in united opposition.
Kwani mwanzo hao ndio waliomleta kitini licha ya upinzani wa wengi nje na ndani ya Kenya, na kama anavyofafanua Sudi, wao wanajikuta katika hali ambayo siasa yao wanapoifanya wanalazimika kuwa makini sana wasivuruge wapiga kura wa Mount Kenya. Hebu sikiliza Sudi.
Sisi tukiwa viongozi wa bonde la ufa, tunataka turudie tena tuseme hivi, kati yetu na Wakikuyu tulilumbana kwa miaka mingi. Hatuwezi kukubali mtu mwingine atuletee tulumbani. Hatuwezi kukubali mtu mwingine atuletee fitina ati ikifika siku ya kura Mkikuyu anatoka hapa anaenda Nyeri. Hiyo tumesema hapana. Kama iliwezekana tushikane na Wakikuyu wakati tumemweka damu, immediately after 5 years tukarudi tukashikana na tukapigana kura. Mimi nataka niambie nyinyi watu wa ODM, hamwezi kututawanisha na Wakikuyu kwa sababu tunajua shida ya Kenya hii ndio watu wapigane ni kati ya Mkikuyu na Mkalenjin. Nyinyi wengine ni watu tunaweza control nyinyi ikienda maneno ya vita by friend.
Ijapokuwa matamshi ya mbunge huyo Kapseret yalisemwa sehemu nyingine kwa sababu tofauti, maneno yenyewe na ujumbe upo wazi na haiwezekani kwa mtu yoyote kutafsiri visivyo, kwani hapa anachomaanisha ni kwamba wengi ambao wanasumbua William Ruto leo hii ni watu wa Mount Kenya, wawe ni wanasiasa ama wapiga kura.
Yona William Ruto alikuwa ametuma watu pale Udhaya kuua mimi na wamama na watoto kanisani. Simuliona? Na mpaka wa leo hiyo watu hawajashikwa kwa sababu Ruto ndiye alikuwa ametumana.
Na ijapokuwa watu kama Governor Gladys Wanga wa kutoka Nyanza na viongozi wengine wa ODM watajaribu kujiweka katikati na kujaribu kumshawishi Rais William Ruto aone umuhimu wao na uwezo wao kumletea kura anayohitaji kurudi Ikulu.
Na wale watu watatusaidia kupeleka William Ruto nyumbani ni kabila moja tu Kenya, na tuombe Mungu watu wakae na huyu jamaa. Kabila itatusaidia kupeleka William Ruto nyumbani. Kenya tuko karibu 42 tribes, lakini Wajaruo watatusaidia kupeleka William Ruto nyumbani kwa sababu moja tu. Kitu ya kwanza, Wajaruo wanaamini Ruto alishinda Uhuru na Raila. Ruto ametengeneza IBC. Ruto ako na chesi. Ruto ako na polisi. Hakuna haja ya kupiga kura. Ruto kusapita. Hiyo tu tunataka tu watu watusaidie kupeleka Ruto nyumbani na hiyo.
Ruto anaporudi nyumbani kwake usiku kupiga hisabati haziingiani bila Mkikuyu wa Central Kenya, na sana sana bila huyo Rigathi Gachagua ambaye alimsaidia kuikata barabara kwa lazima na kwa nguvu, akapita katikati ya Raila na Uhuru Kenyatta na Deep State na kuchukua kura zote alizopata hizo kutoka kwa watu wa Mlima.
Kuna kati time moja aligawanyisha jamii ya Wakikuyu wakapiga kura mara mbili. Na hiyo kitu ndio Gachagua na Uhuru wanataka kukomesa.
Ruto amegundua haraka sana katika kipindi cha chini ya mwaka moja kwamba kura ya Mjaluo na wengi ambao walimchagua Raila Odinga sio kura ambayo yeye kama rais wa kuchaguliwa na UDA anaweza kuitarajia, na kama kweli anataka kuchaguliwa kurudi Ikulu aongoze kwa amani kama
kidogo. Nataka pia niwaekee jamaa mwingine hapa msikie vile anadharau upinzani bwana. Julius, siwaambie huyu jamaa ile pali unafikiria ndio hepesi, hapo ndio maji na bebanga mtu. Nataka msikie huyu beste.
Kama ile mdudu anazoewa na hawa ine, naona wanatembea. Hawa ine. Tafute wengine kumtoa. Lakini si hawa watu. Anaruka kuto lingachagua na Kalonzo na Matiang'i. Oga gutire mundu ngeruta twale hali alizo idioro. Aya. Twale mbere. Turarikana Kenya akiragana mwaki. Malaga muthete ndagicida atembera nä kå ndå kamonera kä amå tå ra macida marauga nä maiywo rä u reke ngå rie angä korwo marairwo maitho mothe marorete å guo rä ä rä a maitho matagakorwo makä ona na hau mbere må thuri aranjä kå negena ngå kå nä cirwo na ciuma nyå mba thä iniä bedroom ä korwo ngå kå ciuma nja angä raria å horo wa andå hä watu hawa atä rä a maratå cindaya atä arä o mageka atä a kama ile mdudu atazoewa na hawa wanne, naona wanatembea hawa wanne, mtafute wengine wa kumtoa, lakini si hawa watu. Alerukwa kuto likachagua na Kalonzo na Matiang'i oothe gutire mundu ungeruta haitware haria ritho inioro.
Yeah, what in fact, and he has confirmed that waliiba kura. Si umesikia hapo Julia? Can you react to that? Ati umesikia madharau ati tutafute wa kutoa Ruto lakini sio hawa. So, in other words, he is saying we are stuck.
Yeah. Nimependa huyo mwenye ameanalyze hiyo kitu sana, the one that you just played. He's right. And he's very right. Now, I'm just wondering, I want to ask this. It sounds arrogant. I hope Alex and others are going to forgive me. But I just want to ask why Ruto is dying for the Kikuyu support. Can anybody answer me that question? PK, unaweza nijibu hiyo swali? Hey, people are just disappearing here. So those are the questions I'm asking myself. That even fighting akina Governor wa Matangi and all that, I hear even there was a list, the people are asked to sign up and say they are buying through UDA. I am very surprised. Nimeshangaa ati kumbe Kasongo alikuwa anapitisha list round ndio watu wa sign up na UDA. So me, I'm wondering, why is Ruto dying to have the Kikuyu support? Why can't he start campaigning to the rest of the tribes in Kenya? Therefore, it is one tribe and then the others are 41. Nani atanijibu hilo swali kwa sababu hata saa nashangaa sana. So Njiru, my take is jamaa amesukumwa, amefinywa zile sehemu akina PK wanasemanga huko. Kia nisalimie kwenye comment section nisikije wanasema. Yeah, they'll join. The ship is sinking. They'll all join. I agree with you, Sela. Ruto should, like today, stop ruling. Yeah, he should just go to Saudi Arabia. Yes, PK, I was asking a question. You see, huyo analysis ameanalyze hapo. The biggest headache in Kikuyus. So me, I'm asking a question. Jiru, PK, hata Kenya Maandamano. Why can't he just say to hell with the Kikuyus? Wacha niende ka campaign Coast, Gusii, wherever. Kwa nini Jiru? Kwa nini Ruto haizifanya hivyo? See, watu walikuwa nasema Ruto is, by the way, in 2007, Ruto is the one who came up with 41 against 1.
Let me tell you the reason why Mlima Kenya vote is very pivotal. Unajua in science kuna kitu tunaitanga sucking numbers. Unaona zile namba kubwa zinavuta zile ndogo. So chances of you losing Mlima Kenya, there is chances of you not being able to glue some other associated tribes within. So that is a problem which you have because affinity to winning. So kuna mtu anaona kama watu wa Mlima wameenda, wengine wanaanzia kuruka like ni kama vile vitu zinarukanga kwa moto. So that affinity of losing a large number makes other smaller things to start also following that. That is the issue. Ni diffusion ama ni osmosis from low concentration. So ni flow. So Mount Kenya isha trigger flow. So unless you stabilize, you make sure that, na ndio unaona Ruto wants to make Mlima Kenya a divide 50-50, because if Mlima is 50-50, there is no flow. But as long as it is determined Mlima ni 80-20 ama 90-10, ni hivyo ishaenda. So other people will start out Kisii nini nani sema kama wakikuwa wameenda hapa sisi tumeenda. That's the problem. Destability. So it is destabilization of numbers. without Murima. So Murima is destabilizing Ruto numbers. In simple. Stone PK, go ahead.
So on that note, unaona ati Omanga amehama. Haya, ati sijui nani. Let me say this. There's something I like about Gachagua, which the other politicians don't have. Akina Matiang'i hawana. You know, juzi niliwaambia, I don't belong to the school of thought that if you slap my cheek, I give you the other side. Njiru, hapo sijafika. Unakumbuka vile Biblia inasemanga hivyo? If someone slaps your cheek, you give them the other side. Hapo sijafika. Mimi niko kwa ile shule ya PK. You try to slap me, you get a hotter one. So Gachagua, I really like Gachagua's politics. What am I trying to say? Gachagua is playing it. Just see how he's addressing Wamatangi. That Wamatangi, we know what you're going through. It's like we welcome you. Do you remember Gachagua welcoming Sifuna into his party? And cheering on Sifuna. Sifuna is our son. Do not say this about him. You people, why are people not moving from UDA to other parties? It's because Gachagua knows how to play that politics. Whichever he's doing it, he's wooing everybody. And Gachagua doesn't speak like us. Unajua kama mimi, sasa ningekuwa ningesema watu wengine wasinikaribie kama niseme ati Omanga anakuja kwa chama changu kufanya nini? No, for Gachagua right now, he knows what that means. He is creating a euphoria of defection from UDA. He's doing it in a very effective way. He's doing it, and this one is a headache to Ruto. Na history ya Sudi kusema watu Wakikuyu na Wakale, I don't even think there's ever been more between Wakikuyu na Wakale. It was created by the politicians. The politicians went saying around that Kikuyus had taken Rift Valley land. That land was not, they bought it. They did not go and kick out the Kalenjins from their land. They went and bargained and negotiated and paid money and they bought that land at whichever price. So history kwamba watu Wakikuyu walichukua Wakale's land, it comes from politicians. And I don't really think there is a conflict between the Kalenjin and the Kikuyus. There are a lot of Kalenjin Kikuyu intermarriages, so that is evidence that your conflict haiko inakotoka kwa politicians. So let me say this: I am very happy with Gachagua style. In fact, I don't know. It's just Njiru. It is hard to share some of these traits. Zinakwanga too natural. It is hard. Sijui kama akina Kalonzo wanaweza pata hizo traits, hawezi pata. Mbona Kalonzo hajaenda? Why is Kalonzo not going to Coast Province when Coast is at his disposal?
Yeah, maybe Julia kidogo, maybe once he is outside, atatoka hapa diaspora, maybe he will get, because I remember when Gachagua came here, he was advised a lot. Kuna watu walimwambia vitu mingi sana. So let's do this, Julia, nitakuleta. I can see there is a guy amekuja. I just want to know, nimemuingiza tu. Wacha tu nisikie ni nani. Then
okay, and be careful. Asifanye ile kitu.
Yeah, I'm very sad, but unajua ni ile sitaki kuwa discriminative. Nimemuona like he is a guy from Kalenjin land, kulingana vile jina iko, na nikasema wacha aingie tusikie. Bwana Kiptum, how are you?
I'm doing okay. You are very right on my description.
Yeah, so unajua
huyo ni yule Kiptum atene sasa.
Hiyo ni dada yangu, huyu ananijua vizuri sana.
Chamige Kiptum, long time.
Unajua tunaogopanga bwana.
Happy New Year dada.
Happy New Year, long time.
Yeah.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Asante, mimi niliingia kama unaongea.
Na umesikia vile nimeambia wa jamaa hatuna uradi.
Yeah.
Karibu.
Asante sana.
Yeah, so changia kwa mada yetu ya leo. What is happening? We are now 1 year to election or so, and the two fronts have now started forming. Kuna front ya Ruto na kuna hii front ingine ya the other people, the majority, and there is a confirmation that people feel overwhelmingly that Ruto needs to have an exit because his first term has not been very effective. So can you comment on that and how you see these things forming and how you think opposition is forming by touching different elements within the opposition?
I have two things to say. And before I say those things, I want to thank you first for that question, number one. Number two is thank you for moderating. Number three is we dada yangu namshukuru sana. She knows we are always at the opposite of opinions, but we respect each other. We take emotions out of the conversation. And at the end of the day, we are very, very patriotic Kenyans. We want the best for this Kenya. So for me, what I am looking at Kenyan elections right now, sijui nianzie ile bad news.
Wewe changia, we will validate you. People will react to your say. Just speak as a Kenyan. Tell us your opinion, what you think, what you feel, what you see.
So what I'm seeing is, I see what is happening in ODM. And then my thinking is, we have not seen enough. And then number two, there is what is going on in Azimio. Uhuru amepatia Kalonzo akue party leader ya Azimio. Again, we have not seen enough of what is happening in Azimio. And then we have now Kachagwa. Kachagwa seems to be having a very big following now. So then again, we have not seen the end of what he's about to do. And then we have now Ruto, who just recently had a very big meeting in State House with the grassroots UDA. The UDA, of course, they are doing the grassroots elections. Imagine 20 elected officials in polling station, and then you go to the ward, and then you go to constituency, county, and then national. So I'm not going to, in Kenya, we really know the real strong candidates 4 months to elections. And let me borrow something what President Ruto said, was it in Kilifi, when she was doing the Nyota Fund. And then I like the way he gets the feedback from the beneficiaries. And then alimwambia one of the beneficiaries kwamba power is taken, you are not given. So, and that informs us about the philosophy of William Ruto. When I remember the way he took power from a very powerful person, Chesire, at the age of 31, and the way he wrestled Moi from Rift Valley politics, and the way he won the 2022 elections, and the way he is working with Oburu after the death of Raila. Well, it tells us that his philosophy is, you take power, you are not given. You really have to fight for it. So let me say that Kalonzo himself, even Martha, I saw Martha was in Murang'a today. He was in a burial for the mother of an MP from Nairobi. And Martha herself says, it is not easy to remove Ruto from power. That's Martha saying. So what am I trying to say here? Is that my prayer, my biggest prayer is no politician should organize violence. If it is peaceful campaign, I know it's not going to be easy to defeat Ruto. So let me also say something small about Kachagwa's formula of going to power. Let me tell you, when the united opposition sits, Kachagwa will want to be the presidential candidate, because that is the only option of overcoming the impeachment tag. Just like Donald Trump. Donald Trump was impeached, and he ran for president and he won. It is very, very difficult to deny a candidate, a very popular candidate, election just by merely saying he's impeached. And that is the only way, that's the only formula Kachagwa has. So when the opposition comes together, and if they don't nominate Kachagwa, then that opposition will break. And that is the same formula Uhuru and Ruto used when they were indicted in ICC. So, let me say this. Na musinitarau, nilipigia Donald Trump kura. And the reason is, sio kwamba alikuwa the best, but the other option was not any better. Even wakati wa Hillary Clinton, it was walikuwa hapa tunasemanga two evils, the lesser evil. You just go for the lesser evil. So in 2027 in Kenya, President William Ruto will be elected not because he's the best president, but because the opposition has failed to give us the best option. Na hiyo ni maoni yangu, asanteni sana.
I think I opened the floor. People can respond to you. Wakereketwa mmesikia. Bwana Kiptum is saying 2027 election is about a lesser evil, and he feels the opposition has no optics, according to him. So maybe Kiptum, I want to ask you a honest question. Because there are some things you are ignoring in your assumption. There was a Gen Z revolution in 24, which and overwhelmingly discredited Ruto, and Ruto continued being discredited. And Ruto has lost much of his constituency. Right now, you cannot confirm who supports Ruto. Right now, and I want you to explain to me in a candid version, because now I want us to be in a serious discussion now that you have opened this discussion. I want you to tell me who are Mr. Ruto voters in 2027. Tell me this group is voting for Mr. Ruto. I want you to identify for me Ruto voters. Number two, I want you to identify for me a justification for a second term for Ruto. You give us a justification, because the level at which Kenyans are, they need that. They need a justification. Then number three, you need to tell me, is Kenya in a problematic position? Are we becoming poorer? And why would the Kenyans give a man who is making them poorer a second term? Please answer for me that one, and then maybe another person who has a question can answer you.
And not just poorer, Kiptum.
Yeah.
Ruto has been accused of crimes against humanity. All the killings that Sudu was talking about at Vita Kati ya Wakikuyu na Wakale was financed and moved by Ruto. In fact, if you say I'm accusing him wrongly, I can take you back to the story ya Hague. Penye watu walichomwa kanisani. Ruto is a suspect. Now, if I move from there, juzi, during Mandamano, you know how many people died and disappeared in the hands of this government. So you want us to keep the status quo. Umesema alesa hivyo. So among all the opposition, umeona kina Kalonzo na wengine, you won't tell me they have committed the crimes Ruto has committed. You won't tell me Kalonzo has committed the crimes Ruto has committed. That's what you want to tell us. That you huwezi chagua kwa sababu kina Kalonzo, they are equally evil. Now you are happy with the children, Kenyan children not going to school. You are just 2 years ago, Bwana Kiptum, 2 years ago. Kenya university students who are going to university with 16,000. Najua hauko Kenya. Lakini I know you. Let me finish. I know you have relatives.
It was better you could have given him a chance.
No. I'm just asking him questions to respond to that. To what I'm asking, that he's happy with the status quo. 2 years ago, Kenyan
you are helping him, and I didn't want you to help him.
No, I'm not helping him. I want him to respond to that. Jiru, allow me to finish. Jiru, you are not being fair. You are not being fair to me. Let me finish. You are not being fair to me. I want him to respond to me that he wants us to stay at the status quo. Kenyan children were going to university, even with Kenyatta regime, were going to school. They are not going to school right now. So I want him to tell me why he wants that status quo. Yeah, watoto wasiende shule, vifo, unwarranted killings, abductions, and all that. I want him to tell us why he wants us to keep that.
Also, I want atuambie, are we better off since Ruto ameingia presidency? What's going on? Because
Unajua
I just
Robert kidogo do you know the reason why I don't want you people you guide Bwana Kiptum. I want Kiptum to explain to us what is the status of Kenya. I need to hear from him before we guide him.
Thank you.
Hold a little bit. Kiptum, can you tell us, according to you, your own analysis, you know,
Mhm.
I want to understand these guys who want to vote for Ruto. Let's not help him. You know, it is true, we know how it is. Let's hear. So, Kiptum, can you defend Ruto? I have given you an opportunity. Defend Ruto.
Well, for me, I have chosen to be very objective. Okay? And I gave my opinions based on what I am reading. Okay? And let's also agree that we're dealing, mimi na wewe na mdada yangu hapo, we are all great citizens of Kenya, ambayo we really want Kenya to succeed and be peaceful. Let me say this. I read an article on Facebook a few hours ago, actually, about this the NAC government the same time, 3 years into government. And then it's actually the headline. I wish I can share that, but it's somewhere on Facebook. It says, the headline was from Nation was saying, Kenyans Kenyans are in worse situation today than they were 3 years ago. So during the Kibaki government, there was a headline that was saying Kenyans were worse off 3 years into Kibaki government than they was 3 years when Kibaki was sworn in. And I want to say that those are expected. But let me say one thing. One thing that has really impressed me about this government, I will say what it has impressed me. But to answer your question directly, like what John Badi, the Minister of Finance, is going around doing public participation for the next budget. And economically speaking, he's saying the economy is doing good. That's according to John Badi. He said he talks about inflation, he talks about the stable shilling, he talks about production, agriculture. He talks about a lot of things. And he has even gone ahead and says he's going to cut taxes. So if you ask me what I think, I will just go by what John Badi is saying economically. And then a few minutes ago, too, I was reading about Golana Kulalu. It's a success story. But let me say what has really impressed me, and allow me to say only two. NSSF, National Social Security Fund for Kenya. And Ruto has been singing about this all this time. And it is a fact that nobody can challenge that when Uhuru became president, the savings of Kenya for 60 years was 320 billion. Right now, it's 670 billion. And by 2027, when President Ruto will be exiting or getting a second term, because it will be 1 trillion. 1 trillion means all the infrastructure that we need, all the money that we need for infrastructure is going to be from domestic borrowing. That's one. And about university education, I've really read. In fact, there was a lady from North Carolina University who was part of the task force. And the education funding model that was introduced by the Kenya Kwanza government is working good. I am on the ground and I know exactly what is going on. And though not fully funded, but we can say let's trust the process. So, my sister talked about the killings. Well, obviously, Ruto has not held a gun and killed anybody. But if we talk about governments, people dying in regime, people have been dying.
I would rather not listen this garbage here to go what. Just I'm out of here.
Nani Roba, ngojea tu wacha aseme. Go ahead.
So I would say it is very, very regrettable, and that's why I said, and I'm really insisting and challenging that we better have peaceful elections going forward, because regimes are known to be very, very brutal.
Kidogo, Bwana Kiptum, I want to open now the discussion. You are, and I'm sorry to use this word, Kidogo. I'm sorry to use this word, but you seem to be extremely deluded. What can you read about Kenya? I read you about the economy. You don't read the economy. The economy you feel. You are talking about education. Are you aware people are not going to school? Kiptum, are you aware people are not going to school? I think, Kiptum, you are not talking about Kenya. You are talking about another country which is not Kenya. Number 3, when you talk about Kibaki, Kibaki was already educating children. So you are saying there is an article you have read. And remember, these articles are also written by biased people. Kiptum, I want to help you. Don't go and read an article by somebody and you come and tell us, I read an article somewhere. That article is perception of somebody about something, and there could be somebody who want to help Ruto by deluding more people. You can see already you have been deluded by Ruto, who has not done anything. Kiptum, by the way, to be frank to you, Ruto has done 0. Zero. I'm actually sure, and I think, Bwana Kiptum, it is fair to say you are supporting Ruto because he is from home. There's no harm, but you have no reason to actually explain here. You can say, yeah, mimi niko pande ya Ruto sababu ni msee wa home. I can get it, but any other reason you don't have. Julia, now you can talk with him. Nimekuachia yeye.
Mimi naomba nimuulize swali jepesi tu huyu kaka.
But nitaomba hivi, niko kazini, I have to get out and maybe I can come back in 10 minutes. Is that okay? Or you can answer, you can ask and then I will come and answer when I come.
Yeah, nataka uende na hili pia ukalifanyie kazi. Umetuambia kwamba uchumi umeweza kusonga zaidi kwa mujibu wa
according to John Badi, Minister of Finance. Yeah.
Shikilia. Sawa. Lakini unaamini katika taifa la matumizi mengi kuliko hazina?
You know, moderator, ameniuliza. I'm not in Kenya, so I read. I use what I read, and
so
what I listen. We all depend on the media.
Basi kubaliana na Njiru tu kwa rahisi, kubaliana na Njiru kwa rahisi kwamba unasumbuliwa na ushabiki wala si uzalendo, kwa sababu ushabiki ni ule kwamba ni mtu wa nyumbani, so hata nisipo mbackup itakuwaje, ni mtu wetu. Huo ni ushabiki, lakini uzalendo wa kweli, maneno ya kusoma hayana tija, maneno ya kufanya kuambiwa, yani tunasema maneno ya kuambiwa hayana tija. Sasa haya yako yote kaka ni ya kuambiwa tu, na kina Mbadu amesema, fulani amesema, but that's not the reality.
Hawezi
kusema uchumi umeimarika.
Is that a fact?
Uchumi umeimarika wakati huo uchumi umeimarika unatumia zaidi hata kuliko hiyo akiba yenye umehifadhi. Hilo ni la kwanza, na nitakwambia kwa nini unatumia zaidi kuliko kile ambacho umehifadhi. Umepongeza sana hapa kauli yako kwamba mkutano mkubwa uliofanyika juzi State House ulikupunga sana, ukakufurahisha yani kuona kwamba kweli ameweza kukusanya kila mahali kwa State House. Je, hii katiba ya nchi inasemaje haswa kuhusiana na matokeo kama hayo ambayo umeyashuhudia siku 2-3 zilizoisha, kwa mamilioni haswa ama kwa mamia kuletwa haswa State House, kisa ni mkutano? Unalisemaje hili Kiptoo? Asante.
Nitajibu tu kwa ufupi. I really enjoy the Kenyan politicians. Again, I will answer you. Nitajibu swali yako na vile Mbadi alisema that the Kenyan constitution was made for Kenyans, not Kenyans made for the constitution. So the Kenyan Kwanza government has a manifesto which is very, very constitutional. So everything they are doing, they are following their manifesto, and it is for the greatest good for our country.
Asante. Asante kwamba UDA badala ya kuongozwa na katiba inaongozwa na manifesto yake, si ndio?
Msimamo kidogo. Bwana Kiptum, I want to ask you a direct question kabla nilete Stone PK. According to you, Ruto ni mwizi? From your own opinion, kulingana vile unajua Ruto ni mwizi?
Well, that's a very, it depends on who is saying it.
I need to get from you, according to you, Ruto ni mwizi?
Well, ng'ombe yangu yote bado iko nyumbani, hakuna mtu ameniibia.
But if I tell you that, have you seen the optics which like ile pesa wanatumia na ile pesa wanapea watu kwa State House all the time, ile pesa wanapea watu and the things which they are owning. Hiyo vitu Ruto, sababu nimeona you depend on reading and that's why you are at a worse situation. Can you tell me a man, ngoja kidogo, a man who is earning 1.5 million, how can he own all those things?
So give me 5 minutes, please. I will be, tutaongea tu pole pole, tuelewane. At the end of the day, hii ni siasa. And you'll be my friend forever.
Kiptoo,
yeah, allow me to go first.
Let me ask you one question before you leave. You really show how ignorant you are. The moment you said
no, tuheshimiane pia tafadhali.
Yeah, I'm using that word ignorant. Honestly, ignorant. Kwa sababu wezi ukasema ati Ruto hakushika bunduki kuua mtu. You are one person who have heard. Kama hujasikia usikie sasa. Ruto akisema shoot on the leg. Okay? Murkomen alisema nini? If you see them around police station, piga risasi uwe.
He later
that
clarified.
Is the same government you are talking about. And that is why I'm telling you directly that you are ignorant, because you want to tell us what makes you happy, but not for the majority of Kenyans. Pain that is going through in Kenya, you cannot speak like that. Surely,
but you know,
be careful of what you tell people when they are talking about a serious matter like this one for a country whereby millions are suffering. Umesema ng'ombe zako ziko hazijaibiwa. There are those people who are sleeping hungry. They don't have anything to eat. Wewe ng'ombe zako ziko. So you are contented. You are happy about that. It is so sad. Kwa hivyo tafadhali unapoongea pima maongeo yako ndio watu wakuelewe where you are coming from. Sasa mimi nimekuelewa vibaya.
No, Jiru aliuliza swali and I was answering him. Anyway, tukutane in about 10 minutes, please.
Wacha Stone akuuliza swali alafu uende. Stone, can you react to this guy who is hyping Ruto? But anyway,
let me come back. I don't want to. Thank you.
Anyway, but Kiptum, Ruto will lose the election, so don't waste your time. Ruto is losing the election, by the way. And you will be here.
Njiru, achana kuharibu kisu chako kukinjia paka jamangu.
No,
Tukija
ngoja
tukua kuku hapa
nimetumia
tushinde.
message hapa, tulia kidogo, lazima niseme. Nimetumia message hapa, tulia kidogo, I need to okay, ngoja nimetumia message hapa. Hata iko ni Kiptum Simei Arab Kuchurei is a figure associated with youth advocacy and political social commentary, specifically linked to the Keses constituency in Kenya. He has a presence on social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram. His online activity highlights engagement with regional political advancement. In other words, he is a Ruto pitcher. So he thinks he can change us. Bana, this is a wrong platform, bana, bro. Tafuta wase wengine. Tafuta wase wengine bro. Hapa utoboi. Hii ni kisima haina maji. Aya, sorry, PK, go ahead. He is a Ruto blogger. Julia, I think since you met, I think maybe the guy caved to Ruto blogging. That is who he is. Go ahead,
No, he has always been like that. We fought him. We cast him out. It's just today I was not in a casting mood.
No,
since Mutebe, I've since improved. You people, you should even commend me. You know, I no longer pick a fight with people. You know, I pick some gentle fights.
I'm surprised Julia cannot say kwenda.
We could say tell Bernard kwenda uko toa mtu hapa.
I knew you like that one. By the way, I think Julia umeokoka. I think you got born again.
I'm just improved miaka pia unaona with age ama aje picha.
Kwenda usitulete.
So he was always a Ruto guy. We just didn't I'm just not picking a fight with him, but that is what he was. So I hope we are not surprised.
Yeah, of course. That's why I gave him an opportunity to defend Ruto.
Na hayo ndio majibu ya watu wote ambao wana support. Hayo ndio mitazamo, hayo ndio majibu. Ukiwauliza wanaishia humo hewani tu, yani hawawezi eleza kitu ambacho kinatia. Nimeinteract nao lakini kwa muda tu, maswali yao wote wanaishia hapo, hawawezi kupa the exact jibu la maana ambalo linatija haswa. Kwa hiyo kwa ishara hiyo inatupa mbavu zaidi haswa wale walengwa, si kuwateka mmoja baada mwingine, at least taratibu mpaka timu inajaa zaidi, maana hawana msemo wote ambao watauliza mahali wala watazungumza mahali waeleweke. Sasa ukisema mimi na ng'ombe zangu, sasa hilo ni jibu la mtu mzima haswa kwa platform ambaye anafaa kusikiliza.
Msimamo
ng'ombe zangu.
Nimehurumia watu wa Ruto raundi. Watu wa Ruto raundi. Mistari hakuna bana. How will they convince? Unajua, let me tell you, Ruto people will have difficult time for the next 1.5 years. They will have difficult time. How do you defend that?
Lakini let me tell you something, Jiru. Mimi sijaona let me say, I'm not being a tribalist. I've not had a Ruto follow apart from a Kalenjin, and this is one of the few Kalenjins. The other Kalenjins I know don't even talk about it. I know some Kalenjins. I have some friends who are Kalenjins. They are so embarrassed about Ruto that they would not even dare go in public and talk about him and say that amefanya vizuri, sijui achaguliwe. So mimi sijapata na hawa watu msimamo. I think they can breathe hot, they can breathe fire when they see me. They wouldn't dare say those things. But I have not met them, and the Kalenjins, and I know will not really dare go there. A lot of them are very embarrassed and ashamed, so they will not even engage in politics.
Dadangu yule Kwale, unajua ndio ilikuwa inatumika kama msitu. Viongozi wote naweza nikasema kwa sasa hivi wote ni UDA. So unakuta wale chair coordinator zao wa villages na nini, wale tunatangamana na wao, tunachuana kidogo, mnaweza kwa magroups na mote mle tunatangamana, basi unakuta sometimes nawania imani, maana hawana maswali ya kujibu kabisa, ni wanaishia hivi hivi tu. So hii experience naipata haswa kutokana kwamba na jinsi ambavyo Kwale ilivyo na viongozi wenye wako hapo kutoka governor mpaka wale wengine. So it's like viongozi wote walikuwa wameshawachukua. Uzuri tu ni kwamba mwananchi bado yuko kivyake sana, yuko pembeni kabisa. Ndio hii hali ambayo wanashindwa kujieleza haswa. Wanaulizwa maswali mtu anakwama, anaulizwa maswali mtu anakwama, ama utoke ukali. So hiyo ndio hali ilivyo sasa.
Tulipikia react.
Jiro, you know, Kolaki seeing access to your channel. You know me, I'm a no-nonsense guy. If I had access, I would not. I've told you, Njiro, me, I don't know what is called democracy. I graduated and discarded that garbage. Hata hii channel yako vile unazamanga Kenyan democracy. I'm sorry to say, it's a delusion. It's nonsense. That the word democracy is garbage. I garbaged it, kitambo. So I would not even have spent a second with that guy, because you know, you can imagine somebody telling you NSSF is doing very well. When did the NSSF do badly? When did the NSSF do badly, Njiru, and those who are there? I mean, that's a progression of a country, okay? And this guy, people talk about, oh, he's there. He was there. He was the deputy president in a country for 10 years. Excuse me. He was part of a government that was there for 10 years. So whatever the credibilities that happened, whatever the credits that happened, he was part of it. So whatever evil that happened, he was 100% part of it. Period. 10 years. Go beyond the 10 years. Turudi huko nyuma. All the evil, the nonsense, the garbage and all that. Then somebody comes and talks about what do we call this? That success in terms of you know, some projects, you know, things that are, you know, like the education model is one of the best and all that. Come on, you know, it's so bad. And I really, these guys, I mean, I don't know what other English word to use. For people who have migrated from Kenya, they are living out there for whatever reasons, and they are so disoriented with the country and still pretend, you know, that they want to be part of that, and they are so disoriented totally. Unasikia, you know, mtu akianza kuzungumza unaona huyu hata ana relative anambrief. If he has a relative or she has a relative, that relative must be a dandahe. At that, you know, like I know sometimes you can have relatives that have no clue of what politics is impacting in them. What they look for is for you who is abroad, tuma kakitu hiyo tu, namtumia kakitu, mtu anakuanga hapo Chelalach, hapo anazunguka hapo ama hapo Sigor, ama hapo Mulot, you know, knows nothing, doesn't listen to TV. So when you ask about a Ruto, them they know Ruto ni Chorwet, ni Kalenjini mwenzangu, or ni Mkikuyu mwenzangu, or ni Mjaluo mwenzangu. You can't rely on such people. It is so regrettable that as we talk today, there are students that have not managed to go through university. Well, the systems we had before, no one would not, I mean, sikusikia mtu ali drop out of university because of lack of money. If there is, nipewe hapa. Somebody should put here. What system would you call best if there is no student that was denied to go to the university because of money? Njiru. I know you most of us here have gone through those old systems. A system is bad if it's denying kids to go to school, to the college. All right? You say a system is bad because you are not able to steal, because you are a thief. That it goes without saying. Any project you introduce, tell me who comes and cancels a contract just because you don't have your card, and then you offer, you get a contract that is 3 times the cost. What reason do you give? It is so annoying to engage any route of psychopaths in Jiro. I'm telling you, this is my experience. Somebody tells you that all is well when sahi watu hawaendi shule ndugu yangu. Somebody tells you Mbadi is going talking. Mbadi is an idiot. He's a garbage. He had talked about the skunk. Kumbe he is skunk himself. We have those clips when he's saying Ruto and his skunks. What then? Is that another bandit that we have today, or that same bandit that was there? When did the skunks change into lovely chicken that we can eat? I mean, let's be sensible. And by the way, I've never engaged anybody who supports Ruto and buy akona brains zile tunaweza sema ni mtu brain, hiyo ni brain ni nzuri na think vizuri for Kenyans or interested. And let me say this categorically, I have never seen a true leadership, patriotic leadership from that region that loves Kenya. Moi was there 24 years. He screwed the country to death. To death, screwed this country. That is when we started having these issues that we are still having. And changed systems that were working. Why do you change systems? Why has Kenya changed the education system more than 10 times? Why? Because we get thieves that are coming as leaders. So they come, they want to change syllabus for them to win contract to supply the books. Affordable housing, nonsense, garbage. Affordable housing, you come, you lie to people that utajenga hizo nyumba na for free, azita mwananchi hata guzwa, then you come and you tax, you force people. How do you do that? Force people to contribute, then force people, you grab public land, then you start selling the same to the people. Kwanza selling to who? Just to create an haven for you to harvest money from the raw materials, the contractors and all that. Oh man, the affinity to steal is just too much. Give me anything. Then we are being told peaceful, peaceful. Kenya is not peaceful, for your information and anybody listening. And it will be worse. Whether we pretend that there can never be peace, and there will never be peace in Kenya. When you have thieves and those who are not thieves, it will not be there. And even whether people want to take it or leave it, this election, there will be no peace, guys. Hakuna amani. Let's call it as it is, and I'm calling it like Kagame. And when there is no amani, you prepare for war to be able to bring peace. Amani haiji ila kwa ncha ya mshale. Okay? That is the truth. Take that and bank it in World Bank or wherever it is. Unless the peace that there can be now is if Ruto is executed in whichever way. He's a monster, he's a thief. He has following, and you have people supporting the evil. Look at somebody saying Ruto has not shot anybody. Sincerely speaking, if you are near anybody, thanks you are abroad. Ungekuwa Kenya kesho ungekuwa umeishia. You cannot, nobody can stand in public useme come on, ignore the massacre that has happened of the innocent kids, surely, and you stand and you can have guts to tell us that he did not kill anybody, he did not steal because your cows are intact, and you are a Kenyan, surely. Oh my God, it's unfortunate that we got where we are. It is unbelievable. It is the most embarrassing thing that we can have. To listen to somebody calling himself a Kenyan. By the way, even if I was a Kalenjin, I would have denounced Ruto asubuhi na mapema. I would be like Kagame. Kagame jailed his brother, Minister of Finance, for messing. Because he jailed him and even told the judge, tafadhali hiyo kifungo ongezea, because one, the Rwandese could not believe that I have appointed a brother as Minister for Finance. And he begged the Rwandese, akawambia, the reason I did this, I thought the person that cannot let me down, the person that I could, in quotes, trust with Rwandi's money would be my blood brother. And I had told him that if anything happens contrary to what the trust I have for you, the punishment will be threefold. Kagame is hard saying that. The mother went to him crying, how can you not save your brother? And Kagame said, we had a pact. I told him the responsibility was huge. And it's about the Rwandese. And the guy, I don't know whether he's out. He was jailed for so many years. I'll Google to see whether he's out. That is what Kenyans should adopt. Mkale, acha kusema Mkale si mwizi, huyu anaitwa nani? Mkikuyu, wacha kuimba Kachagua and all that. Kachagua is equivalent to Ruto. Okay? Equivalent. Ile equivalent wale watu wanajua hesabu. That's why they were together in 2022 and they were singing that same language. Let's not be, tukianza kusema only that mmoja anajidai ameokoka, but tunataka kujua ameokoka kwa nini, and that's why I mean when somebody starts saying opposition, the leader is Gachagua, I don't want us to go there because that's not true. That's not true, and this I'm talking to our united opposition. Our leader is not Gachagua, for heaven's sake. You are being led that by the Ruto guys. Ruto ndio wanawafanya ati muanze kusema ni Gachagua. You can hear this guy telling you ati Gachagua sijui afanye nini, and then we are being told ODM as if our lives are hanging on ODM. No. For your information, whether it's Kalonzo, Mata, or anybody, we are in strong opposition. Tafadhali. Don't lure us into that nonsensical thing NIS is selling. That ndio muanze kusema vile mtanini ati Gachagua atasimama. Ndio Gachagua is not contesting and he's not getting the flag. Tafadhalini. He's not, because we know that is what you want us to. Mnataka tuingie kwa hiyo mtego. Sorry for those who are so fanatical about Gachagua, but I'm being very, very realistic. If we make that blunder of saying Gachagua takes the flag, we are doomed totally. Tutachinjwa asubuhi na mapema. Back to you, Njiro.
Okay, Nisawa, thank you. Mr. Kiptum is here.
Njiro.
Okay.
I feel like I feel like probably Kiptum does not, like somebody has said, has not touched with Kenya, or maybe he's just talking with the status quo. Watoto wasisome. I've been here saying that there are some communities. I want to give an example of what Gachagua said the other day in Northeastern Province and Masai Land, where their leaders and the elites are okay, wao wakiwa pale juu na wengine wabaki pale chini. I feel like Kiptum is not in touch with his relatives. Probably hakuna mtu amemwambia amlipie fee ya shule. Kama ingelikuwa kuna watu wanamcontact ati
Njiro, kuna Blue anataka umuingize. Pole Julia. Njiro, Blue ana complain ama ako quarantine.
Blue is not here. I cannot see him in the show. But asikuja kudisrupt watu. Today is a very serious discussion. Munaona the echelon of Ruto is here and I want us to deal with them. So I don't want mtu akukuja kudisturb hii show. So Blue ukikuja, you have to be organized or you'll get out. Thank you.
True.
Jiro is not playing with people today. So so probably Kiptum, you don't have a relative, nobody has called you akakwambia nilikuwa na SHA nikaenda nikaitishwa pesa sijalipa. Probably hauna watu relatives who, you see, probably before even Ruto became president, probably you did not have relatives who are going to university, and probably right now you don't have, because a lot of us we feel it from abroad. Because 2 years ago I had relatives, small nephews and nieces who went to the university and they were paying 16,000. Now walikuwa nalipewa help. I didn't even have to come to chip in. Then 1 year later life flips, bado haja graduate. Yani maisha imekuwa ngumu, mara atijui hawajapewa loan, mara sijui loan is being evaluated, sijui how help imeenda, mara sijui ameambiwa ati they are able, mara they have to pay. I know relatives who are paying. Guys, I know a relative alikuwa anaenda medicine anaitishwa 500,000.
is Ruto normal or abnormal? Na huyo mtoto 2 years ago aliingia university with 16,000 shillings. Kiptum probably hauna. And probably maybe uko kwenye pengine Ruto analipia watu uko kwenye pengine ni sisi wa Kenya tu hatujui pengine and let me say this, I think you have not experienced people being massacred just because there's a disagreement in the direction.
Do you know the reason why? Kiptum for your information, there are some people who will support Ruto hata kama wako na matambara. I tell you, and Kiptum could be one of them. Hata uko na matambara, mtoto wako aendi shule, as long as ni mtu ya nyumbani, you don't care.
You nasema probably kwa ile status quo. Nimesema there are some communities, the elite are okay. They are okay because wao wako sawa, but the people down, sisi Kiptum, our life has changed. Our life have changed because hapa America ninafanya kazi mpaka pengine nifanye extra overtime because now there are 4 or 5 relatives who cannot go to school and I'm the only hope. And 2 years ago we were celebrating Kingenda home tuna celebrate Christmas. Sasa hii pesa ya Christmas inakuwa fee. So I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it when somebody anaambiwa kona sha na haezi tibiwa. I am feeling it very bad. I am a very mad person, Kiptum. Now, what made me even more mad is when youngsters were massacred because of protesting. Sio mara kwanza Kenya wame protest. Hata wakati wa Moi, people went to protest in 1990. Moi did not massacre people like that. So it was the first time people are protesting. This guy ordered shoot to kill. He alichukua microphone akasema watu wapigwe risasi. He took a mic in public. He asked the police to shoot Kenyans. Murkomen asked the police to shoot Kenyans. And a man called Koech Mkare akasema kwamba ati Ruto ulisema watu wapigwe risasi miguu. Ninasema wauawe. So Kiptum, which president asked police to shoot Kenyans? Tumekuwa na Kenyatta mzee na Moi. Hata Moi hakuwa. He never said that. Kibaki, Uhuru. Tell us. Just tell us. I mean, it is so aggravating to hear mtu akitetea. Who pays NSSF? Kwani how many Kenyans are working benefit from NSSF? I mean, majority of Kenyans are in the countryside. They are ni watu wa blue collar jobs. They don't even have a salary. They have to earn from their small businesses. Our EPS NSSF. So you're telling us NSSF. I mean, are you serious? You want us to stay in status quo? Mimi, even 2027 is too far. I'm telling you, something should happen and this guy should be
Julia kidogo, 1 minute, Julia.
Yes.
1 minute, nataka Kiptum aone hii video, then I react. Atufungi show saa hii, mutaongea, don't worry.
Shooting and killing of violent protesters who vandalize property and target protected areas. Koechu is also the chairperson of the National Assembly Defense, Foreign Relations and Intelligence Committee, says the Constitution allows the police to use their firearms to protect property and life, adding that President William Ruto's shoot in the leg order is not sufficient. Emmanuel Toh has more.
We will arrest everyone. In an emotional outburst at Chebirir Bay Center in his Belgood constituency, MP Nelson Koech called for a shoot-to-kill order against anti-government protesters.
Na mimi nataka niseme na nishukuru Rais William Samoei Ruto. Wakati jana umesema shoot but do not kill. I want to repeat it here. In fact, shoot and kill.
Koech also serves as the chairperson.
That is enough. Kiptum, ingia. Julia, relax.
Yeah, that is very, very regrettable, and that was overboard. And I do not condone that. That's what I have to say. But let me say something.
Kidogo, wacha kuruka haraka. If today you are uende kwa booth ya kupiga kura, uende kwa booth na ukuta na Koech, unajua na kuleta polepole. Koech was reinforcing what Ruto had said. Anasema he said Ruto did not go further because Ruto had said shoot in the leg. Lakini sasa Koech akakuja akasema piga risasi ua. Question. 2 people had said shoot people. Nataka kukuuliza sasa. Mtu amesema ua watu. Unaenda kwa debe na umpigie kura.
So what
It's a simple question. Mtu amesema huwa watu unaenda kwa debe na umpigie kura. No, I just want to hear from you. Can you vote for somebody who has said it's not an allegation? Na hii AI huyu ni ubeshte. Umesema you read. So tumekuletea sasa hata iko TV. Wewe mtu amesema watu wauawe. Unaenda kwa debe umpigie kura. If Koech was your MP, can you give him a second term?
So let me say this. I'm not from Kebalungu.
No.
Achana na hiyo. Njiro, don't waste time with Kiptum. Kiptum, I think you are mature. Answer that question. Would you vote? Assuming you are in Kebalungu or wherever he comes from, would you vote for him? It's simple. We are intelligent people, wana. Jibu hiyo swali, kama ujibu achana, don't waste our time. Would you vote for that guy if it's from your constituency?
Ama tukubatize sasa.
Would you?
Tukubatize.
Hiyo tu lazima ajibu. We cannot progress.
Yes. Don't engage us in a silly manner, man. Would you vote for that idiot if he was in your constituency? Acha story mingi.
No.
Exactly. Thank you. Endelea Njiro sasa.
Okay, kidogo. Hatujamalizia.
Bishop niko hapa tumbatize leo huu Kiptum.
Relax. This one is hot.
But now, I have to say this too.
Relax, Kiptum. Relax. And now, Ruto said people to be shot. Unaweza pigia mtu kama huyo? Unaweza pigia mtu anasema watu wapigwe risasi. Ruto mwenyewe alisema piga watu risasi. I want you to tell me you can vote for somebody who says in the air piga watu risasi. Can you vote for that man? For such a man?
Alafu Njiru, ni watu gani? Are they Ugandans? Are they foreigners? Which people are these you were saying wauliwe?
I need that one.
Yeah.
What is Njiru saying? Uliza hiyo swali.
Nimekuuliza rais aseme huwa wa Kenya. Rais aseme hivyo. Wapige risasi. Unaweza enda kwa debe umpigie kura.
I have to say, siwezi piga kura, but listen, I have to just allow me to qualify.
Kidogo, can you vote a Mandra as a president?
A Mandra as a president?
Yes.
Well, if a Mandra...
Hebu nikuulize, mtu akipigwa risasi kwa mguu, anaweza kufa?
What did you say?
Mtu akipigwa risasi kwa mguu, anaweza kufa? Can you die if you are shot in the leg?
Well, that is, you know...
No, I'm asking, can you die if you are shot in the leg?
Hata ukipigwa kofi unaweza kufa bwana. Let me tell you.
Alishutiwa wapi?
Sikia. Hata kusukumwa peke yake namna hii uanguke unaweza kufa. Let alone gun.
Mtu anasema piga watu risasi. Can you vote him as your president?
Well,
no, not well. Can you vote somebody who is saying piga watu risasi as your president? I want you to hear to tell me that. Na ukisema
allow him to say the well. Allow him to say the well, Njiru, tusikie.
The thing is, of course I will not vote, but that cannot be the only reason. You see, that can never be in the ballot. Like, there's no way IBC will put somebody on the ballot with the vote that that can never be there. So, but if the only thing is huyu ameua mtu, utampigia? Of course I will not. I do not condone somebody who kills.
Story nimekuachia Kiptum muongee.
Kwa hiyo Kiptum
hebu subirini. That's why I tell you, don't engage with the likes of our brother Kiptum. I'm sorry to call you brother. I don't call people who reason that way brothers, because I believe in brotherhood so seriously. That Kiptum, you are saying, seriously, who do you think we are? That there will be no such a question in IBC. Surely Kiptum. It is so sad. Hii media imefanya watu mpaka wengine wanadharau wengine. And Kiptum, sorry to say, people from your region wana madharau wengine ya kishenzi sana. Kama hii akina Sudi. Honestly, I'm sorry to say this. It might be stereotype. I've worked and lived in your region. I worked and lived in your region for 6 years. But luckily, I was in one area that the states, I don't know where you come from, but most likely you come from either Nandi or something. I worked in Kipsigis land, and they distasted you guys from those because your reasoning is terrible. Terrible, honestly. That now you can stand surely as a professor or whoever you are and start reasoning this law that katika uchaguzi haitaletwa kwamba huyu aliua ama hakuua Kiptum. You are being unfair to us. Surely.
Hey, PK.
No, let me
Allow
finish.
me to say
Let
something.
me finish. No. Me, I finish this and I go. I don't want to listen to you anymore because you've really lowered yourself below the bar.
But I listened to you for 5 minutes.
Yes, because I'm talking sense. You're not talking sense.
Hey,
you're talking nonsense.
I'm talking sense too.
I can't assume you when you say kwa ballot hakutakuwa swali ama huyu aliua ama hakuua. I can never respect you.
Is that not the truth?
Forget it. No. What's truth?
Si ballot kuna majina ya watu unless it's a referendum.
Umepewa majina ya mtu Stone PK aliua, alipeana order watu wauliwe. You know that. You know Ruto aliangalia when Kenya suffered the most, killed Gen Z.
But then you know, PK.
I don't know.
Okay, let me tell you. Get it from me that when somebody is put in the ballot, is going to be assessed by individual voter in totality. Yale mazuri alifanya na yale mabaya alifanya. So kama mazuri inazidi ubaya, unapigia kura. Kama mabaya inazidi uzuri, unamuacha. But there is no angel though.
Tuambie mazuri ya Ruto.
You have Bwana Kiptum, whether you are Ruto's agent, just know you
Sorry,
have
I'm not
an
agent, my brother.
You could be, we don't care. But let me tell you, you are conscious tafadhali. Because you sound like you mtu ambaye ana reason, ni vile tu you are intoxicated by Kalenjinism.
No, sorry, man. And my friend, excuse me, PK.
Yes.
Please. Nimekusikiza na ninakuheshimu na sikuchokozi na situmii matumizi. I'm just giving opinions. You know what? Kama ni maoni.
But maoni ni mbaya hiyo nani ndugu yangu badilisha.
Lakini maoni ya kila mtu.
Hapana.
Maoni ya kila mtu. Kama ni mbaya ni mzuri heshimiwe. Na tusichokozane.
Hiyo yako hiyo mimi siwezi heshimu. Maoni ya kuniambia muuaji. Kenya inajua mtu ni muuaji. Unakuja kuniambia ati huyu muuaji ati sasa watu hata determine individually una advocate hiyo. Seriously? Are you a Christian by the way? Do you believe in life?
PK.
Yes.
Nilianza kama
Mkristo.
Mimi ni Mkristo, lakini PK tulisema hivi. Wakati nilikuwa natoa hoja yangu, nilisema mimi na PK na Njiru na Julia sisi ni Wakenya wa kawaida.
Hapana.
Ngoja nimalize. Ngoja nimalize. Huyu ndugu yetu ambaye anaitwa Njiru ambaye sijui wanaitana nini na huyu Njiru yetu ametuambia kwa kitabu chake ambaye ninaipenda sana kwamba wanasiasa ni breed nyingine tofauti. So no politician is clean. But
it's wrong.
Mimi na wewe we are just voters. Ordinary.
No. I disagree. Kwanza Njiru is another psychophant, is a bootlicker, is useless. Huyo achana na yeye, he comes from our place. He's not even respected in our place. Take that from the bank. Yeah, he's Nifala. He was never respected, even 1 inch. He was a ni vile sai kutumia vulgar language.
Lakini aliandika kitabu mzuri sana. He gives a lot of historical facts.
That book is nonsense. That book is garbage. It's garbage.
Kwa haya unayazungumza, kitabu kitakuwa kizuri kwenu kwa sababu ya haya ambayo unayazungumza na hoja ambazo unazo.
Sasa PK,
yes,
tafadhali uniheshimu kwa sababu najua nimejitetea vizuri. Nimesema kila ukiona mimi nikitoa maoni, mimi nasema nimesoma. Unaona? I get my information vile nimesoma. na vile nimewasoma, kuna ingine mimi napenda, kuna ingine sipendi. Sielewi kwa nini unanidharau, unanichokoza na unanitusi kwa vitu ambaye nimeiona, nimeisoma, na whether I support or I don't support, that is another thing.
Hiyo ndugu yangu, why we come on this this platform ni kusomeshana. That is it, by the way, to educate each other. Kile ujui ama ile ulikuwa umejua, unakuja unasikia maoni, unaenda una compare, unachanuka. Tunaitanga mtaani kuchanuka. Hapa huja tunachanuana. Kama sasa wewe nimekuambia, for example, huyo Lee Njiru is not respected at all, even in his own village. Yani tunamchukuanga nikamzaa hivyo tukakufe tu kaende. He added no value at all, by the way, and I'm not saying this on a personal level. Actually, he's more of a neighbor of this Njiru than me. But we don't regard him as anything.
Clansman.
Listen, and we don't regard him as anything. Number two, something I want to correct to you, that this is a stupid statement that people give. Oh, politicians are the same. It is not true, Bana Kiptum. Even in Kalenjin land, you have very super politicians, fantastic community, what we call them, community leaders, people, even in Kalenjin, in Nandi, in Luo, in wherever. Human beings that are leaders. And human beings that are politicians, but have performed sterlingly well. You cannot, your paragraph, what wanatumianga, it is wrong, Kiptum, because today Kiptum,
wacha nikuulize swali.
Yes.
Je, Kenya wamewahi kuwa na kiongozi ambaye si mwanasiasa?
Kwani who is not mwanasiasa? Everybody is mwanasiasa. So we are all politicians.
So everybody. Now that we have never had a saint as a president, are we also going to have a saint as a president in 2027?
No, we are not talking of saints here. We are not talking of saints, Kiptum, for heaven's sake.
And by the way, are you going to be vying for a seat? Because kama wewe unaongea, yani una dismiss kila mtu na wewe unataka kujiweka kwa jukwaa. What are we saying? Because
No, I did not dismiss kila mtu. Wewe unani misunderstand. I have not, and people are witnessing me here. I have not dismissed anybody. I have said we've never had angels. That's true. But we've had devils. That's true. Right? And okay. I said, listen, I told you, in every region we have sterling leaders.
Okay.
Okay.
Give me one.
And then I said, wacha nimalize ndio ongea, nikasema kila binadamu ni mwanasiasa. And I said, hii theory watu wanaambiwanga, those are politicians. No, those are individuals. For example, Ruto is followed by thieves and murderers. That is a fact. Somebody steals money from Kenyatta Hospital. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish hii ndio upate material. Tumesema tusomeshane. Somebody steals money, a oxygen plant in a national hospital, 600 million, which was supposed to give to kutengeneza oxygen ya kuokoa maisha ya Wakenya. Somebody steals that money and anakimbilia wapi? Kwa Ruto. For what? For protection. And that is a fact. It is not hearsay. All right. So what would you call the protector and the one who has stolen the money?
Sasa,
where I rest my case.
Sasa PK, what you are saying as a fact, I've never read it anywhere. But I have seen Talanda Stadium. Between the Talanda Stadium that is going to be complete in March and your facts in quotes, which one do you want me to believe?
Don't because if I send you this one of mine, if you want me to send you the court cases and all that, I can give you. You cannot have read everything in Kenya, bro.
And then what did the judge do? Why is he not in jail?
No, what do you mean? In Kenya, do you associate with Ruto and get jailed? Those are other tired questions. And then let me tell you about that.
And then what are we doing about it?
Listen, what can you and me do? You can only make sure you fight and you don't support Ruto.
Surely you are not helpless. You can also go to parliament and fight this. You cannot.
But that's why we are saying, listen, Kiptum. That's why we are saying, Kiptum. That's why we are saying you should help us get rid of this rotten devil called Ruto. And number two, Talanta is garbage. Kenyans didn't need Talanta.
Man, and Kenya is going to host
hosting for once.
2027.
Look at you, Bwana. Look at you. The hosting for once. Alafu, why is Qatar demolishing all the stadiums that they had put for Olympic? Bro. Nikuite tu bro. I don't call people bro.
But the thing, PK, is it better to have something? Is it better to have nothing or have something? At least if that
no,
one is in Kenya.
It's better not to have a 145 billion worth of garbage, which will be a white elephant shortly after, Mr. Kiptum. If you ever did some little economics,
then you will have to have.
If you ever did any little economics, that is a useless white elephant project, and it is nothing. It is not prestigious to even hold that AFCON. If
My
you
brother,
are holding it to
then you need
impoverize
to help
yourself.
us divine what is garbage, man. Because the last thing I know, a garbage ni ile kitu, eh? Because
Itakataka
kama
hiyo
a
ile kitu
beautiful
si
thing
useful kwako.
like Talanta Stadium, you call garbage. What will
It's
you
garbage.
call garbage?
It's garbage because it imekuja kufilisisha mtu. Here you can get a new TV and you throw it away because it was of no use. That's garbage. dear brother.
What do we mean by garbage? You know, a very beautiful thing has been put up.
Kiptum kidogo.
Can I also engage him because
kidogo.
Give me a chance.
But ile kitu nataka kidogo Roba, I want us to guide each other. Ile kitu nataka hapa ni I don't want us sasa tujibiane. I want sasa unauliza swali huyu anajibu. Unauliza swali huyu anajibu. Let's now be a bit moderate. We will save our brother. Our brother is in hell and we will save him. Please. Mruhusu tutoe huyu jamaa jehanamu. Ako jehanamu na atatoka. But let's engage him kindly. Ako huko kwa shetani huko lakini atatoka. Pole pole tunamleta.
Niko kwa Yesu ndugu yangu. Nimeokoka na mpenda Yesu.
Okay. So my friend, I think I heard you when you talk about sababu. I couldn't stand when you said that Ruto never killed the kids since 2004. Okay, so
Tafadhali speak up now.
You can't hear me. That's what you're saying. You can hear me.
I can hear you, sir. And are you Douglas Kibogong?
No. Huyo ni Roba. Kibogong ni message tu ametuma.
What's your name, sir?
Anaitwa Roba. Roba.
Oh, Roba. Hey, Roba.
Karibia mic tu Roba.
Yeah, I should be okay.
Yeah,
Roba is very audible. You guys, I can hear Roba very loud and clear. He has never even been low.
Now once na salamu Roba. At least, by the way, at the end of the day, we are brothers and we are Kenyans.
Yeah, thank you.
And we want the best for Kenya. Endelea.
So what I was saying, you know, it's not the first time we are on the same. We have been in different networks. We know you are the way you do things. I think if we could have gone to court of law, you could have lost your case because you told us well nasoma, but you don't know the reality. And I can forgive you because it's just like you don't have exact data what's coming from the ground. So yes, just answer me this couple of questions here. When you win an election, let's assume Ruto won an election. What's your priority as a president? To build the economy, is that right?
Yeah.
Ruto build the economy and CM brought Kenyans?
Roba, I have never won an election. Ruto won the elections.
That's what I'm saying. According to you know, okay, from what you are reading, do you know that Ruto, since he came in, the economy is struggling? Do you know now the unemployment is just very, very high, and at the same time, people are suffering like nothing before? Are you aware about it?
And when he won the elections, he came with a paper he had written.
Yes.
That he campaigned about, right?
Yes.
And he said he was going to start with infrastructure, right?
What has he done?
Man, the Mamau roads are almost done, according to what I'm reading.
Are you kidding
All
me?
the pending bills, contractors is fully paid, 179 billion Kenya shillings.
Okay.
Contractors were not going to go to roads to do their job because they had not been paid. Sasa yote yamelipwa na contractors wamerudi na barabara imejengwa.
Okay, I think you were always giving you a source of information. If I were you,
No, it's NTV, my friend. NTV, Citizen TV. By the way, mina nanuanga Daily Nation kila siku hapa online. I wish I could be in my computer. I would have posted it here.
Okay.
Hiyo ni naomba. Hatunanunuanga Daily Nation.
No wonder you are like some days behind, because it looks like you had to ambia Martha Karua alikuwa kwa funeral, and Martha Karua, that was last week, even or 2 weeks ago.
No, it was yesterday. It was yesterday. Unajua huyu alikuwa MP wa Nairobi.
Nani huyo?
It was yesterday.
Okay.
Actually, today is Saturday. It was Thursday.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Your facts wrong. Okay, the thing is this. The one reason why I think you don't have enough that to defend Ruto, because of Rangos in ODM, that one means that Ruto now has advantage. And yet, the person who's causing all these problems is Ruto. So, let me just put it this way. At this point, my friend, get used to it. Ruto is going to lose 2027 simply because he lied to people, he came in and he did the opposite. The reason why I'm saying that is this. When some of us, we were on the other side, ODM, you are talking about ODM. Don't tell us about ODM. We know more than ODM, you two. We know what's going on. When you were on the other side, when this man came in, he was shown in, we were not network. We said, if I remember, we said, if this guy comes in and build the economy, he might survive. So we thought maybe he's very wise enough, he could have done it. Instead, he came in, he destroyed, divided people. I mean, this another 20 years during Moi time. Everything has come from Ruto. It has come from Ruto. Even the most useless MPs we have in parliament, the most people who need even to be murdered, I don't care even if they die tomorrow, who are supposed to do checks and balances, now they are telling us our development depends on one man, Ruto, and that's what he wanted. And because of that, the economy has gone down. The so-called governments are not working. Ruto has destroyed the country more than the way he found it. When Uhuru Kenyatta was there, if he could have come and make what Uhuru did, Uhuru was so wise. When he came in, he kind of went where Kibaki left. When Ruto came in, he went opposite. Other side at US, and Ruto cannot even, just like the other day.
Let me interject, Robert, kidogo tu tafadhali.
What do you mean, then you come in?
Because no, unasema maneno mingi alafu I cannot.
Let me one thing. The one thing about Ruto, Ruto is sometimes he thinks you are so stupid. He wants to tell us he was never even the last administration. He was not even the first president. When even he goes to tell Matiang'i and he's cleaning up his mess in education, cleaning his mess. Matiang'i has never been a president in a country, not even a vice president. Ruto was there.
So nikujibu kwanza economy ndio tuende Matiang'i.
Okay, let's go. Economy, just
sasa.
Yeah, yes.
Ndugu yangu Njiru ameniambia nisitaje hii jamaa anaitwa Mbadi, kwa sababu Mbadi anaongeanga sana kuhusu how economy is good. But 3 rating agencies have said Kenyan economy has improved. Everybody anasema tulikuwa number 8, now we are number 6.
Write them. Tell us who they are, please. Sorry for that. Tell us who they are.
The latest was Moody the other day. He upgraded Kenya to a B minus.
Moody, the
And
other
then
one?
IMF and World Bank.
Another one?
IMF is not. My goodness.
Okay, another one. No, it's okay, Robert. Another one.
Let us deal with those ones. Let me say this. Badi is speaking positively about the Kenyan economy. Moody has upgraded the Kenyan economy. IMF and World Bank. And yeah, those are the things. So according to them, we know interest rate is better. The Kenya shilling is stable, and production. Coffee peke yake imeenda juu 120 something. The bei mimi I can say this. Niliuza mahindi this year the highest ever. I've never sold my maize for 4,500. Yeah, maziwa production ya maziwa imeongezeka 1 billion liters. So which economy are you saying, Robert?
Okay, so let me tell you. So when you're talking about what you are talking about, they upgraded the Kenyan credit, not economy.
Okay. How about maziwa ambayo imeongezeka 1 billion liters?
No, I'm saying you are talking about upgrade. That's why I want to go back and tell you that you are just lying. Because
what is a lie?
All right, you are saying they upgraded Kenya's credit from B3, from CAA1.
Okay, I take back take back the facts, but whatever the Moody said, they said Kenya is better.
My friend.
So, kidogo, niulize ubeshte kidogo. Mr. Moody follower, there's something I want to ask you. There is something we call, there is a poverty which you can feel, and the amount of people who are living below $2 per day. Have you also had another report I've read now? Because you are reading, I now also want to go in that dichotomy of reading, so that I've also read that more people in Kenya have become poorer. Sijui kama Roba umepatana na hiyo pia.
They are comparing with the developing countries.
Yeah, more people in Kenya have become poorer than when Ruto became a president. Maybe to make it better for you is that when Ruto is becoming a president, he has actually destroyed more lives economically. I read it. Is it true according to you? Do you believe that more people have become poorer under Ruto?
I also read that when Ruto became president 2022, the students in Tibet were 300,000. Right now is 800,000. Na wamelipiwa na hii very beautiful funding model. By the way, let me.
And I also read kidogo. I also read Bwana Kiptum. I also read that Mr. Ruto is the most corrupt man in the world after Assad, who left the presidency in Syria. I read it.
And I've also read that we have more than 15 stadiums that are complete or almost complete, built any times ever since independence.
And let me be sincere. We know you.
I also read kidogo. Roba, ya mwisho alafu ongee. I also read.
No, hatutakaa hapa mkitufanyia comedy, you guys, Njiro and Kiptum.
Yeah, so
those are comedies.
These guys, we know who you are, a broker for Ruto. We know that. We know what you want to. But let me tell you this way. Go and tell Ruto, he's a conman, he's a dictator, he's a murderer.
I don't have to tell him.
Yes, he's a murderer, and he cannot win the 2027 election. And if he tries to steal that election, he's going to get it the way he will see what he has never seen before. Okay? He has ruined the country. He has ruined the country. At this point, my friend, my advice is, come next year, if I was him, if I was advising him, angesema, you know what, one time...
Nataka niombe niondoke kidogo.
Okay.
Mpaka tukutane kesho. Roba.
Yeah, yes, but
President of Kenya
send the
2027
message.
atatoka kwa Mungu.
Yes.
Kama atasema ni Ruto, tutasema haleluya.
Ruto will never be a president of country anymore. Somebody he will never be a president of country. He's a dictator, a conman, somebody who should even be shot also. The way he killed those kids. Somebody has to kill him too.
Mkuwe na wakati njema. Good night.
Aenda kwa choo basi.
Kiptum na ukuje tena kutupea hiyo delusion. It's also good to listen to deluded people. No problem.
That is a blogger for Ruto. We know that.
Aya, ni sawa. Nilikuwa nataka muumwe na kichwa kidogo. Sometimes it's good kuumwa. Unajua we could stay in our own cocoon here. Ni vizuri tuanzie kusikia this deluded.
Anatuambia ati ng'ombe yake iko sawa. Have you ever done anything like that, bwana?
No, and then let me ask you, it's a question I'm trying to ask. Sometimes it's also good to audit. Like, who are these people who are writing this stuff, which are, is this guy allowing himself to be misled, or he feels like when a Bandi who is speaking for the government, he has to believe Bandi? Like, does he want Bandi to say government is not doing well? Na Kondani?
Njiru, this guy is a blogger for Ruto. We know it. That's why we attacked him. He's a blogger. That's what they wanted people to hear. What you see, that's what Ruto can do for you. We know him. They are losers.
Yeah, Jerome.
Jiro, can I say something?
Yeah, huyo best wa Ruto umemusikia?
But habari cousin. One thing, I don't want to listen to that crap. Okay. I don't want even listen nothing about that guy. And that's why I joined this to say. Today I was wanting just to listen. Now, he know Ruto ordered shoot the leg. Okay. Police is doing same thing because Ruto never withdraw that. He understand those police need to kill children in the church 1 week ago or 2 weeks ago. Not even today, we don't know health of this kid and all the people of that church, how they carry on with the tear gas. All right, number 2. I was listening Gen Z. Gen Z haven't forget when this coach come and say sorry. After 2 years, where he been? What he saying sorry for? Number 3, Ruto is a liar. Ruto liar, bibi ya Kimathi. I will within 1 month. Now I got that day. And that is why don't blame the center. And I told you, Meadow very angry. Because Ruto went there, promised bibi ya Kimathi, within 1 month, give me 1 month. We're going to get your husband body born where he is. Generals, they was there. Now last one died. Last one, even, I don't know, they value him today or what. Generals, they was there. Now one said to Ruto, I know where he is. We put him in the committee. I know where he is. Okay, give me 1 month. Those generals all gone. Last one gone. They haven't valued him. How liar this? We've been waiting. How old are Ruto? Kenyan. How old are Ruto? Even his mother and father was not born. What those people, he liar, generals, they fight that country. He liar them. They die with the bullet in the body because that country. Now he started up, stupid little boy, because Ruto is a little boy. He was not born, his mother, his father. And he started up liar. You, Kenya, you here, listening Ruto lying you. Now you copy. Imagine he go in a country there where he running or in a car, speaking English, tell him to speak language. So Ferrages understand what he's saying because he always finish with the, wana hakiri. That is what Ferrages understand. Opposition had no brain. Hiyo tu ndio anasema ya mwisho na Kiswahili. Wana hakiri na Ferrages they listen that. Ruto, with his parliament, they all Mandela. Ruto working with the Mandela MP in the parliament. Guys, don't forget. He got killer there. Ruto number one is killer. What do you argue about it? About this guy talking about cow? Zero. Sometimes don't give us headache. I told you before. You know?
No,
because
Jerome,
we are now here.
Headache is very important. Headache is very important. Lazima muumwe
But
na kitu. Lazima musikilize
we
hao
are,
watu wa Ruto.
we are not here to say mtu wetu. Okay? This now how far Kenya is, it's nothing to do with the mtu wetu. If you guys continue letting, imagine 11 billion, sir, is gone. Ruto say nothing. Do I say the money gone? People still dying. Why he came now started disturbing school, healthy, everything is all gone. They're still waiting all. He will do second time. What? What he didn't do? Zero. Okay, you just finished education a while ago last year. Okay, you are not proving your job. Are you going to get a contract again? No, you are not proving. Kenyans have to know the constitution doesn't say he have to be 10 years. Stupid Kenyans, you have to think you giving Ruto 5 years contract. Now that's the end of it. Sina ya kusema Sauli, niko na uchungu, watu wanaongea matope hapa nasikia. Hata ukiwaona hapa nje wananiongeleza matope. Wanalala nje hao kalijini hapa. Wanalala nje hapa, walitupwa hapa na pesa ya wenyewe, atuwasome, alafu walipiwi. Hebu niambieni, ile pesa ule mtu anaitwa Madao alibia hao vijana hao wanalala nje hapa. Kwa nini hajashikwa? Bebe nini yako kwa jela ule governor wa Kiambu? Kwa nini hao hajaenda kwa jela? Na wote huko North Kenya wameiba hiyo pesa yote. Kwa nini hawajashikwa sasa hivi? Watu wamepiga tear gas na watoto. Ruto waiting how long? And they will never be arrested because they was police, not goons. End of the story. Haya nimaliza ya mwisho. Mumeona huyo Oscar Sudi na huyu Betty tuokera tene whatever shit. Unaona ndege yao karibu ipate moto, muliona hiyo? Watajua Wakenya ni Wakenya wanaopa hiyo ndege karibu, hata tafadhali wangekuwa juu wakufe wote. Nani anajali? Haya, asante sana hamuangele.
Haya, ni sawa. So but Rombe, budi kuuliza swali. Hawa wakereketo wetu ambao everything they are defending, they are saying that they have read. Where are they reading?
You see, we don't know what he was trying to get information from us. He was to find out what's going on. That's what they are paid to do. So, from what he represented, I mean, if this is the kind of people he has, then I'm sorry to say he has the wrong people who are advising him. He has the wrong progress. When someone tells you, nasikia, ng'ombe yake iko vizuri, none. Mbadi amesema. So somebody Mbadi amesema, it's just to embrace people what they are saying, that the economy is good. And that's what he's coming to tell us. So him is just like the one question you asked him, he never answered. Mpaka saia akujibu. Ulimuuliza, who are the Ruto's constituents ambaye itampigia kura? But akusema chochote. Up this point, then you repeated it. Mpaka saia akusema. So this one, I'm very sure the one man ambaye may unite the country is Ruto. Ruto has united the country from all the way from the northeast to the south, to the western Kenya, to end part of the country. I'm telling you, I think it means I think if you the Ruto downfall, you can say it started from the impeachment of Gachagua. You can say maybe that's where it started. Maybe before that. I think for me, his downfall started with the Gen Zs when he failed. And when he killed some of them, akawaita wachambasi. Remember when he came in, in fact, he came, he had a conference, and they say, wataona, they'll be dealt with and everything. Then later on, when he realized everything's just like against him, the anakuja tena nageuka. So the problem with Ruto, he thinks that what watasahau, like, I mean, like by the 2027 asahau, but he has realized the more we go, the more now things are just running away from him. Like many of you said here, and I really agree what many people said. By a few months from now, in fact, by October, around before even New Year, next year, I mean, I hope we still be alive to angalia what's going to happen. I'm very sure you'll see a lot of people running away from him. Hata wenye wanaona wako huko wanamkura tu. Yeah. By the time Ruto will find himself, study himself, you'll find that every part of the country is running away from him. When it comes, even the people who are going to fight for prayer, it's much better Ruo Nyasa. You see, without Raila, Raila was the excuse. Sasa Raila yuko. This is going to be a new play game with a united opposition, with a united country against one man who has already been a president and he has a failed president. It's going to be a landslide. He might, like I said before, I think he might quit before the election. He might say he's not going to run. Maybe now he try to get somebody else to influence who's going to be the next president, maybe by stepping down for somebody, such that whoever's going to protect him. Watch my words. Itafika next year, somewhere in between, Ruto realized he's going to fail. Then he said, who's going to protect me? I'm going to quit. Then I'm going to have influence whoever is going to win so that whoever comes in is going to protect me. Is he Waiguru? Is he Oleva? I don't know. But the Kenyans will be very wise. And that one will be just like we cannot go Ruto's way. It's a failure. It's a total failure, and he knows that.
Even this ODM, they doesn't understand the law for legislation because they've been told they've been signed all the meal, and now they think they can go to Ruto Street like a bus. Where they are lawyers. I wonder why Olengo, na Sifuna, na Babu Owino, they know law. They're refusing this. They want to go, okay, we are UDA, now ODM. What? What about Azimio? Na ndivyo unaona Uhuru amepatia Kalonzo Sauli alikuwa Raila mkubwa ule. Sasa wanaweza kujoin aje UDA? Watu wengine ni pesa tu, ni ujinga.
Mama, let's talk. Let me tell you what's happening in Ruo Nyasa. I'm familiar with Ruo Nyasa politics sahi. Sahi kwanza wanga wameanza kutukana na huyu mzee ambaye hawezi mama huyo Oburu. Huyu ambaye akikaa wanamshika kwa mgongo ndiye akae. Ndio the ODM nini. ODM is bad news for Ruto. That's what he thought. Sahi wameanza, there's nothing like ODM. But I'm telling you, you'll be shocked how Ruo Nyasa is going to give Ruto. He's not want to get. I'm telling you, you just go on the ground. People are really mad about what's going on in the country. People have changed. People want services. People want people to go there and just to make their life, improve their lives. Because before some of these people were getting direct tickets because of Raila, you will see how things are going to change in Ruo Nyasa. Utaona. Things are going to be the other way around. And I'm telling you, Ruto is planning, and whoever was advising him, they never saw this one coming. Ruto's impeachment of Gachagua and the chances, that was his downfall. If I was him, come next year, like I said before, I would just say, Mandela went for one term. I'll go for one term, he quits. Otherwise, let him come, bring it, baby, he's going home.
Haya ni sawa. Kidogo Jermora, relax. I want us to integrate this discussion very seriously now. Because I can see Kiptum here, I want to over-engage him today. And people should not get worried or scared. Even if we are talking with Kiptum, we have the opportunity of making the best use of such people. And I've said here, we will listen to you, we will isolate your lie, and we will give you your lie to go with it. So Bwana Kiptum, don't be worried. Kidogo, we're talking. Don't be worried. So what we are doing, we are diagonizing, and we will separate oil and water. I want to ask you a question because now umekuja. Number one, I want you to tell me, the Kenyan budget is 4 trillion. Hypothetically, we don't know. Out of that Kenyan budget, 4 trillion, Mr. Ruto budget has been, within 1 year, has been edited. Let me not say added, has been edited twice. Ameongezewa pesa mara mbili. To some extent, within the first quarter, anamaliza ile pesa yake yote ameallocatiwa kwa mwaka, implying he is a spendthrift president. Kindiki will be spending over 300 million on flights alone in Kenya, and some stupid empowerment, and so much state house engagement. Can you tell me, is that a prudent government according to you, and do you support such acts?
Jiru, kwa hiyo swali yako niko pamoja na wewe kwa hiyo, but allow me 1 minute nifanye a small clarification kwa ndugu yangu Roba.
No, utaenda kwa Roba. Unajua tunataka kudiscuss kitu hapa, tunamalizia kidogo. Uko na mimi. Okay, wacha nikumute kidogo. So you are saying you are together with me, Mr. Ruto government is a spendthrift government, wastage, and some of this money they are wasting through hyper corruption, not even corruption. So there is a question which I'm asking you in an honest opinion. Can you vote a corrupt government?
Of course not.
Which you know.
Of course I cannot.
Can you vote him?
Of course I cannot. And again, I answered. You know what? In my opening remarks, I introduced myself very clearly and my opinions, and basically I mentioned my philosophy. But down the line somewhere, PK ikakuja akanitusi akasema mimi ni mkaleji na support Ruto sababu ni mkaleji. But I was trying to be a honest, objective man who I am exactly. But I'm giving an honest opinion. And number two, again, I do not hold brief for President Ruto. I'm only giving honest opinions as a patriotic Kenyan who wants the best for Kenya. And I wanted to tell something, my friend Robert, that, the thing is, I spend a lot of time watching these videos in Kenya. That's why, and I see, one of the newspapers I've subscribed is People Daily, a subsidiary of Daily Nation, and I read that a lot. That's why, if you give me a question that I've not read, I will agree with you, your point of view, and then reserve my opinions until when I read it. So Robert, wewe ni ndugu yangu, sitaki nikukasirikie, hatutaki kuwa na emotions. It's just objective analysis. But when I watch Ruto wakati alikuwa naongea na aspirants ya UDA, he said winning and losing elections is part of the game. If whatever he has done as a president, Kenyans decides that somebody else is better than him, he said he is okay. And I think I was in this forum a long time ago with Julia, of course, and I said President Ruto has run elections 5 times and he has never lost even one. if 2027 will be his first elections to lose, I think he's going to be a happy man. He will have done his best. But he came with a manifesto. He's following it to the letter. A lot of people are happy about it, and a lot of people are not happy about it.
Who are the people? What do you mean? When is there a lot of people?
I say,
isolate the people who are happy. Isolate them.
Listen, I said the people who are happy.
Yes, who are they?
The 51% who voted for him are happy.
Where's the Peter Ivo?
Oh,
so isolate for us. People who are happy about Ruto.
Well, I cannot quantify, but I'm saying.
Okay, mention those 51%. Okay, Nisawa.
That includes Mount Kenya, yeah?
Let me say this,
So it includes Mount Kenya that are happy.
No, let me say this. Let me qualify. I always want to make Roba happy. Some people are happy and some people are not happy. And it is okay.
Majority of people are not happy.
Those are your words.
Tense. Use tenses properly.
Unajua mimi najua Kiswahili na mimi najua Kiingereza. Kwa hivyo nikisema watu wengine wanafurahi na wengine hawafurahi na ni sawa. Ni siasa.
But the prism is majority are not happy. That's how the prism is.
That is what you.
Let me ask you a question. Keep two, man. Mimi nataka kuuliza swali. Ngoja. Why was there Gen Z revolution?
Well, Mimi, I am an X generation. And let me tell you something. Let me admit honestly here before Roba, because I see he's almost like my age mate, Roba. I am the father of Gen Z. Watoto wangu walizaliwa between 2012 and 1997 and 2012. Hawa ni watoto wa Gen Z. And I have Gen Zs in my house. So why they revolted, according to Njiru, I don't know. But I can guess.
Okay, you don't know. I don't want you to guess. Nisawa, you don't know why they revolted. I want to add you to that.
I am not a Gen Z.
Goja Kidogo, you are not a Gen Z and you have not read that one. So that one, look for material to read and you'll know why they rioted.
Yeah.
Goja Kidogo, there is a question. I want to advance a little bit about Gen Z. So, about Gen Z, who are majority, by the way? Sorry.
And the majority.
They are like, hypothetically, let's say Gen Zs are around 55 to 60% of Kenyan population. Those people, that is the biggest prism. I'm bringing you closer. These are people who are finishing schools. Some are in colleges. Some have just finished universities. Some need employment. And the reason why these kids rioted, it is because nothing was working up in Kenya. Nothing was tying up in Kenya. And Ruto has not been able to solve that. So now we have a silent majority in Gen Z, which is waiting to react in 2027 because they were suppressed through killing. Now I want to ask you a question, and an honest one. For a government to be seen, they have to create job opportunities. That one is a must. Any jobs, whether you're in America or where you are, they have to create job opportunities, and they have to make sure that education is good. Access to education. So I want you to explain to me today Ruto concept on education access and Ruto concept on creating employment. And you tie it up with the issues of Gen Z, because and you also tie it up with the new university model. Today you have to advise them. You cannot be supporting Ruto without material. So tell us about his education plan, tell us about his employment plan, tie it up with Gen Z revolution, and tie it up with university model of Ruto. Na nimenyamaza.
Na mimi sinipata nafasi ya kumongezea swali ama ajibu kwanza, na nipa nafasi ya kumuuliza.
Wacha ajibu moja moja. Leo hatuna mbio. We are here. Hapa lazima Kiptum aongee. Kiptum, the mic is yours.
Oh, okay. Haya. Let me waja nianze na Gen Z. Nimesema mimi ni baba ya Gen Z. Where I live, tunapiga kura almost 4 times a year. The latest one was in November, by the way. And I happen to be an official over the election board. So, Gen Z ambayo kwa nyumba yangu huwa wanalalamika sana. You know what's happening in where I live. And then niliwaambia twende tupige kura, hakuna mtu hata mmoja alijitokeza. Mpaka nikapembeleza msichana. That was the better one because anasomea.
I'll give you that, man.
Anasomea mambo ya siasa. Alikubali kwa sababu alikuwa ananipatia right. So Gen Zs don't vote, but it will take a lot of work from the aspirants of whatever party to convince them and bring them to the ballot.
Na kwa nini hawapigi kura? Kimtazamo wako, kwa nini hawapigi kura? Yaani tufunulie mazima kwamba ndio hawavoti. Kwa nini? Sababu zao za msingi. Kwa nini hawapigi kura?
So that is a very big question. We have to go to every family and ask every parent. I can tell you.
Mtazamo wako wewe mwenyewe unasema Gen Z wengi hawapigi kura, fine. Lakini ni nini haswa kinasababisha, kinachangia haswa hawa Gen Z wasipige kura?
Sasa hiyo swali lazima
kabla ujibu hiyo, Bwana Kiptum, can you give us evidence? Umesoma wapi? Gen Zs do not vote.
No, I gave you my live example. Kwamba
but your live example cannot be a generic example. Okay. I need to understand.
Sasa wewe Njiru utatuambia watoto wako wanapiga kura na huyu rafiki yangu mwingine
that one I can support you. That's true. That's true. I give you that one.
Uko na Gen Z.
That one I experienced that one.
Ajibu kufuatia experience yake, lakini yangu nimesema yangu.
Wewe ndio umekuja na haya mashaka yote kwamba Gen Z hawapigi kura. Ukweli wa mambo ukatoa na mfano wako hapo wa msichana mmoja ulifaa kumbembeleza, lakini unataka kujua kwa sababu kila jambo lina sababu yake. Kwa nini kimtazamo wako wewe Gen Z hawapigi kura?
Mambo ya Gen Z ilitolewa na Njiru, bwana msimamo. Sio iko ya maneno.
Jamangu unakwepa maswali, unajitia ni mjanja, lakini umefika. Hebu nikuulize swali jepesi sana.
Maswali mengine ya kujibu ya Njiru.
Kwa sababu hebu jibu nikuuliza yangu mepesi tu.
Utauliza swali msimamo. We are here for long hours. Mimi sina mbio leo. Hata nimefungua screen msiona nimetoroka.
Sasa nimesema mfano yangu na nimesikia pia kutoka kwa one of the political analysts kwamba kwa hiyo I corroborated from some political analysts kwamba ni nadra sana watu wa Gen Z waende wapige kura, but nimequalify, nimesema aspirants lazima wafanye kazi kubwa wakije kwamba wanaenda kupiga kura. I think that is fully answered.
Wa kwanza ni aspirant wako ambaye ndio party leader, na tumemwona na Gen Z mara kwa mara wiki kadhaa sasa hivi akitoka eneo fulani akiingia eneo fulani, akitoka eneo fulani akiingia eneo fulani, na wote ni Gen Z. Nikuulize swali jepesi tu hapa, hili unalolizungumza pengine hii hamasa kwa hao vijana waone kwamba ni muhimu haswa, analiweka katika ngazi ipi haswa kiongozi wako ambaye yeye pia anatangamana haswa na hawa Gen Z on daily basis? Analitia vipi haswa mkazo ambao utaweza tupa mfano kwamba hata party leader wangu ama mrengo wangu hili jambo la Gen Z walimetilitia pondo hapa na hapa na hapa, kwa hiyo sasa hivi tuna hili na hili, at least tutakuwa tumejenga hoja na kuona mfano kutoka kwenu. Mbona unakuwa wa kwanza kulalamika kwamba hawapigi kura na suluhu huna, lakini pia sababu haswa inayowafanya wasipige kura huna?
Haya, kama sina tutakubaliana na wewe, wataenda kupiga kura na tuachie hapo.
Yeah. Njiru, can I say something? Ama bado anaongea?
Sijamjibu.
Wacha Kiptum amalizie utakaa. So Kiptum, hebu elezea kidogo please.
Uliuliza mpango ya serikali kwa mambo ya kazi.
Kwa mambo ya kazi, yes.
Na nilijibu nilipoanza hapa. Nilisema iko kwa manifesto. Na ukitaka majibu zaidi, tunaenda clips ya Alfred Mutua, Kasi Maju, Susan Mageni na huyu Oparanya. Tunaenda mambo ya Alice Wahome, mambo ya manyumba, 500,000 people walking. Kuna hii mambo ya nyota, which is almost a million entrepreneur jobs. And it's all over the place.
Asante, umegonga ndipo hapo. Eti hii mambo ya nyota na hii pesa nyota inatoka wapi? Kwanza ni mali ya umma ama ni mali ya mtu binafsi?
Vile nimesikia hata director ya World Bank alikuwa Malindi akasema they gave a loan to Kenya. And then Kenya
a loan which is
shikilia kama it's a loan for Kenya ni kwa sababu ya Wakenya wote. Mbona inakuwa sasa ni ya mtu mmoja anafanyia kila anachokiona kwake ni sahihi kwa manufaa yake? Je, kikatiba haswa ndugu yangu, kikatiba ni sawa? Ndivyo katiba yetu ya Kenya inavyozungumza kuhusiana na rasilimali za mali ya umma, matumizi yake kwenye leadership and integrity.
Who gave them the power to go and use that money? Parliament ilipitisha hiyo because the money is supposed to be allocated from parliament.
Sasa
Roba, nataka nijibu vizuri huyu jamangu.
Ngoja tumwerebushe nani? You guys.
Msimamo na Roba. Waje nimalize. Sijamaliza sisi yangu, nimesema director wa World
tunaenda kiwango baada ya kiwango. Umezungumza Nyota Fund ambao ni mradi mkubwa unaojipiga kifua nao. Hii pesa ya Nyota Fund imetoka wapi? Imetoka kwa mkopo. Kwa nia gani? Kwa niaba ya kupewa Wakenya ama kwa kupewa taifa la Kenya? Na kama ni la taifa la Kenya, ni maana ni rasilimali ya kila mtu. Kwa hivyo kama ni Nyota Fund, huu mgao ungegawiwa hata upande mwingine, kwa sababu hii ni mali ambayo si ya mtu binafsi. Mbona matumizi yake yanatumika kuonekana kwamba ni ya mtu binafsi? Sasa yeye ndo anaifanyia kwaweza kuwanunua vijana na kuwapa na kuwarubuni, huku akiwaambia kwamba anawapa shilingi 22,000 hizo ni za kufungua biashara. Ana uhakika gani kwamba hawa vijana kwanza watafungua biashara husika? Lakini vile vile haswa msimamo wa hii pesa, yani haswa mkano wa hii pesa itazungukaje ili ilete faida haswa na iweze kujilipa huu mkopo ambao tumeweza kukopa? Kaka, hebu tueleze kwa kina zaidi. Ajenda yenu hii ambayo mnaipigia kifua haswa ni ipi, na haswa masuala haya ya Nyota?
Haya, utaniruhusu nimalize kujibu. Anasema director ya World Bank alipokuwa Malindi alisema hii ni mkopo ambaye tulipea serikali ya Kenya. Serikali ya Kenya ikatumia taratibu kuchagua wa vijana 1,123 na ni toka kila pembe za Kenya, na ilikuwa ni jukumu ya serikali kuamua taratibu ile watatumia, na ni jukumu ya msimamo na Roba kukritik, na hiyo ni haki ya kikatiba, na pesa imeenda vile World Bank ilikuwa imekusudia.
Kwa hivyo lengo la World Bank, lengo la World Bank kupeana mkopo kwa serikali ya Kenya ilikuwa ni ya Nyota Fund, kwa sababu ndio imetumika inavyofaa. Pili, ni akina nani watalipa huu mkopo? Ni serikali?
Ni mimi na wewe.
Faida sasa hapa itakuwa ni ya nani?
Wa Kenya, watoto wetu.
Subiri sasa, faida hapa ni ya nani? Kwa sababu nataka kutafuta hapa kanga mwenye chongo, mwenye ambaye anafukulia mwenye macho. Sasa hapa nataka kuona katika hivi vitimbi faida ni ya nani hapo?
Sasa niliona msichana mmoja Malindi alipewa 22,000. Akaelezea malengo yake kamili ya vile anaenda kufanya biashara, na hiyo biashara anasema ataajiri watu. Sasa faida ni yule anafanya biashara na yule ameajiriwa, na serikali itapata kodi na pesa.
Kipton, kama wewe umefikia mahali unatuambia somebody was given 22,000 and kuajiri watu, that country we have a problem. If 22 wanaenda kusha watu, we have a problem.
Na ndio tunasema Roba, tunasema msimamo na Roba wako na haki ya kukritik. Na mimi sasa sina maneno ya kusema because pesa World Bank wametoa pesa, serikali imeamua taratibu ya kutumia, na mwenye anasema ni mzuri
taratibu ya kutumia, unajua bila hamasa kwa mwananchi si lolote, hakuna kitu hapo. Hiyo ni faida ya mtu mmoja. Kwa mfano naweza nikasema hii sasa hivi inatumika kuweza kuwarubuni hizi lika la Gen Z kuweza kuwapoteza maboya kwa kuweza kuwachupia hiki chambo, kisingizio serikali imeamua hii pesa imeitumia kiupande huu. Lakini ukiangalia katika faida hiyo ambayo itakuwa inatumika hapo, kwanza ni kuwanyamazisha, kuwaeka bizi, kuwasahulisha, ili kusudi haswa mwingine hapa aweze kutimiza ajenda yake. Na kama ni hivyo, inatumika kwa mtu mmoja individual kwa lengo lake, na lakini wakati wa kulipa haitalipwa na huyu mwenye amepata hii faida.
Sasa
italipwa na kila mtu. Je, katika hiyo hali kuna usawa? So nani hapa anafanywa kanga mwenye chongo anafukulia mwenye macho?
Sasa katibu ambaye wanahusika na hiyo mambo, moja anaitwa Susan Mageni na Jacob Fikirini kutoka, kijana mshupavu sana kutoka Malindi. Sasa
kijana
useme shupavu, sema wizi.
Waje niseme.
Sema wezi.
Wamefanya kazi kadiri ya uwezo yao. Sasa msimamo, wewe unge apply hiyo kazi na usaidie rais kupeana hiyo pesa.
Ya nini? Nisaidie rais yupi? Rais anayekanganyana na katiba.
Kama wewe utaki kusaidia rais,
ngoja kwanza nipigie rais yupo unamzungumzia. Rais ambaye anaipa katiba ya nchi mgongo.
Sasa mnasema
ngoja kwanza tuelewane hii lugha kwanza kaka. Unasema nipigie nisaidie rais fine.
Tusimamisha kidogo. Msimamo na Kiptum. Our discussion is longer. Muhold kidogo. The two entrances nataka kuwasikia wako aje ama wao ni pia ni kulupu na loop. So bwana Kiptum, maswali mengine yangu ni we will save it for tomorrow.
Okay.
Let's have Joseph and George coming on board as well. So Joseph, ingia. Leo tuko na Ruto representative hapa.
Mimi hata sina mambo, nilikuwa nafuatilia, nasikia vile wanasema. I hope mnanisikia. Najua nimestuka sana kusikia ati 52% of Kenyans are very happy with Ruto government. Ikanistua sana kwa sababu hii serikali ile the toes that they have stepped on there are too many, hata sidhani wataweza kurecover. They have already stepped on. That's why you are seeing they are saying they are going to cut they are going to remove taxes. Why are they removing taxes for the salaried people under 30,000? Because they know that they have already stepped toes on civil servants, and they are very angry with this government. So the 52%, I don't know where it's still coming from. Now you are starting to step toes on other people, saying that you are going to give them, I don't know, nyota na inalipwa na kila mtu. Na unapatia sijui watu wangapi, watu fulani ndio wanaitwa State House kupatia hiyo nyota, like in the one they had in State House just I think the other day. Hata kuna msichana alikasirika sana alitumia karibu 5,000 lakini alipatiwa aga 1,000. So let us not these things we have seen them. We have the likes of akina, it's called what, Hustler Fund. Sitikuwa na Hustler Fund, ilienda wapi? Ilikufa. So now tena mmetuletea ingine inaitwa nyota. If mmekosa another way of kuiba pesa za watu ama nini, just iba na msituambie. Ndani na msituambie mnaenda programs. Juu mnapeaga watu, mnataka kujifanya mnapea watu hope na hakuna hope mnapea watu. Wizi mko nayo. Hiyo nini Hustler Fund ilienda wapi? Kwa sababu hata mwenyewe huyu mtu anajibu hapa. Kiptum. Hawezi kuambia kule Hasra Fund ilienda, but anaweza kuambia ati kuna ingine inaitwa Nyota. Sasa hata wachana na Nyota, mtakuja na ingine inaitwa Jua, wacha Nyota. Kwa sababu there is no idea this guy has for young people. I saw him the other day talking, saying that people outside remitting money, they're remitting 1 billion every month. I felt even ashamed that is a whole president talking about how people outside and some of them how they are suffering. And he's talking about how they're remitting 1 billion. Is that a person even to be proud of? Mtu anakuambia ati mimi nafurahia juu unatoa pesa ukiwa huko ati unatuletea pesa Kenya. Instead of saying I need people to come back to invest in the country. Wewe unaambia watu tunataka muende mkafanye kazi nje. I think even some people have even told you there. Wengi wao wanaenda baa kazi za utumwa huko. And you have seen others even now need to go to battlefields so that they can be able to make ends meet for their kids and their wives at home. It's very shameful. It's very shameful. This is a shameful government. I've never seen a very shameful government in the in my entirety, because they cannot be able to help the youth. That is something they are unable. They are coming up with programs which are very useless, we have seen. They told us that the programs which were there for youths, like Kazi Mtaani, ni ujinga mtupu. Right now they have come with other stories, za Nyota and other things. So sina mambo mingi mimi, nitapatia George.
Habari zenu, mnanisikia? Hello? Nasikika Njiro? Njiro ameenda wapi?
Yes, uko sawa Mwamba, endelea.
Okay, sawa. Now, my reason for coming up here.
What is happening?
No, nataka kusema nimesikia kuna jamaa hapa amesema Gen Z hawa vote. Alafu mkamuuliza swali, why don't they vote? Na nimeona kama imemshinda. Number one, I would like to actually agree with him. Gen Zs have not voted in Kenya, and they don't vote. I am talking that one out of experience of the same. He has been talking about, amesema watoto wake hawavote. I'm a father of 3 of them, and I can attest here they don't vote. So the question was, and the one that he was not able to answer is, why don't they vote? Let me put the blame on us. Sisi tunaitangwa Generation X. It is the way we brought up these kids. We have brought up these kids in a way that they are so dependent on their parents from the word go, and they become so dependent they don't care about anything. These are people, this is a generation who will fight their parents even without reason. They have no respect for us. They think they know all, and they would say, when they say they won't vote, they don't vote. Why do I say that it is us who brought them? Tumewalea vibaya. It is because I remember very well in our time, tukifika secondary school, mimi nilikuwa napewa sanduku na unapewa school fees, unaambiwa enda shule. Now, this generation that we have brought up, these are people who cannot, and they don't take responsibility about anything because we have taken care of them like eggs. Akienda secondary school, unampeleka. This person has no independence of thought. Akienda university, unampeleka. When we were going to the university, I don't think even my parents knew where universities were in Nairobi or wherever. Ikifika hiyo, you are an adult, you are supposed to be dependent, you make your own decisions and everything. So when even it comes to voting, these people cannot tell themselves that they need to vote. They don't see the reason and they won't go. That is what I would want to respond and maybe to give to this. So when we are discussing or when we are here, yes, this is a problem that we need to talk about. How can we make them vote? Where did we go wrong? How can we correct, and how can we convince them that voting is important? And I think that is one of those things that we should be talking about, other than Nyota and everything else. That is where we stand. They don't vote. And if they vote this time round, I can tell you I'll be surprised. If they vote, they will vote maybe a small fraction. But wengine unaona wakienda kwa maandamano, they still will be sleeping with their laptops and and especially the children that come from the middle class. They are not interested. They don't care. Watakuwa wamejifungia kwa room zao wakiwa na iPhone zao na Android na tablet na computer. They don't care. My take, and that is my thought.
You know, Jiru, there is something I want to say here. Because I've been hearing people saying that Gen Z don't vote, because there is one thing only making Gen Z not to vote, and that one is we are still using analog ways of voting. That you go and queue. You know, these guys, this Gen Z, they are a team of people who can be able to make money using their mobile phones. They can be able to transact everything, even their daily lives, using their mobile phones. But you yourself, you want to tell them that they are going to vote analog. Unawambia tu utaenda ushinde umequeue line kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni ukigojea uvote. But in other countries, you are hearing that even you can do voting which is earlier. And then najua hata tukiongea kuhusu ati they don't want to vote or what is our methods? What methods do we use? You find that you go to a polling station, hata hizo biometrics zenyewe ukiambia usome zinakataa kusoma. Unaambia tena tutaanza kupanga line, sijui kuanza manyo, sijui anza kuitwa jina. You know, it is not an easy affair if any of us here have gone to vote. See, easy. Like in my polling station, you find even the letter J inapangwa kwanza, imepangwa na majina mingi sana. Unaanza kutoka J mpaka unaenda mpaka zile J zote zimeanza labda J unaenda mpaka JO hizo. So it's not an easy affair, and I think that is one of the things that this Gen Z, they like to vote, but which kind of system are we using? We are still using analog systems hizi kwa zinatumika 2002 1997 hizo bado tunatumia. Ni kitu tu kiliongezewa kidogo ati mnakuja kuambia biometrics. But in other places you find people even do early voting. There is a youth who came with a model of voting that was being proposed kwa ikitumika kwa simu. Has any of those things been taken or considered for? We are still just talking and saying that maybe Gen Z hawataki kuvote. These guys, I know they can vote, but the problem is which kind of gadgets which kind of methods are we using? These guys, some of them, they pay their bills. Wamezoeshwa kulipa bills zao na simu. Sisi kuna wakati hatukuwa tunalipa bills zetu na simu. M-Pesa ilikuja around what 2007 2008, ndio watu wakaanza kuweza kutuma pesa. Sasa ndio ikaendelea hivyo mpaka saizi tumefika. Some of us, mtu alikuwa inabidi unagojea unatumiwa pesa na posta, ama unagojea mtu akuletee pesa kutoka kule ametoka mpaka pale huko, ana hiyo labda ni mshahara yako. Lakini right now things are changing. The only thing that is not changing in Kenya is how we vote. Tell me what have changed in the systems that we are voting. So as we bash these youths, as we bash them, let's remember that also us we have problems tuko na mashida, and most of the problems have been brought in by the Electoral Commission. I thought when we could have IEBC, we could have an Electoral Commission which could be maybe advanced, but we are not still advanced.
Hapo nakuunga mkono kaka kwa hilo. Ndio maana nikazungumza pale mwanzo kwamba tusilaumu tu Gen Z kwamba hawapigi kura. Tujiulize kwa nini hawapigi kura. Na lingine mimi na interaction wao wananiuliza maswali madogo tu mepesi, wananiambia Gen Z wao kwamba wewe unaenda unapiga kura, unapoteza muda wako tayari na mtu ashajulikana nani ambaye ataweza kuchukua kiti. Yani inamaanisha kwamba credibility ya hii chaguzi pia inawavunja moyo haswa hivi vizazi, kwamba it's like a zero work, unapoteza muda wako na kuna watu tayari washaka kwa system, washapanga kila kitu. But kama ingekuwa ni fair game, haswa IBC na kutushuhudia masuala ya mambo na makesi ya uchaguzi, na kuna ule uhaki usawa haswa wakisawasawa upigaji kura, hakuna masuala na wizi wa kura, nadhani pia hawa vijana hawangekuwa wanasita kwenda kutengeneza haki yao, kwa sababu wanajua ni nini ambacho wanakihitaji, nini ambacho wanakitaka, na wanajua nani kiongozi ambaye anawafaa. Sasa lakini sasa hili la kawaida hili la kwamba kila baada ya uchaguzi watu wanaishia mahakamani pia limewavunja moyo. That's why nikiinteract na wao wanasema kwamba sometimes unakuwa ni ngumu kujipeleka kwa uchaguzi ambao unajua tayari kuna watu washaupanga. Nyie endeni mkapige wazee hizo kura zenu. Vitu kama hivyo.
Haya, sawa. Msimamo, nataka kuleta Mwamba kidogo. Mwamba, you have listened to Kiptum. Can you help us to what did you get from him, from his analogy of thinking? And up to now, he can still talk about Ruto.
By the way, mimi hata sikuwa nimesikia. I was just passing by, nikapata hiyo question about Gen Z not voting. That's what made me come up here, because I thought I had an idea to say we should now be interrogating the issues why they don't vote. Yes, they don't vote because the systems are old or it's not what they are used to. But by not voting, are they actually being responsible of changing the system? Do they expect that if they wait for us to go and vote and do the things the way we do them kawaida, by them not participating, is it going to change things? And they are paying for, they are actually now fighting for change. If they were there fighting for change, they should be able to implant themselves in the system and get the change done. Tell them to be there, let them be there and actually take over. They should vote their own and bring the changes that they think that will fit them. If they just bury their heads with their iPhones and their whatever, nothing will ever change. And as they say, you can't do the same thing and expect different results. So if they want to stay in their rooms, they will stay and they have to be comfortable with what, otherwise atakuwa wanatokea wanapigwa tu wanarudi. So let us see what can we do to make them, at least to make that first step of them getting into the system, so that now they can vote the way they want. But if they don't vote, surely change will never come.
Ndio hapo sasa civic education inahitajika sana kwa hili.
Njiru, can I say something?
Go ahead, sir.
Nasalimia bwana Mwamba hapo siku nyingi. Nani mgeni huko?
Wewe kwanza salamu zako unaweza kuzikataa na unajua ni kwa nini, si ndio?
Basi hiyo tuta inbox. Nitajitetea nikiwa pande ule, si Kizimbani.
Haya, nimezipokea kwa saa hii, sio kukataa kwa ubaya, lakini unajua ni kwa nini.
I know I have hiyo tuta nini, nitakuelezea na utaelewa. Okay, let me say this. We have two factors, and I'm talking about that that story of the voter representation of by the way, it's not Gen Z, it's mainly the youth, but we use that Gen Z for all, even the millennial and all that, the young people,
and to some extent the middle class. Let us also look at it. Even the middle class Kenya do not vote the way they are supposed to do it. We have been relying on votes from old people, unfortunately.
That's where I'm coming now. I'm coming there. It is not actually a specific at Gen Z, apana. Ni the young people, where we are talking of young youth, you and youth, the definition of real youth. The 35 and below, they are indifferent. Okay, there are few that do, but majority, and that's why there was that figure that was given by IABC. Now, there are two factors. And because this is a process, if you ask yourself when you first voted, that's how I want us to look at it. When did I first vote? And why did you vote? What is it that drove you to vote? That's where I'm bringing the two factors, the push and the pull factor. What pushed you to vote? And then what pulled you? because there has to be that which compelled you to go and vote, and maybe the same way unakuwa pushed and then you're also being pulled almost towards the same. So now for me, and on top of that, there is that question I've asked: when did you first vote? That is the maturity of appreciating the value of voting. Hiyo ni maturity, because there's a stage. The people we are talking about, the maturity now came in with Ruto's government. Okay? And that is where now the compelling factor, the reason why they must vote. And see, hawataambiwa, Nobody will see hawataambiwa, but thank God that Ruto came into power, because it is through Ruto that they now have seen, oh my God, kumbe. And thank God, again, I'm saying this with a lot of reservation, that whatever happened had to happen. No wonder people say this or that happens for a reason. Unfortunately, that people had to die, people have now to suffer, people don't go to school, all these people are dying in the hospital, people, and you are being tunachekelewa. Watu wanachekelewa. These people are being laughed at. Unaambiwa shule iko, unaambiwa university iko, na uko nyumbani na we ni young man. Haya, wewe uko na kajobu kako, una kajobu kako, unaangalia payslip, unaanza kupiga nduru. You have a job, but unapiga nduru. And then you are seeing the reason why unapiga nduru is because of X, Y, Z. And when you ask even further or research further, unaona ni juu ya the leadership of the country. And then you further now also, hii ni self-education, ile wamefanya, unakuta, oh my God, it's because of the leadership and whoever is it. And how did he get in there? Oh, tunaambiwa there was 8 million that didn't vote. No wonder this guy, if he won, he would not have won. If he rigged because of X, Y, Z. So they have the answers. And why they have the answers is because of how they are reacting. But now, on the other side, because I've been attending quite a number of forums, they are so annoyed, in fact, very annoyed with this constant call that they don't vote. Because they are saying it's only once that 2020-22 election, which was a trend that has been there going all the way back to the 1960s, that the youth have never been very overwhelmingly voting. So it's a culture that has been there, but which has come to an end. So they are saying, guys, don't bash us, man. You wait, you will see. And it is true. They are saying, ngoja it vote. Number one, vote zianze kuchukuliwa kwa polling station. Wawache kutuambia tuende constituency level. Let them bring the vote to the village. And for every forum I'm attending, that's what they are saying. And they're saying, please don't bash us. We know we've learned our lesson, and that is it. Wamesema tu ngoja zifike mashinani. And I want to hold that because it is them, and they have done all the calculations. Wakaona the next bad government, the biggest burden will fall squarely on them, not their dads. Kabisa, because now they will have another 5 years of suffering. If 5 years now they have suffered, mpaka they have been killed, they are now asking what will happen for another extra 5 years. And that is why, for me, it's like almost a guarantee that these people, they will turn to those polling stations, registration centers in a bigger number. You may not have 100% of them, but I can assure you, we are gonna have almost 50-60% of them on the very lower side. Because as I'm talking now with my my interest in some areas, I can tell you the biggest team that I'm engaged with is the Gen Z. And the way they are talking, you won't believe it. And it's not only my area, it's many areas. When you get directly engaged to those that are suffering. See how watoto tuko wengine tuko nao wadozi kama what Kiptum was saying. You're telling me of your Gen Z you are living with in US, Australia or whatever. Unataka kuniambia hao ndio Gen Z wala wako Kenya. That's a lie. Let's not use those parameters. They don't work. Okay? These ones who are Maju, they are Maju, bana. They are there because of you. You are there with them as a dad, and those they don't care. After all, when they are Maju here, it means they are citizens wherever they are. So let's talk of wale kule chini, wale walipigwa marisasi, those who are wamekosa kwenda university, those who Kiptum was saying at wako TVET, the dropout is more than 60% because the money stopped going there. It's only that he left before I told him to go and read further and see. TVET is a failure now. Okay? All those, and I'm saying this because I'm free of my my very close relatives that I'm now paying that TVET, because whatever that was promised. In fact, one of our MP alikuwa karibu kuchomwa, alifukuzwa kwa mkutano, because you see he had used that Ruto style ati kila nini waende college, watoto wakaenda those colleges, those technical nini, and then all of a sudden nothing, no money came, no money went there. Parents had to start fundraising to salvage them, because some of them walikuwa rent houses and all that. It is terrible and it is nasty, so serious that ukisikia mtu anakuambia this is working and that is working is a joke, and especially people in the diaspora. Tukubali tu, most of us hatuko na in touch with what is actually happening in the ground. Number one, by being in diaspora, it means uko majuu, uko poa, nini na nini and all that. Wale kule chini, reality, it's bad. It's bad. Kwako ni Tharaka Nithi, ama kwako ni mahali kunaitwa tuseme Nyeri, mtoto wako ameenda TVET somewhere Murang'a, you know, and then huko ulikuwa umekomboa nyumba, amefika huko ameambiwa bila pesa hakuna, anafukuzwa. Na wewe ni mzazi huko you are zero, yani you are toiling. Labda ni msichana and all that. It is terrifying. Things that are happening back home, in reality it's bad. So generally speaking, I think Gen Z ama the youth, let's give them the chance this time. Hao ndio kwanza muiba unawadunga na umewadunga kabisa. For me, I can't bash them because as I said, I'm engaged with them very, very directly. Back to you, Njiro.
Yeah, good. I think we are flowing well. So I want us. I want us this time to take a chance. Na msiniambie kwa nini warudisha nyuma. You might be irritated by this, but allow me to irritate you for a minute. So we could be having several elements who could be like Kiptum. And I know Stone PK, you have attempted to respond to him, especially on some key areas. But there is an issue I want us to handle here when it comes to people like Kiptum. What does it take for a man to support somebody who has no record and he is busy recreating facts which are not there? Like Stone PK, because I know you do psychology, can you help me to understand what does it take for a man to start convincing people on a man who has no record? And he is carrying a story and trying to pretend to talk as if he has a lot of confidence about that. What do you think is happening in them? What would make somebody to come and defend Ruto? Ni swali tu nauliza, like, if you're in the lens of Kiptum.
You know, Njiro, I'm sure you've engaged a few. I don't know whether you do that informally, other than the channel, because they've not been coming. You listen to them, mpaka, you know, like if you are on one-on-one, unaangalia mtu kwa uso tena, and you are like, hey man, are you serious? Then unakutala, anakaako serious, you know? Then what you do is like, you know, you start now going out psychologically, unashindwa, what could be the motive? Nini, what is going in around his brain? Unakuta hapa pana narcissism. You understand? Pana sadist. Unakuta mtu ni sadist. Kwa sababu unamuulizaje? I say, yani unaweza support mtu alisema watu wapigwe wauliwe wa Kenya. Anakuambia then you listen to the answer, then hapo ndio unajijazia, unaona hapana, hapa iko shida kidogo, because si mwenda azimu ndio una conclude hawa ni kama Hitler and they are among us. You know, people, unajua watu wanafikiria when you are told that birds of a feather flock together, you support somebody because that person has characters and has semblance of facts that you like. You feel ala Njiro anafanya nini? Like for me, but before I became a teacher, I was an untrained teacher, and
that, you know, when you are waiting to go to college and this kind of a thing, na unaenda kwa class. So the secret meal nilitumia, I had said, manake sijawahi ingia kwa class, I'll emulate one of my best teachers. Unaona? How was the teacher? I felt like at a certain level alikuwa mzuri, nilikuwa napenda style zake, the way anakuja kwa class, the way ana answers, ana handle, I'll emulate that. And that's what I did. You know? So ukisikia mtu anakwambia Ruto ako hivi, yani yeye ukaa chini anamuadimaya. Akidanganya na hivyo na yeye anamuadimaya, because ukisikia mtu anaadimaya a liar, that person is a liar. You know, that is the psychology, I can tell you that. And you look at those people who gravitated to Ruto, honestly, what? And that's why for me, I feel so bad, and ninasikianga machungu. I keep on repeating this, that one of our own surely went to Ruto and campaigned so seriously. I wish God would have shown Gachagua ahead. Gachagua would not have gone there. It would have been better with Uhuru, who I don't know why they had cosanad, than doing, because there are some, kuna dhambi ukifanya inakuwa ngumu. Okay, why I'm using that is because yes,
let me tell you, Vile Gachagua, what made Gachagua to go to Ruto quickly.
Yes,
you know, initially unajua Gachagua anataka kukutap, anakuleteanga uongo mapacha. Mkubwa, we boss, wewe ndio utakuwa na manage ministries zote. Na budget ni utakuwa na manage. Mimi tutakuwa tu pale, wewe ndio utakuwa like the issues which Gachagua was told by Ruto. Hakuna vile Gachagua angeenda pale ingine.
Like unaona though tunampenda, ako very vulnerable.
Not vulnerable, gullible.
He's vulnerable.
Jiru, unajua mnasahau kwamba after you went for the 2022 election, some of us, the people who are supporting Raila for presidency na wale walikuwa na support ile side nyingine, don't forget that kuna watu walikaa wakakaa side nyingine. So when the coin flipped and the things that happened, the events of the impeachment and everything, some of the members who are in the other side, they say that they cannot support the other person who is in the other side because wali feel he was fighting them too much at that time. So usisahau kwamba kuna watu walikuwa na misimamo yao ya msingi na wakasema mimi kuona Gachagua siwezi msupport hata kidogo. So if you interact with some of them like that, you hear, you know, some of us have changed our mentality and said hapa sasa inabidi ni kupigania sisi mambo yetu. People have different methods why they are supporting Ruto. It's very different. Kila mtu ako na method yake kwa sababu labda yeye ako ndani anakulia huko ndani, or he's been helped by somebody, he has become an artist, amejaribu hata kupata followers huko kwa kijiji. Wengine wamekasirika kwa sababu kuna jamaa alikuwa anatusi watu wako ile side nyingine, sasa amekuja hii side nyingine, and they are feeling like he want to domineer this side and they remember what he did. Mambo ni mingi sana. So when you find this kind of people, you try to, what you can do is just you try to listen and speak to them, kwa sababu labda watu wengine there is people have seen them saying mimi afadhali niende kwa Ruto kama ni, and they are Kikuyus and they are Mount Kenya people wanasema mimi afadhali ni chague Ruto kuliko kuchagua Gachagua because ya ile mambo alitufanya 2022. So you when you internalize that is when now you know. That's why I say we need a lot of civic education amongst our people. Si Gachagua mwenyewe unaenda kupigia kura, ni ile mambo umekuwa ukifanya kutoka 2022 ndio unafaa uende upambane nayo kwa ballot box. If ukisikia mtu akisema hivi, unafaa muondoe kutoka kwa hiyo mentality ya wewe wacha kuangalia watu, wewe angalia ile shida uko na, angalia zile shida tumekuwa nazo kwa nchi. And I think that one is what is going also to be help to help also the young people. Sababu what are the young people, as we talk about them here Gen Z, tunafaa to encourage vile wataweza kuenda kutokea kwa wingi kuvote. But I don't think it's not encouragement awako nayo, as nilikuwa nasikia Stone PK. Those guys, they influenced the Tanzania elections. Walifanya hao watu wakatokea kuvote, the Gen Z. So walikuwa wanashinda kwa media wakibashiana. Hapana, hamwezi tokea kuvote. Najua nyinyi watu wadogo hamwezi. I was there in those social handles, and they came out. They came out and voted. The problem came as they were trying to vote. These things started. They started to do the obvious, kuiba kura, kuleta stuffed ballot. So after they started doing this, because our Gen Z walikuwa wanachukua video, the same counterpart wale wako Kenya, because Gen Z ni Gen Z, whether ako Kenya ama ako wapi, the same age group, wakaanza kuashia moto, and they said ni Tanzania hata mwezi kupigia freedom yenu, hamwezi fanya nini. What happened next? See what happened next, all of us in the news and everywhere. They started fighting for their rights, and if you wanted to know that those Gen Z were connected with them, kwa nini wengine walikuwa na fight kwa border? Why were they fighting for them in the border? So this is things which maybe hata tunashinda tukiread off Gen Z mara mingi sana tukisema kuhusu hizi by election na nini. Maybe they are waiting for the last draw. They are waiting for the last draw, and their problem truly is with William Ruto, because even 2024 they pronounced their problem, and that is the same problem we are having. As for me myself, I have a problem with that guy. Na si ati ni shida imeanza saa hizi, mi yangu inakuwa personal kutoka 2017. It has been personal with me and that guy, and it has not been there, it has been even before, you know, when if you could see the scenes that happened in 2007 and you are witnessing them, you could say it is, for me it is always very personal. But all in all, ukipatana na mtu kama huyo, jaribu kumtoa kutoka hiyo, you try to speak to him. Wengine wao wamechanganyikiwa, si kutaka kwa wengi wao wamechanganyikiwa. Like for example, the ones I'm telling you, the Kikuyu tell you siwezi votia Gachagua, Gachagua hawezi kuwa kingpin yangu, afadhali mimi nivotie Ruto. Those are the people you try to talk to. Namwambie huyu si Gachagua unakuja kuelect baba. Huu ni mambo ya future ya watoto wako na future ya ile mambo tunataka kubadilisha. Kama hii mambo amekuja kutukalia ushuru na nini. It is changing your future. So I think that is just that, Njiru. Hakuna kitu mingi.
Haya ni sawa. Stone PK yako amemalizia reaction yake. Jeromoro utakuja. So Stone PK, there is something I'm trying to ask you, because hata naona still Kiptum ako chini hapo, na Kiptum nitataka akuja atuelezee, kuna vitu nitataka akuja atuelezee, but yeye anaweza kuja kesho, ina shida. But there is something I wanted to ask you, like when you look at our country now, there is nothing tangible you can talk about. Hakuna kitu tangible. That is the truth of the matter. There's nothing tangible which you can associate with Ruto's regime. Even a bright person, like there's nothing tangible you can associate with the regime. So there's a question I'm asking. So hizi vitu Ruto anakuja kuambia watu amefanya, what is his inherent character in terms of associating himself to things which he has not done? And still some people are taking him serious. I need to hear that one from you.
Yeah, you know, there is, I follow a lot, even when his supporters are discussing. And by the way, let me, if Kiptum is there, he said ati nilimtusi kwa Kiswahili. Sikumtusi hata Kiswahili. Kutusi it's different. I didn't tusi anybody. Sikumtusi hata kidogo. Sidhani in my counter of what he was saying and submission, sikumtusi kabisa. Kwa hivyo asieneze huo uvumi kwamba Stone PK alimtusi. Hapana. All right, but of course nilimwambia I cannot respect somebody who kills or who supports a killer and all that. Hiyo si kutusi. Anyway, Njiru, your question is I've been following hawa watu ambao wanakuja kwa akina Koech huyo, wanakuja kwa TV kujaribu kudefend
and when they talk you laugh, unacheka tu. Just like you put it, ati ulete vitu tangible, because one, wanaguza vitu kama ati affordable housing, it has never happened before. By the way, that Njiru never use that language in life. In whatever space, I'm advising you as a friend. Ati unasimama mahali unasema, you see, this has never happened, now it's happening. It's a very what you, the guy you support also uses that a lot. Hiyo inaonyeshanga ni upumbavu, ni kuji. You see, it is your time to perform, and you have the space to perform, to do that. Don't say it has never happened before. It is happening that time you are doing it, and then when you get there somebody else will do it. It doesn't mean that sasa wewe umefanya hakuna mtu mwingine alikuwa atafanya. It is that time now that it has come. That's why even discoveries had their period of time. Now, why am I saying this? Watu wa Ruto unasikia wakisema sijui affordable housing zimefanyika, this number of units, this is the first time that has happened. Alafu ukiwauliza okay, so how many people have been allocated these houses? Those our Mkuru kwa Njenga, for example, nothing. So zinajengwa, zimesimama tu zinajengwa. And by the way, wako so strict, huwezi enda kufanya audit huko. You know, that's why you don't even find people going like, unajua unaenda ukisikia Mkuru kwa Njenga, uende uone ala washosho wale wametoka pale kwa slum wakaingia kwa hizo nyumba ni wangapi, na uongee nao wahoji. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Okay, nyumba zinajengwa ndio because watu wana contribute, because it is a milk, it's a cash cow, all right? So they have to be constructed. The aim is to make sure that we construct as many as possible ndio we make our money in the materials and all that. And opposition have explained that. Okay, now when you listen to them talking and supporting, they are saying, for example, education. The module is so nice, but the impact, it will be felt after 5, 6, 7 years. Sasa unamuulizaje? So hawa vijana ambao wamekosa kwenda shule, who are not benefiting from this, what happens? Ananyamaza. Because wanasema ati mwanzo they are teaching nini, so there will be sacrifice. So we are sacrificing generations for us to achieve a so-called fantastic module 10 years later. Njiru, is that how countries are run? We have people dying now, okay, because of SHA, as we recoup money for people to enjoy 5 to 10 years to come. Is that how it happens? In fact, what we are experiencing, the module that we are experiencing of UDA, it's actually a narcissist module. Ni module ya wale watu wako against humanity. That is what I can tell you. It's the extreme. Actually, there is no country in the world today that is being run the way Kenya is being run. Hakuna. I've been so seriously looking, even the countries that are doing so poorly. You know, pick any where we are saying poverty. Chukua Burundi, for example, where we say it's the poorest country. Yeah, you'll find there is poverty there, but utakuta mahali sasa kama ni shule imekwama. Ati watoto waendi shule, watoto wafanye nini? Hapana. There is progress in their capacity. Yeah, pick any country. Kenya today, we have stalled. We have stalled. You are being told NSSF ina grow. Yes, NSSF will grow because people are continuing. Wala wako job wana continue kutoa pesa. But how has it grown? Because you have increased the contribution. Umeumiza mwananchi, umefinya mwananchi zaidi. You are milking a leech to feed a cow. Okay? So this module, as much as people try to defend, hakuna watu nimesikiza ambao wana defend na wakadefend ikatokelezea kabisa. They bite their tongues anytime, any minute. And if you want to do that, you should listen to some of these when they are doing those shows with some of those TV stations that actually outrightly support Ruto. It is one of very, very boring and what do we call it? Time wasting kind of conversations. But sometimes it's good to listen in order to see and hear how those people are discussing, because it is very, very defeating. Yeah, even when Ruto himself tries to explain, like when he stands to explain things about Nyota. I heard you people talk about Nyota. The money the loan that was given, he went quickly to borrow for education. It was meant to take care of this education, the transition, make sure uniform and all that is taken care of. That money was not for the so-called Nyota empowerment thing. Yeah. And then, the bank doesn't care how you use your money, because what they care is how much, the repayment. That's how they do it. Yeah. And there's nothing as good as lending money to a country, because the country lazima italipe. Individuals tu ndio inakuanga shida. Yeah. So that, in fact, the discussion and debate about the UDA performance, the non-starter. And they cannot improve on anything. Itakuwa ngumu, because how do they are clueless? They have no idea. The only problem we have is that our opposition is weak in terms of deconstructing Ruto. Okay, they have left it to Gachagua, and Gachagua, people will get so much used to his song, his tune, such that akianza tu kuongea unaona watu wanasema ni obvious. But if it was collective deconstruction of whatever Ruto says, and that's why I've always insisted that we should be having a team of thinkers in opposition. Yeah, and you can even, among the team of thinkers, you have a sub team ya kudeal na propaganda. When Ruto is enezing those propagandas of his, yeah, ati unaenda unaanza kuchukua ati mtu ati kijana wa Nyota. Sasa una expect mtu wa Nyota ati akuja kubrief vile atafanya, na umemwambia unampatia pesa leo. Somebody will come and create. How do you take somebody to give a testimony na hata hujampatia hiyo pesa? You will just give you a business idea and anybody will give you. Takwambia my dream ni kuanza ka garage, car wash, simple as that. Yeah. So because that money, the Nyota money has not haijaenda cycle tuone, ama whoever has been given, how many have been able to start those businesses and how they are doing. That evaluation can't come. And then also it's good to go into details. How many of these beneficiaries, how many are they compared to the ratio, compared to the total population of that age bracket? Yeah. And then out of that, we are able to ask ourselves, what kind of an impact do we expect? And then what are the indicators, for example, to that someone can go looking for to register home that yes, there is very positive impact on this program. Hakuna vitu kama hiyo. Yeah. And then is there a mechanism ya kwenda wakifanya the evaluation, monitoring and evaluation of the program to tell what is happening, like especially initially, because once you are given money, there should be somebody after probably 2 weeks who should come and follow up and see what setup you are making. Because if you are given your money today and you had an idea of what you want to do, a business idea, it will take you maybe in a month, I should be able to come and see where you have set up. That's my take, Njiru. Unless you have another question. or anybody who may want to say something. Karibu. Studio manyamaza.
Mi nipo nasikiza tu.
Yes, msimamo, umesikizaje hivyo? Hivyo
mzee hapo umegonga ndipo jamaa yangu, na hata sina cha kuongezea mimi hapo mjomba. Wana mwenye macho haambiwi tazama siku zote.
na watu wajue kwamba
na kibaya siku zote kinajitembeza, kizuri kinajiuza. Sasa sijui tuko pande gani? Mwanangu kaka naona bado yuko kwa kibaya kinacho kijitembeza haswa. Kimtazamo wangu, asante.
Lakini kitu moja ni this time watu wameerevuka bwana. Kama umekuwa ukiona vile ile mambo imekuwa ikitendeka, watu si ati wamelala. Unajua si kama ile wakati watu walikuwa kwa giza. Nimeona wabunge fulani wakijaribu kuuzauza Ruto kwa ground, lakini wanaipata ikiwa rough sana. Watu wanajijua, watu wameamka, watu wanajua ile mashida inawakumba. Watu wanajua na wanajua kile serikali wanajua mpaka ile kitu serikali inafanya. Saizi watu after kukuja I think even technology tukisemaga sometimes ni mbaya, sometimes ni mzuri sana. Inasaidiaga kuopen up watu. Hata wale Joshua wako huko kwa nini? Vijana juu obviously kuna vijana wadogo wako huko. Wanajaribu kuwaelezea juu hizi vitu zinafanywa kama mpaka maplays huko TikTok. Sijui kama umeona mpaka ile wimbo imekuwa ikiimbwa. Unaona wakisema ati sijui wanaelekea Singapore, lakini mbona? So ukiangalia hizo vitu zote mpaka the imitations, the things, hizi zote ni civic education. Na civic education inakujaga, civic education itaki kuja uelezee watu kwa ati kuja ushinde 1 hour, taking 1 hour kuelezea watu ati kulienda hivi kulifanya. Just takes a short time with and be brief na ugonge ndipo. Like that song is talking about what is happening in the country. If you have listened to that song, inaongea kuhusu kile kimeendelea kwa nchi. In terms of education, vile pesa zimeibiwa, in terms of mahospitali vile hazifanyi kazi, na unasikia mtu anatuambia tunataka kwenda Singapore. So ukisikia hiyo wimbo, ni wimbo ya dakika 3, but ni wimbo imeweka mambo zote zile zimekuwa zikifanyika kwa nchi. So I think nowadays it's a bit better now. Si lazima ufanye more of ile kitambo watu walikuwa wanasema civic kabisa. Right now ni kuguzia tukijaribu polish na kuangalia wale watu. They have not changed their minds. That is what we can do. Stone PK.
I think we have a journey, and the way msimamo alisema ni kuintensify our civic education na watu hapa nini.
Naona Kiptum bado wako, unaweza mwambia akuje hapa juu. Naona anaendelea kuuza sera huko chini.
CK.
Yes, go ahead, Njeru, pole. Nilikuwa muted.
I was want to say this. Turudi hapo maneno ya Gen Z, Sauli. Sitasema ni wapi Mount Kenya, Sauli sitaki wakujue. Nimeona hata wametoa mmoja wao walikuwa wanaogeanga kwa group. Mmoja wao akaenda kuchukua hiyo pesa ya Nyota wakamtoa kwa group. Kwa hivyo sio Gen Z wote wamelalia, na sitasema ni wapi Mount Kenya, Sauli sitaki wakuwe na tabu. Wamemtoa. Mwambie hiyo pesa unakibiria itakusaidia na nini? Kama Ruto anatumia akili, hakuna mtu ako na pesa kwa mfuko. Alafu anapee Gen Z pesa atuwafanye business. Nani atanunua? Hata ukiweka kinyozi, nani atanyolewa nywele? Watu wako na pesa kwa mfuko kweli? Angefungua kama factory, hiyo ingesaidia, ama arudishe kasi mtihani, ingesaidia. Lakini nataka kuambia habari ya Gen Z, wameamuka, wanateseka. Ukiona wamereject hiyo nyota, wengine kuko na kitu wanafanya. Kwa hivyo na ni hii tu muda hii Gen Z zamani walikuwa wana vote tu kidogo kidogo, lakini hawa wasa umiswa kweli kweli. Hata saa hizi wameanza kurudi kwa mtaa. Sauli ya huo huo sijui ni nani huyo Munande huyo anakuja kusema ati sorry kwa citizen, amefanya wameamuka. Sauli they no expect that sorry. Kwa hivyo Gen Z tu kuko na wengine wanafikiria, na wale wanakibiria hiyo pesa, wanaenda wanalipa rent, walikuwa behind na wanunua simu. Hakuna business wanafanya, wacha wakule. Tayari hata akikataa kuenda kuchukua ni mtu mwingine atachukua, lakini wengine wamekataa hata hiyo pesa, na wengine wale walichukua they regret. Sauli wamepoteza they might Kwa hivyo kuko kitu mtaona itabadilika mwaka kesho. Tumeumia sisi wote, sio Gen Z peke yake, ni kila mtu. Na ule nasema ana support Ruto, hakili ana. Huo ndio anatukana na Ruto, anaambiwa kuna hakili. Yeye ndio ana hakili. Watu wanamsupport. Abi opposition anaambia nyinyi mnanisupport, mnakuja kukibiria mimi, muna hakili. Huo ndio Ruto anaongeanga opposite. Turudi hapa kwa hii manyumba hii affordable. Na mimi na understand very well kwa nini akina Gachagua akina hiyo bunge walimkubali kusema atajenga manyumba. Hakuna pahali alisema atakata watu mshahara. Na Babili alikuwa anasema tunajengea slums. Mkumbuke hivyo. Sorry niko na hiyo record. Hii salama zote slums tutatoa tuwajengee nyumba kama vile Uhuru alikuwa ameanza kufanya Kibira. Sasa watu wakakubali. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua Sauli Uhuru kugusa pesa ya watu. Alikuwa anafanya na tax. Sasa wakakubali hii maneno. Wako akijua huyu ataenda kwa mfuko yao kwa payslip atoe pesa. Na hizi manyumba kwa nini ijai watu? Haya anaambia watu ati kuko 2000 people wanafanya kazi. This is not for life. Hiyo pesa wanalipo kwa day or weekly. They got no super. They no saving. It's for living only. Hiyo sio ya maisha yao. Na hiyo nyumba sikiiza wanaenda tu kutafuta kazi. What did they save? Kwa hivyo asidanganye watu kuambia watu ati anajenga manyumba. Sio yeye anajenga, ni nyinyi wa Kenya mnajenga. Hiyo saba sio yake, hiyo ni ya serikali. Kwa hivyo that is nothing kuibia watu ati anajenga manyumba.
Okay, sawa. I can see the dialogue is over. Kuna mwingine ako na swali la ama ako na jambo la kuchangia? Mimi niende nijitayarishe nikuje. Mimi personally nimeamulia watu wa UDA niende kesho nikuje tena tumenyane na hao wazito wa UDA. We will meet you this time round. We will not give you an opportunity. So yeah, so
Njeru, before you say whatever you want to say, what we need to deconstruct heavily heavily kabisa, na it's something I really wanted today kama tungepata SK hapa. I don't want us to waste energy trying to fight among ourselves at the so and so it's better than so and so. I would want us to agree that we have a team of, let's say, 8 or 9. I have not counted them, but I think there are 7 or 8. The opposition probables for the flag bearing. I would want us to not to waste energy at all in terms of who should and who should not, because what I would want us to agree unanimously, and Martha has tried to make people understand that, and she has made it very clear. You know, she said it herself. Yes, I'm interested, but if any of us, if not me, then we'll do it. Gachagua has done that the same. I would want to hear that, although I'm seeing body language of Matiang'i, I'm seeing, I don't know about Kalonzo properly, but I would want as supporters and even as those candidates, the probable candidates, that we now gather energy to deconstruct and to caution and warn that the strength that Ruto has and the threat he has is the usual one: rigging elections. I want to urge everybody in opposition to have that as our subject, that as our worry, and that as our enemy, because there is no other, Njiro, there is no other confidence that this man has. Ama hawa watu wake, ukisikia wakiongea na hiyo confidence, somebody telling you that
wanafikiria wamepanga mipango yote ya wizi. According to them, tutaiba and hakuna kitu mtafanya, tutaibia and you'll move on. Si unajua
exactly. And that
tutaibia na move on. Watalia tu siku mbili.
Yes, and you hear when you hear these two words being put together, that's why for me you find me
1 minute, 1 minute, because I will be joining the show. I want to drive back home unless kama mtaweza kuhold the show naweza iacha, but I'll be joining. I want to drive home kama mtaniruhusu. Naona hata Innocent ako hapa. I think you can hold the discussion until I come back. Is that right? Is that okay?
It depends on how long you take. You take forever.
I'm not taking long. I'm just driving home.
But we don't know how far home is.
No, nyumbani sio mbali, ni 12 miles peke yake. Not 12 to 20.
Unataka abie Ruto pale yako wakuje kuuawa?
Hawezi wawa, aseme not 12 miles in terms of time. But okay.
30 minutes, 30 minutes is enough. 30 minutes, you have enough discussion here. Don't begin yani mnakosa matini ya 30 minutes. Mimi nakujanga hapa saa zingine na kazi 3 hours. Haya bwana. Kama mna kitu ya kuongea basi muiache, nitaikuta tu.
Unajua tu wengine tuna holding show hata masaa 7 masaa 8, but you know you have to have there is always relevance, not floating all over. Anyway,
Kiptum ametoka hapa, muongee stories za Kiptum sasa.
Hapana, nataka kuweka point hii ni palise, please. Niko nataka kusema binadamu ni binadamu kweli. Asanti ya puda hakuna mateke. Ina mateke Sauli. Uhuru, hata saisi niko na hizo mareko za hiyo uchaguzi. Nikiona vile ODM wanatukana Uhuru, hati ya kuwasaidia. Mkumbuke, mkubwa wa majeshi alikuwa anajaribu kuenda huko. Pale Sabukati alikuwa na wa polisi na kila mtu alikuwa anataka kuingia pale. Sasa watu wakakosa kuchagua ati Sauli Uhuru hapo na mashini, kila kitu ni yeye mwenye serikali, unaona. Sasa kingine ndio namwambia msikue na nini na doubt about Ruto kutoka. Hata akiwa kuna serikali, mkumbuke vile imefanyika hiyo 2022 na Uhuru alikuwa na uwezo. Uchaguzi hii kubwa sio hii ya vijiji. Hii ni uchaguzi inaangaliwa na kila mtu. Na ni lazima waweke vile ilikuwa, kila mtu hata tukiwa hapa tunaona. Kwa hivyo msikuwe na wasiwasi. Ruto akiwa Mount Kenya ikamchagua 100% akaingia. Hawa watu wanamdanganya tu akina ODM. Kwa hivyo msikuwe na wasiwasi. Adult, unajua mdomo kusema kitu hiyo ni gumu. Kusema ni kitu mbaya sana. Kwa hivyo Ruto ameumiza kila mtu. Ameharibu. Mkumbuke hata hiyo Coco, hiyo company. Si wamefunga? Walikuwa na watu gapi? Wameandika. Ile Coco wamefunga sasa. Na sio hawa kwanza, ni kampani mingi sana imehama Kenya. Kwa hivyo msijali, tuende tu kusema, tujali ni nani anaingia, usijali nani atakuwa, provided huyu minister aende. Na ule akicheza tunampee mwaka mmoja. Akileta ujinga kama ya Ruto hata yeye aende. Number one, mjue Kenya hakuna security at all. Hakuna security. Sijui ni ya polisi wanavaa manguo ya raia, wanajifunga macho, wanaenda kuibia watu. Tujui ni nani. Na mimi nafikiri ni polisi wanafanya hii maneno. Sauli hata wakati sijui ni Kibaki alikuwa pale ama Uhuru. Nikapigiwa simu nikaambia unaweza kutembea Nairobi unaongea na simu, hakuna mtu anakugusa. Saizi imekuwa serious. Huwezi kuongea na simu huko. Imerudi tena. Kwa hivyo ni kila kitu Ruto fail. Msijali nani anaingia, mjali nani anatoka. Unaona? Tuache kuweka opposition chini kubwa. Wanajaribu. Walienda huko kwa IBC na huo mtu ametolewa. Wamesema hiyo mashini wataki. Na hiyo mashini lazima ipandishwe. Iko na tabu. Kwa hivyo tuwaombe tu wajaribu kudirana huu mkola huu. Asante sana. Simuongee guys.
Innocent Innocent alienda. Innocent was supposed to come in. Who else? Anybody ule ana kitu ya kusema? Naona wapi msimamo yuko pale. Anyway, kama let me comment on hiyo umeongea Njero about watu kusema ati Kenyatta did what they did. We have so many stories that happened. The problem is that these stories, the thumb total is that we lost, tulinyang'anywa, either through rigging or through whatever it was. The fact remains that tulipoteza, we lost it. And we cannot afford to make assumptions ambazo zilikuwa. Assumptions were made by different levels of people. And any assumption, they say, is the mother of all disasters that have fallen on earth. Hata ndege kuanguka inakuanga si ati ni ndege. Most of the time, they say over very big percentage, inakuanga ni human error. And the human error is always because of an assumption somewhere. This captain assumes this one has done that. I assume you are doing this, and I assume out of that you have a big blunder, and which is very hard to fix. So when we say that UDA, the only rely ile wanakonayo sasa in their mind, what they are so sure, what they know, it's about stealing elections. That should be a major discussion. It's not wishful thinking that we know things will happen. Tukipiga kura watu wengi hataweza kuiba. The biggest subject here ni aje akiiba tutafanyaje, ama badala tungoje aibe tutazuiaje asiibe. And that is why the opposition people went to meet IBC And as supporters, we are supposed to put on that fire and tell them whatever minimum, irreducible minimum wameweka kwa hiyo IBC ziwe na tuwe ready kusupport. By being ready kusupport is if the IBC doesn't do the 4 items they were asked to do, na tukiitwa na Kachagwa tutoke kwa maandamano, we come out and do it and achieve what we want to achieve. Not to say ati maandamano ilikuwa ya ODM and then ODM wanaanza kuthreaten opposition wakisema ati they will not come for. We don't need them. If they are with the UDA, them they can stay. Na pia watu maneno ya kubembelezana, we should not bembeleza people who are not interested. Okay? Innocent, you are there. Come in. I see you had gone out. Karibu.
Asante sana.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Nilienda kuguza something ikanitoa. How are you guys?
Good, cool.
Yeah, naona mko salama. Nimeamka na nikapata mnaendelea kujadili, making sure that our country runs well. Thank you, Stone PK, Maura, Njiru, na msimamo. Well, what you're saying is
Happy
exactly
New Year.
what. Happy New Year too. Yeah, tuko salama in Kenya. Leo ni Sunday, tunataka tumalize tukimbie, tumshukuru Mungu kidogo. Yeah, I've listened to what you've been talking about and I said let me just enter nijaribu inject some few things. Stone PK, whatever you're saying is true and nimeangalia Njiru unasema about ODM. ODM haiko kwa serikali. Ukiona even what the Luo guys walikuwa wanafanya huko Kisumu when they were trying to have public participation about the public assets being sold, especially Safaricom. Na uone vile Wajaluo walikataa wakasema, what next are you selling? Mnataka kuuza nini? Mtuambie ndio tupate share yetu sasa. Juu mnataka kuuza kila kitu hapa Kenya. What next are you selling? And after you sell everything, mkiuza kila kitu, mtakuja kutuuza sasa ama ni nini? Hatutaki Safaricom mauzi. But why are you selling something which is profitable? And exactly, Stone PK, that is what we are saying. That tuna leaders wenye sijui wanafikiria nini. How do you sell something which is profitable? How do you sell something yenye inasaidia Wakenya, yenye inasaidia inji, inalete income? These companies are paying taxes, especially Safaricom. And ungeona, I don't know whether when Njiru played that clip, mahali Karuma alikuwa na alishindwa hata kuongea, alikuwa anaangalia tu hivi na anashindwa nao, what should I say? Na unajua alikuwa anaenda kuambia ati unajua tuko kwa broad government na tunataka kufanya hivi na hivi, akawaambia which broad government? Nani umetuona tuko ndani? Umetuona tuko ndani ama ni wewe uko ndani? Na kama uko kwa broad government hiyo ni nini unataka kutuambia? So mlienda kwa broad government kwenda kuuza profitable companies. So exactly that is what you are saying, that people are having anger. Stone PK umesema watu wana hasira sana. Watu wana hasira, and exactly what you are saying is right. Sa unajua unaangalia mtu mwenye anajaribu kutetea hii broad government ama government ama Ruto, unashangaa ana nini kwa kichwa. Na nimesikia ukisema kuna mtu amesema umemtukana. Unajua unaangalia mtu mwenye anatetea mtu na unamshangaa ni nini anaongea. Mpaka imefika mahali siku hizi hata sitaki, ikiona mtu mwenye anatetea Ruto na mwangalia tu hivi nasema there must be something wrong with that person. There must be something wrong with that person. Yani imagine watu siku hizi nimeona hata watu wanaitwa State House. Wanaenda wanapatiwa pesa, wakimaliza tu wamevaa cape ya UDA, wamevaa nguo za scarf ya UDA na wanatoka na alafu wanaongea wanasema one term. That is how far people have gone. These youths usifikiri ati wafikiri. Saizi wamesema hata kama ni hiyo pesa hiyo mnapatiwa 22,000 ama nini ama una register ukue UDA candidate, alafu the moment ati unalipa 2,000 and then ukienda huko unapatiwa 20,000. So people are doing business with UDA, and I hope they are not doing exactly what they did, ati mtu anakisha kula pesa. Stone PK, unajua ulikuwa unatuambia last time ati mtu akikula hii pesa sijui nini inafanya, anaweza kataa but unapata tena kura zimepigwa. So I don't know what happens kama hii pesa ina kisirani ama ina mvuto yani mtu akishakula tena unapata amempigia kura ama unapata kura kidogo zimeingia huko. So let me hope that we should not be taking this pesa unazikula na nifanye. Number 2, Stone PK, jana niliona Wamunyoro alikuwa kwa mnaitwaje, ni Rorashu ama ilikuwa nini ya huyu brother wa Karua, not Karua, naitwaje, Kuria na alikuwa huko na nilienda kutafuta Kuria, sikumwona, sijui kama alikuwa na huyu ni brother yake. Nilimtafuta kwa mapicha, kwa mavideo, sikuweza kumuona na nikashangaa.
Kuria aogeangi na ndugu yake, wamekosana kitabu sana waogeangi.
So nikashangaa yani niko nasema I wish angekuwa huko nione vile because juzi nimemuona State House akitetea government. And Stone PK, you remember telling us that huyu jamaa ameenda kutoa mtu wake huko Mbeere North ni kuharibu kura, si ati alikuwa anatoa mtu wake asimame zile kura. Alikuwa amekuja tu kuharibu kura za opposition. And these are the people wenye wanatakana sasa kwanza kuangaliwa. Mtu anaweza kusema amekuja opposition but amekuja kufanya nini? Ama amekuja na party yake na hii party inataka kuharibu kura. These are some of the things we need to look at. But what you are telling us is right. GNC saizi wamegutuka, sijui I think kuna mtu alikuwa amesema hapo kwanza ati ama GNC wenye vile mnawaona, whatever they are doing it right, na they are educated, they know what they are supposed to do. But let me hope that wanakura, and let me hope that they will vote rightly with their sense, wasidanganywe, sio watu wa kudanganywa. So that is my introductory part, Stone PK. Saizi watu hawadanganywi. Kisumu imewaka, ukienda anywhere at ODM sijui nini. And today I'm waiting to see what wakina Babu Orengo wako Busia leo, na unajua Busia ndio stronghold ya ODM ya Western. So nataka kuona leo wamesema wanaenda kustorm huko. I want to see what they are going to do na Sotsi. Let me see how they are going to be received by the stronghold ya ODM. Nione wao yani watu watawakaribisha aje. Thank you, Stone PK.
Stone, ni comment kidogo hata tufurahie. Nimeona Isaya huko watu wetu wa Jaluo wamefungua hiyo chama ya DCP. Jana walikuwa wanaongea kwa madisi ingine, ni juzi ama ni jana, kwa madisi walikuwa wanaambia watu hata wanaenda Kisumu, wako freedom siku hizi. Sasa watu watakuwa na freedom ya kuchagua mtu wanataka, hakuna pointing anymore. Raila ameenda. Sasa hao vijana kwanza ningewajua hiyo group walikuwa Isiaya, haki ningewa support na Petro vile wanafanya. Ndio sasa wananchi waache kudanganywa na hao wazee wamekaa huko miaka kabla sijazaliwa, wako tu kwa power. Kama huu ndugu ya Raila anafanya nini, si angelitae? Hao wote ni wazee. Hawa vijana Gen Z ndio wanatembea huko wanasema sasa hata sisi tunaweza kuwa na chama tunataka. Na wanaenda kwa wananchi sasa kwa miguu. Ningewajua, mtu anasikia hapa kuko na grupu ya DCP Isiaya. Haki ningewa support na Petro hawa. Wanafanya vizuri. Ndio tukue sasa sote tuko kila pahali. Sio chama moja. Na ndivyo Ruto wakati anafuatafuata ODM anasahau ati sasa wako freedom, watafanya vile wanataka, na wasapoti sana. Na mtu akijua hiyo grupu, niliandika pale, niliwaona nikasema namba tu, nipeo namba wa kurudisha pale. Walikuwa wanaongea, wako Isiaya, wanaenda Kisumu, wanaenda kila pahali, tuwasukume akiwa wanataka kiu oro sakura wa maji, ndio waende dunia yote. Walisema wataenda Nyanza yote kuongea. Sasa wako na freedom. Na huyu Kuria ni wa kutoka kwetu, mwachane na Kuria, kichwa yake imeharibika tangu alitusi Mama Ngina akasema ataenda kukojoa pale, ndio aliwachana na ndugu yake. Asidanganye nyinyi ati huko Kiambu huko mtu anataka kumuona. Huo sio Mama Ngina, hajai kufanya politician tangu bwana yake akufe. Mumuoni ana kimya tu pale, akaenda akamtukana baya sana. Kwa hivyo Kuria siwadanganye, wacha akuwa kiharibu. Lakini vile mimi na complain ni hii registrar ya chama. Registrar ya chama sijui watu waoni kama hiyo chama yake sasa ameingia kwa UDA. Si alikuwa na chama yake ati tujibebe sijui nini. Si wafunge, si registrar wafunge chama ingine, wako na mtu mmoja watu wawili, si wafunge hizo chama. Watu tafadhali waende independent kuliko hizi tu chama kidogo kidogo. Kama Kuria sasa ametuambia amerudi UDA, hiyo chama yake amewachia nani? Wakiwa na kaiboli sijui nini, kwenda kuharibu na kukosanisha wananchi. Kwa hivyo saa zingine tunatakana sisi wajiku sasa tuongee hii tuchama kidogo kidogo hii tutupuliwe bali. Hakuna kitu wanafanya pale na hakuna mtu anasaidia. Wanasaidia nini? Hakuna. Hata akiwa amechaguliwa na mtu mbili wa MP mbili ama whatever MCA wanaongea nini kwa bunge? Hakuna. Kwa hivyo sioni haja ya hii chama kidogo wakuwe pale hata kidogo. Asante sana.
Okay, sawa, nimerudi. Leo nimeona Sami Costa imefika. Sami Costa, go ahead. React. Maajabu haya. Sami Costa? Na mimi niko mute. Sami Costa, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're loud and clear, Njiro.
Oh, Sami Costa ongea. Ama Sami Costa hata umekuja kututishia hapa. Unajua, but anyway, wewe relax hapo. Kama utaki kuongea is okay. So Stone PK,
Yes.
nimetumiwa speech ya Kalonzo Musyoka, nikuweke?
Weka bwana. Huyo ni candidate bwana wetu.
Sasa Kalonzo Musyoka. Lakini kabla niweke Kalonzo Musyoka, wacha kwanza niweke Kiptum hii, ni kama ajui ye supporting serikali ambayo ilikuwa inafanya mambo hii.
Shows where they were abducted by armed men who they believe were police officers. They claim they were blindfolded, stripped naked, and tortured for 32 days.
Every time they will open the cage, my heart will sink because I will be beaten. I often thought they will kill me. There were other people where I was. I could hear them screaming.
It's a very dark house, painted black all over, with some dim light, and it has a camera. Because inside the house there are cages, like for dogs. Every abductee has a cage. You are put in a cage, you're handcuffed on the floor.
We are peaceful! We are peaceful! Rights groups say people who've disappeared appear to be cartoonists, social influencers, and other Kenyans seen as critical of how the country is being run. Images generated by artificial intelligence, like this one showing President William Ruto in a coffin, have been widely shared online and angered state officials. Police say none of those who've disappeared are being held in police stations, but activists are skeptical.
You can't abduct people in broad daylight. You're not even afraid of CCTV cameras. The cars are openly, being seen. You're not even doing it in secrecy. And the way these people are doing their abductions, there are every indications that they have state protection.
The abductions started during protests that went on for weeks across the country in June last year. They started peacefully, but later turned violent. More than 60 people were killed by security forces. Property was destroyed and part of the parliament building set on fire. Since the protests, dozens of young people are still missing, allegedly abducted by police. Some have been found dumped in different parts of the country. Families of those who are still missing say they are in despair. But it's not just protesters who are being abducted. Other Kenyans like Yusuf Ahmed, a county assembly representative from northern Kenya, is said to have been snatched in Nairobi. His relatives say they've tried all they can to find him, but 4 months later, he's still missing.
If he's not in any government gazetted cells, they are holding him elsewhere and they know where he is.
Ahmed's family members say they want him back home, even if he's dead. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Nairobi.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Hiyo ni AI. Bwana Kiptum, that is AI. Kalonzo Musyoka, speech yake leo ndio hii.
With the election legislation, there's going to be mass registration beginning in March. So please, I'm sure you can do something for your police station at home because young people want to go and register. We have 18 million of them unregistered, and I'm sure if we can see them to register, the country will change. Thank you, and may God bless you tonight. Thank you very much, Senator. Your Excellency, I don't know if you are aware that you seem to have smoked some people after you became the party leader of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya. Yes. I've seen the minority leader, Junaid Mohammed, crying on Facebook and signing off as Secretary General. You cannot have your cake and eat it. Yes. You must choose a side. You cannot be in the minority and the majority at the same time. It is this kind of deceit that we must deal with as a country. That is also political corruption. If you cannot choose a side and stick there, you are singing, Ruto songs, and at the same time you are saying that you are going to oversight him. When you are removed as Secretary General of Azimio, you are crying. Junaid Mohammed, can you just join the majority and relax? Yes, sir. And then the Sunnaist people are looking for a better member of parliament. A person that will represent their interests, not a person who is only looking out for themselves. Now, I want to introduce to you and invite for you the person who is going to finish political corruption and even financial corruption in the Republic of Kenya. The 6th President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tafadhali tuketi. A very good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Kenyans. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. Hai, hapa ni Baltimore. Yes. Yani hapa ni Baltimore. Nyinyi ni watu aina gani? Nyinyi ni watu wa 2 term ama 1 term? Wale 1 term nataka nione 1 term. 1 term. 1 term. 1 term. Na tuna sababu half term. Half term. Wanataka half term. Half term, yes. Asanteni. Well, we are truly honored to be able to be so warmly received by you in this very interesting weather. I pride myself as one who has traveled to many parts of the world, particularly when I was a minister for foreign affairs of our beloved country twice. The only place I didn't get to is the Arctic place where President Donald Trump calls it as a piece of ice. We have seen a lot of that. I never got used to jumping out of the car and running to the nearest room. It happened today here, and we're truly, truly honored. I wish we had more time so we can hear and get to know each one of you, but I'm sure we will, to the best of our knowledge, be able to interact, because this is supposed to be an interactive session. We have come all the way to listen to you. Yes. So if you're expecting that I was going to give you a lecture,
please forget it. I want to hear. I want to hear. But of course, we bring your greetings from home. Na taraji kwamba mnaelewa vile nchi yetu ilivyo wakati huu, mambo yako ni magumu sana. Magumu sana. Lakini Mungu ni Mungu. And today we came through a beautiful place, an SDA church, and I want to thank our brother, Professor Choti, and his family, and the pastor who so warmly welcomed us today. And now we are here again, Team SKM and your friends and collaborators and fellow Kenyans. And even if you are here and you do not really subscribe, right?
Yes.
To this thing they're calling SKM something. Also feel you belong because it's your right. And we must have to convince you, Mr. Chairman, Wutua and your team, you have worked to convince Kenyans that we have to move in this direction. Allow me to bring you greetings from our colleagues in the one-term movement. It has been said by President William Ruto that we have no agenda. And sometimes he calls us stupid, foolish, or something, wapumbavu. When he's in Nyeri, he says that sitaki kwenda niwache wale watu walinipigia kura, alafu niingiliane na wapumbavu. When he goes to Kisumu, he changes the tone. Sema nyinyi ni werefu sana, wajinga ni wawili tu, ni Kalonzo na Rigiji. That is the country we are coming from today. Led by deception, deceptive politics. I remember one time the foreign minister of Nigeria was an army general, ended up writing a book which he called Diplomatic Soldiering, but he had a whole chapter on politics of deceit, siasa udanganyifu. Because one time he went, and remember those days in the region, Zimbabwe was that time, remember it was what? Northern Rhodesia?
Yes.
And people like the late President Robert Mugabe and Joshua Nkomo were seen to be at loggerheads. So this Nigerian foreign minister went to visit Mwalimu Nyerere, and Mugabe had the support of the Chinese, and Robert and Joshua Nkomo, on the other hand, I think had support from Russia. Those were the times of the Cold War, remember?
Yes.
And Cold War could be colder than Baltimore today, but very hot inside. Eventually, remember President Yeltsin and President Reagan from this country. President Reagan went all over the place and ended up, I think he went to Berlin. And that was the end of the Cold War. Because I remember, you may recall, President Reagan telling President Yeltsin, Mr. Yeltsin, I think it was it. Yes. Tear down this one. Let's give Kazungu a big clap. And that was the end of the Cold War. But was it really the end?
The beginning of another.
The world had expected at the end of that period, we were going to enjoy what we were expecting to call the peace dividend. Then extremism of a type that was never heard of emerged, and that was religious extremism.
Yes.
We never used to hear of ISIS and Al-Shabaab and things like those. But I don't want to take you along that line, because we ended up now, and even in the 1980s again and 70s, you remember Africa itself, even after the Berlin Conference of 1886, when we were divided into spheres of influence, the Germans took a chunk. That's how we lost Mount Kilimanjaro to Tanzania, because it was part of Kenya. But the German Kaiser decided, or the Queen of England who decided during the birthday of the German Kaiser to give as a gift to the Kaiser Mount Kilimanjaro. Hey, these people had ideas. The British imagine Mount Kilimanjaro. That's how you see how it is, those spheres of influence. But we have come a long way. And the times when African nations were seen as progressive against other scientific socialism and other types of political orientation, and nearer home, Kenyans were looked at as by Tanzanians as man eat man society. Remember, the President Kenyatta and Mwalimu Nyerere and Milton Obote meet in Arusha, and they are making jokes. And so Kenyatta met Nyerere at the restroom, and I was very careful with Nyerere. I don't want you to nationalize. I have to look this way. That is how far we've come. Because Tanzanians experienced with Ujamaa, and Nyerere was man enough to say at the end of it, that I made a mistake. How I wish African leaders could be like Mwalimu Nyerere, who make political mistakes and own up. Now in Kenya, I'm taking you very fast down memory lane, so you see the setting of where we are. Then we come up and we agitate for a new constitution. Remember, it used to be that if I don't like you and I'm your leader, I put you in detention, and this happened. Men and women like Ken Matiba, who was one time my own minister, was minister for, when I was assistant minister for works, housing, and fiscal planning. My minister was Ken Matiba. Thereafter it was Tipis. The very powerful man was treasurer of Kano. We've come a long way. And that's it. And of course, Moi ruled with an iron, when rungu ya nyayo, when it was Kano, Baba na Mama. All of us at some stage were in Kano. Even Raila showed up at the end, and he said, new Kano. Kibaki himself said, fighting against Kano is like trying to cut a mugumo tree with a razor blade. He ended up fighting against Kano. And at some stage, I was organizing secretary of Kano for 12 years. So we've seen it all. Excesses. So I think I survived to come and tell you the story.
Yes.
Basically. Because a lot of those people I mentioned are not there. So the only thing William Ruto has against me, yule mtu wa miaka 40. I'm sure you have heard about that. Because William Ruto cannot find anything negative to talk about yours truly. And all he can say, because I've been there, I went in as actually a Gen Z, kind of. At age 31, I ran for parliament at 30, and I lost. And at age 32, I became a member of parliament. And therefore, for me, it has been a calling. That's why I'm able to take you through this, give you this synopsis of how far we've come as a continent, as a world, and the Cold War orientation, as Africa, through military coups and coup d'etats and things, and as a region, as East Africa, and now as Kenya. And our new constitution, Constitution 2010, I must tell you that is the document that has enabled me to come before you this evening and speak with confidence. Because it was a product of pain. Kenyans being taken down a very difficult lane of, as I said, we didn't even have abductions then. But this is a new thing. We had political detention without trial. Kenyans were feeling it. And that was under the one party dictatorship to which I've just referred. And now, under a brand new constitution, which may not be perfect, but I tell you, constitutions are themselves not static documents. They are progressive. And there's always, we said when we passed Constitution 2010, that 80% of it was okay. But the 80% is now under aggression by the William Ruto administration. Serious aggression. He realizes he cannot put to detention regarding Gachagua, for example, so impeaches him. I said that is not enough. Impeaching him without any grounds whatsoever. As we speak today, Ruto's deputy president was the second deputy president under Constitution 2010. Is yet to be told why he was impeached. There are things there, attempts to do certain things. And therefore, miscarriage of justice. And of course, that matter is still pending. I think the recent ruling was now let the three bench judge begin to listen and begin to determine what may have happened. And therefore, the second deputy president has been impeached. Now, as if that is enough, these administrations want to kill him. A week ago, before I came, you may have noticed that there was an attack in a church in Nyeri, Whitman. I think that's a church, HPCA church. Is it called Whitman? No. Whitman. And just imagine that the police come in and throw tear gas inside the church, a place of worship. And yet, Constitution 2010 guarantees freedom of worship. Imagine that picture of a man clad in a clergyman jumping over to escape from police brutality. And even if you think that's okay, how about those children who are so traumatized? How are they going to grow in their country? We should be independent. Therefore, I want to encourage you, I want to tell you that our country needs redemption right now.
Yes.
This is why the most important agenda which we have for Kenya is to have a national reset. A country that is going to now believe that we have a constitution. We are not going just to use constitution as a document. It was the late Professor Okoth-Ogendo, famous lecturer in constitutionalism, constitutional law. He actually taught me the same. We say the country called Kenya is a country with a constitution, but no constitutionalism. We was talking about William Ruto's administration. So that's the most important agenda, to put our country back to the rule of law, orientation, because right now we're derailed. And so the matter of human rights, universal human rights, the rights under Article 43, if you read your constitution, and the importance of Chapter 6, for example, on leadership. On leadership, we should be in leadership which reflects values, national values of integration and integrity. Our country itself is under aggression, serious aggression by this administration. Therefore, you have people who have sworn to uphold the constitution and they are acting against the letter and the spirit of the same constitution. I can't think of a more important agenda than William Ruto is saying we have no agenda. That's the number one agenda, to help the country uphold the rule of law and get back to good governance. Leave alone the corruption and all of that, because Kenyans will not believe you. You come up again and say, I'm going to fight corruption. Say, listen to them. This is why young people came out and said, we can't believe you. Yes. Hey, and they came under this banner of a taxation. You know what happened? On the 25th of June, 2024, they breached Parliament. And I agree with Senator Manzo that the current Parliament, this is the 13th Parliament, which is so confused. You hear now, Mheshimiwa Robert Ndui is the deputy minority leader. His leader is Mheshimiwa Junaid Mohammed. And they are talking at cross purposes. I wonder how many of you would like to watch movies like I do once in a while. Right? I watched a movie called Commando. Go and look at that 1985 movie called The Commando. The actor is a man who became governor of California in this country, Schwarzenegger. Right? It's action. It's an action movie. There's a character there because this is a retired colonel, army colonel, who was sent to go and overturn a government, I think, in the Caribbean. And so Schwarzenegger is given that responsibility. One of the characters is a villain, the villain, a little fellow. And because the general, this retired colonel must get to know who, there's so many killings in there. One little fellow kind of pleased Schwarzenegger, and they told him, I seem to like you. I'll kill you last. You Google that and you see, you'll be amazed. Now, somehow, instead of living up to that promise, this little fellow, the villain in that whole movie, ends up being, and Governor, of course, Schwarzenegger gets hold of the fellow at some stage. He said, do you remember I said I'll kill you last? He said, yeah, I remember something because he's hanging upside down and there's a cliff. And he tells him, I lied and dropped him. We have a villain in the National Assembly of Kenya. A real villain. A person who is supposed to be Secretary General of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya. It's never convened. You've seen the changes that have happened. And I called Junaid Mohammed and I told him, can you, the chair of the council is the fourth president of the Republic, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. He says that you convene as Secretary General. I said, no, please. No, let him convene himself. Uhuru Kenyatta goes ahead to do exactly that. Gives notice and uses Rafael Tuju, the executive director, to convene the summit. And so the summit is convened and those changes take place. Now, the message is simple. You cannot have your cake and eat it. No. Either you're in Azimio la Umoja One Kenya or in Kenya Kwanza. Because the formation, as we speak, is in two parts. William Ruto's Kenya Kwanza, KK administration, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, and so Honorable Robert Bui and Junaid should be leaders of Azimio la Umoja. But the villain, decided to sell out. Kenyans call them political Moors. Right? And what then has happened is we are saying, no, we cannot continue that way. And then our own the national constitution says Kenya shall be a multi-party democracy. I'm sure you may have read that I was asked by our late brother Raila Odinga to co-chair the NADCO discussion, National Dialogue Committee. And one important item was integrity of political leadership, political parties. Because William Ruto was saying he's a founder of Jubilee, therefore wants to kill Jubilee. And it has taken 3 years for Uhuru Kenyatta to regain Jubilee Party. He's a party leader again, with Fred Matiang'i as a deputy party leader. So now the villain has been found out. He is not supposed to be Secretary General, and he has not taken the responsibility and now can divulge to you here in Baltimore that one morning Raila Odinga is in Addis Ababa, is trying to be elected the chairperson of African Union Commission. And then the Court of Appeal in Kenya makes a ruling after long deliberations that Azimio la Umoja One Kenya is the majority party in the National Assembly. As we speak, that position has never been vacated. So, Honorable Robert Boy should be the deputy majority leader. All right? Junet Mohammed should be the majority leader. But instead of pursuing, and we gave him clear instructions, Raila Odinga to force Junet to come to my office at the command center. And he was told, go see Steve, go. Raila and I used to talk that way. He called me Steve. Go and see Steve, he's waiting for you. And I told him, these are the instructions. Claim your position as a majority leader. Now you see, the villain did not do that. He went and sold out.
Oh.
And when you sold out, actions have their consequences.
Yes.
And so the truth is, it is done. We've removed Junet Mohammed as the Secretary General of Azimio la Umoja. And what we're going to do now is invite other progressive minds to take up position and redeem our country. Redeem our country. Because the founding parties, mainly Uhuru Kenyatta as the chairman of the summit, call it the council. Raila Odinga was the party leader. Our late brother has rested. And I was a council member. Mother Karua was a council member. But Mother, after broad-based, or is it bread-based administration, was so unhappy, she quit. She gave notice and she left Azimio la Umoja. But the rest of us are there. Charity Gilu and NAC. And so these people convened as a council and made these changes. So even if they refuse to get those changes gazetted, after the reality on the ground is it has already happened. The Registrar of Political Parties has gone through the changes, recommended you do the gazettement. So if William Ruto's administration, because their mole is hanging there, and we are going to let him down the cliff. We have let him down the cliff. So I wanted to make that position very clear, that what we are now going to do is to bring in other parties now. DCP, remember Sikiliza Ground? Sikiliza Ground are going to join us, and Justin Muturi's Democratic Party is going to come in. Already Jubilee is in Azimio. White Patriotic Front is in Azimio. ODM is in Azimio. This is why Karoli Omondi is a new Secretary General. The member for Suba, is it East or West? I think it's West. All right. So that we must take bold decisions, and that's what we have done. And if you look at it now, if elections were held in Kenya tomorrow,
yes,
William Ruto cannot garner more than 18% of the votes. And yet you hear him saying, hawa nitawashinda na milioni mbili, kula milioni mbili, sijui, nitawashinda na zaidi ya milioni mbili, sijui milioni tano. Because he knows himself that is a margin currently he's trailing with. And so, but we also know that we're going to do some extra work. We went the other day before I came on this trip, we visited IEBC. We looked at the new commissioners. I told them, my friends, Kenyans know you as William Ruto IEBC because you are not happy with the process. And Mother Karua was able to tell them very clearly. But please surprise us. I think they have already surprised us because we told them Marjan and Smartmatic, this Venezuelan technology, which has been discredited worldwide, cannot be the technology you're going to use next year when the country goes to the polls. They made those changes. I put in there Mr. Sunkuli acting. There's a lady called Ruth Kulundu who is most qualified. There's a bypassed her we still have some battling to do, because we're not going to allow, Kenyans are not going to allow another stolen election. No, it will not happen. And I hope that you can agree with us.
Yes, no way.
These are the reasons we say William Ruto is going to be one term. I remember that tall gentleman there called Moema last night said, we are sick and tired.
Yes.
We are sick and tired. And you see, if they dare tired, I can also tell you, when Ruto started feeling he's losing, he starts again the usual game in the Rift Valley of threatening the communities that have been living together, trying to say, if you don't vote for William Ruto, there will be instability in the Rift Valley. I know my friend David Day is already doing a petition to the ICC. We have to be very, very smart, very strategic. We have the most, in my view, one of the most important countries in the African continent is Kenya. Yeah. And if Kenya goes wrong, we lose a lot as a continent. And the world knows that, including your host country here, the United States. Everybody is looking to stability of Kenya. And we're going to work for it. If it's the last thing we'll do to set it right again. So I thought I could deal with that matter and bring you up to speed on the political arrangements and what is happening. And then you now should take your position. Senator Manza has challenged that all of you have relatives at home. From 29th of March, we heard from the IEBC, they are going to do mass registration of voters. Yes. We urge them to ensure that, because their target, by the way, Senator Manzo, was 6.3 million votes. But the ones ambao wameregister the normal, because the voter registration is a continuous exercise, the ones who have already registered are below, I think, 300,000. Now, they are short by far. And yet, William Ruto famously said, after the Gen Z revolt, mkiwaona hawa wapigwe risasi kwa miguu, alafu wakitoka hapo wapeleke hospitali. Now, you shoot young people. Even Hitler in his madness would never have ordered people to be shot on the legs. All right? But you have a modern day president who claims he's a Democrat with an agenda. Shooting. Well, the rest of us have no agenda. And his agenda is to shoot Kenyans on the legs. Wow. Well, surely, what kind of agenda is that? Devil. So we have said the young people should take out their voters' cards and shoot William Ruto at the ballot. Yes. Shoot him at the ballot. So, ladies and gentlemen, back to you. You are the most important, one of the most important group of Kenyans. Through your hard working, and I know some of you work even twice. People work during the day, one job, and at night some others, you do that, and then you send the money home. You have relatives, and those relatives are crying out because of the high cost of living, thanks to Mr. Ruto's overtaxation and bringing in very strange pieces of legislation. Like now, as we speak, he wants now to sell off 65 parastatals. Wow. He believes after selling them off, ataweka hiyo pesa through what he calls sovereign wealth something, and also what he calls infrastructure fund. But what we know is those monies will not even get into those intended purposes. Because first of all, the legislative framework has not been properly canvassed. I remember Honorable Mbui here decided to act strongly. He actually went and took the mace. Yes. Succeeded in getting the mace. He said, you can't sell parastatals just like this. You are selling everything and putting it in your pockets. And by the way, I can confidently tell you these monies are getting exported to the Gulf.
Yes.
Wanaweka hizo pesa huko. So the urgency of the situation, I'm telling you here, you have to be urgent and begin to work with progressive forces and believe the next election is not a normal election.
No.
It's a revolutionary election.
Oh, yes.
Hii ni ya kukomboa Kenya. This is why in Wiper tukisema Wiper tunasema komboa Kenya. Wiper komboa Kenya. Na tukisema komboa Kenya tunasema one term. Komboa Kenya one term. Yeah, because we can't afford another one term. And I agree with those who even this half term is very painful. Very, very painful. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to assure you, as I said, I'm here to listen to you, but now because of your very, very wonderful weather, I was actually half asleep. Kumbe unaweza unapigwa na baridi unalala. Inakufanya unalala. So I didn't hear exactly what those people are saying, but because I have asleep, wonderful weather. But even then, I think we want you to know that when you send your remittances to Kenya, as it occurred in the last financial year, 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings went home from you people. And those earnings have surpassed our earnings from coffee and tea put together. Of course, this administration again has been trying to kill our tea industry, our coffee industry, and because of it, you cannot now distinguish Thika from Nairobi. People are putting up real estate and uprooting coffee because hii coffee haina maana because Ruto ameharibu hata biashara ama bei ya kahawa yetu. So our education system is a mess. All right? So we want you to feel part and parcel of your citizens, fellow citizens back home. Of course, some of you can now enjoy the status of dual citizens. And the Constitution, again, 2010, I really love this. We said that those of you, and all of you actually follow what Robert Kennedy and Tom Mboya did in the early 60s. As soon as we became independent, we needed capacity building so that we have men and women able to run the new nation state called Kenya. And that friendship between the Kennedys and Mboya gave rise to that famous airlift of Kenyans who came to study in the United States. Now, years later, the community of Kenyans in this country, I think, is only the Nigerians who may be more than you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Because these Nigerians are very many. I tell you a story. A Kenyan lady went to Nairobi Hospital and gave birth to her fourth child. I think she was called Njeri. Njeri anaenda amemzaa apata mtoto wa ajabu, mtoto wa nne. Then after that she went into depression. Amepata mtoto wa nne. Beautiful mtoto wa kike. Kaulizwa, what is happening to you, Njeri? I said, I'm so sorry I've given birth to a Nigerian. Because she believed what they say, out of every 4 Africans, 1 is a Nigerian. These Nigerians are many. But the thing about Nigerians is they love their country.
Yes.
They're very proud.
Yes.
I think we should emulate that example as Kenyans. Love our country. Even if you're not there physically and you've got a green card and you are a US citizen, nothing will deny you the right to be a Kenyan, the right of being a Kenyan by birth. So enjoy that and do the best you can. And again, you see that we have a problem with this administration, right? The labor laws, we discussed some of this with your colleagues last night. where it has now been clearly elaborated that the Minister of Labor, right, has been dealing with slave labor again to the Gulf countries, without proper arrangement, so that you have properly negotiated agreements on how Kenyans are going to work abroad. Like I'm sure you know that the Filipinos, like Nigerians, I think Filipinos ahead, remittances by Filipinos abroad has been able to really significantly impact the economy of the Philippines. So, but our people, again, are forming cartels, family-owned cartels, to export our single mothers to Saudi Arabia and other places without any agreement whatsoever. And they get their passports confiscated. In fact, some of them become sex slaves. That's how painful it is. Right? So everything in Kenya has gone upside down. That is not where Kibaki left it. And by the way, I was privileged to be Kibaki's vice president. Have you forgotten? Those 5 years, Mzee Kibaki and the team, including Raila when he became prime minister and also vice president, right? We had money in Kenyans' pockets.
Yes.
Now, Ruto comes and takes in the little we had, he is taking it out. He has confused the education system. I heard from this brother here today that his son is in Kisi High School, grade 10. But the principal tells him, my friend, we don't know what to do with your son. We don't know how to teach him. Mwalimu haelewi, atasomesha nini, mtoto haelewi, and imagine it's like soon after independence, wakati wa koloni, the chiefs were being asked to go and peleka watoto, wachukue watoto wapeleke shule. That's what William Ruto did, if you remember, a few days ago. Kenyan parents could not take their kids to school. And yet Kibaki and I say free, primary, and yet compulsory education. That's how Mzee Maruge at 84 years went to primary one. And he became more famous. So now, can you imagine Ruto telling chiefs now, hakikisheni watoto wanachukuliwa wapelekwe shule hata kama hawana uniform. We are literally messing up the future of 500,000 young Kenyans. That's a whole nation. I once went to study in a country called Cyprus, a population of 600,000. Our own Yates and others, 500,000 of them do not know. And those who follow them, there is great uncertainty in the education sector. Of course, the health sector is a mess. Sha, she. We used to say sha, she, shoo. Something like that. Something very confusing. But all of it is matter of cartels, stealing from our own people, and the Adani deals. Remember, William Ruto even tried to sell off Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. And I had to go to court along with Gino Amalo and other friends. We stopped it. And he then, the State of the Nation address, said, okay, we are canceling this deal. Adani was indicted here in the US.
Yes.
For criminal conduct. And you want to sell our national, very strategic institution like Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Well, we're going to do something, because you may not know this, but Mwalimu Nyerere, because of that conflict, that time, ideological conflict within the East African region, decided to develop Kilimanjaro Airport. Kilimanjaro Airport was supposed to checkmate Jomo Kenyatta Airport, but it never took off. Now we're at the verge of losing our strategic location to Rwanda, because Qatar Airways has now actually bought some shares in Rwanda Air, and they're developing here a 21st century airport in Kigali. But William Ruto, as deputy president, and others were, the Qataris were interested. in that strategic relationship to develop international airport. Do you remember it actually caught fire? Instead of developing, people wanted their 10%. And this is a problem. Anything you want in Kenya today, unless you give some money to a policeman to do something, if you want a land transaction, that is how bad it is now. I think we have even gone and beaten the Nigerians. It used to be the Nigerians were always saying, what passport yako, one page is missing. It is worse now in Kenya. And I don't want to continue, ladies and gentlemen, because I can see, like me, the weather is catching up with you. But I hope we are together.
Yes.
Tuko together. Tuko pamoja. Hapa ni Baltimore.
Yes.
Hapa in the United States of America.
Yes.
Yani, you people, you look very prosperous even if you are suffering. I want you then to impact your country back home. That's why we came to encourage you. We'll come again. We'll come again as occasion demands to go to other parts of this wonderful, wonderful country. You know, Trump akitaka kuonyesha Waafrika tumeingia huko, anasema Barack Hussein. Hussein Barack, something like that. And that's also Kenyan. Yeah. We're proud of what Barack Obama did. Yeah. This is a land of opportunity, the land of the free. And we want Kenya to even be able to challenge any democracy anywhere in the world. And so please join us in redeeming our country, in making sure that Kenya becomes a democracy again. We will do away with the election rigging. And that is my pledge to you, but we must do it together. Kwa hivyo, mimi nawashukuruni sana. Harambee.
One time.
Harambee.
One time.
I'm trying to half time. Asanteni. Thank you. That young man is my timekeeper. I think he feels that I've already overdone it. He's part of the Kenyan delegation, but he's from my clan. So it's called Kevin. And so thank you so much. I think now, Bwana Chairman, I give you back the microphone. And once again, Professor Choti, you've been a wonderful, wonderful host along with your colleagues. Surely to have come in this weather is amazing, really amazing. And I think we must leave as soon as we can before the next round of snow falling. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Very quickly.
Thank you so much.
Stone PK, you can react to your president. Aya, mlienda kulala. Msimamo react.
Unajua sikumpata vizuri, nikiingia hapa alikuwa ndo ya maliza sio, alifanya speech ndefu ama ni fupi, maana ni muda tu, hata sijampata vizuri hiyo point. Nisikia tu wakizungumzia one time na kiomba kwamba watu waweze kubaka na kuweza kuona kwamba
he has become a storyteller. I think kuna character mingi sana ya Raila Odinga inherit from what I have heard. He is able to connect the Kenyan story using story. He has given those histories very well, and ameelezea shida za the reason why Ruto is the way he is, and he has expressed what is happening in the country. So amesema kile kinaendelea kwa nchi and optimistic. Kalonzo persona is quite controlled. He is presidential, the tone is good. Yeah, and that is why nilicheza hiyo video watu wasikilize. So please, mnaweza toa maoni yenu msikie. It's a video of Kalonzo few hours ago. Costa, uko sawa?
Yeah, niko sawa.
Hebu react hiyo story ya Kalonzo kabla ya msimamo akuja. Umesikiliza video ama because you
Yeah,
amesikia video, in fact you can help those who have not heard so that wanaweza wakuje wa loop in.
Yeah, nimeisikiza, si mbaya, lakini nafikiria ni kama yuko control juu atokei kama vile, unajua mtu kama Gachagua analetaga the heat. Hiyo ndio ile kitu yenye Wakenya wanahitaji saa hii. Wanahitaji ile gaslighting, wanawekwa moto ndio watokee, unajua.
So Kalonzo hajaweka moto?
No, nasema mtu kama Gachagua anajuaga kukanyaga shingo vizuri. Kalonzo
So hata Kalonzo unataka akanyange shingo?
Kalonzo bado hajajua siri ya kukanyaga shingo. Anajua siri kiasi ile ya Raila, but bado hajapata ile siri mzuri ni ile ya Gachagua. Kwa sababu hiyo ndio
watu wako timu moja, mmoja akikanyanga shingo na mwingine ni wa massage, kuna shida?
Mi naona ni kama kuna shida kwa sababu ni kama kutumia voters ile kitu tunaita mixed signals.
So unataka kila mtu akanyange shingo?
Ninataka kila mtu atokee akanyage shingo vibaya, kwa sababu hii 2027 haitakuwa kama, itakuwa way, inatakaniwa ikuwe more than 2002.
And do you think is it wise for them to react the same way? Gachagua atoshi in terms of kukanyanga shingo, because I think some should be having a more controlled demeanor. Yes, it could be controlled because and that's the reason why, like, there are some people like who are fearing Gachagua because of that behavior. So Gachagua can attack that way, but you still need these other guys who can be able to attack in a more professional way. Unajua Gachagua ni raw sana.
Right.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
But I don't think in the whole fraternity opposition, you need everybody to be doing garbage in, garbage out. Yeah.
But unajua hawezi kuwa pande zote mbili, hawezi kuwa garbage in and garbage out, na tena unakuwa garbage out, garbage in. So mpaka uchague msimamo, kwa sababu tukienda full throttle ile kama 2002 and way more, hata Ruto hataweza iba kura. Una understand?
I don't get you, because for me, I feel if they work on the same methodology, I don't think you can amplify Gachagua more. Until you need like so according to you, you don't think kama kuna kitu Kalonzo ameongea like I think, have you gotten any details from Kalonzo's speech hapo?
Yeah,
so many things.
Yeah, amesema vitu mingi zile zenye ziko mzuri, but problem ni akanyagi kabisa, unaona. So ni kama ule mtu mwenye unajua mtu kama Kasongo anataka mtu yule mwenye anakanyaga kweli kweli, but akipata mtu soft hiyo atapita nayo.
Lakini 2002 hata Kibaki hakuwa sana kukinyaga shingo, Raila ndio alikuwa anakinyaga shingo. So ndio alikuwa amebeba hasa, ndio kwa jicho hasa, ndio kila kitu hapo kuhakikisha kwamba utawala wa Moi umeenda na Kibaki akaweza kushinda. So hatuoni kwamba labda pengine kwa hali hii labda ni vile vile kwamba hatuwezi kuwa wote tuna amplify, lazima pia kuwe na ile dokram kwamba wengine wanazungumza kama vile uzungumzaji wa Matiang'i kama tunavyouangalia, anakinyaga shingo kwa staili yake ya taratibu, si ya kupayuka sana. Alafu pia kukumbuke kwamba pia naye Kalonzo siasa yake si ya kupayuka vile, siasa yake ni ya ukomavu, ni ya kuonyesha vile ambavyo amekomaa haswa kisiasa, kiasi kwamba hawezi kuwa tu yeye ana kurupukwa tu kwa sababu ya kutaka kuonyesha kule, but Wakenya waone jinsi kwamba jinsi gani ukomavu alionao. Pili na mwisho kwamba hao wote ni kitu kimoja, Gachagua, Kalonzo ni kitu kimoja. So huyu akikanyaga shingo, huyu akishika mkono, huyu akishika mguu, mwingine akishika hapa kwa kiuno, uongo mzigo ni rahisi kuweza kubeba. Ama sijui kama kwa mtazamo unalionaje kaka hili?
Yeah, hapo ni sawa, lakini mimi ile shida niko nayo ni hauwezi puliza maji moto na unapuliza maji baridi at the same time. Hapo ndio shida iko. So ninakuelewa, but kumbuka ule mtu mwenye tunajaribu kutoa sahi hapo kwa hiyo kiti si mtu wa kawaida, ni ile nyoka yenye na kichwa mbili, ina kichwa kwa mkia na ina kichwa huku mbele, so mpaka igongwe pande zote. Ukigonga tu mahali pande ya kichwa na ina kichwa ingine pande ile, inaweza enda na pande hiyo ingine, kwa sababu sasa tumeona kitu inaitwa nyota. Hii nyota inaweza convince au Gen Z, na Gen Z wakiwa na watu wenye wana akili, Kenya wanaweza fanya ni wakule hiyo pesa, alafu 2027 na hiyo pesa ni vizuri imetolewa na mapema, so wanaweza ikula na mapema. Ikifika 3 months, unajua siasa ya Kenya inapangwaga 3 months to election. Hata saa hii mambo bado. So 3 months to election, hii pesa watu wakule, wachukue, wafanye Kenya wanataka kufanya nao, but isikuje ikawa confused, kwa sababu huyu jamaa akirudi hapo, mimi ninajua na nimekuwa nikisema kwa hii channel kila wakati nikiingia, nimekuwa nikisema huyu jamaa anatafuta vile atarudi hapo na abadilishe term limit. Sasa wewe utakuwa umepatiwa 22,000, 23,000 na jamaa atakaa hapo for 35 years. Mjinga ni nani? Nafikiria mmenipata hapo.
Hapo mimi bila shaka nimekupata, lakini pia hili la nyota mimi halinishtushi, kwa sababu tayari nyota na hasela ni kwamba tu ni tofauti ya mgao. Nyota mgao wake kidogo ni mwingi tofauti na hasela. Kati ya hasela ilienda wapi? Kila mtu alikupuka haswa, kwa hiyo kila mtu alichukua hiyo hela haswa, lakini hawajatuambia ni exact nini haswa, nini kimejiri hapo. So the same thing applies kwa masuala na nyota, lakini pia vile vile viongozi wako mbioni kuweza kuangalia haswa, labda mfano nimesikiza Mtata, lakini vile vile pia nimesikiza ule mtangazaji wa Citizen akiweza kudadavua yalivyo haswa the source ya hii pesa na jinsi gani inavyotumika. Huoni kwamba pia huyu bwana anaelekea ukingoni kwa kila msitu ama kwa kila kichaka anakojaribu kujificha anaonekana? Huoni kwamba labda pengine kimtazamo wangu kwamba ndo anamaliza makali yake, kwa sababu kwa kila mbinu ambayo anaipanga iko peupe hivi, kila mtu anaweza iona kwamba ni mtego ambao anautega, unaonekana machoni. Kwa mfano naweza sema kama target yake kwanza ilikuwa ni kushikanisha ODM ili aweze kuhakikisha kwamba wafuasi wale ODM waweza kumbackup all over the country, but kitu kimoja alichokosea maybe ni kule kwamba walionekana mstari mbele ni wale viongozi ambao wanafungamana na Luo Nyanza. Mwisho wa siku chama kimeishia mazima na ndo kimeelekea hivyo katika huo mwelekeo. Kwa hiyo una maana si jambo moja ambalo linaweza kulishika mkono alafu likaanguka mazima. So watu na hiyo huka hivi. Mimi sina wasiwasi na hili tonge la mkononi, kwa sababu already Wakenya wanatafuta wamvuleni. Nia yao kubwa ni one time bwana huyo aende. Nadhani hilo ndio ni kubwa zaidi. Haya mengine ya nyota nini na hawa vijana, hii hela italiwa, lakini mimi naona kwamba labda ni kula kwa tajiri, kula kwa maskini, kimtazamo wangu, si hili nalo.
Yeah, lakini sasa wacha nikuulize swali, wewe msimamo. Wewe unaona kweli Kasongo anaweza tolewa hapo.
Ya Kasongo anaweza kutolewa. Mimi sioni kitu kwamba labda tujikuze sana na tumuogope. Najua ile hofu kwamba unaenda kwenye vita, lakini unaenda na mara mbili kwamba sijui kama nitashinda ama sitashinda. Definitely wewe umeenda kwa kushindwa. Kila mtu anaenda kwa vita, anaenda kushinda, anajiandaa kwenda kushinda. Ashindwe ile basi tu kwamba imebidi, kwa sababu already numbers zimemkataa. Already numbers za wabunge zinazidi kushuka kila uchao, zile ambao wameweza kumbackup, na ni mwanzo tu, hatujafika mwezi wa 6. So to me numbers zimemkataa. Kilichobaki labda pengine haswa labda ni hii tume ambayo ipo ya uchaguzi, labda pengine kuja kumtangaza by all speaker huwa, kwa sababu pengine imewekwa pale under his mandate na kuhakikisha kwamba anafanya kwa ajili yake. Lakini kama itadhibitiwa vizuri na kuwa fair game, utakaoniambia kweli hakika huu bwana anakushinda, mfano IBC simame kwa fair game na wananchi wafanye yao 2027, are you sure kwamba wa Kenya wataweza kusaulishwa kwa haya matonge ya mkononi na kuweza kufanya makosa? Jambo ambalo rekodi ya Wakenya hawajafanya makosa hata siku moja, kwa sababu tunaamini kwamba chaguzi zilikuwa zinafanyika zinatoka na dosari, mwingine anashinda mwingine anatangazwa, ndio tulikuwa tulipo, of which mwananchi hapa hajafanya makosa, na sidhani kama atafanya makosa 207 kuweza kuchagua magugu badala ya mbegu. Kwa hiyo kimtazamo wangu kwamba huyu namba zimemkataa, the only place sasa hivi ni kuhakikisha kwamba anatengeneza hata hii muonekano wa kuonekana yuko na vijana kila mahali. Hii yote mimi ni kwamba anajaribu kuchukua akili zile, kuogofya aonekane na watu, lakini ukitazama katika mifumo ambayo haswa inaleta mjazo ule ambao tunaushuhudia, pia nao ni waatiati. Ukichungulia pembeni unaweza ukakuta kuna mabasi ambayo hayana tija, na pia wadadisi na wengi wanalichambua hilo kwamba ni uchafuzi wa mali ya umma. So kwa kweli in terms na numbers, kwangu sina shaka naye kwamba labda pengine tumuogope kiasi kwamba huyu mtu tunamuogopa. Not only aseme ameshindwa, aseme mimi sitaachilia power, amue vurugu, labda huo ndio wasiwasi wangu. Lakini kama kwa kweli IBC tasimama kwenye haki, huyu bwana arudi ng'o. Asante.
Sawa, umemalizia on a high note ya kusema ati huyu muungwana anaweza katalia kiti, but unakumbuka kuwa hata hii nyota ni fund ile anatoka kutoka nje, so ni ile deni yenye sisi wenyewe bado tutaendelea kuilipa, unaona? So inamaanisha hata hiyo inchi saa hii si inchi yetu, ni inchi ile inakontroliwa kutoka pande ingine, unaelewa? So hapo ndio mahali penye tumefikia, so he can choose to do whatever he wants na hakuna kitu tunaweza do.
Na nakubaliana na wewe kwamba anaweza kufanya chochote kile, kwa sababu already katiba ambayo ndio mwongozo wa hili taifa ameipa kisogo kimtazamo wangu. Mfano mawaziri ni lini, wapi na wapi wanajiingiza direct kwa siasa za kawaida. Pindi mimi ninavyofahamu sheria hiyo katiba inavyotuelekeza, na uchache wangu wa elimu labda pengine mtaniweza kunielezea hili, ni kwamba pindi anapoteuliwa mtu haswa katika nyadhifa ile, basi awe hafungamani mazima na masuala ya siasa, na in fact anatakiwa kwamba awe ni mtu nje na siasa. But tuangalie mawaziri hawa ambao wameweza kupewa hizi nyadhifa haswa, tukianzia ya usalama na zile nyadhifa zingine haswa, ni watu ambao like sasa keki ni kubwa, acha tunagawana sasa. Wewe unaleta urafiki badala ya ile reality ambayo katiba tuko nayo, na unakuta sasa wanajiingiza kwa siasa moja kwa moja, si mara moja si mara mbili. Tumekuta kina Mbadi na wengine na kinajua wakijiingiza kwa siasa direct kinyume na katiba. So it's like anajaribu kugusa katiba, aone anagusa hapa, aone mtasemaji wa Kenya mkinyamaza, anagusa hapa, anagusa pale, anagusa pale, na mwisho wa siku itakuwa hii haina maana hii katiba. Sasa tunamsikiza yeye kwa sababu ameleta hii narrative. Ukijiunga naye you are safe, una maendeleo kwa watu wako. Ukimpendeza na kumkaa karibu na yeye na kumfagilia na kumfuatilia nyayo zake, watu wako wako safe. Na viongozi wengi ambao wanafungamana nao ndio kubwa wanaleta wananchi. So for real, kwa mimi naweza nikasema kwamba haswa bwana katiba kaipa kisogo, na tukitazama haswa kwa ndani zaidi roho ya mtu, yeye bado amestiki pale kwa katiba ya zamani ambayo inampa uhuru chief, sub chief, DO, na tunaregeshwa huko tulipokuwa, na kama hata test ifikia hapo, basi hii time limit ulizungumza hapa, basi ni shahidi dhahiri kwamba pindi atakapoongea kwa mamlaka ama pindi kama atatafuta mbinu uchaguzi usiende, basi lake la time limit la kwa limetimia. Asante.
So mimi swali langu kwako ni mbinu gani tunaweza tumia kumtoa hapo, kwa sababu mimi vile naangalia pesa anayo. Nakumbuka tumekuwa na four presidents. Tumekuwa na president wawili kutoka Rift Valley, tumekuwa na president wawili kutoka Central Province.
Watatu kutoka Central.
Watatu kutoka Central, yeah. Jomo Kenyatta, Kibaki na Uhuru Kenyatta. Ukumbuke hiyo time yenye hawa walikuwa na hiyo nyakati zile zenye waliingia wakakuwa presidents, walikuwa wanapigania economy sana na kutengeneza mabarabara na vitu kama hizo. So swali yangu kwako ni kwa nini tukipata watu wa Rift Valley na tunajua Wakenya si wakimbiaji wote, ni kwa nini tunakuja kutengenezewa uwanja za kama Kasarani na Talanta? Mbona tutengenezewe barabara? Hiyo ndio swali ningependelea kuuliza. Unipatie maono yako, kwa sababu si kila mtu ni mkimbiaji Kenya.
Asante kwa swali hilo zuri. Unajua hii regime ilipoingia katika mamlaka, kimtazamo wangu mimi kama msimamo, kwanza ilifukuza nyani walio mitini kule, wakaacha nyani walio shambani. Na sidhani wewe kwamba hili inaweza fungamana nawe kwamba kwa shamba lako ufukuze nyani walio kwa msitu kule na uache walio shambani wakiharibu mimea. Kwa nini nazungumza huo mfano? Ni kwamba kulikuwa na vitu ambavyo vilikuwa ni vya msingi zaidi ambavyo alikuwa ameviahidi. Pindi atakapochukua mamlaka ndivyo ambavyo atavikimbilia. Lakini sasa cha ajabu, alipotandika sipo alipolala. Unaona? So akaacha masuala ambayo ni ya tija zaidi. Mfano mwananchi, tuchukulie tu mwananchi haswa ya zile basic needs ambazo haswa anazihitaji, na pia haswa ile misingi ya hili taifa ambalo tunakumbuka our forefathers. Hebu mwambie niachie kelele hizo. Naondoke kidogo, haswa acheze mbali kabisa. Unaona forefathers kwamba lazima masuala mengine yatiliwe pondo zaidi. 6 years down the line, bado wazazi wa taifa letu ambao limejaa rasilimali, limejaa wasomi, wazazi wanalipa school fees. Kwa hivyo suala la elimu limechezewa karata na kuchezwa siasa ndani. Swala kama vile la afya limechezewa siasa ndani. Swala kama vile la corruption bado kwa nzima halijaguswa kabisa. So haya ndo mambo alikuwa kwanza kama regime ikimilie kutengeza ile trust kwa wananchi. But nini walikimbia hapo? Walikimbia na hustler fund ili kuweza kushika maoni ya wetu na kuweza kujaribu kuridhisha, waonekane kwamba yes wako pamoja na watu kinyume na matarajio yao na mipango yao, na haijaenda bali. Wamekimbilia kutengeneza housing ndio of which ni itafaidi akina nani? Ni si nyumba ambayo utapewa itakuwa unakaa hapo bure, ni lazima utalipia. Hata kama utalipia 2000 lakini uwe na kazi. Kama huna kazi utalipia nyumba hiyo. So wakakimbilia kutengeneza manyumba, na sasa hivi wamekimbilia kutengeneza maviwanja. Sasa uniambia haswa kwa Mkenya wa kawaida yule ambaye ana hustle kuhangaika, watoto wake wamefukuzwa shule, huo uwanja una thamani gani? But light kama angetengeza haya kwanza ya msingi, akaimarisha kwamba uchumi umeimarika kisawasawa, corruption imepata mianya ya kuzibwa, elimu watu watoto wanaenda shule kuanzia nursery school mpaka secondary school na mpaka tertiary, kwa sababu uwezekano upo. Light sasa hivi tungekuwa tunafurahikia viwanja, kwa sababu sasa ndo tunarekebisha part 2 sasa ile ambayo inaongeza kwenye infrastructure. Unaona? But imechukua miaka 3 hakuna chochote kinaendelea hapo. mpaka 2026 ndo kumezuka haya ya viwanja, haya ya Nyota Fund, haya ya kihivi, haya hivi. Je, tutasemaje? Ni sababu kwa sababu mtu anatafuta kura, ama ni kwa sababu ya reality kwamba anasimama na hii kumaanisha kwamba anawafanyia Wakenya kazi? So kwa kweli mimi naweza nikasema kaka, hawa hii regime ilifukuza kwanza ya mitini na wakasahau ya shambani, ambayo sasa hivi ndio wameweza kumaliza haswa mazao, ndio wanarudi sasa kufukuza too late, of which watoto tulishuhudia walivyotoka Gen Z kulilia mambo yao ambayo ilikuwa yanatija haswa katika hili taifa, waliopelekea hata kufika haswa mpaka parliament wakati ule. Sasa hivi wanaangaliwa ni mbinu gani ya kuweza kutulizwa jazba na joto lile lisia likapanda likaleta tena kero kama awali. So it's like yani hii imepoteza dira kabisa automatically, kwa sababu hawakufuata kila ambacho kilikuwa kinategemewa haswa na Mkenya haswa katika awali. Asante.
Na hapo ndio tena shida iko, kwa sababu mimi kulingana na vile ile maono nilikuwa nayo kutoka kitambo ni kuhusu, unajua kama baba alikuwa ni mtu yule mwenye alikuwa amechaguliwa kuwa kiongozi na angeongoza Kenya, lakini sijui nini ilikuja ikamchukua kando. Hata sasa hivi vile alienda akatuacha, angetuacha kama ni president, that is for sure, but kwa sababu ya tamaa ilikuja ndio imekuja ikammaliza. Kama hangeingilia kati ya Gen Z na Kasongo, baba sahi angekuwa ni president na pengine hata angekuwa, unaona, angekuwa aliaga.
Lakini pia baba tumwangalie siasa zake. Alishikana na Moi, uongo si uongo, walifanya handshake na Moi, wakashikana na Moi, lakini vile vile walifanya kazi na Kibaki licha ya kutofauti zao za kiasi za kisiasa, then wakafanya kazi na Uhuru licha ya tofauti zao za kisiasa. Kwa hivyo hili la kurudi kwa Ruto lisiwe kigezo kikubwa, kwa sababu already pia lilikuwepo, lakini kiundani na tukurudi pia katika maana mnyongeni lakini akiweke mpeni, licha ya kujiunga na hawa wote, but still aliweza kuzungumzia lile ambalo taifa linatija. Na tukinukuu swa kauli yake ya mwisho ile ambayo ilileta kizungumkuti sasa hivi, kwamba wengine wanasema tuliachwa hapa na wengine tuliachwa hapa, but ukienda ni reality, walisema kwamba tuliingia hapo na mkataba huu na huu.
So hii yote
na mpaka sasa hivi hayo yanadhihirika, kwa sababu kuna makundi mawili ambayo yameibuka. Kuna ODM halisi wanasema sisi baba alitupa 10 point agenda plus medical report, na hapo ndo ilikuwa period, hajasema sisi tutafanya kwamba tutatengeza ndoa hii. But kuna wale wengine ambao baada ya kuondoka wamemake advantage. The same thing applies pia kwa huyu, naye pia alimake advantage ya kuondoka baba, kwa sababu laiti kama angekuwepo hatungeona ODM ikiyumba namna hii. So kumerubuka hilo kundi ambalo linasema sisi tunaamini kwamba tuliachwa kwa serikali, na this time around hatujaandikiwa kuwa kwa opposition, ni wakati wetu sasa hivi kama community. So ODM imegeuzwa kuwa chama ya community instead ya chama ya kitaifa. Asante.
Yeah, hiyo kuhusu hiyo ODM nafikiria ni ile, kuna ile funding inatoka kando yake ndo inakuja kuimaliza. Unajua ODM ilikufa na baba huko Kang'oka Jaramogi ilikufia huko. Hiyo chama ilishaisha hivyo. Sahi iko ICU wanajaribu tu resuscitate, but hiyo chama ilikufa. Hiyo chama iko tena. Ni kila mtu anaangalia, na nilikuambia siasa ya Kenya.
Lakini ukitazama muuaji yupo. Muuaji wa hiki chama ambaye alichangia kusambaratika kwa hii chama yupo. Hebu tuangalie matukio mawili ya juzi kaka yangu, kama maana sisi tunaangalia kile ambacho kinajiri, we are citizen, ni wananchi tu, tunazungumza yale maoni ambayo tunaona live. Tuliona ODM ikiwa na moto haswa baada hata ya kujipendekeza kuacha hao wengine akina Sifuna, watu wanapanga yao na wanaenda kwa mambo yao ya linda ground, if I'm not wrong. Ukiangalia haswa jinsi walivyokuwa wanaandaa mikutano yao, mavazi, maandalizi, kila kitu. Na ukirudi na kauli ya Sifuna akihojiwa pale kwamba tangia watoke Mombasa, ile delegates walikuwa pamoja wote na Sifuna, ndio budget ya chama iliweze kutumika. Hii ingine yote inaendelea, hata yeye mwenyewe ajui pesa inatoka wapi, na kwa account ama kwa chama hakuna mahesabu hayo ambayo yameweza kufanyika kuweza kufund hiyo mikutano. So ukiangalia the way walifanya na the way ukiangalia alivyofanya ni kiongozi wa UDA State House juzi, hauwezi ona tofauti. Tofauti ni ile kwamba ni rangi tu, kwamba hii ni yellow na hii ni machungwa, lakini mifumo ni ile ile, kauli ni zile zile. So ukiangalia kwa kiasi kikubwa kwamba kuna mtu ambaye ameweza kuchangia haswa hiki chama kuweza kusambaratika, na ukirudi pia nyuma kauli zake kwamba ya kwanza kwamba yeye atahakikisha kwamba mzee atampanga na atampeleka Bondo pasipo kujua, it has come to pass. Then tukiangalia kwamba chama hiki kitamezwa, it has come to pass. Kwa hivyo all this what we are seeing na Mazola na ODM, kuna mtu pale ambaye aligoga gogo, aliweza kuligonga gogo, na sasa hivi yuko kando anasikiza mlio tu. Asante.
Kwa hivyo pia unakubaliana na mimi kuwa chungwa na limau, kwa sababu limau inakuwa ni ya yellow, ziko group moja.
Nataka kuwapeleka kidogo, relaxini kidogo. Leo nimewambia I have a long night here. So hata kesho nikikataa kutokezea musiniulize swali. Leo nataka kuwapeleka pole pole. We also strengthening this show. We want to make it more reliable, and the only way in which this show can become more reliable is if we are able to do very long shows. Yeah, Mungu akinipea neema, I want to be doing like shows of 10-11 hours because I feel that inclination that we need to get Ruto out. The only ile kitu tu munaniangusha tu nayo ni kitoroka tu kidogo, hata dakika 20 munanyamaza. So I'm not very proud of that. Yeah, being here 9 or 10 or 11 hours is a lot of time. So at times I have to change location from one point to the other one. Saa zingine niko kwa ofisi, saa zingine niko kwa site somewhere.
Tafuta msaidizi. Kaka, yeah, tafuta msaidizi ambaye unamwamini kwamba haswa mambo hayatakwenda nili, usibanwe mbavyo sana na wengine wako na uwezo wa kuweza kuendeleza ile gurudumu kwa njia nyingine ambayo ni safi. Kuna jirani hapa amelala. Kuna jirani hapo amelala, ongea naye at least kama anaweza kubali hiyo offer ya usaidizi. Asante.
Naongeanga na nyinyi all the time, nawaachia show na
yeah, but I mean, if you want to go ahead, that's fine.
Shida ni kwamba Njiru unatupa huu mkoba, lakini mwisho wa siku tunguri zingine unazitia mfukoni unaenda nazo. Kwa mfano najua nimekumbuka mkoba wa baba huku, wa babu huku wa tunguri. Sasa zile za maana unaenda nazo, unaacha hizi za mapenzi. Unajua wengi watakokuja ni kwa wachanja tu kwa sababu mambo na mapenzi. So unakuta tumekaa hapa, kuna wengine wanasema jamani tunataka kuingia show. Sasa inakuwa ngumu, ni ile kwamba tunaanza kutafutana, huyu bwana huyu ameenda wapi? Sasa hayo kirekebisha hapa, huyu mkimpa mkoba mazima na ukijua kwamba huyu ni mwanamaji huyu, basi hii mambo yatakwenda sawa sawa. Ukimtazamo wangu na maoni kaka yangu,
lazima niwaingililie kidogo. Kuna wengine tu wakiniona tu nimeruka tu outside the show kidogo, nao wanaruka wanaenda like msimamo it has occurred severally. So
hiyo ni kawaida kwa sababu wewe ndio kama referee. Sasa watu wengine wakianza kucheza handball
even within 5 minutes msharuka. No, you are not supposed to do that.
Watu wakishika handball na kuna referee
ndio kutafuta information. Sasa sisi na Kiptum we are reading.
Yeah, that's why hata Kiptum vile alitokea alikuwa anashika handball na wewe ulikuwa unamwacha anaendelea kushika. Ule mtu amekuja kwa show hapa anatuambia vile nyota inafanya kazi, na kumbe yeye ndiye anaishi.
We have to allow the Russian to play.
Nyota yeye ndiye anaishi Amerika na nyota. Watu Kenya wapati nyota, yeye ako Amerika anapata nyota pamoja na welfare.
Unaona watu wenye wamejirubisha hapa. Bwana Costa, umeingia kwa nini tena?
Yeah, nimeingia before. Nimekuwa nikiingia tangu zile siku za Mtembei.
No, so sio Mtembei. Sasa ni siku zetu, wachana na Mtembei. Mtembei ilikufa.
Yeah, Mtembei ilikufa, nikaingia kwa Bernard kidogo nikakimbia kwa sababu niliona pia yeye anajaribu kutukunja tuende ile direction yenye yeye anataka. So nimekuwa
Mbona hutaki kukunjwa bwana?
No, yeah, nimekuwa kwa hii channel yako for a very long time, but mi ukaaga tu kwa chini ya maji. Saa zingine naingia.
Of course, I always see you here.
Yeah, saa zingine naingia. Saa zingine na kutumia message kwa WhatsApp, unakuaga unaicheki, unaipata na unafanya vile nimekuambia. So it is not new. It's something that tuko hapa hivi kusurvive, kujaribu kufanya.
We have to get, and that's why I really want us to do a lot of time here.
Yeah, we need a change.
Yeah, so I don't want. I was thinking like to be doing 1-2 hours, but I don't think that one is enough for us. I want us to really go deep, and the reason why I'm going that way it is because watu wa Ruto wanaingililia hii show yangu sana, na ndio nimesema sasa ndio itabobea kabisa.
Yeah, kama Kiptum.
Not even Kiptum. Some guys have been calling me wakiniambia bana, wewe hebu bwana msimama, sababu wewe ni mkoso. Wananiambia bana, wewe unafinya maji na inaitwa ile mota and pesto. Ati wananiambia wewe unafinya maji na mota na pesto, ile ndere.
Mota na pesto.
Bwana msimamo. Ni maji nafinya hapa kweli? Na mwiko. Ati nafinya maji na mwiko, ati nataka ati toe uji na iwezi. That is what you guys are telling me. Allow them to come so that I can hear their delusion.
Msimamo amemute.
Nipo na wasikiza, wanajua hata nilijisahau kwamba pia nimesija mute.
Watu wa UDA they have been telling me bana, wewe utafunga bana. Wewe utakuwa kuwa peke yako hapo. Wewe unafunga wewe.
So mtu yote yule mwenye ana support UDA sahi au ni watu wako brainwash, ni watu wako kwa cult.
So watu wa UDA wamesema tutafunga. Ati tutaisha material.
Kuna material inatokea every day kwa sababu hao ndio wenye wanatuprovide na material. You affordable house.
Hebu wafurahishe. Can you imagine ati watu wa UDA wakisikia tissue yetu wanashtuka. Hebu sikiza majamaa wako out of reality, out of touch. Can you imagine that watu wanasema ati bwana Kusami Costa wanasema we are out of touch.
No, hakuna kitu kama hiyo kwa sababu sisi ndio tunaona pesa ikipimwa kwa ratili na watu wako na mabank vault ndani ya nyumba. Na ilhali kuna watoto hawaendi shule. How can that be?
They cannot hear that. Anyway, there is something I wanted to add. That one's by the way. Sasa kuna huyu mkereketo anaitwa Sonko. Na Sonko alitengeneza chama. Mkwawea sasa nataka sasa tuingie now. That is the next thing for the next 30 minutes alafu tufunge. I want us to discuss Sonko. And for us to discuss Sonko, nataka muone Ruto optics in Ukambani. Na Ruto kuingililia Kalonzo, iniu Kalonzo ameanzia kubobea. Sijui kama mnakumbuka kuna wakati hata Ruto alianzia kuingililia Kalonzo sana 40 years. So I think he saw like Kalonzo has formed like a candidate. That's why he attacked him. Hao wengine wote I have never heard Ruto attacking all the others. Maybe ni kama they did their own research na wakaona ni kama Kalonzo is like forming into a position. So Sonko alituambia alitengeneza chama. Leo ameshinda na Ruto. Nataka niwaoneshe alafu you react. So hiyo kazi yenu ni kureact na waletea na so kazi yangu ni kusoma kuwaletea uhondo, ni kazi yenu ni kureact. Hawa jamaa wameshinda pamoja bana. Na mjue Nataka tu react hapo. Huyo besti alituambia ametengeneza chama na chama yao itatoa rais. Ametoana na Ruto wapi?
Unajua safari ya mamba siku zote kenge wapo na tutawaona tu, maana
Wameanzia kutoa rangi, wanajifanya wanatengeneza vyama, lakini ni UDA.
Ya mnazi ukiupanda nyumbani lazima utatoa kilele tu. Sasa waliopanda nyumbani, lakini mwisho wa siku lazima uulizwe, wewe bwana, wewe mbona sioni jukumu lako na tulipangana hivi na hivi, wacha nikutembelee. Na uzi mwambie acha, kwa sababu tayari mshafungamana awali kwenye ahadi na mkataba, so huna jinsi ya kuweza kujificha, ni ukubali aende na atatoka yalivyo. So ni vizuri amejionyesha kiupande wangu, haswa rangi yake halisi, na tutajua kwa nini ameongozana naye. Lakini pia ni vyema haswa kwa hawa watu kujionyesha na rangi zao halisi, kama wale ambao walikuwa nyuma ya mgongo wa baba, lakini kwa manufaa yao, na pindi baba alipoondoka wakaanza kujionyesha rangi zao. So hili pia lazima ni vizuri likijitokeza mapema, ili tusije tukahadaika na kufikiria kwamba ndio tupo kwenye sehemu salama, kumbe tuliowaamini sio. Labda ni kwako kaka Emma.
Unataka kureact kama uko kwa chama ya Sonko, nimeingilia baba yako?
No, nilikuwa nataka kureact, but nilikuwa napatia msimamo time ya react before mimi mwenyewe sija react. So reaction yangu ni mjue Kasongo anacheza politics ile yenye iko ligi ya juu, kwa sababu tumeona hata Miliomanga amejitokeza mahali pengine, ameenda kusema one time. Sasa mjue malls watakuwa planted, na hao ndio watu wenye watakuja kudefect dakika ya mwisho na kusambaratisha kila kitu yenye chama inafanya, unaona. So mimi Sonko is not a surprise, is something that I knew even before. Unajua politics hii ya Kenya inachezwa kwa hali ya juu, kwa sababu watu wanakuaga na mashida zile za corruption, so the only way you can hide ni kukuja na kusupport Kasongo. Hiyo ndio njia ile itakufanya utakuwa msafi kama pamba. Bila hiyo hauwezi songa mahali popote. Na ndio uliona nani alienda kabomolewa, nani ule anaitwa nani, ule wa Matangi alienda kaguzwa kwa sababu ya hiyo, kwa sababu yeye hajaonesha msimamo. Yeye bado anayumba huko kwa mawingu. Sasa mpaka atolewe huko arudishwe chini, unaona? So hii politics ya Kenya it's very dirty, na ndio kwa sababu nasemaga hii politics ya Kenya ukiangalia ni kama ile ukienda kwa concert za Jamaica, za Jamaica, ukienda vile wanaimbaga hizo mawimbo zao kwa concerts, ni kama political rally. Na ndio manake unaona mpaka wazungu wanakuja Kenya kuangalia hii siasa inachezwaga aje, kwa sababu wamepata huko mtu anaitwa Kasongo anajua kuicheza sana. So dawa yake ya kummaliza na kumweka chini ni Gen Z wa kule 22,000, alafu siku ile ya kupiga kura waende wakapige kura, kisha Kasongo wamemtuma nyumbani. Wasipomtuma nyumbani watabakia na Kasongo for the next 35 years. That is a guarantee, nasema leo. Na hiyo inatokana na power. Unajua ukishaonja hiyo power kidogo, hautaki kuiwacha. Unatakaga tu kila saa unakuwa kwa hiyo power, unakuwa within the power parameters. Hautaki kuenda mahali pengine. You just have to stay there. Kwa sababu kuna vitu zile zenye pia wewe zinakufuata mpaka ujikinge kutokana nazo. The only way. Juzi tumeona ule president wa Nigeria anaitwa nani, hata simjui jina. Huyo jamaa alikuwa anaenda kwa parade huko Turkey. Alienda kwa parade akatembea dakika 2 akaanguka chini. Huyo sasa ndiye amefikia ile mahali penye tunasema huyo ni puppet mkubwa sana mwenye anatumika tu kufanya deals zingine, alafu anajua he don't have anything to lose. Kenya anafanya ni kuamass wealth for his own family and relatives and close friends. But si nchi. Hao watu wajali nchi. Mtu yule mwenye anajali nchi, kitu ya kwanza anaangalia hata si kuenda kutengeneza kitu kama Talanta Stadium. Unaenda unatengeneza mabarabara, unahakikisha food is available for everyone to afford na vitu kama hizo. Hii Talanta italetea watu nini? Si kila mtu ni mkimbiaji, si kila mtu ni mcheza soka, si kila mtu ni muinua chuma, si kila mtu ni mchezaji wa rugby. Auendi kutengenezea watu vitu useless, alafu unatengeneza zingine useless kama 20 something. Kila county unaenda unarusha stadium, na unarusha stadium ingine duni. Angalieni kama Wakenya mko na akili, mnaangalia vile Morocco imefanya. Morocco within a short time imetengeneza over 20 stadiums, world capacity. Huko ndio mahali penye unaona talent ile inabridiwa, ile talent ya kitu kama tuseme kimchezo. Kenya is a joke. I yield. Msimamo ama Njiru?
Hapo menena nipo ndugu yangu, hapo sina usemi kabisa, na ndio maana kilichobaki ni kuhamasishana.
Yep, which is not good, kwa sababu wanasema kuna ile msemo Martin Luther alisema kukaa silent is not an option, si kitu mzuri, unaona? So mpaka tukue tunaongea. The moment tutakuwa silent, that is the end of our democracy. So we really have to talk. These are issues, si issues zenye zinatu affect watu kama sisi. Si tushapita ile stage ya Gen Z. Sisi sasa ndio tuna struggle kuinua wale watu wa mafamilia na watu kama hao, wale wenye tunasaidia, but the future is in Gen Z. Wakuje waone, wajue na wajitambue, waanze na mapema kuenda kutafuta kura, alafu tutajua tutafanya nini hiyo siku ikifika. Lakini kuenda kura na EIBC, mimi siwezi hata kubali. Personally, I cannot, siwezi enda na hii kura yenye nimeona mbele, nikaona ingine Malava. Hizo vitu zilikuwa ni vitu zile hazikubaliki kisheria.
Kabisa kaka, kabisa. Mimi langu ni moja, nasema Wakenya, hatima ya hili taifa, huwa ni baadhi ya kauli zangu haswa, huwa napenda kuzungumza hivyo sana. Hatima ya hili taifa liko mikononi mwetu. Viongozi wakiamua kufanya yanayofaa, hakuna mtu atazungumza. Hata hii wakizungumza wakifanya yanayofaa, walio kwenye mamlaka wakifanya yanayofaa, hakuna mtu atazungumza, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku ni taifa kusonga mbele na wote ni wa hili taifa. Na kama mambo ni haya ambayo tunashuhudia, basi pia tuna jukumu haswa kama wananchi, kwa sababu sisi ndio kusema. Katiba ilitupa hii nguvu ambayo baadhi ya wanasiasa wanatukandamiza nayo, lakini sisi ndio kusema. Maana ishara hizi zote tunaletewa manyota, maviwanja, mahadi yote ile, kwamba hawawezi bila sisi. Unaona, hawawezi bila sisi. Sasa letu ni kuhakikisha kwamba wale wachache mtu tunatangamana nao, basi tunawaeleza haswa umuhimu haswa wa kujipanga haswa. So civic education inahitajika ya kutosha sana, yani kwa kila watu wako pale nyumbani ambao unajua unaweza kuaccess, basi kama kuna mtu na kuna baadhi unaweza wawezesha waingie mtaani kidogo, kuhakikisha kwamba hii hamasa inaingia. Let's do that, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku kuna wale ambao hata hawajui kwamba nini, bado wanakumbuka tu, wanajua tu kwamba nchi yaenda nini. Nipo nchi yaenda tu, yani washakinai haswa, hawana habari zozote zile, kwamba wanangojea hao ndio ambao wataweza kutumika wakati ule sana, kuweza kubebwa kwa makundi, kwa malori, kuweza kwenda kufanya yasio na tija kwa sababu ya njaa na kila kitu. So ni jukumu letu sisi wenyewe wa Kenya haswa, ama wale wana platform tuko hapa, tuhakikishe kwamba kule tutokako basi kuna watu wawili watatu ambao tunawaangalia kama jicho, kuhakikisha kwamba hii civic education inakolea haswa kwa watu wetu, ili ikifika 2027 basi tukafanya ile natija kwamba tuende haswa na unanimous decision na tumpeleke huyu mtu mazima, yani hata hiyo IBC isipate mbavu haswa ya kuweza kutupeleka mahakamani, ili tukashuhudia yale ambayo yanafanyika mahakamani nayo yenye kinyaa pia sometimes.
So mimi kumalizia, ningependelea kumalizia na kusema that kama tunaenda kwa uchaguzi, hii register mpaka itupiliwe mbali na tuanzishe ingine, kwa sababu iko na some dead voters na iko na some numbers zile zenye hatujui. So mtu kutolewa kama Majan kutolewa hapo, hiyo I affect anything. It is just the same thing going on. Hakuna difference. Ni unatoa mtu
wale replace, lakini baada ya Majan na walileta jamaa mwingine anaitwa Ledama, sijui kama ni hivyo ama ni vipi.
No, it's the same thing. Hakuna difference, kwa sababu wanatoa ule mwenye alikuwa hapo, wanaeka mwingine, na huyo mwingine hata kuwa na ile effect ya kuaffect, hata kuwa na ile effect yenye inaweza affect anything. So kwa nini kama unajua kidonda iko hapa, kidonda iko kwa mguu, kwa nini unaenda kutibu malaria? Hiyo haiwezi fanya kazi.
Kweli.
Kama uko na kidonda kwa mguu hapa hivi, hiyo kidonda ndio inafaa uitibu, na kuitibu ni kubadilisha kila kitu kwa mguu hapo, si kuenda kuanza kutibu malaria. Malaria is different. Diagnosis tushajua, hii register iko na wale watu wenye wamekufa, wenye bado wanapigaga kura, na ndio kwa sababu hiyo server haijawahi funguliwa mpaka leo. So kwa nini tunaenda election? We are just doing the same thing, expecting different results, which is not possible. It cannot happen, never. So kuna ule jamaa anaitwa Joseph Stalin alisema, he who counts the votes, he who votes decide nothing, but he who counts the vote decide everything. Hiyo stick. Kama hatutaenda above and over what happened in 2002, we are really being set up for a very big root shock. Watu watashikwa na pressure, watu watashikwa na ugonjwa wa sukari, watashikwa na kila kitu, kila aina ya ugonjwa, kwa sababu you will not believe it. Kuna ile msemo inasema, ile anaitwa Angela Maya alisema that believe them when they show you who they are. Unaona? So already Kenya tunajua hakuna election ile imewahi fanywa ati free and fair since 2002. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ya kwanza na ya mwisho, hakuna ingine. Hizi zote imekuwa ni wizi, right left, right center, kila kitu, na pesa inatumika, alafu tunaambiwa ati tungoje tusikize vitu kutoka Bomas. Hiyo ni ukora. Hata koti inajipronounce, inasema ati elections, all elections zinafaa kuwa pronounciwa kwa what we call the constituency level, but unapata vitu zingine, sijui form 34A inafaa ikuwe 34A, unasikia kuna 34B, kuna 34C. Hiyo ni wizi. Hiyo ni daylight robbery, hakuna kitu ingine inaendelea huko. Na ndio manake wanasemaga saa zingine hata ukikaa chini uangalie, kwa dunia kupata demokrasia sio rahisi, kwa sababu hizi ni sheria zile zimetengenezwa na mwanadamu, si sheria zimetengenezwa na Mungu. So mimi I think I would yield there, kwa sababu I wanna get some sleep. Tomorrow is Sunday, niko na vitu zingine, nataka kuona Super Bowl na vitu kama hizo, pengine niende ni kwa stadium na vitu kama hizo, lakini all in all is I wish you all the best. But medicine ya Kasongo ni Gen Z. Mkule hiyo 22,000, kwa sababu mimi siwezi sema ati msiende mkakule. Kuleni hiyo pesa na inatolewa na haraka. So mtajipanga. The last 3 months to election, that is when everything is gonna fall in place. Sawa, asanti kaka, nafikiria tutaongea tena baadaye. Njiru, msimamo. Msimamo.
Haya, sawa kaka, wacha niwaekee wa Muthende. Moses Kuria amefika kwa Muthende saa hii.
Moses Kuria?
Wacha niwaekee msikie vile amesema.
Haya, sawa.
Tumekuwa tukiongea na mheshimiwa Kidole ni kwa sababu ya kuangalia na watu wa Ivulole, kawambia ni afadhali tutembee safari pamoja. Kama unavyojua mimi wiki hii inapita nijiunga na chama cha UDA, ambapo tutashirikiana nao katika uchaguzi ambao unakuja, na naendelea kusihi wafuasi wangu na wanachama wa chama cha kazi tuunde merikebu kubwa, tujiunge na merikebu kubwa ya UDA kwa sababu kama vile nilisema pale State House, wiki hii ni wakati wa maamuzi, wakati wa maamuzi, na sisi tumeamua ya kwamba mambo ya maendeleo, mambo ya maslahi ya watu wetu, mambo ya kuwa katikati ya serikali ni muhimu sana. Vile mnajua hapa mbeleni kidogo rais ataanza mazungumzo na wanachama wa ODM, na tunachukua hii fursa kuwa na nguvu katika hiyo mazungumzo, sana sana kama wanachama wa UDA na pia kama wakazi wa Mlima Kenya. Mlima Kenya haitaachwa nyuma katika hiyo meza. Hiyo meza tutakuwepo, na tumeamua njia ya kuingia kwa hiyo meza kupitia chama cha UDA. Najua ni watu wanajiuliza kwa nini kuna hii pilika. Hiyo mazungumzo ikifanyika bila sisi kuwa na nguvu na usemi katika chama ya UDA, maslahi yetu tunaona itakuwa hatarini, na kwa hivyo tunaendelea kusihi sisi sote tuende pale. UDA wakikaa chini na ODM, sisi tuko hapo. Wakiongelea mambo ya Nyanza, tuko hapo. Wakiongelea maneno ya Pwani, tuko hapo. Wakiongelea maneno ya Rift Valley, hata sisi Mount Kenya tuko hapo. Hala itakuwa hatari kubwa wakati Kenya mzima inarudi kuongea, kushirikiana, kuangalia safari ya mbele bila sisi watu wa hii mlima kuwa na sauti ya nguvu. Upinzani sio pahali mtu anaenda kujitakia. Mtu anajikuta kwa bahati mbaya kwa upinzani. Kwa hivyo sisi hatuwezi kujipeleka kwa upinzani kwa kuona. Kwa hivyo vile Mheshimiwa Leo alituonyesha na chama cha UDA wakati wa tarehe 27 mwezi wa 11 mwaka uliopita, hiyo msingi ambao uliweka, tukaona ni vizuri tumsaidie, tuongeze na MCA kutoka Ivorori. Mmoja pia tunafanya jitihada ya kushinda hiyo kiti, ndio tukiingia pale katika mazungumzo, katika negotiation, tukuwe na nguvu na tuweze kumweka rais nguvu katika hiyo mazungumzo. Asante sana.
Nataka nishukuru sana Mheshimiwa Moses Kuria na chama cha CCK kutuunga mkono, na nimshukuru tena Kidole Junior ambayo pale Ivorori Ward alikuwa anawania kiti cha MCA na alikuwa anaendelea vizuri sana, lakini akaonelea afuate nyayo ya kiongozi wake wa chama, aungane na serikali kwa sababu serikali inataka kukua na watu wote. Sisi wiki ijayo tunaleta candidate wengine ambao wako kwa upinzani. Sitaki kutangaza saa hii sana, but mimi nataka tu niambie watu wa upinzani wajitayarishe kuanguka vizuri. Mimi kwa neema ya Mungu niko hapa, tuliwashinda hata ile mambo mlikuja kutufanyia.
Siku ya leo nimeungana na party leader wangu wa chama cha CCK, chama cha kazi, ili tuweze kukomboa nchi yetu na kukomboa Mount Kenya, ili tuweze kukuza huku kwetu. Maana tumeona ni vizuri ili niwe mlinda lango kuliko kukaa upande ule mwingine, nikiwa ndani kabisa na lakini sijui napata nini baadaye. Kwa hivyo nikaona ni vizuri. Kule kwetu kuna mambo mengi sana, kule kwetu ni kama jangwani, upande wa mbele kule chini. Nikaona yuko ile kuna hitaji maji, na hiyo maji lazima iletwe na serikali.
So Innocent, you can react to that stupidity. Ati Wamuthende anasema walishinda kura na sasa ati tutaanguka vizuri tena raundi. Moses Kuria na kuna kitu Costa umesema, and after Innocent nataka uelezee. Umesema watu kama akina Millicent Omanga kuna uwezekano ni mamoles. Sasa tuta interact aje na wao? Huwezi zuilia hao mamoles kukuja. Lazima hao mamoles wakuje because ni optics. Ama ni information utawanyima. Relax hapo, utaingilia. So Innocent akimaliza discussion yake, Samekosa uchukulia, alafu na Stone achukulia. Then mkireact hiyo mkichoka, mnaweza enda nyumbani. Thank you. Bye.
Mbona unasema bye?
Oh, mudiscuss niko hapa. Nikukushtua kidogo.
Nani?
Unafanya tusiende church alafu tena unatuambia baya, si ungetuambia basi tuende kanisa bana. Anyway, Costa, welcome. Glad to see you. It's long time since nilikuona.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Kumbe
thank you,
kama
man.
mimi. Kumbe
Thank
kama
you.
mimi. Unajua mimi I don't stay where I don't fit. Nikikaa mahali nikiona watu wanaongea vitu zenye haziwezi nifaa, mi huwa naepa. And especially hii kazi yetu tunafanya, unajua ukikuwa unakaa, kuna watu wanatukana, kuna watu wanafanya nini, inaharibu heshima yako. So mi napendanga mali tu watu wana discuss issues and what it can help. How do we help this society? Now wamutende. Unatenda kweli, endelea kutenda. It's good, wacha endelea kuangusha watu. And I'm saying, especially what he's saying is right. For those ones wenye wanataka kuenda huko, wacha waende. Yeah? Na kama kuna kama tutaanguka Njiru na Aston Piquet, kuna kitu sisi tuliamua. Wacha tuanguke tukikuwa kwa upinzani than kusaidika kukua kwa mali watu wenye wanaua watu. That is what I can say. Wacha wamtende, wacha tuambie tutaendelea kuanguka, wacha tuanguke tukiwa upinzani. It's good to have a stand. Ukae. Now let me just give an example of Kuria. Kuria juzi tu alikuwa anaongea maneno ya Ruto, alikuwa ndani ya serikali, akakuja akatolewa minister, akapatiwa sijui ni advisor wa president, kidogo amejitoa, anasema anataka kusaidia. I think some of our leaders don't learn. And is it ANC ya Mudavadi walikuwa hivi wakafunga virago na wakaingia kwa serikali kidogo hivi, ndio hii serikali imekuwa vile imekuwa. Unafunga kampuni yako, hata unataka kwenda kusaidia mtu kampuni yake, na hii ndio inaendelea kufanyika Kenya. So you can imagine Mudavadi amefanya hivyo kidogo hivi, akishafunga kampuni yake pati yake, alafu ODM ndio analetwa ndani, and then wewe ni kama usikizi saizi. And Kuria does not even learn this. How do you do? How do you fold your party at saizi? Naona anavaa nguo ya UDA. So does it mean na huyo jamaa mwingine hapo nyuma nimesikia akisema ati yeye ni amefuata party leader wake? Which party leader now? You know, sometimes kuna watu wanaongeanga vitu mimi naangalia na shangaa. You are following your party leader na amevaa nguo ya UDA. Sasa ni party leader wa chama gani? Ni chama cha hiyo sijui kufanya kazi ama ni ya wheelbarrow? Because you can see exactly what your leader is wearing. And this is how citizens ama sisi leaders huko kwa grassroots tunapotezwa. Number 2, huyo jamaa anasema ati ameona afuate serikali ati juu hapo ndio maendeleo inaweza kuja kwa village yake. And this is exactly what we need to educate our people, that msaada haukuji kwa sababu uko serikali. People should know that when unajua, mimi nilikuwa nasemanga it's high time that tufike mahali tunaanze kusema hivi sasa, kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, kama maendeleo haiwezi kuja kwa section ama region yetu, then we stop paying taxes. I believe it's high time tutoe clause kama hiyo kwa constitution, tuseme kama maendeleo development will only be done to our regions because we are in the government, then we stop paying that taxes. Tuache kulipa hiyo tax, tukae na pesa yetu mpaka wakati maendeleo tutaambiwa maendeleo itakuja. Because why how does it work that una pay tax and then pesa yako inapelekwa iende kufanyia development to other places wenye wako kwa government? Si then nikae na pesa yangu kwa opposition, nikae nayo hiyo tax yangu nikae nayo. And if a clause is passed like that, utaona watu wakigutuka hii Kenya. It's high time watu wagutuke. Let people have awareness of what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to live, what they're supposed to do, especially when they pay taxes. You demand your right, you demand your developments, and that's why tunachagua ma leaders wakifika huko wanasema ati tuingie serikali ndio tupate maendeleo. You see now our leaders are the ones who are telling us these things. Hao ndio wanatuambia ati tufuate hii maendeleo juu. I thought let me say Nyanza, people are educated. Most of those legislators are lawyers, they are doctors, they are professors, they are who, but whatever they tell the people, you wonder kama wamesoma. Unajua juzi Gachagua alikuwa anaambia watu ati mnipee watu wenye wamesoma, mnipee watu wamesoma. Kuna watu wamesoma lakini hawajui kutumia masomo yenye walisoma. Because you can be educated, you can be a professor, you can be a doctor, but whatever you're passing to your citizen doesn't show the education level that you have. So tusikue tunadanganya watu wetu. It's high time to educate Njiru, to educate our people, wajue that sio lazima upate maendeleo ukiwa serikali. Utapata maendeleo because you are paying taxes. And it's high time that mimi nasema hata hii taxes yenye inalipwanga idividiwe equally to every constituency, to every ward. Kama mtu anapata 10,000 every ward, ikuwe 10,000 all over Kenya. Kama ni barabara zinataka kutengenezwa, waseme kama if they pass a law yenye nasema maybe tutengeneze kama ni barabara 1 kilometer every ward, it's 1 kilometer every ward. Pesa inatumwa equally inaenda kwa hiyo ward. Kama ni pesa inatumwa kama ni constituency maybe ni 3 billion to every constituency, so that development sifanywe equally. That is what I can say. But watu kama Kuria ama watu kama wenye Njiru unasema ati ni malls wenye wamekuja kukuja kwa party, let them come. You hautakataza watu hata kama ni malls wenye wanakuja huko nani, but just know how to treat them. Matiang'i alikuwa amejua kuna mall mwenye alikuwa amekuja alikuwa nasumbua huyo wa Mchomba, and there is a way he dealt with it. Information yenye unataka kumpatia au mpatie whatever. Kama anataka ku attend meeting yenye kwa anahitajika, mnamwambia this is not for everyone, this meeting is meant for this. Unajua alikuwa anakujanga tu anataka kujingisha ndani. Hata akisikia Matiang'i ako na meeting mahali Kisii na anataka kwenda kufanya meet some people, alikuwa anataka kuja, unampata ame drive saa 10 ya usiku. Kama ulisikiza Oroba bila alikuwa anasema ndio huyu yuko Kisii, ndio huyu wako na Matiang'i, alafu naanza kumwambia mimi nataka unipatie deputy presidents. So these are some of the people. Just know, you will know them by their behaviors. So let them send. Wakikuja kama wanakuja huko, unakuja, you give them the dose. Hapa tuko hivi, tunafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. This is how we behave. This is how we do things. Na kama umekuja hapa kukua mall, we will know what you've come to do. Tell them the truth. Kaa chini kwa meeting, discuss these issues, let them know what wajue, and any information which will leak outside, it's between the 4 of us, the 6 of us, the 20 of us who gives this information. It's very easy these days to know ni nani amepatiana information out, who has leaked the information. Very easy, you'll just know. Thank you.
Njiru, Stone, hakuna mtu. Okay, wacha ni react kidogo before hata mi nichomoke, kwa sababu niko na vitu zile zenye ninaweza fanya. Nataka nifanye kesho usubuhi nikiamkia. So si kesho usubuhi but leo usubuhi. So ile kitu umesema hapo hivyo, unajua kama umesoma ile kitabu ya Joseph Green, ile The 48 Laws of Power, kuna ile kipengele ya the what we call divide and rule. So hizi vitabu zote Kasongo amesoma. That's why ana plant watu kama akina Moses Kuria, akina Millicent Omanga. Akiplant Moses Kuria, amecalculate, anajua within 3 months Moses Kuria atakuwa amefade away, so analeta Millicent Omanga, alafu baada ya Omanga kufade away ataleta mtu mwingine tena. So hiyo ndio kitu ile tunafaa tukue tumekaa nayo. Alafu hii kitu ya representation wanaitaga representation without tax, hiyo ni kitu yenye haifai Kenya, kwa sababu ukiangalia kama country kama uko US, county governments zina manage their own resources, so hakuna kitu ile inakontroliwa na state state except zile vitu zinaenda kwa federal, unaona. But which is a good ni ile tunaitaje ni tuko na very beautiful constitution yenye ina explain hizi vitu, but lakini wale watu wenye tunaekaga hapo ndio wenye wanakuja wanakeuka ile maktaba zimewekwa kufuatizia hiyo constitution for their own personal interest, which makes it so difficult. Sai hizo mabarabara, unaona pesa ikitumwa kwa county government, haifai hata ikuwe ati wewe ni kitu yenye inafaa itoke tu pale juu, si kitu yenye inafaa ikuwe ati inakontroliwa pale juu, kwa sababu most of this money inatoka kwa World Bank ama IMF, vitu kama hizo. So ni kitu ile yenye haifai kuwa inakontroliwa kutoka pale juu. But sasa kila kitu imekuwa under state capture. Hata polisi wanapata, unasikiaga ile kitu inasemwa order from the above. Order from the above. If you are a democratic country, you don't need order from the above. You do what is right according to the law. Haufanyi what is order from the above. Na kuna country zile zingine zenye zinafuata sheria sana, yenye wewe ukiwa county commander na unafuata order from the above, unakiuka sheria. So at the end of the day, wewe mwenyewe personally you will be answerable kutoka kwa hizo order from the above. Wewe mwenyewe personally, hata kama itachukua 30 years, itachukua 20 years, you will at some point utakuja ujibu hizi mashtaka. That is, hiyo ndio crookedness ile yenye tunaenezea huko Afrika yenye hatuelewi. Si ati hatuelewi, but we don't have powers, kwa sababu hata tunaambiwa democracy, saa zingine inakuwa ni kama fallacy, si kitu yenye unafaa unaamini, kwa sababu it's like it don't work. We have the best constitution, but vile orders zinatokaga from above ati zinakuja zinasema, oh, hii county hauwezi pata pesa kama hujaenda uimbe 2 term ama 1 term ama half term. Hiyo ndio, hapo ndio problem iko. You are supposed, kwa sababu constitution ukiangalia constitution chapter 1 is freedom of speech. So nikikuja mahali penye hata huko kwa mkutano niseme mimi ni mtu wa 2 term, haifai unashindana na mimi hapo hivyo sijui nini, unakuja unanipiga risasi kwa mguu na vitu kama hizo nisitembee. That is a constitutional right. So tukikuja ati ukiona saa zile unataka kuona country ina slip into a dictatorship, inaanzaga kuenda hivyo, ndio unaambiwa ati huwezi enda ukasema 2 term, hauwezi enda ukasema 1 term, hauwezi enda ukasema half term, hauwezi enda kwa kanisa ukasema siasa, na wale watu wengine wakienda huko wanasemaga siasa all the time through. So where are we heading? That's why nilikuja nikasema hizi sheria zimetengenezwa na watu bandia na si Mungu. They are the things which are gonna come and haunt us later. Zitakuwa zinatusumbua baadaye kimaisha. Hizo si vitu inafaa tukuwe tunafuatizia, ni vitu zile zenye zimetengenezwa. Hii sheria zenye ziko hapa duniani ni sheria zimetengenezwa na binadamu. That's why kuzifuata inakuwa ni ngumu, kwa sababu tunakuwa, it's like a controlled system yenye you cannot escape, kwa sababu you are a product to someone else that you don't know. Wewe ni product. So if you don't sell, inamaanisha wale billionaires, wale watu wenye wanapata hizi pesa zako mingi, wale watu wa mabiashara wenye wako behind wana run the show behind, kwa sababu kumbuka hata president akiwa hapo, yeye huwa run the show. Kuna ile influence inatoka kutoka kando yake yenye ina run the show, na hiyo ndio wale tunaitaga ma business moguls, wale watu wenye wanajua vile biashara inatembea, pesa inatembea, kila kitu. So kila kitu iko control. If it's not of their benefits, then you gonna lose, kwa sababu unajua nini, ile kila mahali tunaambiwa kuna demokrasia, of which are really adaptive. Ninashuku kwa sababu hiyo demokrasia, unajua once wanasemaga who feeds you controls you. Na ndio manake unaona unaniambia unasema sijui ati barabara ijatengenezwa hapa ni kwa sababu kuna state capture. So mpaka uende ukaimbe 1 term, 2 term, 3 term, 4 term, half term, ndio hiyo fund ikuwe released kwa your county. So kuna vitu mingi sana zinaendelea kwa hii dunia yenye ukiendelea kuzifuata, saa zingine hata wewe mwenyewe unapotea ukifuata kitu ile yenye haujui inaenda wapi. But kumbuka, it's a control system. Mpaka na tena ukienda kwa hiyo kitabu ya usome kitabu ya Joseph Green, utapata kuna mahali penye inasema penye mpaka you have to impoverish people. That is hizo ndio steps zile zenye zinafanyika Kenya. Unaangalia wanauza parastatos, zinakuwa privatized. So if kama una privatize institutions, let's say institutions ama companies, unazi privatize, what is the other solution? Mpaka ukuwe na kitu inaitwa industrialization, but hiyo tena haiko. Pia hiyo unaimaliza. Tulikuwa na ile clothing textile ilikuwa hapi Eldoret, sahi haiko. Hiyo textile haiko. Ukiangalia KPA gone, all these things gone. Kwa nini? Unataka kuimpoverish watu, na once ukiimpoverish watu unawafanya wanakuworship. Alafu ukikuja una connect hizi dots zote, unakuja unapataga pesa inatolewa mahali pengine. Unajua ile pesa ingine ilitolewaga ile wadiendaga wakaprint ile de la Rule, ile iliprintiwa Ruaraka. Sahi pesa hata itoki huko, kwa sababu they are getting smarter and smarter by the day. Kila siku wanakuwa werevu. Sasa pesa inatoka nje, ikikuja na inakuwa dimbas kwa watu, unaona. So kuna a very big confusion between hata the voters, wananchi, kila mtu, confusion iko, na ndio kitu ile inaletwaga kama distraction. Kila saa utastukia kitu ingine imetokea, kitu ingine imetokea, kitu ingine imetokea, kuconfuse kufuata the real thing, which is ile problem inaumiza common mwananchi. But wale few billionaires, wale few millionaires ndio wenye wanarun nchi. na ndio ilikuwa JM ndiye alisema we have 10 million beggars and we have 10 million na confuse hapo kidogo, but no, he said something between we have 1 million beggars and 10 billionaires. Unaona, so confusion iko hapo. Ni wale watu kuna wale watu wenye wameshikilia nchi kabisa yenye hawawezi wacha iende hata nini ifanyike. They are there to protect what they are making. Njiru Innocent, nitamalizia hapo, mimi nitalala. Hello?
Okay, asante sana. I don't know whether Njiru ako huko, nafikiri Njiru hizi masaa ndio anaenda kulala pia.
Yeah.
We will say good. I don't know where you're watching from. Maybe I'll say good night or good morning.
Yeah, it's
Sisi hapa
always
Kenya.
taxes. It's always taxes without representation. That is what's happening.
Yeah.
Wewe unaelewa kwa sababu wewe unajua nini naongea. Ni
Okay.
wizi bila kazi. Nitakuja kwa
So,
show. I'll be coming more often, but for today I think this is it kwa sababu nataka nilale. Kesho niko na very busy schedule and I think tutaongea tena kesho. Kesho nitajaribu kutokea.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, have a good night, and on behalf of the show, I think maybe Njiru has slept. We'll just call it a day. Ndio watu kila mtu aende afanye kazi anataka kufanya. Hata mimi nataka kuingia kanisa sasa.
Hey, wewe umeamkia mapema. Sahii huku tuko karibu saa 9 huko. Ukiniambia uko kanisa nafikiria ni saa
hapa Kenya ni saa 4:30, saa 4:50, so
okay, nilifikiria uko huku. Unajua unaweza kuwa pande ingine kama huko, alafu unakuwa mali kama mali pengine penye time difference, unasikia tipu wengine wako 3 hours early, but that's the beauty of the world, you know. Yeah, that's why kuna Wakisii, Wajaluo na nini. That is the beauty of the country. Country yetu kwa sababu ya tusiseme ati sijui kabila ni mbaya nini. No, ukabila ni mzuri kwa sababu ni diversity. Yes, it's the diversity. It is good. It's good, but we have to make good use of it. Tusifanye ikakuwa poison. Yeah, we really have to change that.
Okay, thank you then. Have a good night, and goodbye everybody, wherever you're watching from. Those who are on the comment section, we also appreciate you. And on behalf of Njiru and Stone PK Costa, have a precious the day ahead or night ahead. Thank you, and God bless you. Aluta continue.
Okay, you too. Bye.